For 3 consecutive months, violent storms poured down. The city was submerged by massive floods, seawater flowed backward into the city, and everyone was trapped at home. Even more terrifying was that an unknown energy existed in the rainwater, forcibly causing all living creatures to undergo mutation. Zhao Zixuan accidentally awakened the evolution supermarket system. By hunting mutated beasts, he could obtain energy points and use them to purchase goods from the system. There was everything one could need, from food to daily necessities. Moreover, clean food and water could purify the negative effects caused by mutation. When everyone else had run out of food and could only satisfy their hunger with the flesh and blood of mutated creatures, Zhao Zixuan could still enjoy a balanced diet of meat and vegetables, along with all kinds of beverages to make life more comfortable. A newlywed, beautiful young woman, a pure college girl, a sexy female doctor, and a cold and glamorous female CO all came to his door to borrow food. Zhao Zixuan. In times like these, whose family isn't short of food, and you all came here empty-handed to borrow mine. Chapter 1. After 3 months of storms, everyone's food supplies are running low. Boom. Lightning tore through the gloomy sky, illuminating the city shrouded in violent winds and torrential rain. Below the rows of buildings, black seawater surged. Shanghai, once the most prosperous metropolis in Huaxia. Now, after seawater had flowed backward into the city, it had become an isolated island in the sea. 3 months ago, a disaster-level storm was born in the Pacific Ocean and expanded at an extremely terrifying speed. Although Huaxia issued the highest-level warning, the storm appeared too quickly. Before Shanghai's warning measures could be fully implemented, the entire city had already been enveloped by violent winds and torrential rain. Schools suspended classes, factories stopped working, and under the government's disaster prevention orders, everyone hid at home to take shelter. But no one had expected that this storm would continue for 3 whole months. And even now, there was not the slightest sign of weakening. At the end of the first month, Shanghai lost both water and electricity, and large-scale seawater flooding occurred. The people of Shanghai braved the wind and rain and desperately rushed to purchase daily necessities. At the end of the second month, the entire Shanghai area below the 7th floor was submerged, and one high-rise building after another became isolated islands on the surface of the sea. Now it was already the end of the 3rd month. The violent winds continued, the torrential rain poured down, and buildings below the 20th floor had already been completely swallowed by seawater. Shengshi Housing, Building 3, Unit 2, Room 5203. Zhao Zixuan collected the rainwater coming down from the window and ate the remaining half-pack of calcium milk biscuits in his hand. He stared somewhat blankly at the glowing phone in front of him. Starting from the 2nd month, the phone signal had completely disappeared. Even emergency calls could no longer be made. There was no shortage of supplies at home. Zhao Zixuan's family was from another place. His parents ran a chain of supermarkets in a small county and had quite a lot of savings. Otherwise, they would not have been able to buy a house in Shanghai. As for the supplies at home, they weren't bought by Zhao Zixuan himself. His mother had gradually mailed them to him. He usually rarely cooked at home, but he had unexpectedly accumulated quite a lot of rice, flour, grain, cooking oil, and other supplies. As a graduate of the Mechanical and Electrical Engineering Department of a university in Shanghai, Zhao Zixuan had smoothly joined Shanghai Shengshi Machinery Intelligent Manufacturing Group after graduation. After burying himself in work for 3 years, he had finally obtained the title of junior engineer, giving him the capital to establish himself in Shanghai. As a science and engineering man, Zhao Zixuan's greatest hobby was assembling machinery. His home contained various mechanical models. The reason his phone still had power until now was thanks to a set of small generators he had collected. At the same time, he had assembled a signal receiver on the balcony that could receive outside radio signals in real time. What made him despair was that even after adjusting the signal of the wireless receiver to its maximum, he could only receive intermittent information from the outside world, and so far, there had been almost no good news. This terrifying thunderstorm that had lasted for 3 months had already spread throughout the entire world. From the intermittent signals received by the receiver, he could hear distress messages sent from various places. Almost every moment, another city was completely losing contact. The official announcements basically consisted of reports that administrative centers were being moved westward, with people migrating all the way toward the west. Zhao Zixuan couldn't determine how long this thunderstorm would last. He desperately hoped that he could hear news from his hometown through the wireless signal receiver. His father, his mother, and his younger sister. How were they doing? Just as Zhao Zixuan was sinking into indescribable grief, violent knocking suddenly sounded at the door. "Brother Zhao, hurry up and open the door. We need to talk to you about something." The familiar voice came from outside, causing Zhao Zixuan's heart to tighten. It was Qin Wu, a former resident of the 8th floor. He was more than 1.9 meters tall, had a strong build, and a loud voice. Before the disaster, he had been a senior trainer at a gym. He was also the floor representative for this unit. He often posted fitness knowledge in the residents group and frequently helped people in the same building collect their packages. Zhao Zixuan quickly stood up and grabbed the spring gun beside him. This was a weapon he had made himself. With the force of 9 springs, it could shoot out steel needles. He had tested it before. Within 5 meters, it could easily shoot through a 2 mm thick steel plate. He pressed his body against the back of the security door and said in a deep voice, "If there's something you want to say it outside." The voice outside paused. Then, with an impatient tone, he said, "Brother Zhao, I'm here on behalf of the residents downstairs to borrow some food from you." Zhao Zixuan's expression changed slightly. He looked outside through the peephole. 4 or 5 burly men were standing behind Qin Wu, each with a fire axe hanging from his waist. This damn situation didn't look like they had come to borrow food. It looked more like they had come to forcefully rob him. "Sorry, I don't have any extra food at home either." Zhao Zixuan decisively refused. "Brother Zhao, you're making things difficult. 3 months ago, you received more than a dozen packages. Most of them were rice, flour, grain, cooking oil, and other supplies. Let alone 3 months. Even if you ate for 3 years, you wouldn't be able to finish all of it by yourself. Now everyone downstairs has run out of food. Brother Zhao, we're all fellow citizens. You can't just watch people die without helping them." Zhao Zixuan's heart sank. Through the peephole, he could clearly see that Qin Wu and the others' faces were full of greed and ruthlessness. "I don't have any. If you want food, go ask another family." Brother Zhao, in a natural disaster like this, all of us humans have to unite together to overcome the difficulties. You can't be so selfish and watch so many people starve to death. Qin Wu's voice became low. He pulled an iron skewer from his waist and aimed it at the peephole. Behind the security door, Zhao Zixuan sneered. Moral blackmail? He was afraid that even if this food was really handed over, it wouldn't end up in the hands of those residents who were about to starve to death. Seeing that Zhao Zixuan didn't respond, Qin Wu suddenly thrust the iron skewer in his hand forward. Crack! The peephole shattered, and the iron skewer thrust straight inside. Qin Wu's expression changed slightly. He didn't feel the sensation of stabbing a human body. Fuck. He refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. Get him. Break open this security door. After Qin Wu finished speaking, the men behind him swung the fire axes in their hands and smashed them toward Zhao Zixuan's security door. Bang, bang, bang. The fire axes left deep dents in the security door. Fuck your mother. Accompanied by Zhao Zixuan's angry curse from inside the door, a 10-inch steel needle shot out through the broken peephole and instantly pierced through the abdomen of one of the burly men. A scream rang out, startling everyone. "All of you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, the next shot will be aimed at your heads." Zhao Zixuan's cold voice came from behind the security door. Qin Wu and the others hurriedly moved out of the range of the peephole, each of their expressions looking terrible. The injured burly man pulled the blood-stained steel needle out from the back of his abdomen. The rust on it caused his expression to change drastically. "Brother Wu, there's rust on it. Save me." The man wailed loudly. Qin Wu glanced at him with disgust, his expression extremely gloomy. Their first attempt had gone badly. He hadn't expected that kid inside to be so vigilant and to even have a defensive weapon. There had been no sound of an explosion, so it shouldn't be a firearm. But being able to pierce through someone's abdomen with a steel needle meant its lethality was definitely not weak. What kind of weapon was it? Just you wait. If you have the guts, never come out for the rest of your life. Qin Wu left behind a vicious threat before dejectedly taking his few lackeys downstairs. Behind the door, Zhao Zixuan cautiously looked outside through the peephole. After confirming that Qin Wu and the others had all left, his entire body instantly went limp and collapsed onto the floor. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and his heart was pounding wildly like drums. He had almost killed someone, even if it had been in self-defense. Zhao Zixuan couldn't quite understand it. There were so many residents downstairs, and quite a few of them had food. Why had the other side targeted him? During the first week of the torrential rain, Qin Wu had organized the residents in the hallway to hold several meetings. The first was to organize residents from the first to third floors to evacuate toward the upper floors. The second was to organize young and strong men to go outside and purchase supplies. Zhao Zixuan had actively responded at the time. At that time, the flood outside had already begun to take shape. The winds of around level 10, combined with the heavy rain, meant that the only place they could go was the supermarket at the entrance of the residential complex. The supplies inside had basically been looted completely. At that time, the hallway meetings were held so everyone could help one another and survive the difficulties together. Messages were posted in the group every day, and people would even share delicious food and funny videos. But 1 month after the torrential rain began, the atmosphere in the group gradually changed. Those who had plenty of food stored at home could still remain calm. Those residents who had no food at home and had failed to buy enough supplies began frequently asking their surrounding neighbors to lend them food. At first, everyone thought that since they were all neighbors, helping each other out wasn't a big deal. Those who could lend food lent food. Those who could take people in took people in. But very soon, this behavior came to an abrupt end, because the resident on the 10th floor and the resident from the 3rd floor who had been taken in started fighting. The reason was that the 10th floor resident's food supplies were running low, and he was unwilling to continue sharing food with the 3rd floor resident. Fortunately, everyone heard the commotion and went to break up the fight. But when they saw the injured 10th floor resident, everyone felt a little more uneasy. At that time, the floodwaters had already spread to the 5th floor, and more people had lost their homes. The 3rd floor resident who had been staying there was also driven out by the 10th floor resident and could only live in the hallway. A few days later, one night, the door of the 10th floor apartment was opened. The entire family of 3 living on the 10th floor disappeared. Afterward, the 3rd floor resident who had been driven out openly moved into the 10th floor resident's home. If it hadn't been for the youngest daughter of the 10th floor family being found dead at the entrance of the hallway on the 3rd day, blown there by the violent storm, everyone still wouldn't have known that the 10th floor residents had been murdered and their home had been occupied by someone else. The strangulation marks on the girl's neck were obvious, and her death was extremely tragic. No one condemned the 3rd floor resident who had seized the house to his face. Even fewer people went to avenge the unfortunate 10th floor family. But this incident caused all the residents to lose their sympathy. No one was willing to let strangers into their homes anymore. As the water level continued to rise, marine creatures such as dolphins even began appearing on the surface of the water. Despair filled people's hearts. The seawater had flowed backward. Shanghai was finished. Moreover, the violent storm showed no sign of stopping at all. Even if the government organized rescue teams, they probably wouldn't be able to get in. Food was ultimately limited. As the food in their hands gradually decreased, the selfishness deep inside people's hearts transformed into evil thoughts. Driven by greed, some people resorted to violence, while others became victims. From then on, fewer and fewer people attended the hallway meetings. And Qin Wu, who had originally been willing to help others, gathered a group of residents who had lost their homes and openly became the ruler of the unit. Because of the problems of food and shelter, fights broke out almost every day on the lower floors. As for how many people had died, no one knew. Qin Wu and the group he had gathered relied on their numerical advantage and physical strength to frantically search for food and occupy ownerless rooms. He had even attempted to use the hallway meetings to gather all the food in the hands of the residents and then control it himself. Apart from his lackeys, no one agreed. Everyone stopped contacting one another and instead kept their doors tightly shut, silently waiting for the natural disaster to pass. Zhao Zixuan deeply remembered those residents who had lost their homes. He remembered their eyes, which looked like those of starving wolves. It was also from that time onward that Zhao Zixuan began preparing weapons and continuously practicing with them at home. Shengshi Houding. The reason he had bought a house here was because this high-end residential complex had been developed by the Shengshi group where he worked, and it was very close to his workplace. The building where Zhao Zixuan lived had a total of 52 floors. From the stairwell on the 52nd floor, one could go directly up to the rooftop balcony. But Zhao Zixuan felt that this building actually had a 53rd floor. It was just that this floor was very well hidden. The entrance wasn't on this side, and it was also very difficult to see from the outside. Zhao Zixuan had only accidentally heard the sound of someone moving around upstairs late at night when everything was quiet. He had even heard the faint sound of a flushing toilet. Now that the violent storm was continuously raging outside, naturally, he couldn't hear any sounds. As for the 3 neighbors on the same floor as Zhao Zixuan, a married couple lived in 5201. The man was surnamed Wang and was around 50 years old. He was a mid-level manager at a state-owned enterprise and had a considerable income. He had never seen the woman before. He had heard that she wasn't very old and worked at a hospital in the city. Occasionally, he had caught a glimpse of her, but he had only seen that her clothing was very fashionable and didn't look like a doctor at all. 5202 was rented out. The current tenants were a young college couple. To be able to rent a place in this high-end residential complex, their family background must certainly be quite good. A young married couple lived in 5204. They had been married for less than half a year. Apart from each family giving the other a handful of wedding candy when they got married, they had never interacted again. Zhao Zixuan only vaguely remembered that the woman in that home had a very good figure. On the entire 52nd floor, Zhao Zixuan was the only single man. It wasn't that he had never had a girlfriend. His previous girlfriend had been the daughter of a vice president at his company. She was a local Shanghai native and a genuine rich and beautiful woman. Unfortunately, she looked down on his background. The arrogance in her words and manner had made Zhao Zixuan uncomfortable. In the end, they broke up when they were discussing marriage. Although Zhao Zixuan's family ran a chain of supermarkets and was definitely considered wealthy in their small county, in a place like Shanghai, having several million yuan in assets didn't even qualify as being rich. What's more, the woman demanded a house of more than 200 square meters in the city center. Unless he sold all of his family's supermarkets, it would have been impossible to achieve. She was clearly the one who had asked to break up. Yet her father, that vice president, had actually targeted him afterward. There was simply no justice in this world. After driving Qin Wu away, Zhao Zixuan didn't dare return to his bedroom to sleep. He dragged the sofa to the doorway, hugged the spring gun, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. After finally managing to build up a little drowsiness, the hurried knocking on the door instantly startled him awake. ## Chapter 2. Sister Lu, are you really serious? Who is it? Zhao Zixuan's loud shout startled the people outside the door. Fuck, this guy isn't asleep. Hurry up and run. An unfamiliar voice came from outside. He didn't know whether they were Qin Wu's lackeys or people trying to take advantage of the situation to rob him. After the footsteps of those people disappeared into the hallway, Zhao Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was no longer sleepy. He took out a bayonet and attached it to the top of the spring gun, then began practicing bayonet fighting. Steel needle shooting was suitable for daytime. With a hit rate of more than 90%, its lethality was still extremely terrifying. He knew very well that from the moment he had fired that steel needle at Qin Wu's men, there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. As a science and engineering man, Zhao Zixuan didn't have high requirements for his quality of life. His refrigerator at home was basically empty. His mother had visited him once and felt that her son shouldn't be living like this. A home should look like a home. After that, she began frantically sending him all kinds of daily necessities. After all, his family owned a supermarket, so the things they lacked the least were food, drinks, and daily necessities. It was somewhat exaggerated to say that the food in Zhao Zixuan's home could last for 3 years, but 1 year was absolutely no problem. With no idea how long this terrifying storm would last, Zhao Zixuan would have to be an idiot to share his food with others. There were 52 floors in building 1 of Shengshi Housing, with more than 200 households. If each family had 3 people, there would be more than 600 people. How many people could his small amount of food possibly save? In a daze, dawn arrived. Zhao Zixuan was awakened by a clap of thunder. He suddenly sat up and grabbed the spring gun beside him. This was the foundation of his survival. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, Zhao Zixuan stood up and walked toward the balcony. He needed living targets to practice his shooting skills. Zhao Zixuan opened the balcony window and felt the violent winds and torrential rain outside. He silently raised the spring gun, his eyes fixed firmly on the scene outside the window. Half an hour. 1 hour. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Zhao Zixuan's eyes suddenly lit up. His finger instantly pulled the trigger. He hadn't been mistaken the last time. There really were seabirds searching for food in the storm. A steel needle with a thin line attached to it shot out. A bird cry came from the distance. A black shadow in flight staggered and fell, immediately swept away by the violent wind. He hit it. Unfortunately, in weather like this, even with fishing line attached to the back of the steel needle, there was no way to retrieve the prey. The wind and rain were simply too strong. Although it was daytime, everything outside was gloomy, and visibility was extremely poor. He could only see the seabirds when they came within 20 meters of the window. Zhao Zixuan pulled on the powerless line as it fell, knowing that his hunting attempt had failed. However, it wasn't completely without gains. At the very least, he had become more decisive in using the spring gun. Ding-dong. A sudden electronic sound rang out in his mind. Ding. You have killed one mutated seabird. You have obtained 5 energy points. The evolution supermarket system is activated. Zhao Zixuan's body stiffened. Could he have imagined it? System? What's going on? There was no response in his mind. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Detected that the host possesses sufficient energy points. Level 1 authority of the evolution supermarket is activated. The host may consume 1 energy point to randomly exchange for 1 item from the evolution supermarket. Immediately afterward, a light screen appeared in front of Zhao Zixuan. It displayed his basic information. Name Zhao Zixuan. Constitution 3. Strength 4. Agility 3. Spirit 3.5. Evolution level level 0, 4 out of 100. Health 52. Energy points 5. Below that was another light screen. The scene displayed on the light screen caused Zhao Zixuan's expression to change drastically. It was his family's supermarket. Although he had been away from home for several years, he had grown up in this supermarket since he was a child. With one glance, he could determine that it was his family's main store. Zhao Zixuan's eyes became slightly moist. An intense longing that was difficult to control surged into his heart. He desperately focused his eyes on the supermarket displayed on the light screen, hoping to see a familiar figure inside. Unfortunately, there was no one in the supermarket. There were only rows upon rows of various goods. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart, Zhao Zixuan spoke in a deep voice. System, exchange for items from the supermarket. 1 energy point consumed. 1 toothbrush exchanged. It has been placed in the shopping cart. Zhao Zixuan's heart stirred. A toothbrush of ordinary material appeared in his hand. He frowned slightly. Again, 1 energy point consumed. 1 lollipop exchanged. It has been placed in the shopping cart. Again. A few minutes later, there was a toothbrush, a plastic toothbrush cup, a lollipop, an old-fashioned ice pop, and 2 still soft steamed buns in front of Zhao Zixuan. The 2 steamed buns were the last items he had drawn. As the second generation of a supermarket-owning family, Zhao Zixuan instantly understood the value of energy points. 1 energy point was roughly equivalent to 1 yuan. Therefore, the randomly drawn and exchanged items were all things worth around 1 yuan. He picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. It was very soft, with a texture similar to when it had just been delivered from the steamed bun shop. The familiar taste brought tears streaming down Zhao Zixuan's face. He took a bottle of bean paste that was more than half eaten from the refrigerator, stuffed it into the steamed bun, and began eating in big bites. After finishing the steamed bun, he ate the old-fashioned ice pop. The coldness spread through his mouth, and he felt completely refreshed. This was what life was supposed to be. His family wasn't short of rice, flour, grain, or cooking oil, but his cooking skills were terrible. Therefore, during these 3 months, he had mostly been eating fast food such as biscuits and instant noodles. Today, eating steamed buns and an old-fashioned ice pop gave him an enormous sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, he had too few energy points, making it impossible for him to draw anything better. But he wasn't in a hurry. If he could kill 1 seabird, there would be a second one. For Zhao Zixuan now, the thing he lacked the least was time. What depressed him was that for 3 consecutive days, he still hadn't successfully killed another seabird. Those seabirds were simply too fast. His first successful hit had absolutely been a matter of luck. This made Zhao Zixuan somewhat discouraged. During these few days, Qin Wu's men had come several times, but every time, Zhao Zixuan scared them away. Afterward, they never came up to the 52nd floor again. But screams could occasionally be heard from the hallway, making all the residents uneasy. On the evening of the 4th day, Zhao Zixuan's door was knocked on again. Zhao Zixuan cautiously approached. Through a mirror, he looked outside the security door. Several old men and old women with completely white hair and hunched backs were gathered outside his door. "Young man, please, give us something to eat. We haven't eaten anything for 3 days." Thump. Several elderly people knelt down. Those behind them pleaded even more loudly. Zhao Zixuan's expression immediately became extremely unpleasant. "Sorry, I don't have any food to give you. Leave my door immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath and shouted sternly. If they really hadn't eaten for 3 days, how could they have climbed all the way to the 52nd floor? Moreover, although the elderly man in front had disguised himself as miserable, Zhao Zixuan could still see a trace of familiarity between his brows. Qin Wu's second uncle. He had originally lived on the first floor, but after the first floor was flooded, he moved into Qin Wu's home on the seventh floor. Not long afterward, Qin Wu's second uncle's family moved out of Qin Wu's home and began living in the hallway. Qin Wu had even explained that his second uncle had requested it himself. But everyone wasn't stupid. In a situation like this, everyone was only concerned with protecting their own doorstep. Who had the time to interfere with someone else's family affairs? If it had been someone else, Zhao Zixuan might really have felt some sympathy. But the other party was Qin Wu's second uncle, and he had already become enemies with Qin Wu. At this moment, he absolutely could not afford to show the slightest bit of weakness. Half an hour later, Zhao Zixuan heard shouting and cursing in the hallway. Several white-haired old men left Zhao Zixuan's door with disappointed expressions. During this time, some of them also stared at the doors of the other three households and begged. But no one was willing to open their door. There wasn't even anyone who answered them. Zhao Zixuan's heart felt heavy. This was Qin Wu's second move. It simply hadn't worked. Qin Wu clearly wasn't going to let him go. Zhao Zixuan had to give up any wishful thinking. This was the apocalypse. It wasn't an orderly civilized society. Food was life. Whoever came to steal his food, he would take their life. He tightened his grip on the spring gun, and his expression became colder and more ruthless. That night, Zhao Zixuan's security door was knocked on again. Zhao Zixuan was awakened. Filled with killing intent, he approached the security door. "Brother Zhao, I'm Lu Min from 5204. There's no food left at home. Could you spare me some?" Her voice was soft and weak, carrying a hint of pleading. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat surprised. She was from 5204. He had only glanced at her once when she got married and hadn't looked carefully. In his impression, she should have had a very good figure. He took out a mirror and looked through the peephole. He vaguely saw a long-haired figure standing outside his door. She raised both hands and moved closer to the peephole, proving that she had no intention of harming him. A flash of lightning passed by. Zhao Zixuan clearly saw her appearance. Long hair draped over her shoulders, an oval face, very fair skin, and a pair of large, watery eyes. Most importantly, her pajamas couldn't conceal the pair of prominently full breasts beneath them. The top button of her pajamas wasn't fastened, revealing an eye-catching patch of white. Zhao Zixuan couldn't help feeling his heart race. Her eyes were seductive like electricity, yet her temperament was dignified, gentle, and graceful. And her figure was simply amazing. This female neighbor, whom he was only meeting for the second time, actually fit his aesthetic preferences perfectly. "Brother Zhao, are you there? I can use money or gold and silver jewelry to buy some. Please, help me. My family really has run out of food." Her pleading voice was soft and weak, like a little cat scratching. It scratched right at Zhao Zixuan's heart. Should he help her or not? "Sister Lu, it's been 3 months of torrential rain, whose food supplies aren't running low. I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Although she was beautiful, and although she perfectly fit his aesthetic preferences, compared with his life, a woman's beauty wasn't that important. A trace of disappointment appeared on Lu Min's face. She pulled awkwardly at her collar and returned to her home in embarrassment. Afterward, Zhao Zixuan heard an argument coming from next door. Half an hour later, the door of 5204 opened again. The male owner, Zhou Qiang, crouched down and came out cautiously. He carefully listened to the movements in the stairwell. After confirming that no one was coming up, he went straight over and knocked on the door of 5201. Naturally, he was asking to buy food. Zhao Zixuan vaguely heard a man's angry scolding coming from inside 5201. Zhou Qiang left dejectedly and knocked on the door of 5202 again. He didn't know what Zhou Qiang said, but the door of 5202 opened a crack, and a packet of instant noodles was thrown out. Zhou Qiang repeatedly thanked them, picked up the instant noodles, and returned home. The entire process was seen by Zhao Zixuan, who had been watching through his peephole. As Zhou Qiang passed 5203, he glared viciously at the peephole. Originally, he had wanted his wife to rely on her beauty to borrow food from Zhao Zixuan, a single man. He hadn't expected the other party to refuse directly. With no other choice, he could only use gold and silver jewelry to exchange for some food. The male owner of 5201, Wang Shiqing, didn't think much of his belongings at all. Before Zhou Qiang could even finish speaking, he was cursed at and driven away. As for the college couple in 5202, after Zhou Qiang complained about his poverty and described his miserable situation, they gave him a packet of instant noodles without asking for any money. Before the Great Flood, Zhou Qiang wouldn't even have spared a glance at a packet of instant noodles. But now, this was life-saving food. The next evening, Zhou Qiang came again. He went straight to 5202. After seeing that all kinds of pleading were useless, Zhou Qiang proposed a trade, offering the gold jewelry in his hand in exchange for food. The college couple in 5202 opened the door again and exchanged a packet of ham sausages for a large gold bracelet weighing several dozen grams. Of course, the college couple had gotten the better end of the deal. Before the apocalypse, this would have been like money falling from the sky. But now, the value of food was higher than everything else. Zhao Zixuan shook his head. It had already been 3 months. Without any new supplies coming in, how much food could that college couple have left? At a time like this, they were still being tempted by gold and silver, things that couldn't be eaten. There would come a time when they would regret it. On the 3rd day and the 4th day, Zhou Qiang exchanged different kinds of food from 5202. However, the portions became smaller and smaller, and Zhou Qiang could no longer produce anything that could tempt the college couple. On the 5th day, Zhou Qiang, who had gained nothing, began loudly cursing at 5202. He even waved a fire axe in his hand, wanting to break down the door of 5202. The young couple inside 5202 were terrified. The man didn't say much, but the girl had some courage and began cursing back at Zhou Qiang through the security door. Bang! Bang! He only smashed the door a few times. How could Zhou Qiang, who had already become so weak from hunger, possibly break open the security door? At that moment, their shouting and cursing attracted people from downstairs. Someone quickly rushed up through the stairwell below. Zhou Qiang's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he ran toward his own home. Fucking bitch, open the door. Zhou Qiang shouted loudly. The security door of 5204 instantly opened. Zhou Qiang quickly slipped inside and slammed the door shut. Immediately afterward, a crisp slap came from inside 5204. Stupid bitch. Why were you so slow? Were you trying to make me die outside? I didn't. Stop. Hey-chan, I'm so hungry. Give me a piece of ham sausage. There's none. Damn it. If you want something to eat, figure it out yourself. Zhou Chang's impatient voice came from inside. The jewelry you used to exchange for food was all mine. They were the dowry gifts from my family. Lu Min's crying voice carried a hint of weakness. What's yours? Even you're mine. I'll do whatever the hell I want. After that, the argument in 5204 disappeared. Without food to replenish their strength, even arguing was an act of wasting energy. Behind the security door, Zhao Zixuan shook his head. Sure enough, when faced with a crisis of survival, the evil within human nature would be awakened. Meanwhile, the figure that had rushed up from the hallway saw the empty hallway, cursed loudly, and retreated. That night, the door of 5204 opened again. Lu Min quietly came to Zhao Zixuan's door. Brother Zhao, it's Lu Min. Please, give me something to eat. As long as you give me food, you can make me do whatever you want. Sister Lu, I really don't have any food here. I'm still hungry myself. Brother Zhao, I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Please, I'm begging you, give me a little food. Lu Min pleaded in a low voice. She even stepped forward and ruthlessly pulled at the clothes around her chest in front of the peephole. That pair of fair, full breasts directly filled Zhao Zixuan's entire field of vision. Zhao Zixuan's eyes went straight. He didn't want to look. It was just that the lightning illuminated everything too clearly. White, big, and full. He just didn't know whether they were soft. Looking upward, Lu Min's face was indeed pale and bloodless. Yet even in this state of hunger, her chest had not become any smaller. He had to admit that her assets had truly shocked Zhao Zixuan. Sister Lu, are you really serious? Hashtag Chapter 3, The Ambiguity of a Milk Candy and My First Murder. Lu Min's pleading continued without end. Combined with her gentle and sorrowful tone, it sounded less like begging and more like she was flirting with Zhao Zixuan. Should he let her in? The unknown risks were simply too great. After all, she was a married woman, and that Zhou Qiang looked like a selfish and difficult man. Ultimately, he and Lu Min were nothing more than strangers who had met twice, so there was absolutely no way he could let her in. As for her proposal to trade money in gold or silver jewelry for food, what use would gold and silver jewelry have at a time when the world was most likely entering an apocalypse? Seeing that Zhao Zixuan remained unmoved, a look of despair appeared on Lu Min's face. There were 4 households on this floor. There was no need to think about 5201. Zhou Qiang had already offended 5202 completely. The only hope left was 5203. Moreover, Qin Wu and his men hadn't gone after anyone else and had directly targeted 5,203, which proved that Zhao Zixuan had food at home, and quite a lot of it. Of course, no one believed Qin Wu's claim that Zhao Zixuan had enough food to last 3 years. This was Shanghai, who would stockpile 3 years' worth of food for no reason, unless he had the ability to predict the future. Zhou Qiang was of no use. The Zhao Zixuan standing before her was the place where she was most likely to obtain food. Even if she had to pay some price for it, she was willing. The feeling of hunger was simply too painful. Her stomach kept cramping, making her wish she could swallow everything in front of her into her stomach. Previously, when she had read in history books that people had been so hungry that they ate dirt, she had thought it was exaggerated. Only after truly experiencing hunger did she understand that even those descriptions had been understated. People eating people. Those 4 words in the history books seemed light and casual. Only after experiencing it personally could one understand that those 4 words were filled with mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and unimaginable human tragedy. Zhou Qiang had entertained malicious thoughts about 5,203, but he was afraid of the weapon in Zhao Zixuan's hands that could shoot iron needles. If he really got hit by one, with medical supplies so scarce, it could very well cost him his life. Therefore, he kept encouraging Lu Min to come and borrow food. If she succeeded, he would naturally get his share. If she failed, he had nothing to lose. If Zhao Zixuan killed Lu Min, perhaps his own food supplies could last another 10 days or half a month. Seeing the despair on Lu Min's face, Zhao Zixuan suddenly raised his voice. No food. Nothing to eat either. If you don't leave now, don't blame the steel needles in my hand for not recognizing people. Lu Min, who was pressed against the security door outside, was startled. A trace of panic flashed through her eyes. The next second, a milk candy was pushed through the peephole. Zhao Zixuan's curses continued without end. Lu Min stared fixedly at the milk candy on the floor, as if she suddenly understood something. With her back facing 5204, she quickly picked up the milk candy from the floor, peeled it open, and stuffed it into her mouth. Sweet, soft, fragrant. The long-lost sweetness stimulated her taste buds, causing a large amount of saliva to fill her mouth. Without having time to savor it carefully, she quickly chewed and swallowed it. Having something in her stomach, even if it was only a milk candy, made Lu Min's stomach feel much better. She quietly said thank you, then seemingly fled back to 5,204 in embarrassment. Zhou Chan's cursing voice rang out right on time. He cursed Lu Min for being useless and cursed Zhao Zixuan for being inhuman and cold-hearted. This time, Lu Min didn't say anything. After cursing for a while, Zhou Qiang also felt bored and angrily returned to his bedroom. Early the next morning, while Zhao Zixuan was lying in wait for seabirds on the balcony, he heard the sound of a door being broken down coming from the hallway. He quickly rushed to the door and discovered that the door being broken down was the one belonging to 5,202 next door. Qin Wu had brought several burly men and was loudly ordering the occupants of 5,202 to open the door and hand over their excess food. After being refused, he ordered his men to break down the door. The doors of 5,201, 5203, and 5,204 remained tightly shut. No one came out to interfere. Moreover, Qin Wu and the others were clearly prepared this time. Their upper bodies were covered with protective gear that looked like sheets of iron they had removed from somewhere. They were also wearing helmets. Boom. How could a security door withstand such fierce hacking? In the end, a large hole was chopped open. A hand reached through and unlocked the door. Qin Wu took the lead and kicked the door open. Don't kill us. All the food is in that room. We'll give it all to you. The male college student was terrified. He tremblingly pointed toward a bedroom and shouted. The two of them hugged each other and cowered beneath the dining table. Qin Wu waved his hand. 2 men rushed into the room the male college student had pointed out and brought out an entire box of instant noodles, half a box of ham sausages, and various miscellaneous snacks. The others searched the remaining rooms and the kitchen, but found nothing. You refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. This is what happens when you don't listen to me. Qin Wu shouted loudly, his eyes fixed firmly in the direction of 5,203. He was killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. The poor college couple in 5202 had become the first victims on the 52nd floor. No one answered. No one dared to confront Qin Wu directly. Perhaps it was only an illusion, but after the Great Flood arrived, Qin Wu's body seemed to have become even more muscular. Standing in the cramped hallway, he looked like a human-shaped beast. Without a doubt, Qin Wu had already become the ruler of this hallway. Qin Wu ordered someone to lock the fire door leading to the rooftop, preventing people from other units from coming over and interfering with his rule. One of his subordinates acknowledged the order and quickly went upstairs through the stairwell to lock the door. Qin Wu sneered at the college couple hiding beneath the table. "If you want to stay alive, come find me on the 25th floor." With that, he left with his men, carrying the food away. The entire 52nd floor was left with only the young couples crying. They thought the matter had come to an end. But unexpectedly, the man who had gone to the rooftop to lock the door suddenly entered 5202. The fire axe in his hand viciously chopped toward the male college student. The male college student wasn't weak physically, but he was very timid. Faced with the sudden attack, he was knocked down by a single swing of the axe, and a bloody gash was cut across his chest. He lay on the floor in pain, crying out. The man took off his helmet, revealing a ferocious face. He had once been a tenant on the 7th floor. His name was Zhang Hua. Rumor had it that he was a gambler who had lost his wife and family because of gambling. He lewdly looked at the terrified female college student curled up in the corner. "I've never tasted a woman this young before. Anyway, without food, you'll have to go through this sooner or later. I'll have a little fun first and give you some experience in serving a man." As he spoke, he grabbed the woman's hair and directly threw himself toward the sofa. The female college student's scream was shrill. "Stop, you beast!" The male college student shouted angrily, but he couldn't summon the courage to rush forward and fight to the death. "Zhao Zixuan, save me!" The female college student shouted at her boyfriend, who was staggering to his feet. Zhang Zixuan only cursed angrily, while his body continued retreating toward the door. A look of despair appeared on the female college student's face. "Zhang Zixuan, you coward! You useless weakling! You're not worthy of being a man." A trace of shame flashed through Zhang Zixuan's eyes. But asking him to fight the tall and muscular Zhang Hua was something he simply didn't dare to do. That blow from the axe had caused him serious injuries. He could feel a deep, bone-piercing pain in his chest, accompanied by Zhang Hua's sinister laughter, "Rip." The female college student's clothes were torn away, revealing her fair body. "Not bad, not bad. She's young after all. What a damn good figure. Too bad you're not a virgin, but I've still made a profit." Just as Zhang Hua was becoming so excited that he had completely lost himself, a spring suddenly vibrated. A steel needle shot out and flew directly into the center of Zhang Hua's forehead. The lewd smile on his face instantly froze. His entire body went limp and collapsed onto the female college student. The female college student was still struggling violently. Feeling that the man had suddenly lost all his strength, she abruptly pushed him off her body. She raised her eyes toward the doorway. A figure wearing a helmet stood there, holding a strange steel and spring weapon. "Hurry up and find a way to repair the door. If someone else comes, I won't be able to save you." After shouting this, Zhao Zixuan turned around and left. As the lock on 5203 clicked shut, the college couple naturally knew who had come to save them. The female college student hurriedly got up and picked up the fire axe that the attacker had dropped to the side. She raised it and viciously chopped down at Zhang Hua's neck. Thud! Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Zixuan, who was standing stupidly near the doorway, was so frightened by his girlfriend's crazed actions that his legs went weak and he collapsed onto the floor. He looked at the Jiang Wenwen in front of him, who looked almost like a mad woman, as if he were seeing her for the first time. Only after nearly chopping the attacker's head off did Jiang Wenwen stop. There was still unmistakable fear in her eyes. She ignored her boyfriend lying limp on the floor and instead stepped forward to close the damaged security door. The lock wasn't broken, but the large hole in the door was difficult to repair. Jiang Wenwen turned around. Holding the blood-stained fire axe, she walked over to her former boyfriend, Zhang Zixuan. "Go fix the door. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Facing his girlfriend, whose face was covered in blood, Zhang Zixuan's face was filled with fear. "Wenwen, you know me. I study literature. I don't know how to do this kind of thing. If you don't know how, then go die." Jiang Wenwen raised the blood-stained fire axe in her hand. Seeing that Jiang Wenwen's expression didn't look fake, Zhang Zixuan's face changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll do it right now. I'll definitely fix it." The last trace of hope in Jiang Wenwen's eyes disappeared. The man in front of her simply wasn't worth relying on. His cowardice was innate. Things were fine in peaceful times. But once the apocalypse arrived, not only could he not become someone she could rely on, he would also drag her down and cause her to die with him. Zhao Zixuan didn't care about what had happened next door. The reason he had risked himself to intervene was simply because he felt that a person shouldn't become this evil. There had to be at least some basic bottom line to being human. He had originally thought that killing someone would make him uncomfortable, but in the end, he was surprisingly calm. It was as if he hadn't killed a person at all, but merely a chicken, duck, cat, or dog. The system's notification sounded. You have killed one mutated human. Energy points plus 11. Energy points have exceeded double digits. Level 2 Evolution Supermarket Exchange Authority has been unlocked. Level 2 Exchange Authority consumes 10 energy points each time, allowing you to obtain a random product of equivalent value from the supermarket. Zhao Zixuan frowned. System, can't you just clearly mark the prices so I can pay for whatever I want? The system gave no response. This made Zhao Zixuan extremely frustrated. Was his system mentally deficient or something? He now had a total of 11 energy points. If he drew something useless, that would be too wasteful. But the things worth 1 energy point were too cheap. He couldn't possibly eat steamed buns every day, could he? After hesitating for only a few seconds, he chose to spend 10 energy points on one Evolution Supermarket purchase. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10 energy points and obtained 1 pound of pork belly. It has been placed in your shopping cart. The shopping cart icon in the lower right corner of the light screen lit up. Zhao Zixuan's thoughts moved. A strip of pork belly appeared in his hand. Not more, not less. Exactly 1 pound. And it was extremely high-quality pork belly. It was a good thing. But Zhao Zixuan didn't know how to cook. His terrible cooking skills would completely waste this excellent pork belly. Moreover, the food in his refrigerator had already been used up during the first month when the water and electricity were still available. The generator could generate electricity, but the amount of gasoline was limited. It was mainly used to power the signal receiver and charge his phone. The refrigerator, freezer, and other appliances had long since been abandoned. Was he supposed to use precious gasoline as cooking fuel? Zhao Zixuan hesitated. He wondered whether the Evolution Supermarket sold gasoline. After all, his family's supermarket didn't sell that kind of thing. It was classified as a hazardous chemical. Zhao Zixuan's thoughts moved. The pork belly in his hand returned to the shopping cart. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about the pork belly going bad. He stood up and went to the second bedroom, intending to put all the rice, flour, grain, cooking oil, and other supplies stored at home into the shopping cart. But he failed. The Evolution Supermarket could only store items purchased from it. The toothbrush and toothbrush cup he had exchanged earlier could easily be placed back into the shopping cart. Zhao Zixuan felt somewhat regretful. As the situation in the building became increasingly dangerous, his food supplies could not only save his life, but could also possibly cost him his life. An innocent man gets in trouble because of his wealth. At the same time, 5 or 6 burly men once again climbed up, panting heavily. Qin Wu, who was at the front, had a gloomy expression. Manhua hadn't come down. Either something had happened to him, or he had gone to the college student's apartment. At that time, in order to intimidate the neighbors, Qin Wu had only demonstrated his strength. He believed that after losing their food, the college couple would soon submit. Women weren't something he lacked right now. But who didn't like young female college students? He had simply forgotten about Zhang Hua. That guy was even more of a beast than he was. Zhang Hua had been the first lackey to pledge allegiance to him. Don't expect a gambler's family to have much food. Qin Wu had seen that Zhang Hua was ruthless and obedient, so he accepted him, provided him with food, and let him take the lead in smashing and looting residents who refused to obey. As a mad dog that would bite people on command, Zhang Hua was very useful. Now that such a hyena had escaped his control, the female college student was probably in danger. What a pity. She had such a fiery personality. He had originally intended to properly train her. Moreover, there was another person on the 52nd floor who possessed a dangerous weapon. He hoped Zhang Hua hadn't fallen into a trap. Qin Wu and his group saw that the door leading to the rooftop balcony was locked. They knew Zhang Hua couldn't be outside. They returned to the 52nd floor and headed straight for 5202. Behind the door of 5202, furniture was piled up everywhere. They had no way to weld the hole in the security door shut, so they could only block the entrance as much as possible with the dining table and furniture from inside the apartment. Qin Wu kicked the security door. It didn't open. Hearing the frightened cries from inside, he shouted in an extremely cold voice. "Where's Zhang Hua? Do you know where he went?" "Fifth brother, there's blood in the living room, and that axe belongs to Zhang Hua." Zhang Hua was killed by the two of them. One of the sharp-eyed subordinates saw the blood in the living room and the blood-stained fire axe on the floor through the gaps between the furniture. Zhang Zixuan and Zhang Wanwen had only worked together to throw Zhang Hua's body out of the window. They hadn't had time to clean up the scene. What enormous balls. They even dared to kill one of my people. Get in there. Push all this junk out of the way. Several burly men rushed forward together. The furniture blocking the door began to shake precariously. Zhang Wanwen's furious curses came from inside the room. Qin Wu, your man wasn't killed by us. He was killed by the people in 5203. Don't come after us. Zhang Zixuan's shout made everyone's expressions change. Qin Wu in the hallway suddenly turned around. His eyes fixed firmly on 5203. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. So that's how it was. He had wondered how these two cowardly college students could possibly kill the battle-hardened Zhang Hua. Zhang Zixuan, you bastard. You betrayed the person who saved us. I'm cutting ties with you. 1-1, don't be so stupid. We didn't kill him in the first place. The people next door did. I don't want to die. We don't have any food. We'll still need to ask Qin Wu for help in the future. You bastard. Even if I die, I won't beg them. Have you forgotten that they stole our food? That bastard Zhang Hua even tried to rape me. Are you even a man? The furniture blocking the door was pushed aside. One man stepped on the toppled furniture and charged inside. Go to hell. Zhang Wanwen swung the fire axe and viciously chopped at the man who rushed in. ## Chapter 4. A cowardly boyfriend and the female college student forced to beg for food. Fuck. You bitch, you actually dared to chop me. Caught off guard, the man suffered a cut on his arm from the fire axe and stumbled backward in a miserable state. As a girl, Zhang Wanwen didn't have much strength. If that blow had been wielded by an adult man, it could have chopped off half of his arm. Faced with the seemingly crazed Zhang Wanwen, the burly men were temporarily unable to get close. Because of how cramped the hallway was, they were even forced to retreat awkwardly into the passage. I'm going to fight you to the death. At worst, I'll just die. Qin Wu wasn't angry at all. He actually liked Zhang Wanwen's fiery temperament. She's a wild little mare. I like her. None of you are allowed to touch her. A playful smile hung on Qin Wu's face. The people below had basically all been controlled by him through food. Those women who looked like walking corpses couldn't arouse Qin Wu's interest no matter how beautiful they were. But the people living on the upper floors had been affected the least by the Great Flood. They still retained the manners and dignity of civilized society. Those were the kind of people he found interesting to bully. Moreover, Qin Wu wanted to see how long Zhang Wanwen's fiery nature could last. After experiencing the pain of hunger, would she become like those women on the lower floors, desperately begging him to take her? The men behind him simultaneously revealed lecherous smiles. Here it comes. The woman Qin Wu had set his eyes on could also give them a taste afterward. They looked at Zhang Wanwen as though she were a piece of meat on a chopping board. Fuck. Just enjoy your arrogance for a few more days. Once you're too weak from hunger to fight back, let's see how I'll deal with you. The man who had been struck by the axe cursed angrily. Let's go, Lao Qi. Zhang Hua is dead. The apartment he was assigned now belongs to you. You guys can split up whatever food he left behind. Qin Wu calmly waved his hand. A good dog had died, and Qin Wu only felt somewhat regretful. But he wasn't short of replacements. His position among the middle and lower floors was already firmly established. The food he had gathered was enough to support them for quite some time. That meant he had plenty of time to play with the people upstairs. There was no water, no electricity, no internet, and they were completely cut off from the outside world. In this independent little kingdom, people would go crazy if they didn't find some entertainment. Therefore, Qin Wu had always treated those residents who resisted him with the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. There was no need to rush. The longer this dragged on, the more obvious the advantage of Qin Wu and his group became. After all, they occupied the floors closer to the water. They could fish in the water and salvage some supplies floating across the surface. No matter how he looked at it, they were in a much better position than the residents upstairs who had no source of supplies. There were only so many people in this building. If too many died, how could he continue ruling and dominating? All he needed to do was eliminate the troublemakers and make sure his authority remained intact. At the same time, he was also worried that this catastrophe might eventually end. Once order returned, what would happen to people like them who had blood on their hands? No one had an answer. Therefore, Qin Wu gave up on using force. With a confident and sinister smile, he simply led his men away. Zhang Wanwen collapsed onto the floor. She had clearly aimed the axe at the man's head, but because of the difference in height and strength, he had managed to block it with his arm. How could she not understand what Qin Wu meant? Qin Wu had no intention of letting her go. Instead, he regarded her as prey that could eventually be conquered. The other side clearly intended to use a delaying tactic because all the food in her home had already been looted. Zhao Zixuan, block the door immediately. If you fail to secure it this time, I'll kill you with my first swing. Jiang Wenwen looked at her boyfriend as though she were looking at an enemy. Zhang Zixuan timidly stepped forward, secretly relieved that those people hadn't managed to rush inside. The wound on his chest hadn't been stitched. It had only been bandaged, and moving still caused excruciating pain. At this moment, he'd rather endure the pain and block the door than argue with Jiang Wenwen, this crazy woman. Everyone was crazy. Everyone had gone mad. When would this disaster finally end? He was a top student at Shanghai's #1 university. He should have had a bright future. His family was wealthy too. Yet because of this damned apocalypse, he had become a pitiful worm that anyone could bully. Growing up, Zhang Zixuan had always had things go smoothly. He had never experienced setbacks and didn't believe he lacked courage. He blamed everything on the disaster and the number of evil people around him. After seeing Zhang Zixuan almost finish blocking the door, Jiang Wenwen ran to the balcony and shouted toward 5203. Brother Zhao, I'm sorry. I'm apologizing for Zhang Zixuan betraying you. Jiang Wenwen had seen Zhao Zixuan's figure on the balcony more than once. He had been shooting at birds flying through the storm. Zhao Zixuan was indeed on the opposite balcony, but he ignored Jiang Wenwen. Whatever goodwill he had still possessed toward the college couple had been completely destroyed by Zhang Zixuan's shout. If Zhang Zixuan dared to show his head on the balcony, he wouldn't mind giving him a surprise with his spring gun. Although he had a grudge against Qin Wu, he had saved Zhang Zixuan and Jiang Wenwen. People who repaid kindness with betrayal deserved to die. Jiang Wenwen shouted several times. Seeing no response from the opposite side, she felt bitter. The only person willing to help them was gone too. That bastard Zhang Zixuan. Why didn't he just go and die? In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Every night, Lu Min would go to the door of 5203 to ask Zhao Zixuan for food. And each time, she dressed more provocatively. Spaghetti straps, short skirts, stockings, qipao. Even though Zhao Zixuan could only watch through the peephole, it was enough to feast his eyes. Lu Min looked like a married woman driven to desperation, desperately displaying her proud figure. Zhao Zixuan silently enjoyed the view. In the end, he would inevitably scold her before giving her a milk candy as a reward. The two of them understood each other without saying anything. There was an inexplicable thrill, almost like having an affair. One milk candy wasn't much, but it was enough to keep Lu Min from starving to death. There was even a hint of color returning to her pale face. Zhou Qiang was suspicious. Every time his wife went to borrow food, he would press himself against the peephole and watch closely. In his heart, he cursed Zhao Zixuan for being impossible to please and said that he deserved to remain single for the rest of his life. Whenever Lu Min returned, he would curse her for being useless and unable to borrow even a little food. Whenever that happened, Lu Min became unusually silent. The affection between the husband and wife was gradually worn away by the daily shouting and cursing. Although no one came upstairs during these 3 days, there was always movement around the stairwell during the day. Everyone was afraid to leave their homes, especially the two people in 5202. They became extremely nervous whenever they heard even the slightest disturbance. On top of that, after drinking nothing but rainwater for 3 days, neither of them had any of their former spirit left. Wenwen, I'm hungry. Is there anything left to eat at home? Nothing. There's nothing left. Jiang Wenwen's voice had also become extremely weak. Her abdomen cramped repeatedly from hunger, constantly eroding her willpower. She wanted food. Anything would do. Wenwen, open the door. I want to go out. There must be food outside. I don't want to starve to death here. No. Those bastards have people watching the stairwell all the time. Once you go out, they'll do whatever they want with you. But I'm so hungry. I don't want to die. Wenwen, please open the door. If I go outside, there's at least a chance I can survive. Zhang Zixuan pleaded. Zhang Zixuan, don't pretend you don't know what they want. If you go out now, you're handing me over to them. We might as well die together. In our next lives, we never have to experience this damned chaotic world again. There was a trace of determination in Jiang Wenwen's voice. She was afraid. She was afraid that hunger would slowly erode her willpower and that she would eventually open the door herself and go outside begging for help. Lu Min from 5204 went out every night to borrow food. Her voice was soft, but in the silent hallway, some of it could still be heard. Jiang Wenwen didn't know what kind of deal Lu Min had made with Zhao Zixuan in 5203. But seeing her come to his door every day at the same time to borrow food, She was clearly doing better than them. Yet it had only been 3 days. Jiang Wenwen could barely hold the fire axe in her hands anymore. If those bastards came upstairs, she wouldn't even have the strength to resist. The more rainwater she drank, the hungrier she became. It was as though countless ants were crawling around inside her stomach, desperately searching for food. No, Wenwen, you can't do this. I'm a man. I'll go out and find food. You stay home, okay? I'm not going to beg Qin Wu. I'll go down to the water and hunt and fish. Trust me, I'll definitely bring food back. Extreme hunger broke through Zhao Zixuan's fear. He actually took the initiative to ask to go outside and find food. Jiang Wenwen's heart stirred. Zhao Zixuan wasn't trustworthy, but she had no other choice now. Dying together with the person you loved could be romantic, but the current Zhao Zixuan wasn't worthy of that. Fine, go then. I hope you won't forget about me. I won't, Wenwen. Trust me, I'll definitely bring food back. Neither of us will die. We still have a bright future ahead of us. Jiang Wenwen gave a bitter smile. With her face pale, how could she still have the heart to imagine the future? The two of them struggled to move the furniture aside enough to create a gap. Zhao Zixuan squeezed through the opening, taking the blood-stained fire axe with him. Jiang Wenwen took a fruit knife from the kitchen. She stared fixedly at the front door. If those bastards came again, she would end her own life. In any case, Jiang Wenwen swore that she would rather die than be humiliated. The movements in 5202 alerted the other neighbors. Zhao Zixuan moved closer to his door and watched through the peephole. He saw Zhang Zixuan staggering out, carrying the fire axe as he headed into the hallway. Has hunger finally pushed him to his limit? I just wonder whether he'll be able to make it back alive from Qin Wu. Zhao Zixuan had no sympathy for someone like this. Although he had awakened the evolution supermarket, he lacked energy points. It wasn't as if he could obtain whatever he wanted. The food in his home was still precious. Someone who repaid kindness with betrayal didn't deserve to eat his food. To Zhao Zixuan's surprise, half a day later, Zhang Zixuan actually came back up, panting heavily. He was even carrying a fish about the size of a palm. This time, Zhang Zixuan was no longer timid like he had been when he left that morning. He walked with his head held high, a trace of smugness on his face. He glanced at the silent doors of 5201, 5203, and 5204. Even without knocking, he knew that someone behind each door was definitely watching him through the peephole. Just wait. You bastards who refuse to help someone in danger. Zhang Zixuan cursed inwardly before casually slapping his own security door. Wenwen, open the door. I'm back. Look what I brought. The sound of furniture being moved came from inside. The security door opened, revealing Jiang Wenwen's pale face. A fish? You really caught a fish. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Jiang Wenwen's face. Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm a top student at Shanghai's #1 university. Zhang Zixuan bragged. As he spoke, he quickly entered the apartment. Wenwen, actually, we were all wrong. Brother Qin Wu is a good person. He has organized everyone downstairs, centralized the distribution of supplies, and organized fishing operations. Everyone is living quite well now. It's all because of that bastard in 5203. He offended Brother Qin Wu, which caused us to misunderstand the situation and think that there was no longer any order downstairs. Zhang Zixuan deliberately spoke very loudly. Almost all 3 apartments could hear him. Zhao Zixuan curled his lips. Was Zhang Zixuan an idiot? Qin Wu had just forcibly broken into their home and stolen their food. And after being outside for only half a day, he was already calling Qin Wu a good person? After that came Zhang Zixuan's endless praise of Qin Wu. Soon, the faint fragrance of stewed fish spread throughout the entire hallway. Zhang Zixuan's family still had fuel. The strange fish weighed only about a pound. No one knew what species it was. It had a lot of bones and very little meat. Even though Zhang Zixuan put on the appearance of a gentleman and only ate 2 bites, what remained wasn't enough to fill Jiang Wenwen's stomach. The two drank the fish soup. Zhang Zixuan, who had only eaten 2 bites of fish, actually let out a satisfied burp. He hurriedly rubbed his stomach and said that he hadn't eaten anything decent for a long time. His stomach simply couldn't handle eating such good food all at once. Jiang Wenwen didn't say much, but her gaze toward Zhang Zixuan was complicated. Was he really a cowardly weakling, or had he finally shown some sense of responsibility? Had she been too demanding of him? That night, aside from Zhao Zixuan in 5203, no one else slept well. 3.5 months had passed. Almost every household had rarely cooked anymore. The aroma of stewed fish awakened everyone's hunger. That night, Lu Min lingered outside Zhao Zixuan's door for even longer. She even deliberately pulled down her underwear, revealing most of her large, fair breasts. She managed to get 2 milk candies from Zhao Zixuan purely through her physical charms. Sure enough, women really were troublemakers when it came to beauty. Fortunately, his family had a whole bag containing several pounds of milk candies. He didn't usually like sweets, so giving away 1 or 2 more didn't really matter to him. The next day, Zhang Ziyuan went out again. He didn't return until evening. This time, however, he came back empty-handed. I'm sorry, Wenwen. I couldn't catch anything today. Brother Qin Wu's group did get quite a lot, but there are too many people following him. I don't have the qualifications to get a share. Jiang Wenwen's face was filled with disappointment. After drinking the fish soup the previous night, her hunger had been completely awakened. She had spent the entire day waiting for Zhang Ziyuan to return. Even 1 fish would have been enough to give her hope of surviving. But now that hope was gone, the hunger in her stomach felt even more unbearable. And this time, the hunger was harder to endure than ever. Ziyuan, I'm so hungry. I want to go to 5203 and borrow some food. What? No. Zhang Ziyuan's expression instantly became ugly, and he flatly refused. That mature and beautiful married woman from 5204 went to borrow food every night. How could Zhang Ziyuan not know? He hated it. He hated that he had no food stored at home. Now even his own girlfriend wanted to go and borrow food, relying on her seductive appearance to please another man. Moreover, 5204 had gone there so many times without seemingly ever succeeding. Ziyuan, trust me. I'm not like that woman from 5204. Whatever I manage to get, I'll come back and share it with you. With you? Zhang Ziyuan froze for a moment and asked in confusion. What do you mean? Didn't that woman from 5204 fail to borrow food? Every time she goes, she gets cursed at by the guy in 5203. Jiang Wenwen gave a bitter smile. Men were always so careless. The man in 5203 had definitely made some kind of deal with the woman from 5204. Otherwise, after all these days, how could the woman from 5204 still keep going there so persistently to borrow food? Occasionally, they could hear arguments coming from 5204. The woman's voice hadn't weakened much at all. She had definitely been sneaking food. The security door might never have opened, but there was still the peephole. Things like ham sausages and candy could easily be passed through it. Most likely, it was candy. Otherwise, there was no way they could keep the transaction this secret. ## Chapter 5. The ambiguous deal exposed by the female college student. Zhang Ziyuan frowned. That's just your guess. The man next door is a murderer. He's definitely not a good person. Thinking about how the other man had shot Zhang Hua dead right in front of him, Zhang Ziyuan felt a deep sense of fear. Instinctively, he did not want Jiang Wenwen to have any contact with him. He saved me. Besides, I'm only going there to borrow some food. The jewelry from 5204 is still here. I can use those things to trade for food. That should be fine, right? Thinking back to what had happened before, Jiang Wenwen was still somewhat angry. However, Zhang Ziyuan had finally started showing some backbone. Since he was able to catch fish outside, she couldn't keep dwelling on what had happened before. Zhang Ziyuan's expression changed slightly. Wenwen, I was just about to tell you. I gave that gold bracelet to Brother Qin Wu. I'm planning to join Brother Qin Wu and the others. You haven't gone downstairs, so you don't know. They've caught a lot of fish, and only those who join them are allowed to share in the catch. In this apocalyptic disaster, everyone has to stick together if we want to survive. Jiang Wenwen's expression changed. Zhang Ziyuan, you're crazy. Qin Wu is not a good person. Jiang Wenwen couldn't forget the lecherous way he had looked at her. Seeing is believing. I saw it with my own eyes. Brother Qin Wu really is a good person, Zhang Ziyuan said confidently. The two of them actually started arguing over Qin Wu. Zhang Ziyuan's voice was full of energy, loud enough for the entire floor to hear. Jiang Wenwen, having gone a whole day without eating, was extremely weak. The fish from the night before had contained very little meat. In the end, the two parted on bad terms and returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Wenwen was too hungry to sleep. She tossed and turned in bed. The dangerous experiences from before, Qin Wu's chilling gaze, Zhang Ziyuan's drastic change, and the waves of hunger gnawing at her stomach made it impossible for her to lie still. She walked into the living room and heard the loud snoring coming from the bedroom next door. Her expression grew increasingly ugly. Zhang Ziyuan only slept this deeply when he was well fed. He claimed that he had spent the whole day fishing outside and had caught nothing. He had only eaten 2 bites of fish the previous night. If what he said were true, forget sleeping this soundly. He wouldn't even have been able to fall asleep. Zhang Ziyuan was lying. Jiang Wenwen knew her boyfriend too well. She almost wanted to cry. Zhao Zixuan had eaten his fill outside, and how could a pampered college student like him possibly know how to fish? There was no need to think about it. At a time like this, the only person who had the ability and the motive to do such a thing was the unscrupulous Qin Wu. Thinking about how Zhang Ziyuan had constantly praised Qin Wu over the past 2 days, Jiang Wenwen felt an even greater sense of danger. She trusted her instincts. Qin Wu was no longer the same Qin Wu he used to be. The screams coming from downstairs could be heard even more than a dozen floors away. Most of them were the cries of women. They often woke her in the middle of the night, and even the howling wind and rain outside couldn't drown them out. How could Qin Wu, who had risen above everyone else in such a chaotic situation downstairs, possibly be a good person? The little trust Jiang Wenwen had regained in Zhang Ziyuan completely collapsed once again. She carefully moved the furniture aside, then approached the security door and quietly listened to Lu Min pleading for food next door. Because she was closer this time, the voice didn't sound like someone begging for help at all. It sounded more like she was flirting with a man. Jiang Wenwen wasn't inexperienced. How could she not tell the difference between genuinely begging someone for help and secretly flirting? It lasted for nearly half an hour. Then Zhao Zixuan's angry scolding rang out. Jiang Wenwen quietly poked half her head out and stared fixedly at the door of 5203. Sure enough, something fell through the peephole. Lu Min quickly snatched it up, then skillfully put it into her mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed. After that, Lu Min calmly stood up and returned to 5204. Candy. Her guess had been right. 5203 had been secretly giving the woman from 5204 candy to eat all along. After there was no more movement from 5204, Jiang Wenwen quietly crawled through the opening in the door. She had to thank Qin Wu for breaking such a large hole in the door. Because of it, she could leave without opening the security door and alerting the neighbors. She gently knocked on the door of 5203. There was movement inside. Clearly, Zhao Zixuan was right behind the door. I'm Jiang Wenwen from 5202. I saw the deal between you and the woman from 5204. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I just want to buy some food. I'm almost starving to death. Jiang Wenwen kept her voice very low. There was no response from inside 5203, which made her extremely anxious. Big brother, it's okay if you don't want to trade. Please, I'm really about to starve to death. I don't need much. Just one piece of candy is enough. Jiang Wenwen couldn't bring herself to make the seductive gestures Lu Min did. That was a natural talent. Compared with Lu Min, who was as ripe as a juicy peach, Jiang Wenwen was still far too inexperienced. There was still no sound from inside. Every passing second was torture for Jiang Wenwen. Just when she thought Zhao Zixuan was going to ignore her, a deep voice came from behind the door. Tell me what's happened with Zhang Ziyuan over the past 2 days. Jiang Wenwen's eyes lit up. He went downstairs to find Qin Wu. He said Qin Wu had unified everyone downstairs, centralized the distribution of food, and organized everyone to fish together. Yesterday, he brought back a fish. I don't know what species it was. It weighed just over a pound, but there was very little meat and lots of bones. Today, he didn't bring anything back. He said he hadn't caught any fish, but I know he ate his fill outside. Jiang Wenwen quickly recounted everything Zhang Ziyuan had done over the past 2 days. You're his girlfriend. You don't trust him? No. Qin Wu is not a good person. Zhao Zixuan smiled behind the door. That Zhang Ziyuan really couldn't tell right from wrong. Who would have thought his girlfriend was actually the sensible one? Anyone who said Qin Wu was a good person was simply making a deal with a tiger. At the last residents' meeting, several households were missing. Had those people really been unwilling to attend? Could they have already been killed at that time? Just like the family of 3 who disappeared from the 10th floor, perhaps they had become food for the fish and shrimp in the floodwaters. Now that bastard had set his sights on the 53rd floor. 5202 was only the beginning. Zhao Zixuan himself was probably the biggest fish Qin Wu wanted to catch. Zhao Zixuan couldn't just sit around and wait for death. He needed someone to help him gather information about Qin Wu. Even if the information he obtained from Zhang Ziyuan was inaccurate, it was still better than knowing nothing. He pushed a piece of milk candy through the peephole. My things aren't that easy to get. Every night, tell me whatever information Zhang Ziyuan learns about Qin Wu. No problem. Could you give me one more? I'm so hungry. Jiang Wenwen's voice carried a hint of pleading. If she had the chance, she didn't want to go hungry. The feeling of starvation was simply too painful. Don't push your luck. You should know how precious food is under the current circumstances, especially high-calorie milk candy like this. Just look at Sister Lu Min. She had used every trick she had and could only get one piece of candy a day. You were trading one piece of candy for information that might not even be true. You were definitely getting the better end of the deal. Jiang Wenwen said nothing more and quickly put the milk candy into her mouth. The fragrant, sweet, soft taste of the candy almost made her want to cry. She deeply regretted throwing away an entire bag of assorted candies at home because she had wanted to lose weight. If she could turn back time, she would stuff every hiding place in her home with candy. Jiang Wenwen quietly returned to her own home. Inside, Zhao Zixuan's snoring continued. But Jiang Wenwen's state of mind was completely different from before she left. The calories from one piece of milk candy were far greater than those from that pot of fish and fish soup. The pain in her stomach eased somewhat. After worrying for an entire day, she finally drifted into a hazy sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Jiang Wenwen, curled up into a ball, suddenly felt something heavy pressing down on her. A pair of large hands slipped into her pajamas. She suddenly woke up and screamed, "Wenwen, it's me." Zhao Zixuan was lying on top of her, his foul mouth constantly nuzzling against her. A wave of disgust rose in Jiang Wenwen's heart. Without thinking, she slapped Zhao Zixuan across the face. Zhao Zixuan was stunned. She actually dared to hit him. After eating his fill outside yesterday and getting some sleep, his energy had recovered considerably. He had become aroused, yet the woman in front of him not only refused to cooperate, but had even hit him. A strange burst of anger rose in his heart. But when he looked into Jiang Wenwen's even more furious eyes, Zhao Zixuan immediately backed down. I just couldn't control myself. I'm sorry, Wenwen. You haven't eaten for days, yet you still have the energy for this? Zhao Zixuan, are you hiding something from me? Jiang Wenwen sneered as she questioned him. Zhao Zixuan's expression froze. Of course I'm hungry, but I'm a man. It's normal for me to have needs. With that, he nervously stood up. I'll go find some food. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Stop. It's already been 5 days. I've only eaten a little fish and fish soup. If you don't bring back any food today, I'm going to starve to death. When that happens, I'll jump off this building. You can forget about having any interest in anything. Jiang Wenwen's expression was fierce. Zhao Zixuan's expression shifted between uncertainty and anxiety. He glanced at Jiang Wenwen and muttered that he understood. Jiang Wenwen rubbed her sunken stomach. She collected some rainwater on the balcony and drank it, which finally made her stomach feel a little better. Just like the day before, Zhao Zixuan was gone for the entire day. When he returned, his hands were empty as before. But unlike the previous 2 times, when he had returned calmly and proudly, this time his face was swollen like a pig's head. All traces of his previous arrogance were gone. Covering his face, he quickly entered the apartment. Then, with a thud, the 6-foot-tall man dropped to his knees in front of Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen was startled. Wenwen, Brother Qin Wu said that as long as you go downstairs and spend one night with him, he'll provide food for both of us. Jiang Wenwen's eyes widened. The last trace of color drained from her face. Sure enough, she had been Qin Wu's target from the very beginning. She wasn't angry. She didn't curse. She simply stared coldly at the man kneeling in front of her. Zhao Zixuan was Jiang Wenwen's first love, the Prince Charming she had believed in. Otherwise, she wouldn't have moved in with him while they were still in college. Jiang Wenwen painfully closed her eyes. Regret, frustration, despair. When she opened her eyes again, only indifference remained. Zhao Zixuan, tell me everything that happened to you today. Zhao Zixuan looked up. He appeared pitiful, like an abandoned stray dog. I went to the 25th floor today and saw Brother Qin Wu. He told me that the others didn't agree to let us join them. I begged him desperately, but the people around him beat me up. Look at my face. I have injuries all over my body. In the end, Brother Qin Wu told me that he really likes you. He hopes you'll spend one night with him. From then on, as long as he has food, we'll have a share too. And then, that alone wouldn't have kept you downstairs all day. Jiang Wenwen's voice was completely emotionless. They were having a meal downstairs. They made me stay there and watch. They also made me go fishing. It was really exhausting and difficult, and they didn't give me a single fish. My hands are covered in wounds. Wenwen, we can't fight them. Just give in. Without food, we'll both die. Zhao Zixuan desperately tried to persuade her. Jiang Wenwen looked at him coldly. Wenwen, can't you see the situation we're in? This is the apocalypse. If we want to survive, we have to depend on the strong. In our building, Brother Qin is undoubtedly the strongest. Just because of that, you're willing to send your own girlfriend into another man's bed? Are you even a man? Jiang Wenwen finally couldn't help mocking him. You think I want to? Do you know what it's like downstairs now? A single packet of instant noodles can make a woman give up everything. Qin Wu has gathered most of the food on the lower floors, and his people occupy all the places near the water where people can fish. Anyone who refuses to obey Qin Wu isn't even allowed to fish in the water. You haven't seen how miserable the people who resisted Qin Wu have become. They're not even allowed to stay in the hallways anymore. They have to sleep in the outdoor corridors. People practically die every day, and the bodies float on the water where the fish tear them apart. It's terrifying. I don't want to die, and you can't die either. Qin Wu has taken a liking to you. That's our opportunity. As long as you agree, the two of us can survive this apocalypse. Don't worry. No matter what you do, I won't despise you. Once the apocalypse ends, I'll marry you. I'll give you the most magnificent wedding. We'll grow old together. Instead, Jiang Wenwen kicked him without mercy. So you knew what was happening downstairs all along. Then why did you keep praising Qin Wu? Did you sell me out long ago? Zhao Zixuan's expression changed drastically. I didn't. Brother Qin Wu doesn't like using force. He wants you to go to him willingly. Jiang Wenwen pulled the fruit knife from her clothes. Get out. Right now? Get out. Wenwen, don't be emotional. It took me a lot of effort to get this opportunity. Get out. Zhang Zixuan climbed to his feet. For once, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across the face of the usually cowardly man. If you refuse to listen, then I'll have no choice but to tie you up and send you to Qin Wu's bed. Wenwen, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. With that, he suddenly lunged forward and knocked the fruit knife out of Jiang Wenwen's hand. Zhang Zixuan was a man, after all, and he had eaten several proper meals over the past 2 days. Once they started fighting, Jiang Wenwen was no match for him. In just a few moves, he subdued her. Zhang Zixuan, you bastard. You won't die a good death. Help. Help me. Zhang Zixuan pulled a rope from beneath the sofa and tied Jiang Wenwen up. Clearly, he had prepared for this long ago. He knew his girlfriend would never agree, so he had planned to use force from the very beginning. Click. The door of 5203 opened. Wearing a helmet and holding his spring gun, Zhao Zixuan rushed out in 2 strides and entered 5202. Jiang Wenwen, who was tied up, was overjoyed when she saw Zhao Zixuan holding the spring gun. But immediately afterward, a look of panic appeared in her eyes. Watch out behind you. Bang. Zhao Zixuan suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. A solid blow from a fire axe slammed into his back. Intense pain surged through him, sending him stumbling several steps forward. Zhao Zixuan turned around. A man wearing a helmet and crude armor stood behind him, holding a fire axe. His ferocious face was filled with surprise. There was actually a steel plate hidden underneath Zhao Zixuan's clothes. That was why the man's axe strike had failed to take him down. Hashtag Chapter 6. Zhao Zixuan decides to take in the female college student. Zhao Zixuan raised the spring-loaded gun in his hand, a lingering fear in his eyes. This had been a trap. Qin Wu and Zhang Zixuan had colluded to lure him out. Their men had been lying in wait in the hallway, waiting for him to rush into apartment 5202 so they could ambush him from behind. If he hadn't been cautious enough to hide a steel plate beneath his clothes, that axe strike could have taken half his life. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Zixuan pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The steel needle shot through the gap beneath the attacker's helmet and pierced straight through his throat. The man reacted quickly. He had already begun retreating the moment Zhao Zixuan raised the spring-loaded gun, but he had underestimated Zhao Zixuan's shooting accuracy. The steel needle pierced his throat, killing him instantly. Zhao Zixuan had no time to reload another needle, so he used the spring-loaded gun like a bayonet and viciously stabbed at the second man charging toward him. Zhao Zixuan wasn't short on food. He had been training his body throughout this period, and he was at the physical peak of his life. The spring-loaded gun had been designed from the beginning with the possibility of being used as a stabbing weapon in close combat. On top of that, the cramped entrance of apartment 5202 was the perfect place for him to unleash its stabbing power. Stab! Stab! Zhao Zixuan's makeshift bayonet slashed across the 2 men who rushed inside, frightening them into retreating frantically. As for the unlucky man whose throat had been pierced by the steel needle, he clutched his neck and writhed on the floor. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhao Zixuan pulled another steel needle from his waist, drew back the 9 springs, and quickly reloaded the weapon. Whoever comes at me first, I'll kill him. At Zhao Zixuan's words, the others continuously backed away. No one dared to charge forward, even though Qin Wu was shouting curses and orders from behind them. They only had 1 life. Old Qi, who had been the first to charge, was already dead. This kid was ruthless. His spring-loaded gun was incredibly accurate, and he could even use it like a bayonet. Old Jiang and Old Wang were both experienced fighters, yet they couldn't get close to him. The cuts on their arms weren't shallow either, and even the steel plates they had strapped to their chests as makeshift armor had been pierced. Zhao Zixuan pressed his back against the wall and instantly aimed the spring-loaded gun at Zhang Ziyuan inside the apartment. A coward was still a coward. When Zhao Zixuan had been ambushed, Zhang Ziyuan hadn't even thought about attacking together with the others. Now that Zhao Zixuan had turned the weapon toward him, Zhang Ziyuan immediately dropped to his knees. Big brother, please don't kill me. I was forced into this too. A cold laugh came from beneath Zhao Zixuan's helmet. He lunged forward, and the bayonet in his hand pierced straight through Zhang Ziyuan's throat. Someone like this wasn't even worth wasting a steel needle on. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes widened as he desperately clutched the wound in his throat. His eyes were filled with terror. Why? He had already begged for mercy. Why was this bastard still killing him? He didn't want to die. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He wanted to live. Zhao Zixuan had no intention of leaving Zhang Ziyuan alive as a potential threat behind his back. He didn't even immediately untie Jiang Wanwen, who had been bound by Zhang Ziyuan. He couldn't determine whether Jiang Wanwen was truly on his side or whether she had colluded with Qin Wu to set this trap. In the current situation, even the slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Stay calm, and stay even calmer. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that they couldn't force Zhao Zixuan out, Qin Wu's men actually began smashing his security door. Damn it! Zhao Zixuan was furious and rushed directly to the entrance of apartment 5202. He fired a steel needle straight at the man smashing his door. Uffed. The man let out a scream. Zhao Zixuan immediately retreated, pulled another steel needle from his waist, and with a click, stretched the spring into firing position before the attacker could rush over. The moment he raised his hand, the two men charging forward immediately turned and ran. Damn it! That bastard from 5203 shoots way too accurately. Who the hell would dare get close? After Old Qi, Old Wei had also been shot dead. That bastard was seriously ruthless. Get lost. Anyone who damages my door again will be shot. The people outside hesitated, afraid to advance, and all retreated to Qin Wu's side. Boss, that guy shoots too accurately. This crude armor can't protect us. Let's go downstairs and get some shields. We can overwhelm him with numbers. After Zhao Zixuan had killed 2 of their men and wounded 2 others, none of them wanted to be the ones at the front. The idea of getting shields was nothing more than an excuse to retreat. They were all just trying to earn enough food to survive. There was no reason to throw away their lives. Qin Wu claimed that Zhao Zixuan's apartment was packed with food, but none of them had actually seen it. 3.5 months had passed. Who knew how much food was actually left? The last time they had raided Zhang Ziyuan and Jiang Wenwen's apartment, they had only gotten 7 packs of instant noodles and 3 packs of ham sausages. It wasn't worth risking their lives for that little food. Just who was this guy living in 5203? Why was he so ruthless when killing people? Could he have been a murderer even before the storm? Qin Wu's expression was extremely grim. This was the 3rd time. Damn it. He had finally managed to force this kid out of his apartment, yet the bastard had even more vicious tricks up his sleeve. Qin Wu had spent more than a month wreaking havoc downstairs, and the number of lives he had taken was barely comparable to Zhao Zixuan's. This time, he had truly kicked an iron plate. Looking at the cowardice on everyone's faces, Qin Wu knew that unless he personally led the charge, there was no way they could deal with Zhao Zixuan. That damn spring-loaded gun was simply too lethal, and the man had clearly trained himself to hit whatever he aimed at. Next time, they would have to make thorough preparations before coming back. You little bastard, just you wait. With that, Qin Wu led the remaining 4 men in a humiliating retreat downstairs. That was the power of a simple spring-loaded gun combined with Zhao Zixuan's courage and ruthlessness. The people attacking him were human too. They were afraid of death. Zhao Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His clothes were completely soaked through. He cautiously waited at the entrance of 5202, making sure the attackers had truly gone downstairs before preparing to return to his own apartment. Wait, big brother, don't go. Please, save me. Save me. Jiang Wenwen struggled desperately and rolled off the sofa onto the floor. Save her or not. Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath. He stepped forward and used the bayonet to cut through the hemp rope binding Jiang Wenwen. Come with me. From what he had observed earlier, Jiang Wenwen was different from Zhang Ziyuan. She had never colluded with Qin Wu, nor had she done anything to harm him. Zhao Zixuan was willing to take a certain risk and give her a chance to survive. Of course, he would remain on guard. If Jiang Wenwen did anything suspicious, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her with a single thrust of his bayonet. It wasn't that Zhao Zixuan was excessively ruthless. It was simply that if he wasn't ruthless enough, he would already have become fish food drifting in the floodwaters. Hearing Zhao Zixuan's words, Jiang Wenwen thanked him profusely. Zhao Zixuan had saved her once again, and this time, she had nearly caused him to lose his life. As for Zhao Zixuan ruthlessly killing Zhang Ziyuan, Jiang Wenwen didn't feel the slightest resentment. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of relief. Gung Gung, wait a moment. Jiang Wenwen picked up the fruit knife from the dining table and walked over to Zhang Ziyuan, who was still twitching on the floor. Without hesitation, she raised the knife and stabbed it into his chest. The intense pain instantly brought Zhang Ziyuan's fading consciousness back into focus. We were once in love. I'll personally see you off. In your next life, don't be reborn as a human. You don't deserve it. Jiang Wenwen spoke decisively. A look of surprise appeared on Zhao Zixuan's face. This woman wasn't only strong-willed, she was decisive when it came to taking action as well. Most importantly, she had a clear mind. She was worth cooperating with. In fact, during this period, Zhao Zixuan had already realized that surviving alone in this apocalypse wasn't going to work. For residents living in high-rise buildings in a city like this, very few people actually had close relationships with one another. The apocalypse had arrived too suddenly, leaving everyone suspicious of everyone else. People fought over food and apartments, further destroying any possibility of building trust. Although Zhao Zixuan wasn't a shut-in, he barely had any social connections in the entire building. There was no one on whom he could naturally rely. Ironically, the neighbor he was most familiar with now was Lu Min, who came to his door every night to beg for food. A woman like Lu Min was soft-natured and naturally inclined to depend on men. She wasn't a suitable partner for cooperation. Zhou Qiang had some courage, but Zhao Zixuan couldn't stand his selfish personality. If a man was willing to let his own wife use her beauty to beg another man for food, what kind of trustworthy person could he possibly be? Originally, Zhang Ziyuan had seemed like a potential candidate. He was a young college student, tall and physically strong. But Zhao Zixuan hadn't expected him to be such a coward, someone who would even betray his own girlfriend for food. His girlfriend, on the other hand, was intelligent and decisive. The fact that she would rather die than submit to Qin Wu was something Zhao Zixuan admired. This woman could indeed be a suitable partner. That was why Zhao Zixuan had helped her again and decided to take her into his home. Apartment 5202 was temporarily uninhabitable. Since he had already decided to cooperate with her, Zhao Zixuan naturally didn't mind helping Jiang Wenwen dispose of the bodies. He and Jiang Wenwen threw Zhang Ziyuan's body, along with the two corpses of Qin Wu's lackeys, out of the window. The raging storm was the perfect tool for destroying evidence. Jiang Wenwen quickly gathered some of her belongings and followed Zhao Zixuan into apartment 5203. Apart from Zhao Zixuan's parents and younger sister, this was the first time a stranger had ever entered his home. Mechanical figurines and models were everywhere, along with densely packed engineering books. Jiang Wenwen was stunned when she saw all kinds of tools neatly arranged along one wall. There was even an extremely rare generator in the corner of the room. Big brother Zhao, are you an engineer? Jiang Wenwen was shocked. No wonder he had been able to build a spring-loaded gun with such terrifying power. Zhao Zixuan was already accustomed to his room and didn't find anything particularly special about it. Instead, he was surprised by how accurately Jiang Wenwen had guessed his profession. That's right. My name is Zhao Zixuan. I'm an engineer at Shanghai Shengshi Group's mechanical manufacturing company. Tell me a little about yourself. An engineer? And so young? Zhao Zixuan had already removed his helmet, revealing a very young face. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he was extremely pleasant to look at. Especially his eyes. They were bright, intelligent, and filled with confidence. My name is Jiang Wenwen. I'm from Jiangnan Province, and I'm a third-year student in the literature department at Shanghai First University. Compared with you, big brother Zhao, my major is completely useless in this apocalypse. Thinking about everything she had experienced recently, Jiang Wenwen's face was filled with bitterness. There is no such thing as useless knowledge, especially in an apocalypse. Jiang Wenwen, I'll be frank with you. The reason I'm letting you stay in my home is because I want to cooperate with you. First, to protect ourselves. Second, to find a way to take down Qin Wu. There wasn't the slightest trace of surprise on Jiang Wenwen's face. Zhao Zixuan had helped her repeatedly, but it clearly wasn't entirely out of kindness. Either he wanted her body, or he wanted to cooperate with her against their common enemy. Jiang Wenwen was relieved that it was the latter. I understand. Big brother Zhao, you've saved me twice. I'm not someone who doesn't know how to repay kindness. I'm willing to work with you and fight Qin Wu together. She didn't say anything cliché about repaying a life-saving favor with her body. Who would believe that nonsense in the modern age? After everything she had experienced, Jiang Wenwen no longer wanted to see herself merely as a woman. She wanted to become Zhao Zixuan's partner and help him survive, while helping herself survive as well. Zhao Zixuan nodded. I'll find a way to repair your security door. For now, you can stay in the spare bedroom. He had welding equipment at home, as well as spare sheets of metal. Repairing the hole in the security door wouldn't be difficult. Jiang Wenwen was extremely grateful. But at that moment, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. Zhao Zixuan smiled. The fact that she had been willing to put aside her pride and sneak over at night to beg for food showed that she was truly starving. If she weren't hungry, Zhao Zixuan wouldn't have been able to trust her. Can you cook? Jiang Wenwen nodded. Zhao Zixuan pointed toward another room. Go make something to eat. I'm hungry too. Jiang Wenwen obediently nodded. Although she had never thought about having any kind of relationship with him, he had saved her twice. Cooking a meal for him was the least she could do. Jiang Wenwen entered the room and couldn't help letting out a gasp. So much food. Rice, flour, cooking oil, and other staples occupied nearly half the room. And there was also the milk candy she had been thinking about all night. There were still 7 or 8 pounds of it. Beside them were more than a dozen empty boxes that had once contained instant noodles, ham sausages, biscuits, canned congee, and similar food. The rice and flour were still in unopened bags. Clearly, Zhao Zixuan hadn't cooked at home during this entire period. Otherwise, as his closest neighbor, there was no way she wouldn't have smelled the food. Sure enough, when she entered the kitchen, the stove and cookware were spotless. There wasn't even the slightest sign that the kitchen had been used. Their own kitchen, by comparison, had simply run out of anything edible. Big brother Zhao, could you keep watch for me? I'm going back to get something. Zhao Zixuan nodded. He opened the security door and stood guard outside with the spring-loaded gun in his hand. Jiang Wenwen quickly returned to her apartment and then laboriously carried back a small gas cylinder. Zhao Zixuan was startled. You still had this at home? I rented that apartment. I bought it when I was living in my previous place. There's still more than half a tank of gas left, and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I kept carrying it with me. I used it to cook the fish before. Zhao Zixuan nodded. Looks like he was finally going to have a proper meal. After so long, he could finally eat something hot. Jiang Wenwen efficiently carried the gas cylinder into the kitchen and connected the gas hose. Click! A flame appeared on the gas stove, illuminating the entire kitchen. The moment Zhao Zixuan saw the flame, an idea struck him. Here, take this. Jiang Wenwen's eyes instantly widened. This was pork. Oh my god. Ever since the water and electricity had been cut off 2.5 months ago, who could possibly still have fresh meat? How do you still have fresh meat? There's a small refrigerator in my bedroom. I've been using the generator to power it. Zhao Zixuan casually explained. After all, Jiang Wenwen had already seen that the refrigerator in the kitchen wasn't connected to power. He couldn't possibly let her know that he had awakened the Evolution supermarket. The seasonings are in the cabinet underneath. Find whatever you need. With that, Zhao Zixuan returned to the balcony and continued hunting seabirds. Jiang Wenwen opened the lower cabinet and was completely stunned. There were all kinds of seasonings packed tightly inside, and every single one was still unopened. Considering how much rice, flour, cooking oil, and other supplies he had, it was obvious that he had plenty of seasonings as well. Whoever had stocked this home had clearly put a lot of thought into it. But for Zhao Zixuan, it had all gone to waste because he simply never cooked at home. Seeing all this food made Jiang Wenwen even hungrier. She tied up her hair, rolled up her sleeves, and quickly began cutting the meat and preparing the meal. Hashtag Chapter 7. I'll give you 100 pounds of food for a few nights with her. After experiencing hunger, Jiang Wenwen's attitude toward food had completely changed. Even though there was quite a lot of rice, flour, cooking oil, and other supplies piled up in the bedroom, those things did not belong to her. They belonged to Zhao Zixuan. She was merely a lucky person whom he had graciously allowed into his home, which did not mean she could eat whatever she wanted. She had learned from Zhang Ziyuan that food downstairs had become incredibly precious. A single packet of instant noodles could be enough to make a woman agree to sleep with a man. So even though Zhao Zixuan was not watching her, she carefully measured out the rice and steamed 2 bowls. She cut half of the pork into pieces, added a handful of dried chilies, and stir-fried them into a small dish. She served 2 bowls of rice, one piled high, the other only filled to a shallow level. She divided the meat and chilies carefully, placing the portion with most of the meat in front of Zhao Zixuan. Seeing the obvious difference between the 2 portions, Zhao Zixuan said nothing, but he was quite pleased with what Jiang Wenwen had done. She was a woman who understood her boundaries. Even though she was extremely hungry, she had not wasted any food. Zhao Zixuan sat at the table and picked up the larger bowl of rice. Using his chopsticks, he transferred some of it into Jiang Wenwen's bowl. He then picked up another piece of pork and placed it in her bowl. Eat. You need to eat your fill if you want the strength to train and become my partner. Jiang Wenwen suddenly felt a lump in her throat, and tears filled her eyes. She did not say thank you. Instead, she picked up the bowl and began eating ravenously. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Zixuan's face. After all, she was only a girl in her early 20s. She had never experienced the harshness of society, yet she had been caught in this disaster. The decisive and ruthless reactions she had displayed were already far beyond what Zhao Zixuan had expected. Strength could be trained. Women might have an innate physical disadvantage compared with men, but they had their own advantages as well. If those advantages were properly utilized, their lethality could actually be even greater. The key was their mentality. Zhao Zixuan valued Jiang Wenwen's decisiveness. It gave her the potential to survive in the apocalypse. Zhao Zixuan picked up a slice of pork and put it into his mouth. It was spicy, fragrant, and delicious. He had never expected Jiang Wenwen to be such a good cook. This was a great deal. Even if he did not need her help killing anyone, having her cook for him was already an excellent arrangement. The 2 of them finished every grain of rice in their bowls. Even the pork and chilies on the plate were completely devoured. As Zhao Zixuan and Jiang Wenwen enjoyed their meal, they had no idea that the spicy pork dish had made both neighboring apartments desperately hungry. If the confrontation between Qin Wu and Zhao Zixuan that morning had not just happened, with 3 people killed in the process, the neighbors on either side probably would not have been able to resist coming out. The aroma of stir-fried pork with chilies was simply too tempting. Even apartment 5201, which was usually completely silent, began to echo with suppressed arguments. Everyone was already short of food and clothing. Making such a meal at a time like this was bound to make people jealous. Apartment 5204. Zhou Qiang was practically clawing at himself with hunger. He and Lu Min took turns guarding the security door. It was his turn now, and the aroma outside seemed to have grown legs, constantly crawling into his nose. Damn bastard. Just how many supplies does he have? He can still cook at a time like this, and he even has meat. That useless Lu Min. And that bastard in 5203. No wonder Qin Wu has his eyes on him. I really want to break down his door and rob him. Zhou Qiang only dared to curse under his breath inside the apartment. He had seen Zhao Zixuan's formidable fighting ability through the peephole. After cursing, he was even afraid that his voice might carry outside and nervously glanced behind him. After enduring the torment for a while, Zhou Qiang suddenly stood up and hurried back to his room. He rummaged through his belongings before pulling a box from the most hidden corner of the wardrobe. Then he carried the box into the master bedroom. Lu Min, stop sleeping. Tonight, wear this outfit when you go ask for food. I don't care what you have to do, you must bring food back for me. Otherwise, from today onward, you won't get a single bite from me. Lu Min, still groggy with sleep, was jolted awake by Zhou Qiang's vicious words. She suddenly sat up, and the bedsheet slipped down, making her chest move slightly. Unfortunately, Zhou Qiang was too tormented by hunger to care about that. Lu Min looked at the box. Inside was a sexy bunny girl outfit. She had known for a long time that Zhou Qiang had some unusual preferences. She had originally thought they were merely private interests between husband and wife. She had never expected him to ask her to wear this outfit and go ask Zhao Zixuan for food. Was this still borrowing food? He might as well tell her to sell herself. If Zhao Zixuan had not secretly given her a piece of milk candy every night, the tiny amount of food she received from Zhou Qiang, barely enough for a bite each day, would have left her too weak to even get out of bed. Zhou Qiang, how can you humiliate me like this? He won't give me any food. I've told you so many times. He won't. Is that so? If he weren't secretly helping you every night, would you still have the strength to argue with me? Lu Min's pale face changed. What do you mean? A vicious look flashed across Zhou Chang's face. Don't think I haven't noticed what you two have been doing. Put this on tonight and go. Bring back everything you've been eating. Otherwise, don't even think about coming back inside. You can't make baseless accusations. Zhou Qiang sneered at her. Lu Min, do you really think you're some innocent woman? I was the one forcing you to go ask for food every night. Without getting something in return, would you really have become more and more shameless every night? I'm giving you one last chance. Don't push me too far. Lu Min felt guilty. Zhou Qiang, that girl from 5202 moved into 5203 today. Zhao Zixuan won't pay any attention to me anymore. I'm not going tonight. Can we think of another way? Another way? You mean you want to go serve Qin Wu like that college girl from 5202? Zhou Qiang sneered. Lu Min shook her head frantically. She refused to go. She knew more than the others did. She had once had a close friend living on the 7th floor, who was also a neighbor of Qin Wu. After communications were cut off, the two families could still exchange some information by tying ropes between their windows. Lu Min had even sent food to her friend before. When the 7th floor was flooded, she had wanted her friend to come stay on the 52nd floor, but Zhou Qiang had flatly refused. After that, they lost contact. Then, half a month ago, her friend suddenly appeared outside Lu Min's door. She looked utterly miserable, her body covered with signs that she had been abused. She begged Lu Min to open the door and take her in, but Zhou Qiang drove her away, claiming they did not have enough food. Her friend had looked utterly desperate. She told Lu Min that the lower floors had become a living hell. For food, she had been assaulted by different men again and again. Lu Min was her last hope. Now that hope was gone, and she only wished Lu Min could survive. Afterward, she went to the top floor. No one knew whether she had done it deliberately to torment Zhou Qiang, but she climbed out through Lu Min's window and jumped. From that moment on, Lu Min was truly terrified. She did not dare go outside or go downstairs. If Zhou Qiang had not forced her, she would not even have dared to ask the neighbors next door for food. Zhou Qiang had become increasingly irritable and increasingly stingy with her. She did not know how much longer this life could continue. With trembling hands, she picked up the bunny girl outfit and whispered, "I'll go. Just don't regret it." Zhou Qiang suddenly grabbed her chest and threatened her viciously. Lu Min, forget your little schemes. Go and get food for me like you're told. If you really dare betray me, I'll kill you. Lu Min trembled all over as she looked at the husband she had been married to for less than 6 months. Sure enough, when disaster came, a married couple could no longer rely on each other. Apartment 5203. Jiang Wenwen took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Zhao Zixuan picked up his spring-powered gun and continued guarding the window. His luck had been pretty good that afternoon. An unlucky seabird had flown close to his window, and he had shot it down with a single shot. Following the system notification, Zhao Zixuan opened his status panel. Name Zhao Zixuan. Constitution 3.8. Strength 4.7. Agility 3.3. Spirit 3.8. Evolution level level 0, 9 out of 100. Health 52. Energy 52 points. The two men working for Qin Wu had contributed 15 and 14 energy points respectively. Zhang Ziyuan had contributed slightly less, only 11 points. The seabird he had shot had provided 12 energy points, one more than Zhang Ziyuan. This pushed his total energy above 50. Unfortunately, no system notification appeared. Apparently, he would need at least 100 energy points to unlock the next level of system permissions. Zhao Zixuan felt somewhat frustrated. There was also the fact that his evolution value had continued increasing during this period, rising by a total of 5 points. His constitution, strength, speed, and spirit had all increased to varying degrees. Zhao Zixuan did not understand the mechanism behind these evolution points. He only had access to his own status panel, so all he could do was compare his attributes over time. Using the thin line attached to the window, Zhao Zixuan dragged the dead seabird into the apartment. The bird weighed nearly 10 pounds and had a wingspan of almost half a meter. Zhao Zixuan had pierced its head with a steel needle. The needle had barbs on it, which was what allowed him to successfully drag the bird back through the storm. Jiang Wenwen, come over quickly. We're having an extra dish tonight. Jiang Wenwen's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the seabird. She had known for a long time that Zhao Zixuan had been trying to shoot birds from the window. But the birds that could venture out to forage and weather this violent were incredibly agile. Although Zhao Zixuan's weapon was powerful, could he really hit such nimble birds? She had underestimated him again. This bird alone weighed more than 10 pounds. More importantly, this proved that Zhao Zixuan not only had stored food, but also possessed the ability to acquire new food. In an apocalypse like this, that was crucial. It represented hope for long-term survival. Brother Zhao, you keep hunting. Leave everything else to me. Zhao Zixuan nodded. He was good at hunting birds, but when it came to processing them, he was at a loss. He had never done such things growing up. The most he had ever seen were chickens and ducks that had already been plucked and cleaned. Make several more bowls of rice. Eat until you're full. Jiang Wenwen's expression changed slightly, and she quickly said, Brother Zhao, don't worry. I don't eat much. 2 bowls are enough. I can eat even less if necessary. I won't waste food. Zhao Zixuan waved his hand with a smile. You provided the gas, so you're not eating for free. Until the gas runs out, I'm going to make sure you eat properly. Look at you. You're so thin you barely look human anymore. Zhao Zixuan teased her with a smile. Jiang Wenwen blushed slightly. She had never been fat to begin with. After enduring hunger for so long, she now weighed less than 90 pounds and looked frighteningly thin. No wonder Brother Zhao had no interest in her in that way. It must be because she was too thin. Jiang Wenwen took a deep breath. I understand, Brother Zhao. Thank you. Jiang Wenwen was not exaggerating. She was extremely skilled at processing wild game. Plucking feathers, draining blood, removing the organs, knowing which parts could be eaten and which could not. She knew all of it clearly. Outside, the storm raged endlessly. The one thing there was no shortage of was water. Zhao Zixuan had installed several channels to collect rainwater and divert it into the kitchen, making it very convenient to use. Jiang Wenwen placed some of the inedible organs into a plastic bottle and hung it outside the window. You want to use those organs to attract seabirds? Zhao Zixuan's eyes lit up. Jiang Wenwen nodded. People will risk their lives for wealth, and birds will do the same for food. Back home, whenever we hunted, we always used bait. I just don't know whether it'll work in weather this violent. Doesn't matter. It's worth trying. When the aroma of seabird soup once again spread throughout the entire 52nd floor, the door of apartment 5204 opened. Zhou Qiang quietly crept over to apartment 5203 and knocked on the door. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat surprised. Zhou Qiang had previously visited 5201 and 5202 several times. The only apartment he had never visited was 5203. That household had always sent Lu Min to ask him for food. Brother Zixuan, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. Could you give me some? We've completely run out of food. We're starving. Zhou Chang's voice was low and pleading. Through the peephole, Zhao Zixuan stared coldly at him, a spring-powered gun in his hand. He did not even feel like answering. I'll pay you. I'll give you money, gold, jewelry, anything you want. Just give me a bowl. No, just give me a few pieces. Zhao Zixuan sneered. Stop wasting your time. I don't have any extra food. Zhou Chang's expression instantly twisted. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and pleaded. I know you're interested in Lu Min. How about this? Give me 100 pounds of food, and I'll let her spend a few nights with you. Zhao Zixuan froze for a moment. Was he really willing to sell his own wife for 100 pounds of food? He looked through the peephole and saw Zhou Chang's expression shifting constantly. Resentment, hatred, anticipation, and even murderous intent. Zhao Zixuan sneered inwardly. Not only did he fundamentally distrust Zhou Qiang, but even if Zhou Qiang genuinely wanted to make this deal, Zhao Zixuan would never agree. Lu Min was indeed attractive, and he had enjoyed their secret little exchanges. But that did not mean he wanted to take Lu Min into his home. Zhao Zixuan had no shortage of food, but he had never considered trading food for women. For women. He and Zhou Qiang were simply not the same kind of person. Zhao Zixuan would not give him a single grain of food. And even if Lu Min came to borrow food that night, he would no longer pay her any attention. This was the apocalypse. Trust between people had to be built at a cost. He and Zhou Qiang and Lu Min were merely neighbors. Now that he had confirmed Zhou Qiang was not someone like him, the only sensible choice was to remain on guard. Go away. I'm not interested in your wife. All the emotions on Zhou Chang's face instantly froze. Impossible. He knew exactly how attractive Lu Min was. Her appeal to a young man should have been irresistible, unless Zhao Zixuan was simply planning to wait until Zhou Qiang died without spending a single grain of food to obtain Lu Min. Zhou Chang's expression shifted unpredictably as he returned to apartment 5204. When he saw Lu Min trying on the bunny girl outfit, he was stunned despite having known how good her figure was when he bought it. Her exaggerated curves stretched the outfit almost to the point of tearing. That bastard in 5203 said he's not interested in you. A strange smile appeared on Zhou Chang's face. He saw Lu Min's body stiffen, and a twisted sense of satisfaction filled his heart. I won't stop you from going to borrow food. If you want to go, then go. Whatever arrangement you two have, as long as you don't enter his apartment, I'll pretend I don't know. But starting today, I won't provide you with any food. Zhou Qiang, half of the food in this apartment belongs to me too. You can't treat me like this. Lu Min looked desperate. She did not know what Zhou Chang's earlier words meant, but she knew that if he stopped providing food, she would not survive. Even if Zhao Zixuan gave her one piece of candy every day. They had made it this far together. Zhou Chang's remaining food supply certainly wasn't much, but it was still the only hope they had of surviving. Hashtag Chapter 8. Zhou Qiang and Lu Min finally turn against each other. After sending Zhou Qiang away, Jiang Wenwen's seabird soup was ready. She had only cooked half of the bird. She originally planned to freeze the rest in Zhao Zixuan's small refrigerator. Zhao Zixuan naturally refused. There was no small refrigerator at all. It was something he had made up to explain where the pork had come from. He had already put the remaining half-pound of pork into the shopping cart, but the seabird he had hunted could not be stored there, so they had to eat it as soon as possible. Jiang Wenwen felt that eating it all at once would be wasteful. She cautiously asked Zhao Zixuan if she could cook only part of it and preserve the rest with salt. Zhao Zixuan did not object. After all, he didn't know how to do it himself, so he let Jiang Wenwen handle it however she wanted. Jiang Wenwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Having food gave her confidence. She was now even more afraid of wasting it than Zhao Zixuan was, because no one knew how much longer this disaster would last. The more food they had, the more secure they would be. Besides, they had already become mortal enemies with Qin Wu, so they couldn't possibly go down to the lower floors and fish near the water. Seabirds were currently their only reliable source of food that didn't require taking unnecessary risks. The two of them quickly finished the rice and seabird soup. Jiang Wenwen's cooking skills were excellent, and the result was that both of them ate until they were slightly overfull. After the meal, Zhao Zixuan took out some steel bars, started the generator, and welded them into a steel mesh. It was roughly circular, with the ends of the steel bars bent around the edges like a round cover. Welding a solid metal plate wouldn't work because the metal sheet on the security door was too thin. Therefore, Zhao Zixuan decided to use the steel mesh to cover the large hole in the security door of apartment 5202. Jiang Wenwen silently watched everything. She knew that the moment the door of 5202 was repaired would also be the moment she had to leave. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and carefully rubbed the half-seabird with fine salt. Zhao Zixuan's welding technique was extremely skilled. In less than half an hour, he had finished the steel mesh. Jiang Wenwen, we can't install the mesh yet. Qin Wu won't give up. Making this much noise right now is too dangerous. Stay here for now. Once we find a suitable opportunity, I'll repair your security door. Jiang Wenwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She suppressed the hint of happiness in her heart. She didn't want to go back at all, but she didn't want to make her desire to stay too obvious either, afraid Zhao Zixuan might misunderstand and think she was coveting his food. She obediently nodded and then cleaned the kitchen until it was spotless. At the moment, the only things she could do for Zhao Zixuan were cooking and cleaning. Night fell deeper and deeper. The violent storm outside showed no sign of weakening. Instead, it seemed even fiercer at night. The sky was covered by thick, heavy clouds that looked like enormous mountains, as if they were about to crush the entire world. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar knocking sound came again. There was no need to guess. At this hour, with that familiar rhythm, the female neighbor from 5204 had come to borrow food again. A strange look flashed across Jiang Wenwen's face. She wisely returned to the bedroom where she was staying and closed the door behind her. Zhao Zixuan felt slightly awkward. Clearly, Jiang Wenwen knew about his unspoken arrangement with Lu Min. What he thought were secret little interactions had already fallen into the eyes of this female college student. To Zhao Zixuan, the married Lu Min was like a ripe peach that he could see but couldn't eat. By contrast, Jiang Wenwen, who had moved into his home, was right there in front of him. When they had eaten face-to-face that day, Zhao Zixuan had finally gotten a good look at Jiang Wenwen's features. Her face was fair and delicate. Even though malnutrition had made her somewhat gaunt, it was obvious that she had an excellent foundation. Because she dressed conservatively, her figure wasn't easy to make out, but her legs were long, slender, and straight. He wondered what she would look like after she regained some weight. For some reason, Zhao Zixuan found himself looking forward to it. As for the female neighbor knocking outside, he had no intention of completely cutting off their relationship either. He returned to the security door and listened to the weak, pitiful pleas coming from outside. Perhaps because there was now another woman in his home. Even though Jiang Wanwen had tactfully returned to her bedroom, Zhao Zixuan still felt an unusually strong sense of awkwardness. He had eaten half a pot of seabird meat that day. Perhaps the meat was especially nourishing, because it kept making his thoughts wander in that direction. He looked through the peephole. Lightning periodically illuminated everything outside. Zhao Zixuan's eyes immediately widened. A pair of fluffy, adorable rabbit ears emerged from Lu Min's long, disheveled hair, while the tight-fitting outfit outlined her figure perfectly. For the first time, Zhao Zixuan felt that the peephole was a little too small. 100 pounds of food didn't seem like that much anymore. Leaning against the security door, Zhao Zixuan's mind was filled with distracting thoughts. But reason told him that these thoughts were dangerous. He didn't know Lu Min, and he didn't know Zhou Qiang either. They were husband and wife, after all. It was entirely possible that their previous arguments had all been an act meant to deceive him. After what happened with Zhang Ziyuan's trap, Zhao Zixuan had become even more cautious. Even Jiang Wanwen, who had already moved into his home, was still under observation. The steel mesh he had made that day to repair the security door was also a test. If she showed any reluctance or other suspicious emotions, he would have driven her out without hesitation. Fortunately, Jiang Wanwen's performance had satisfied him. Her cooking skills were also quite good. With her around, at least he could eat proper meals. His biscuits and instant noodles were almost gone anyway. Cooking for himself was troublesome, and his cooking tasted terrible. They could be considered mutually beneficial. Outside the door, Lu Min was filled with shame. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't withstand the hunger gnawing at her stomach. Then a piece of candy fell through the peephole. This time, there was no scolding and no pretense. Zhao Zixuan didn't even say a word to Lu Min. Her voice suddenly fell silent. Remembering what Zhou Qiang had said earlier, she inexplicably felt a little frightened. "Big brother, are you not going to help me anymore?" Lu Min was several years older than Zhao Zixuan, but she had always called him Big Brother. Zhao Zixuan had never bothered to correct her. The way she called him, that was simply too alluring and always tugged at his heartstrings. There was still no response from behind the door. In a way, that itself was Zhao Zixuan's answer. I'm no longer interested in playing along with you. If you aren't afraid your husband will misunderstand, then keep coming. That single piece of candy was like drawing a final line under their previous improper arrangement. Lu Min tightly clenched the candy in her right hand. This time, she didn't put it into her mouth. She returned to 5204, looking completely lost. "Give me the milk candy." Zhou Qiang snatched it from her hand and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. "Only one." He frowned as he stared at his wife, Lu Min. Lu Min nodded. "No, you must have more on you." As he spoke, he reached out to search her body. Lu Min's face filled with indignation. "Look at me. Where exactly do you think I could hide anything?" Zhou Qiang reluctantly withdrew his hand, but he still didn't believe her. No wonder Lu Min had always carried a faint milky scent. He had assumed it was simply her natural body scent because of her large breasts. Now that he thought about it, she had been receiving milk candy from Zhao Zixuan every night. That scent must have been the lingering smell of the candy. With that realization, Zhou Qiang rushed into Lu Min's bedroom. After rummaging through everything, he didn't find a single piece of candy, only a stack of candy wrappers. "What are you doing?" Lu Min demanded angrily. "Where's the candy? Where did you hide it? Hand it all over." "There isn't any. He only gave me one piece a night before. Otherwise, I would have starved to death already. You took today's piece. What exactly did you say to him?" "He won't give me any more candy now." The thought that her only source of food had been cut off filled Lu Min with despair. "You filthy bitch. You're still lying to me. Tell me, did you make some kind of dirty deal with Zhao Zixuan?" Zhou Qiang approached her with a vicious expression and grabbed her chin. "I didn't. If you don't believe me, then I'll never go borrow food again." "Fuck you. You slut. I told you to go borrow food, but you've been secretly eating every night. From today onward, if you can get even a single bite of food from me, I'll take your surname." Zhou Qiang suddenly shoved her onto the bed. Lu Min was so weak from hunger that even after struggling, she couldn't get back up. "You ate the candy I begged for. You bastard, give it back." Lu Min cursed through her tears. "If you want candy, go ask the guy next door yourself. I'll tell you plainly. That man may desire your body, but he's a coward. You're worthless in his eyes. He won't even give you a mere 100 pounds of food. Lu Min's eyes widened. What do you mean? You sold me out. Calling it selling you is being generous for a promiscuous woman like you. I even want to kill you. Zhou Qiang, you bastard. What did you say when you married me? You were the one who told me to go borrow food from the neighbors. Even the clothes I've been wearing every night were prepared by you. And now you're blaming me. I only told you to borrow food, not to act like a slut. Don't think I couldn't hear what you were saying just because you lowered your voice. If I hadn't been watching you, wouldn't you have already climbed into that man's bed? I didn't. You're making things up. You know exactly what you were thinking. Let me make this clear. From today onward, you're not allowed to go out and borrow food. And I won't give you a single grain either. If you want to live, get 100 pounds of food from 5203. Zhou Chang's eyes were filled with viciousness. You bastard. You're just looking for an excuse not to give me food. I must have been blind to marry you. Zhou Qiang, you'll pay for this. If I die and become a ghost, I'll never let you go. I'd advise you not to think about dying. It'd be a waste of that body. Zhou Chang's words sounded like a whisper from a demon in hell, sending a chill throughout Lu Min's body. You actually see me as backup food? Are you even human? Human? In a situation like this, where are there any humans left in this building? They're all demons trying to survive. No, you still have value. You're a pretty woman with a good figure. I can use you as a bargaining chip to join Qin Wu's group. As long as I can survive, everything is worth it. Zhou Chang's words made Lu Min even more desperate. Compared with the cowardly Zhang Zixuan, Zhou Qiang was even more selfish and ruthless. Zhou Qiang, I'll fight you. Smack. A loud slap knocked Lu Min onto the bed. Shut up and stay here. Once I've arranged everything, it'll be time for you to contribute yourself. What's wrong with becoming a man's plaything? You'll have food, you'll get to enjoy yourself, and most importantly, you'll stay alive. No, Zhou Qiang, please don't do this. I'll go borrow food right now. Even if I have to trade my own flesh and blood for it, I'll bring food back for you. Trying to run now? Too late. Zhou Qiang had already thought everything through. Even if he had secretly hidden some food, it wouldn't last much longer. Gold, silver, and money were worthless in this situation. His greatest asset was his beautiful wife. Zhang Zixuan had been too useless, lacking even the courage to fight, and was eventually killed by Zhao Zixuan. But Zhou Qiang wasn't a coward. If Qin Wu cooperated with him, Zhao Zixuan would already be dead and floating among the fish. His previous actions had also shown him that Qin Wu, aside from being physically strong, wasn't particularly intelligent. Once Zhou Qiang joined Qin Wu's group, he might even have a chance to compete for the position of king of the building by relying on his own abilities. Most importantly, joining Qin Wu's group meant they wouldn't have to starve or remain trapped in this tiny apartment waiting to die. The lower floors faced the threat of flooding and food shortages, but they were also the first to abandon the old social order and adapt to the chaos of the apocalypse. The upper floors enjoyed a certain degree of comfort, but people there were slow to change their way of thinking. Zhou Qiang was a man who understood the situation. He knew that if he didn't leave soon, he would eventually be trapped and starved to death in his own home. Even if he really had the heart to starve his own wife to death and use her as food, that still wouldn't solve the problem. Zhou Qiang locked Lu Min in the bedroom. Before locking the door, he searched her room again and confirmed that there was nothing edible left inside. Only then did he leave with satisfaction. He hated Zhao Zixuan. The man clearly had so much food but refused to help them. His own wife had gone over every night dressed provocatively, desperately trying to seduce him, and all she received was a single cheap milk candy. When Zhou Qiang himself went over, he was humiliated as well. All of this hatred became motivation for Zhou Qiang to deal with Zhao Zixuan. Following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Zhou Qiang decided to find a way to contact Qin Wu. He didn't leave through the security door because he was afraid of alerting Zhao Zixuan. Instead, he chose to send a message to the lower floors through the window. The rope Lu Min had previously used to communicate with her best friend on the 7th floor finally came in handy. He put a letter into a plastic bag and lowered it down with the rope to around the 25th floor. This primitive communication method actually worked. All 4 apartments on the 25th floor were already occupied by Qin Wu's men. The letter Zhou Qiang sent down soon reached Qin Wu. Qin Wu wasn't particularly interested at first. Zhou Qiang's surrender meant little to him. It was obvious the man had run out of food. Without something valuable enough to tempt him, why would Qin Wu accept him? Then he saw Lu Min's photograph inside the envelope. Her exaggerated curves, delicate features, and gentle temperament immediately caught Qin Wu's attention. He wanted this woman. Anyone who dared compete with him for her would die. Qin Wu had never expected that there would be such a beautiful married woman in this building. The couple from 5204 hadn't moved in long, and he had never met Zhou Qiang or Lu Min. If he had seen Lu Min earlier, how could he possibly have allowed her to hide safely until now? He personally wrote a letter praising Zhou Qiang's awareness and willingness to cooperate. To show his sincerity, he even included a packet of instant noodles inside the plastic bag. He wasn't worried about anyone intercepting it because the name Qin Wu was written clearly on the envelope. Anyone brave enough could try stealing it. He had been looking for another excuse to break into apartments and seize their food anyway. Sure enough, some residents between the 52nd and 25th floors noticed the letter. But after seeing Qin Wu's name, they abandoned any thought of intercepting it. That madman was someone nobody wanted to provoke. By now, more than one household had already been broken into and stripped of its food. In fact, almost every floor had suffered. Qin Wu's fearsome reputation had been forged through the blood and tears of one household after another. ## Chapter 9, Lu Min's Desperate Choice. After pulling the rope back through the window, Zhou Qiang saw the envelope wrapped in a plastic bag and the packet of instant noodles inside. His face lit up with excitement. Success! He knew Lu Min's appeal would definitely be enough to win over that reckless brute, Qin Wu. In peaceful times, Lu Min had been his prized possession, and anyone who coveted her was his enemy. But in this apocalyptic disaster, in order to survive, he had no choice but to personally offer her up. He secretly swore that once he established himself and obtained enough food, he would make everyone who had looked down on him, harmed him, or insulted him pay the price. If Lu Min was still alive by then, he would even give her something to eat as a reward for the sacrifice she had made for him. As for a woman who had already been used by others, he naturally would not want her anymore. Zhou Qiang was handsome, came from a good family, and was quick-witted with a silver tongue. As long as he found the right path in this apocalyptic world, he was certain he could thrive. There would be plenty of women for him. With that thought, Zhou Qiang ate the entire packet of instant noodles, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The next step is figuring out how to kill the neighbor next door and show Qin Wu what I'm capable of. Zhou Qiang had a clear head. Simply giving Lu Min to Qin Wu might earn him food temporarily, but it would ruin his reputation. People would look down on him, and it would make it difficult for him to integrate into Qin Wu's group. He had to demonstrate his abilities as quickly as possible, earn Qin Wu's trust, and gradually gain a say in the group. Once Qin Wu grew tired of Lu Min, that would be the perfect opportunity for Zhou Qiang to ruin her reputation and clear his own name. Of course, all of this depended on one thing: staying alive. And Zhao Zixuan next door was the second gift he intended to offer Qin Wu after Lu Min. He wanted Zhao Zixuan to pay the price, and he also wanted to seize the food in Zhao Zixuan's possession. At this point, food was the only real source of power capable of controlling everything. He carefully wrote out his plan, preparing to send it to Qin Wu through the rope later. He was not Zhang Ziyuan. He preferred to plan everything carefully before taking action. Zhao Zixuan's spring gun was extremely powerful, but its biggest weakness was its slow reloading speed. And if Zhao Zixuan were caught off guard, he would not be carrying too many steel needles. Ultimately, Zhao Zixuan was only one man. As long as his tactics were sound, Zhou Qiang believed he could take him down without losing any of his own men. His gaze fell on 5202. Thinking about the layout of the entire floor, the bedrooms of the two apartments were adjacent to each other, separated by nothing more than a layer of foam bricks. As long as he found the right spot beforehand and broke through the bedroom wall into Zhao Zixuan's apartment, they could attack him from both sides. Zhao Zixuan would be overwhelmed, making it easy to kill him. The more Zhou Qiang thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He quietly opened his apartment door, crouched down, and slipped directly through the large hole in the security door of 5202. He did not bother searching for anything. There was no need. Zhang Ziyuan and Jiang Wenwen had already been starving here for days. They must have searched the entire apartment for anything edible. Zhou Qiang had already found a new source of food, so there was no reason to waste time and effort searching. He went straight to the master bedroom of 5202. On the other side of that wall was the master bedroom of 5203. He lightly tapped the wall. Just as he had expected, the building had a frame structure, with foam bricks used as infill. The material was not very strong and could easily be broken through in a short time. This made his plan highly feasible. He quietly returned to 5204, preparing to perfect his plan as quickly as possible. Little did he know that Jiang Wenwen had already seen everything from the doorway. To guard against a possible sneak attack by Qin Wu, Jiang Wenwen and Zhao Zixuan took turns watching the hallway through the peephole. They were mainly watching the stairwell entrance. They did not spot any of Qin Wu's men, but they did see Zhou Qiang crouch down and sneak into 5202. Jiang Wenwen had sharp hearing. Judging from the sound of his footsteps, Zhou Qiang appeared to have entered her bedroom, yet she heard no sound of him searching through anything. When Zhou Qiang came back out of her apartment, he was not carrying anything either. Jiang Wenwen found his behavior strange. There was naturally no food left in 5202, but there were still plenty of useful things. Furniture, clothes, pots, pans, and other household items all had value. Normally, anyone looking to take advantage of the situation would grab whatever they could. But Zhou Qiang took nothing. His footsteps were light and quick, and when Jiang Wenwen caught a glimpse of his face through the peephole, she even noticed a hint of delight. Jiang Wenwen told Zhao Zixuan everything she had observed. Zhao Zixuan frowned. He had a very bad feeling about Zhou Qiang. The man seemed far too sinister, obviously someone who was constantly calculating his next move. A person like that always had a very specific purpose behind everything he did. If he had found nothing useful in Jiang Wenwen's apartment, he should have been angry. So why had he left with a smile on his face? Jiang Wenwen, are you certain there's absolutely no food left in your apartment? Jiang Wenwen nodded firmly. She had searched her apartment countless times. Every place where food could possibly be hidden had been checked. She had even poked around the cracks in the floor with a piece of wire. Then that's strange. Zhou Qiang came here last night asking for food, and I refused him. When his wife came, I gave her a piece of milk candy. She didn't eat it, and took it straight back to 5204. Do you think the two of them have set their sights on me? They wouldn't be that bold, would they? You have a spring gun, and you've already killed several people. Jiang Wenwen frowned. What rational thing can people do when they're starving? Zhao Zixuan replied. And look at Zhou Qiang's expression. He probably still has some food stored away. Someone like that could do anything. Zhao Zixuan was looking at the situation from the perspective of human nature at its darkest. If his own food supply were running out and his wife kept dressing provocatively to borrow food from the neighbors, and if he had the opportunity, he would probably want to kill her. But what if he did not have enough strength? Then he would find outside help. And in the entire building, was there any better ally than Qin Wu, who already had a grudge against Zhao Zixuan? Of course, this was only Zhao Zixuan's speculation. After all, he had never seen Qin Wu interact with 5204, and the Zhou Qiang couple had not left the 52nd floor during this period. In an era when communication had essentially collapsed, secretly contacting someone else was extremely difficult, unless the other party possessed some communication channel he knew nothing about. What should we do? Jiang Wenwen asked worriedly. Whatever comes, we'll deal with it. Jiang Wenwen, can I trust you? Zhao Zixuan's expression was extremely serious. Jiang Wenwen said nothing. Instead, she stood up and began unbuttoning her clothes. Brother Zhao, I have nothing else I can use as a guarantee. The only thing I have is myself. I'm willing to give you everything I have. Zhao Zixuan was stunned. I asked whether you were trustworthy. You could have just told me. Why are you taking off your clothes? He had not expected that although Jiang Wenwen had become extremely thin, she actually had a surprisingly good figure. She could not compare with Lu Min, but she was certainly not someone who could be ignored. Even after enduring so much hunger, the youthful vitality radiating from her body remained alluring. He had already noticed her long, straight legs before, but seeing her like this was even more striking. Jiang Wenwen stared at the stunned Zhao Zixuan, biting her lip tightly to keep herself from crying. This world was filled with malice toward women, but a woman's body was also her greatest bargaining chip. She did not know how else to make Zhao Zixuan trust her. All she could do was put her greatest asset in front of him. She was willing to let him decide what to do with her. A flicker of heat appeared in Zhao Zixuan's eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hand toward her chest. But then he saw the tears welling up in Jiang Wenwen's large eyes. His hand froze in midair. He took a deep breath and suppressed the inappropriate thoughts in his mind. Then he bent down, picked up the jacket from the floor, and draped it over Jiang Wenwen's shoulders. You misunderstood what I meant. With that, Zhao Zixuan awkwardly retreated into his own bedroom. Jiang Wenwen collapsed onto the floor, unsure whether she felt relieved or humiliated. She hurriedly picked up her clothes one by one and fled back into the bedroom where she was staying. Her pale face quickly flushed red. It was simply too embarrassing. Whether or not Zhao Zixuan had those kinds of thoughts, she was still a young woman who had voluntarily stripped in front of him. Would Brother Zhao think she was a promiscuous woman? And she had seen his expression. There had definitely been a moment when he had been tempted. Although she did not have the voluptuous figure of the woman in 5204, she was young, after all, and still had her own appeal. She just did not understand why Zhao Zixuan had stopped. Was it because she had a boyfriend before? Or was she simply too thin now? Now, she still had some curves, but they were nowhere near as full as before. The ribs beneath her chest were clearly visible. Even in an era when being thin was considered beautiful, this kind of extreme starvation was hardly attractive. No, I need to regain my figure quickly. How am I supposed to survive this apocalypse if I'm this skinny? As soon as she said that, Jiang Wenwen felt embarrassed by her own hypocrisy. In the end, she burrowed under the blanket and curled herself into a ball, adopting a classic ostrich mentality. Meanwhile, in 5204, Lu Min was desperately pounding on the bedroom door. Zhou Qiang, I was wrong. Let me out. Give me something to eat. I'm starving. Zhou Qiang, who was writing his plan in the living room, froze slightly. Lu Min had endured longer than he expected. He thought she would have surrendered last night, but she had actually held out until the daytime. Now he had to reconsider his attitude toward her. From Qin Wu's letter, it was obvious that Qin Wu was extremely interested in Lu Min's appearance. His interest in her was clearly much greater than Zhao Zixuan's. Under these circumstances, Zhou Qiang really could not let Lu Min starve too badly. He got up and walked to the bedroom door, then unlocked it. Lu Min, weakened by hunger, struggled to crawl out. She grabbed his trouser leg with both hands. Give me something to eat. I'm dying. I'm so hungry. A trace of disgust flashed through Zhou Qiang's eyes. When someone truly hated you from the bottom of their heart, nothing you did would inspire sympathy. Instead, it would only deepen their disgust. Zhou Qiang kicked her hand away and returned to his bedroom. He came back carrying an entire packet of instant noodles. Lu Min, don't say I've forgotten our relationship as husband and wife. This is my last packet of instant noodles. I'll give it all to you. But once you finish it, you have to obey me. Lu Min's eyes immediately lit up as she stared desperately at the instant noodles in his hand. She lunged forward, trying to grab them. Zhou Qiang merely took one step back, causing all her hopes to vanish. Give it to me. Give it to me. Her voice was filled with pleading. Did you hear what I said? Once you eat this packet of instant noodles, you have to do whatever I tell you. I understand. Give it to me. Quickly. Zhou Qiang threw the packet in front of her. Lu Min picked it up, but she was so weak that she did not even have the strength to tear open the package with her hands. She had to use her teeth to rip it open. Crunch, crunch. The flavor of the noodles spread through her mouth before flowing into her stomach, where her desperately hungry body absorbed every bit of nourishment. She swallowed the entire packet within minutes. There was no seasoning packet. Only then did Lu Min notice the small opening along the side of the instant noodle package. Obviously, Zhou Qiang had already taken the seasoning packet out. She had no time to worry about that. She hurried into the living room and ran to the balcony, where several large cups were filled with clean rainwater they had collected. Gulp, gulp. She drank down an entire cup of rainwater, feeling as though she had come back to life. She looked at Zhou Qiang standing behind her in fear. Repeat what I said. His tone sounded less like he was speaking to his wife and more like he was giving orders to a tool. I'll listen to everything you say. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. All the hope in Lu Min's eyes had disappeared, replaced by mechanical numbness. Good. As long as you obey me, after you serve Qin Wu, I won't give you to anyone else. Once he obtained enough food, the woman in front of him could still serve as a temporary outlet for his desires. Yes. Lu Min lowered her head. Go back to your room and stay there. I'll provide food for you at regular intervals. Don't come out unless necessary and get on my nerves. Her figure was very attractive, and Zhou Qiang himself was physically depleted. He could not afford to ruin his own future by acting recklessly. Lu Min slowly dragged herself back to her bedroom and obediently closed the door. Leaning against the door, the numbness in Lu Min's eyes gradually transformed into hatred. Zhou Qiang, if you won't let me live, then we'll both die. When she had come out of the living room, she had seen the plan Zhou Qiang was writing on the coffee table. Although she had only caught a few glimpses, words such as 5202, bedroom, break through the wall, and attack from both sides were enough for her to understand what Zhou Qiang was planning. He was not only planning to hand her over to Qin Wu, he also intended to seize the food in 5203. What should she do? Obey him and become a tool for him to obtain food? No. She was a person, not some woman to be passed around. And the tragic fate of her best friend kept haunting her. She did not want to become another version of her. She had to save herself. She knew Zhou Qiang still had some food, but not much. The fact that he was willing to give her an entire packet of instant noodles today probably meant that they would launch their operation tonight. She did not know Qin Wu, and she did not know Zhao Zixuan next door. But she knew Zhou Qiang. Everything this man did had a clear purpose. Otherwise, he would not have given her an entire packet of instant noodles with only the seasoning removed. With that thought, a look of determination flashed through Lu Min's eyes. She climbed onto the bay window in her bedroom. Then she gently opened the window. She found her eyebrow razor on the balcony and carefully cut an opening in the window screen. A powerful gust of wind hit her face, accompanied by freezing rain. Looking into the distance, all she could see was the raging floodwater. The waves were several meters high, accompanied by the roar of the wind. Even though she had seen it countless times, looking outside still filled her with indescribable fear. There were still buildings around her, but it was too dark to see what was happening on the other side. She did not know whether the other buildings and apartment blocks were facing the same situation as theirs. For a moment, she wanted to simply jump down. But then she felt that would be letting Zhou Qiang off too easily. She took a deep breath and awkwardly climbed through the window. Everything outside was wet, and the wind was fierce. One slip could mean certain death, but she did not hesitate. Gripping the protruding ledges along the exterior of the building, she slowly moved toward the east. Her arms were weak and trembling. She clenched her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Perhaps fate was on her side. A sudden whirlwind swept past her from behind, seemingly lifting her slightly. With the momentum, she managed to cross the widest gap between the two balconies and land directly on the outdoor air conditioning unit of Zhao Zixuan's apartment. When the disheveled Lu Min finally placed both hands on the balcony window of Zhao Zixuan's apartment, she saw Zhao Zixuan staring back at her in shock. He had discovered her. Hashtag Chapter 10. The Tough Neighbor in 5201. Was this woman crazy? She had actually climbed over from the window outside the balcony in weather this stormy. Did she think she was Spider-Man? The wind outside was at least force 10. If the wind suddenly shifted, it could sweep a person away in an instant. Where had she gotten the courage to do something like this? The woman was desperately pounding on his window, her disheveled face filled with pleading. Zhao Zixuan opened the window and reached out to pull Lu Min inside. Lu Min collapsed into Zhao Zixuan's arms as though completely drained of strength. Without saying a word, she began sobbing. Lu Min, are you crazy? This is the 52nd floor. If you fall, you're dead for sure. Zhao Zixuan scolded her angrily. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Lu Min, who had always seemed so gentle and submissive, had actually found the courage to climb over from the balcony window. Hearing the concern hidden in Zhao Zixuan's reprimand only made Lu Min cry harder. She felt that she had made the right choice and, throwing caution to the wind, tightly wrapped her arms around Zhao Zixuan's waist. Since the disaster began, the only words of concern she had received had come from this neighbor she barely knew. All the fear and grievances she had endured burst out at this moment. Jiang Wenwen also heard the commotion in the living room. She rushed out of her bedroom and stared at the two people embracing each other in shock. It was the woman from 5204. How had she gotten here? She hadn't heard the door open. And why was she completely soaked? Surely she hadn't climbed in through the window from outside. Jiang Wenwen shook off the ridiculous thought. This was the 52nd floor. In weather like this, climbing over from outside was no different from seeking death. Looking at the woman's astonishing figure, then at her own modest curves, Jiang Wenwen suddenly felt a little inferior. She silently turned around and went back to her bedroom. So Brother Zhao really liked women with bigger figures. She wasn't his type at all. It turned out that when he said they were partners, he had meant it literally. She had simply misunderstood him. Meanwhile, Zhao Zixuan gently patted Lu Min's delicate back. So big and soft. Yet strangely enough, Zhao Zixuan didn't have any improper thoughts. Her husband was right next door. Although Zhao Zixuan didn't consider himself a particularly good man, he had no interest in destroying someone else's marriage. They always said a rabbit didn't eat the grass beside its own burrow. After all, their homes were separated by only one wall. His surname was Zhao, not Wang. All right, stop crying. Your husband is going to hear you. Then it'll be even harder to explain. Zhao Zixuan was helpless. He had deliberately moved several steps farther inside to avoid being seen from the opposite window, but he still felt uneasy, as though Zhou Qiang were staring at him from behind the window. At the mention of Zhou Qiang, Lu Min shuddered in fear and quickly stopped crying. Zhao Zixuan, Zhou Qiang wants to hurt you. He's teamed up with Qin Wu. They're planning to break through the wall from the bedroom in 5202 and attack you from both sides. Zhao Zixuan's pupils contracted. Although he had already suspected it, Lu Min's words confirmed that the two sides had indeed joined forces. Based on what I know about Zhou Qiang, they'll make their move tonight at the latest. Zhao Zixuan, why don't you open the passage upstairs? We can go hide in another building. Surely not every building is in such terrible shape. Tears continued streaming down Lu Min's face. Zhao Zixuan shook his head solemnly. He couldn't predict what the situation was like in the other buildings. There were simply too many unknowns. Although he had a spring-loaded gun, it had major limitations. Its lethality would be limited against opponents with adequate protection. Qin Wu was relatively easy to deal with because he was little more than a thug relying on his physical strength to bully people. If he'd been dealing with someone more cunning, Zhao Zixuan might not have survived this long. Moreover, there was no way the three people currently in his apartment could carry away much of the food stored in his bedroom. That food was the foundation of his survival, at least for the short term. Does Zhou Qiang know you came here? A vicious glint flashed through Zhao Zixuan's eyes. That menace could no longer be allowed to live. Lu Min shook her head. He stopped giving me food. He wanted to starve me to death and use me as food later. Then, somehow, he contacted Qin Wu and decided to give me to him. He's not human. From this moment on, he's not my husband anymore. Zhao Zixuan looked at Lu Min in surprise. A woman like this, and Zhou Qiang was actually willing to hand her over to Qin Wu and even treat her as some kind of reserve food? That man was unbelievably ruthless. He gave me a packet of instant noodles earlier. He clearly wanted me to eat something so I wouldn't collapse from hunger. With how stingy he is, he wouldn't suddenly become generous without a reason. So I suspect his plan with Qin Wu will probably be carried out tonight. Lu Min hugged Zhao Zixuan as tears streamed down her face. Zhao Zixuan, do you have any way to deal with them? If we can't stop Qin Wu, I'll have no choice but to die. At this moment, Zhao Zixuan was her only hope. As for whether this man was someone she could entrust herself to, she didn't know. He was simply her final choice before death. This was a lawless world. As a woman, she had to make choices to survive. Zhou Qiang regarded her as a burden, a bargaining chip, and even potential food. If so, he couldn't blame Lu Min for abandoning whatever remained of their marital bond. Zhao Zixuan sighed inwardly. This woman might look weak, but she clearly had courage beneath that fragile exterior. The mere fact that she had dared to climb across from the balcony was enough to put her courage above 99% of women. What could he do? He couldn't possibly throw her out again and force her to die. Besides, a woman like her was worth taking some risks for. Stop crying. Leave everything to me. Go eat something first. You need to fill your stomach before we can talk about anything else. Lu Min's eyes immediately lit up. Zhao Zixuan, you're going to give me food. Zhao Zixuan reached out and pinched her pretty cheek. Call me Zixuan. You've come to me for shelter, so how could I let you go hungry? But I'll make one thing clear first. If you're with me, you have to be completely loyal. If you have any other intentions, the spring-loaded gun in my hand won't care who you are. Lu Min quickly nodded, obedient as a cute little rabbit. Zhao Zixuan felt his heart grow warm and couldn't help pulling Lu Min into his arms. Lu Min was very light. Clearly, the prolonged hunger had caused her to lose quite a bit of weight. Yet the curves of her chest were still strikingly obvious, and Zhao Zixuan could feel them even more clearly now. The atmosphere between them suddenly became ambiguous. Bang! A loud crash came from next door. The two people who had been holding each other tightly immediately separated like startled rabbits. Zhao Zixuan looked embarrassedly toward the bedroom. No one came out. The blush on Lu Min's face was instantly replaced by fear. It's next door. Zhou Qiang. He realized I'm gone. Seeing the fear on Lu Min's face, Zhao Zixuan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. He stepped forward and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. I've got you. Wen, go prepare some food. As Zhao Zixuan comforted Lu Min, Zhou Qiang's vicious curses could faintly be heard through the storm outside the balcony. Lu Min, you filthy bitch. You actually dared to kill yourself? How could you do this? I shouldn't have given you anything to eat. I should have starved you to death. I should have starved you to death. His vicious voice mixed with the howling wind and rain, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Min curled herself into a ball and trembled in Zhao Zixuan's arms. Zhao Zixuan seemed to understand what had happened, and his sympathy for her grew even stronger. Jiang Wenwen came out of the bedroom and watched the scene. She didn't even know whether she should look impressed or contemptuous. Silently, she went to the kitchen to prepare food. It seemed that from now on, she would have to cook for 3 people. She just wondered whether that woman would help her in the kitchen. There was rice and seabird meat. The 2 women ate as though they were competing to see who could eat more, leaving Zhao Zixuan unable to eat his fill. Fortunately, he had the evolution supermarket. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to support 2 women. Wenwen, our previous guess was correct. Zhou Qiang really has joined forces with Qin Wu, and there's a high chance they'll launch an attack tonight. So we have to act. Jiang Wenwen's expression turned serious. She rubbed her painfully full stomach. Even if she died tonight, at least she'd die with a full belly. Brother Zhao, what do you need me to do? First, go repair the door to 5203. Jiang Wenwen's expression changed. Brother Zhao, you're trying to kick me out? Zhao Zixuan shook his head and explained his plan. I'm planning to connect the apartments in 5202 and 5203 to expand our combat space. I'll repair the security door in 5202 as well. And I'm going to 5201. Given the current situation, Qin Wu has the advantage in numbers. We need more people. Do either of you know anything about the people in 5201? Jiang Wenwen and Lu Min both shook their heads. I've only seen the man from 5201 a few times. His surname is Wang. He's a man in his 50s, very polite when he talks. I can't really tell anything else. Jiang Wenwen thought carefully before answering. Lu Min had moved in later and had never even seen him. What about the wife? They should be a couple living there, right? Do they have any children? No children. I've seen the woman from that apartment. She's very young. They should both be remarried. I've never heard the sound of children coming from their apartment. Even without deliberately asking, living so close together meant you naturally knew some basic information about your neighbors. Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath and prepared to make contact with 5201. He intended to deal with 5204, and Zhou Qiang had already made it clear that he was working with Qin Wu. That made him an enemy. Zhao Zixuan was worried that attacking Zhou Qiang might alarm the couple in 5201. He didn't want them causing trouble at a critical moment. Neither woman objected. Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath and began preparing weapons for the 2 women. They were too weak to use the spring-loaded gun effectively. Zhao Zixuan brought over the gas cylinder from the kitchen. This compressed gas cylinder was quite durable, and there was still plenty of gas inside. He planned to modify it into a flamethrower. At a life-or-death moment, there was nothing worth hesitating over. Fire had always been one of humanity's most formidable weapons. As for Lu Min, he used the remaining gasoline from the generator to make several Molotov cocktails. The generator was important, and gasoline was even more precious, but if they lost the battle against Qin Wu, everything would belong to someone else anyway. Besides, once they ran out of gasoline, the Evolution supermarket had other fuels available. They might be able to modify them later and use them as backup energy sources. As an engineer, Zhao Zixuan had excellent practical skills. The simple mechanical modifications didn't take long. A gas cylinder flamethrower, 5 glass bottle incendiaries. That was the limit of what he could make. After teaching the 2 women how to use them, Zhao Zixuan grabbed a large hammer and went into his bedroom. Bang, 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 asterisk asterisk. In less than half an hour, he had smashed a circular opening in the corner of the bedroom large enough for 1 person to pass through. He carried the steel mesh to 5202. Using a steel punch, he made holes in the security door of 5202 and spent another half hour covering the large opening with the steel mesh. It looked ugly, but it was clearly sturdy. His actions plunged the entire 52nd floor into silence. On the western side, Zhou Qiang had long since stopped cursing. Even after 2 or 3 hours, he still had no idea that his wife hadn't jumped to her death at all. She had gone next door to eat well and live comfortably. Zhao Zixuan cautiously went to the stairwell and locked the normally unlocked fire door with an iron chain. Then he arrived outside 5201 and knocked on the door of his mysterious neighbor. Who is it? Leave immediately. I don't have any extra food. I have a gun. If you don't leave, don't blame me for what happens next. A low, threatening voice came from inside. Zhao Zixuan froze. Was he serious? Before the disaster, guns were strictly regulated weapons. How could an ordinary household possibly have one? Brother Wang, hello? I'm Zhao Zixuan from 5203. You should have seen what happened earlier. Qin Wu and his people will come again. I hope you can form an alliance with us and fight them together. An alliance? You brought this trouble upon yourself. Why should I get involved? Zhao Zixuan frowned. What an attitude, completely detached from everything that didn't concern him. Brother Wang, You should understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth will suffer. If I fail, Qin Wu and his people will become even more reckless. How long do you think you'll be able to avoid them? Why should I trust you? Whether you believe me is up to you. I only came to tell you that Zhou Qiang from 5204 has joined forces with Qin Wu. There's a good chance they'll attack me tonight from inside and outside. We're neighbors on the same floor. You don't have to form an alliance with me, but I don't want to make another enemy either. His words were met with silence from inside. What are you going to do about the woman from 5204? Zhao Zixuan's expression darkened. What did this guy mean? Was he interested in Lu Min? Or was he simply overly cautious? There's no need for me to tell you about that. Brother Wang, you only need to tell me whether you're willing to form an alliance, remain neutral and leave each other alone, or join forces with Qin Wu and become my enemy. A cold laugh came from behind the door. I don't want to cooperate with anyone. I only want to protect my own home. I don't care what you people do. Just don't bother me. Otherwise, my gun doesn't care who you are. Zhao Zixuan left after getting nowhere. His wariness toward 5,201 immediately rose to its highest level. The man had mentioned a gun twice. That made Zhao Zixuan even more uneasy. An ordinary household shouldn't have something like that. The man's identity might be far more complicated than simply being a mid-level state-owned enterprise employee. He needed to reassess the strength and identity of the people in 5201. Moreover, the man's voice had been deep and powerful, suggesting that his household still had a considerable amount of food. That was at least a good thing. It meant the man probably wouldn't casually get involved in the conflict. After returning from 5201, Zhao Zixuan took a large solid steel battle axe from his apartment. This wasn't the cheap fire axe found in an emergency cabinet. He had bought this ornate steel axe online. It had originally been intended as a decorative piece, but now it had become a genuine weapon. Its scientific design gave it considerable killing power. If he didn't have the spring-loaded gun, this large battle axe would be his most reliable weapon. Zhao Zixuan walked to the security door of 5204 and smashed the peephole with one swing of the axe. Then he took a powerful magnet and stuck it directly over the shattered peephole, blocking the view from inside. He had a spring-loaded gun. There was no guarantee Zhou Qiang didn't have a ranged weapon of his own. It was always better to be overly cautious than careless. Then Zhao Zixuan raised his large battle axe and began viciously hacking at the security door of 5204. Who is it? Get the hell out of here. Someone's inside. I have a weapon. If you don't leave, don't blame me. Zhou Chang's furious voice came from inside. A steel rod suddenly thrust through the shattered peephole, pushing up the powerful magnet. When the steel rod withdrew, the magnet dropped back down. Through that brief glimpse, Zhou Qiang saw a figure outside wearing a helmet and wielding an axe, furiously hacking at his security door. Chapter 11, Room 5204, Passion in the Master Bedroom. Zhao Zixuan ignored him completely and kept swinging the axe in his hand, chopping a hole in the security door of 5204 in just a dozen strokes. Zhou Qiang, his face filled with terror, was seen holding a kitchen knife and an axe. Who are you? Don't come any closer. My family is also short of food. I only have 3 packs of instant noodles. You can have them all, but leave right now. Zhao Zixuan's eyes were icy cold, filled with murderous intent. Zhou Qiang is shrewd and calculating, but he has never killed anyone, so he is much less imposing than Zhao Zixuan. After all, not everyone is as lucky as Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan's mindset changed because of the system's appearance. The system has arrived, the world has changed, and if he still holds onto his old mindset, he won't even know how he died. Zhou Qiang had weapons, but kitchen knives and ordinary axes had limited lethality. Not enough. Zhao Zixuan deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice, swinging his diamond axe even more fiercely. I really have nothing left. This is all the food I have. If you don't believe me, then I'll have to fight you to the death. Even if your weapons are better than mine, you can't guarantee you won't get hurt. In this kind of weather, once you get injured and infected, you'll die. Zhou Qiang was very eloquent and quick-witted. Moreover, he never ran out of food. His weight loss was limited, and he still looked quite intimidating as he brandished his weapon. If they were really after the food, they might be fooled and leave with those 3 packets of instant noodles. Unfortunately, Zhao Zixuan didn't care about the 3 packs of instant noodles at all. His target was Zhou Qiang. I've taken a liking to your house. Get out of there right now. Zhou Chang's expression changed drastically. He brandished the kitchen knife in his hand and roared, "Impossible. If you dare to come any closer, I'll fight you to the death." Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to fight me." With that, he pulled a glass bottle from his lower back, inside which a pale yellow liquid was sloshing around. I lit the cotton cloth, plugging the bottle opening with a lighter, and threw it directly into the hole in the 5204 security door. With the sound of a glass bottle shattering, the splashed gasoline was ignited by the cotton cloth, instantly turning into a raging fire. Molotov cocktail. No, you're Zhao Zixuan from 5203. I have no grudge against you. Why are you attacking me? Zhou Qiang dodged quickly, his body covered in gasoline, but his face was full of terror. Then he seemed to realize something. It was that bitch Lu Min who told you. I really regret not killing her sooner. Looking at Zhou Qiang, who appeared to be insane, Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but mutter a few complaints to himself. What does your evil deeds have to do with your woman? It's precisely because you don't treat her like a human being that I was able to get advance notice that you wanted to harm me. Zhou Qiang, this is retribution. This is the bitter fruit you have to bear for the evil you sowed. Zhou Qiang retreated far away, staring at Zhao Zixuan with venomous resentment. Don't worry, I won't go in. Consider this Molotov cocktail a warning. If you want to harm me, there's no place for you on the 52nd floor. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. After saying this, Zhao Zixuan returned directly to 5203. Jiang Wenwen and Lu Min stood guard behind the door of 5203, one holding the muzzle of a flamethrower, and the other holding a Molotov cocktail and a lighter in both hands. Seeing the two women's nervous expressions, Zhao Zixuan smiled and took off his helmet. Don't worry, I originally planned to kick Zhou Qiang out of 5204, and then use the three houses 5202, 5203, and 5204 as the battlefield for our decisive battle with Qin Wu. In front of Lu Min, he didn't say that he wanted to get rid of Zhou Qiang, this scourge. The spring gun is perfect for ambushes. The larger the territory, the more opportunities he has to launch a surprise attack. Apart from Zhang Ziyuan, who was stabbed through the neck at close range, the others were all killed by sneak attacks with a spring gun. Zhao Zixuan didn't have much experience in close combat. Although he was physically stronger than Zhou Qiang, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't get injured during the fight. Zhou Qiang made a very good point. If an injury becomes infected, it is indeed a big problem. After all, in this kind of apocalyptic world, medicine is just as precious as food. Lu Min, you know Zhou Qiang. What do you think he will choose? Lu Min's expression was incredibly complicated. Even though she had completely broken ties with Zhou Qiang and wanted to deal with him, she still felt a sense of melancholy. Based on my understanding of Zhou Qiang, he will immediately notify Qin Wu to deal with you. You smashed the security door of 5204, which made him lose his last sense of security. He will try to plug the loophole in the security door. Once Qin Wu arrives, he will definitely rush out and join forces with the other party to deal with you. Lu Min indeed knew Zhou Qiang well. Soon after, they heard clanging sounds coming from 5204. Zhou Qiang must have dismantled the bed frame in an attempt to plug the hole in the security door. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Zixuan's face. 1-1, you two each take a hammer and smash the wall behind the sofa. Wasn't he going to smash the wall of 5202 to ambush us? Let's give him a counter-ambush. The two women's eyes lit up, and they began smashing the wall one by one with hammers. Sure enough, the other side quickly panicked. Zhou Qiang, who was dismantling the bed frame to plug the loophole in the security door, panicked completely. Given the strength of the foam blocks, the other party will soon be able to smash through the wall. Danger! 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 Alarm bells rang in Zhou Qiang's mind. He didn't wait for Qin Wu's reply. He simply slung all the grain he had secretly hoarded onto his back, grabbed a kitchen knife and an axe, and rushed out. Run! He was leaving the 52nd floor. Even without Lu Min, he still had a backpack full of food as a gift. Although it was meager, he was still a strong laborer, and Qin Wu would most likely take him in. As long as he made contributions in dealing with Zhao Zixuan later, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to integrate into Qin Wu's group. Zhou Qiang rushed to the security door, glanced cautiously at the tightly closed security doors of 5202 and 5203, and listened to the continuous knocking sounds coming from the living room. There were at least two people there, which means that Zhao Zixuan and the female college student who survived from room 5202 were smashing the wall together, so it was impossible for him to be lying in ambush behind the security door. Seizing the opportunity, and to minimize the disturbance, he didn't open the security door. Instead, he crawled out through the hole Zhao Zixuan had cut and tiptoed towards the stairwell. As I passed the door of room 5203, I could clearly hear the sound of banging on the wall coming from inside. I confirmed that no one was behind the door. I ran to the entrance of 5202 and subconsciously glanced at the ugly steel mesh. Zhou Chang's forward momentum nearly froze as a dark figure hid behind the steel mesh, holding a spring gun that filled him with immense fear. Zhao Zixuan, what's he doing here? I clearly saw him enter room 5203, and there were two people in his house demolishing the wall. Who was the other person? With a whoosh, Zhou Qiang felt a sharp pain in his chest. He didn't slow down. He continued running straight toward the stairwell entrance, looking at the stairwell door that was bound by chains. He used both hands frantically to untangle the chains. But somehow, his strength waned, and he felt as if his entire being was being drained away. With a creak, the stairwell door opened, but Zhou Qiang had already lost the strength to step out. Footsteps sounded behind him. A strong, large hand grabbed the backpack he considered his lifeline. He turned his head frantically to look, and standing behind him was Zhao Zixuan wearing a helmet. The backpack full of food was forcibly dragged away, and then a long knife was plunged into Zhou Chang's back with such force that the gleaming blade could be seen on his chest. Then Zhao Zixuan kicked Zhou Qiang in the back, and he tumbled into the stairwell like a rolling gourd. The world spun around him, and with each convulsion, blood gushed from his chest. He tried to call for help, but his throat was blocked by blood, and he couldn't make a sound. Within minutes, Zhou Qiang had completely lost his breath and became a corpse. Zhao Zixuan rechained the stairwell door and returned to 5203, where the two women who were knocking on the wall stopped. Afterwards, Zhao Zixuan handed the backpack full of food to Lu Min. This is the food Zhou Qiang hid. That guy is quite capable. He can still store so much food even now. Lu Min naturally recognized the backpack. It originally contained some outdoor gear, but Zhou Qiang had used it to hide food, a considerable amount. Instant noodles, sausages, and biscuits. With so much food, this bastard only gave himself a tiny bit each day. Is Zhou Qiang dead? I stabbed him and snatched this backpack. He fled into the stairwell. I was afraid of an ambush, so I didn't dare to chase after him. Zhao Zixuan didn't say that he directly killed Zhou Qiang, but instead gave Lu Min an ambiguous answer. Lu Min's expression showed both relief and a lingering sense of complexity. She hated Zhou Qiang, hated his selfishness and ruthlessness, but when she heard that he had been stabbed, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, Zhou Qiang was her husband, and the two had a sweet past. She had also dreamed countless times of growing old with Zhou Qiang. Lu Min, come with me to 5204 and bring back some useful things. Lu Min nodded. This was not the time to be sentimental. Qin Wu and the others could rush up at any moment, and if they didn't pack up the supplies now, they would just end up benefiting others. The two stepped into room 5204 together. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom apartment. Lu Min went straight to the master bedroom to pack up all her clothes. Zhao Zixuan then went to the 2nd bedroom where Zhou Qiang had always lived. He originally thought that all the useful things inside were in the package, but when he opened the wardrobe in the 2nd bedroom, the contents inside made his eyes light up. Stockings, suits, uniforms, whips, any kind of perverted toy you can think of. Zhou Qiang has more than a dozen of them in his wardrobe. Moreover, most of them were unopened. The fact that these items were placed in the secondary bedroom instead of the master bedroom clearly indicates that Zhou Qiang had not yet fully developed his perverted hobbies. Of course, these pieces of mental garbage shouldn't pollute others, so Zhao Zixuan reluctantly packed them all up and took them with him. Zhao Zixuan went to the master bedroom, where the suitcase on the bed was already stuffed with Lu Min's clothes, with a large red bra on top that was surprisingly large and eye-catching. As if sensing Zhao Zixuan's gaze, Lu Min blushed slightly and hurriedly stuffed the bra into the bottom of the suitcase. A mocking smile played on Zhao Zixuan's face. With Zhou Qiang dead, the last shackle binding Lu Min was gone. How could Zhao Zixuan possibly let go of this tempting peach? Need any help? Zhao Zixuan asked with a wicked grin. Lu Min blushed and shook her head. I'll be done soon. Zhao Zixuan nodded. The ground was littered with Zhou Qiang's clothes. Zhao Zixuan felt it was bad luck and prepared to pack them all up and throw them out the window. No, Lu Min suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Zixuan froze, and his eyes quickly changed. The atmosphere in the bedroom changed instantly. There's some dirty stuff down there that I can't show to anyone. I'll throw it away. Lu Min quickly explained. seemingly sensing that Zhao Zixuan was in a bad mood. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zixuan lifted the pile of clothes, revealing several open boxes underneath. There was a neat box of Durex condoms, at least 17 or 18 more, and a large box of small blue pills. Even men who had never used them would recognize the name. Holy crap! How old is Zhou Qiang? He's only been married for 6 months, and he's already using this thing? Seeing Zhao Zixuan's strange expression, Lu Min's face flushed red. She intended to wrap these things in Zhou Qiang's tattered clothes and throw them out together, but she didn't expect Zhao Zixuan to see them. Zhao Zixuan didn't care about Lu Min's past. Everyone is an adult, and everyone has a past. The important thing is to live in the present. These are valuable items. It would be such a waste to throw them away. With that, Zhao Zixuan took them all with a perfectly justified air. Zixuan, don't you care? Zhou Qiang bought all of these. Zhao Zixuan grinned and said, so what? Things are things, and people are people. If I were to fuss over such a small thing, how could I grow old with you? Lu Min sighed with emotion, realizing that people are indeed different. Thinking of this, she looked at Zhao Zixuan with teary eyes. These things will probably all be used on myself. Thinking of this, I felt inexplicably hot. Brother, thank you. That brother seemed to have a hook in it. Zhao Zixuan reached out and pulled Lu Min into his arms, precisely sealing her red lips with his. Lu Min stiffened, then awkwardly began to respond to Zhao Zixuan. Her large, watery eyes became unfocused. Suddenly, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the wedding photo on the bedside table. In the photo, Zhou Qiang was neither sinister nor malicious. He was handsome, and his smile was full of sincerity. Lu Min's eyes focused instantly. The water in her eyes disappeared, and she leaned back, trying to break free from Zhao Zixuan's kiss, pushing hard against Zhao Zixuan's firm chest with both hands. Zhao Zixuan sensed Lu Min's inexplicable resistance and followed her gaze to the wedding photo of Zhou Qiang and Lu Min on the bedside table. To him, Zhou Qiang's smile was extremely irritating. Zhao Zixuan sneered inwardly. The man was already dead. Why would he be afraid of a photograph? He suddenly pulled Lu Min into his arms and kissed her red lips domineeringly once again. Wah! A tear rolled down Lu Min's cheek. She no longer resisted Zhao Zixuan and even took the initiative to hug his neck. The two kissed with the intensity of a thunderbolt striking the earth. The slight displeasure in Zhao Zixuan's heart dissipated because of Lu Min's enthusiastic response. She was a good woman. Luckily, she met him. Otherwise, her fate would have been extremely tragic. Thinking of her past experiences, Zhao Zixuan's actions became less rough and more tender. Just then, a loud banging sound came from outside as the door was kicked open. The two of them suddenly woke up. That was the unit door in the building's hallway, which Zhao Zixuan had previously bound with chains. The violent impact, accompanied by loud shouts and curses, instantly brought the two people, caught up in their passion, to their senses. Qin Wu has arrived. Back to 5203. Zhao Zixuan shouted, picked up the suitcase on the bed and the package outside, and strode out. Lu Min didn't bother to put on her clothes properly. She picked up her clothes that were scattered on the ground and ran after Zhao Zixuan. The sound of the door being kicked startled Jiang Wenwen inside room 5203. Without Zhao Zixuan having to call her, she quietly opened the door to help the two of them return. She was fine when she left, but when she came back, Lu Min's clothes were disheveled and her face had a faint flush. Jiang Wenwen glanced at Zhao Zixuan subconsciously, secretly feeling contempt for him. Huh. Men. Chapter 12 Annihilation of Qin Wu and his confidants. Zhao Zixuan didn't explain anything, but spoke in a deep voice to give instructions. Wenwen, you're in charge of meeting me at the entrance. I'll go to the stairwell door to snipe the first wave, then retreat to 5203. Lu Min, you take 2 Molotov cocktails to 5202. If those people rush 5202, throw the Molotov cocktails out. If they rush 5203, you don't need to worry about them. The two women nodded. The tactics weren't perfect. After all, they were just ordinary people, and among the three, only Zhao Zixuan was proficient in using a spring gun. Jiang Wenwen's flamethrower is powerful, but its range is limited. Gas cylinders are also inconvenient to move, so they are suitable for defense. Molotov cocktails are flexible, but there are far too few of them. Lu Min took 2 with her, leaving Zhao Zixuan with only 3. It wasn't that he couldn't make more, but that he ran out of gasoline. The door to room 5203 opened, and Zhao Zixuan, holding a spring gun, rushed out quickly. The stairwell door was being kicked loudly. This type of fire door is very sturdy, but the door handle could not withstand such an impact and could break at any moment. Zhao Zixuan could clearly hear Qin Wu's shouts and curses. Clearly, they had seen Zhou Chang's body and knew that his plan had failed. Qin Wu didn't care about Zhou Chang's death. He ordered his men to throw the body out of the stairwell window. Lu Min was the plaything he was determined to have, so Zhou Qiang naturally wouldn't mention in his letter that Lu Min had jumped off a building. Zhou Qiang also didn't know that Lu Min had gone to Zhao Zixuan's house next door. Therefore, Qin Wu believed that with Zhou Qiang dead, Lu Min had probably fallen into Zhao Zixuan's hands. That was the woman he wanted. He had to take her back. At the same time, he also wanted to get rid of Zhao Zixuan, this troublemaker. His two failures had already affected his reputation in the entire building. After all, he got his current status by breaking down doors, demolishing houses, and daring to kill people. Therefore, Qin Wu brought all his trusted confidants with him this time. And with him, there were a total of 12 strong men. Not to mention Zhao Zixuan, he could sweep through the entire 52 floors. He knew that there was a female doctor living in room 5201, and it was time to take control of such a rare talent. At Qin Wu's shout, a loud crash was heard as the doorknob of the stairwell broke, and the door swung open. Open! Zhao Zixuan, who was on high alert, quickly pulled the trigger. A steel needle shot out, and the man at the front let out a scream. The steel needle pierced directly into his right eye, even penetrating his skull. Half of the needle could be seen from behind. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Damn, hide. That kid's out killing again. The entrance to the building was narrow. People in front wanted to back up, while those behind wanted to rush forward. A dozen people were crammed together, and chaos ensued. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Zixuan decisively pulled open the spring and deftly placed a steel needle on top. He raised his hand and fired, and another scream rang out as a burly man was pierced through the abdomen by a steel needle. Damn it, put that shield in front. That kid's steel needles can't pierce it. Qin Wu roared from behind. Because he was wary of Zhao Zixuan's spring gun, he had been hiding at the back. Seeing that two people had been lost in the blink of an eye, Qin Wu couldn't hold back any longer. The one whose eye was pierced is definitely useless, but the one in the abdomen can still be treated. This battle is over for him. His mission got off to a bad start. In just 1 minute, he lost 2 men. The others, having witnessed Zhao Zixuan's ruthlessness, were also filled with apprehension. These dozen or so people looked numerous and powerful, but very few of them actually had blood on their hands. The group hurriedly lifted up a shield made from a bedboard. At this moment, Zhao Zixuan had already inserted the third steel needle, and his eyes were fixed on the shield. Using a bedboard as a support and covering it with a layer of sheet metal, his steel needles could pierce through the sheet metal, but there was also a layer of wooden board behind it, and he still needed to leave enough distance to escape, which greatly reduced the deterrent effect of the spring gun. He didn't have too many regrets. This was the third time he had clashed with Qin Wu. If the other party didn't even have this much brains, he wouldn't be worthy of being his opponent. Seeing that Zhao Zixuan did not make another move, the opposing side immediately confirmed that their shield tactic was effective. Let's all carry him forward together and corner that kid. The person behind the shield shouted loudly. This shield is quite heavy. One person couldn't lift it. As the shield rose and he moved forward, Zhao Zixuan fired his spring gun again. The shield tilted instantly, and a burly man who had been raising it screamed in pain, clutching his foot. A steel needle was seen piercing his ankle joint, rendering him unable to fight, and his face turned deathly pale due to the mottled rust on the needle. Damn it, it's not just physical damage, there's also chemical damage. Holy crap, is this kid a sniper? His aim is fucking incredible. Everyone, pay attention to your shields. Don't raise them too high. There are many of us, so move forward little by little. The shield slowly rose a little and moved forward. Zhao Zixuan, who had already inserted the fourth steel needle, felt somewhat regretful. He slowly retreated, and the shield gradually pushed forward until Zhao Zixuan entered 5203. Those behind the shield breathed a sigh of relief. You little bastard, you have no other choice, do you? Block the peephole with an iron plate, as I arranged before. The rest of you are responsible for breaking down the door, just like before, forcing it in little by little. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to dinner in room 5203, Qin Wu shouted. The crowd behind him responded in unison, and their morale soared once again. The group pushed the shields and rushed straight towards 5203. With a clang, a long-handled wooden stick with a thick steel plate attached to the top extended from behind the shield, directly blocking the peephole of 5203. The people behind the shield breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and emerged with ferocious faces, brandishing fire axes. They're experts at breaking down doors. Once the door is broken down, Zhao Zixuan will be dismembered into 8 pieces. As Brother Wu said, the food in the stairwell is running out, and everyone is getting restless. At this time, it is necessary to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and Zhao Zixuan, who has repeatedly made Qin Wu suffer, is that chicken. Wu Ji's original words were that he wanted to cut off Zhao Zixuan's head and display it on each floor so that these homeowners would know what the consequences would be for disobeying his orders, Qin Wu. Just then, the security door of room 5202 behind the group was suddenly opened, and 2 Molotov cocktails with flames were thrown directly at the crowd. Asterisk crack. Crack. Boom. Asterisk. The pungent smell of gasoline mingled with the flames, and it ignited instantly. A scream rang out instantly. Ah, it's gasoline. Damn it. How did this kid get this stuff? Brother Wu, save me. I can't put out the fire on my body. The 9 people, who were huddled behind the shield, were completely engulfed by the 2 Molotov cocktails that suddenly appeared. Even Qin Wu's body was engulfed in flames. Everyone frantically patted themselves down and then hurriedly took off their makeshift protective gear. Zhao Zixuan appeared at the entrance of 5202, pointing his spring gun at Qin Wu, who had already taken off his coat in the crowd. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Whoosh! Qin Wu, seemingly sensing something, grabbed a companion without hesitation. With a soft thud, the steel needle pierced through the loosened iron armor of the other man, penetrating directly into his chest. A scream followed, accompanied by disbelief. Brother Wu Yu. Qin Wu pushed aside his severely injured subordinate, roared like a tiger, and charged straight toward the door of 5202. Zhao Zixuan sneered and stepped back into 5202. With a swift movement, he picked up the spring gun with the steel needle reattached and aimed it through the steel mesh of the security door of 5202 at Qin Wu, who was rushing towards him from outside. Qin Wu reacted quickly upon seeing this, his massive body suddenly dodging to the side. With a whoosh, Zhao Zixuan fired the 5th steel needle, and an unlucky guy who was still patting the flames on his body was pierced through the neck by this steel needle. Zhao Zixuan's heart sank. Qin Wu's reaction was too fast. Despite his large size, he was as agile as a big monkey. At this moment, the gasoline completely ignited the large bed boards they had been using as a shield. 2 unfortunate men were splattered with gasoline on their heads and faces. Although they weren't burned to death, they were severely burned and lay on the stairwell floor groaning in pain. Qin Wu's side had only 5 men left who were still capable of fighting. At this moment, they were holding fire axes and huddled in the corner with fear and unease on their faces. Brother Wu, what do we do? That kid is too ruthless. Let's retreat. Don't retreat. Break down the door of 5203. That kid is in 5202. Don't worry about the threat of the spring gun. Qin Wu's words sent a chill down the spines of the remaining 4. Yes, Zhao Zixuan is at the door of 5202 now. They can easily break down the door of 5203. If Zhao Zixuan comes to help, they can break down the door of 5202. After all, they have more people, and even if they suffer heavy losses, they will still have the advantage in numbers. The wooden stick used to plug the peephole was contaminated with gasoline and is still burning, making it unusable. Those whom Qin Wu selected and took as his confidants were all ruthless individuals who had undergone the hellish trials below and possessed excellent execution skills. 3 people were wielding fire axes and hacking at the security door of apartment 5203. Clang, clang, clang. The axe cleaved right through the security door. Just as they withdrew their axes and prepared for a second wave of attack, a dark opening emerged from the cat ear hole. With a loud bang, a flame several meters long shot out, instantly engulfing the 3 people blocking the entrance to room 5203. In that instant, the hair and eyebrows of the 3 people were burned off, and the exposed skin was severely burned. A series of piercing screams rang out as the 3 of them frantically rolled to either side, escaping the flames and lying writhing and groaning miserably on the ground. Qin Wu and the remaining man were stunned. Flamethrower weapon. The 2 were utterly terrified and turned to run away. It was terrifying. They never wanted to come back to the 52nd floor again. There were 12 people, and in just a few minutes, some were dead, some were injured, and only the two of them were left unharmed. At this moment, Zhao Zixuan, fully armed, rushed out of room 5202 and pulled the trigger on the two fleeing men. With a whoosh, the steel needle pierced the slower runner, who let out a scream and staggered to the ground. Close the door and wait for me to come back. If anyone doesn't know what's good for them, just use your rifle. Zhao Zixuan shouted, pulled back the spring gun, inserted a steel needle, and quickly chased after it towards the stairwell. Qin Wu was terrified and ran frantically through the stairwell. He even slipped and fell down more than a dozen steps, crashing into the wall and getting completely disoriented, his head and face covered in blood. He looked up and saw Zhao Zixuan chasing after him with a spring gun in hand. He trembled and got up to run down the slope. He ran and shouted, "Don't come any closer." Zhao Zixuan remained silent, his movements becoming faster and faster. Qin Wu was somewhat desperate. He deeply regretted provoking Zhao Zixuan. Of his 12 trusted men, some were dead and some were injured, and he himself was being chased and forced to flee for his life. Forget about becoming king or conquering. Forget about taking whatever you want. All Qin Wu wants now is to survive. Yes, go back to the 25th floor. He still has quite a few subordinates there, while Zhao Zixuan is all alone. As long as he can organize his men, he will surely be able to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Qin Wu's fear lessened somewhat, and a murderous intent slowly surfaced in his eyes. Zhao Zixuan raised his spring gun and fired a steel needle at the fleeing Qin Wu. The opponent dodged quickly upon hearing the spring sound, and the steel needle missed his chest, only hitting his arm. Qin Wu grunted and accelerated his descent. Zhao Zixuan was hot on his heels, causing him to pull back the spring gun he feared once more. Damn bastard, how many steel needles does he have? From the 52nd floor down to the 25th floor, Zhao Zixuan fired a total of 4 steel needles, 2 of which hit Qin Wu's body, but the opponent avoided their vital points. Qin Wu rushed up to the 25th floor and yelled at the wide-open stairwell security door, "Everyone come out and join me in killing this kid." The entire 25th floor suddenly became deathly silent. Then came the sound of footsteps, and it sounded like there were quite a few people. "Qin Wu, you fucking go to hell." A tiger's roar came from behind Qin Wu. Hearing the dense sound of footsteps coming from the 25th floor, Qin Wu's courage instantly returned. He looked at Zhao Zixuan, who was rushing up from the stairwell with a spring gun in his hand, and a ferocious look flashed across his face. "You're not qualified to kill me?" With that, he brandished the fire axe in his right hand and chopped it down hard at Zhao Zixuan's head. In close combat, Qin Wu, who is 1.95 meters tall and has the build of a bear, was not afraid of Zhao Zixuan. Moreover, this was not the 52nd floor, but the 25th floor, which was Qin Wu's base. With a clang, Qin Wu's fire axe was deflected by the bayonet at the tip of Zhao Zixuan's spring gun. Zhao Zixuan then launched a close-range thrust, the bayonet ruthlessly, sharply, and precisely piercing Qin Wu's throat. Qin Wu's body froze instantly. Impossible. Based on his understanding of Zhao Zixuan, the other party should be an engineer, definitely not 1.85 meters tall, and he had never heard of him being a close combat expert. Qin Wu was unaware that after the natural disaster, Zhao Zixuan had been working hard to improve his physical fitness. After creating the spring gun, he spent his spare time practicing bayonet fighting techniques. An inch longer means an inch stronger, and with his long-term strength training, even though his physique is not as robust as Qin Wu's, his explosive power is by no means weak. Qin Wukong had a powerful physique that looked very intimidating, but fitness and combat are two different things. His muscles might scare people who didn't know any better, but when faced with someone like Zhao Zixuan, who was not lacking in strength and had undergone a period of rigorous training, he immediately showed his fear. In addition, Zhao Zixuan was decisive in his attacks, had killed many people, and his attacks went straight to the vital points without any hesitation. In addition, Qin Wu was not idle at night during this period, with many women climbing into his bed for food. It's understandable that he was killed in one blow by Zhao Zixuan. With a loud bang, Qin Wu's strong body collapsed to the ground, the blood splattering from his neck, staining a large area of the floor tiles beneath his feet. Zhao Zixuan gripped the spring gun tightly with both hands, his eyes inside the helmet fixed on the group of bewildered people opposite him. They were all people who were dependent on Qin Wu. When they heard Qin Wu's shout, there were more than a dozen of them, including men and women, old and weak. Qin Wu was actually killed? Someone in the crowd shouted in disbelief. That's right, I am Zhao Zixuan from the 52nd floor. I personally stabbed Qin Wu to death. Anyone who wants to avenge him, feel free to come up and test the sharpness of my bayonet. Having already killed quite a few people today, Zhao Zixuan didn't mind going on another killing spree. The other side fell into dead silence instantly. Not a single one of the dozen or so people was willing to stand up for Qin Wu. Some people even physically assaulted the 3 people at the front, pinning them to the ground. An old man and 2 women. Qin Wu is dead, and no one will oppress us anymore. Hero Zhao, you have saved us. They are Qin Wu's second uncle, second aunt, and wife. They have been acting as his accomplices all this time. Now we have taken them down, and they are at your disposal. Chapter 13 Big Brother, I have an idea. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat surprised by these people's choices. It's understandable, considering that less than 4 months have passed since the disaster. Even if someone were to fall into depravity, it's impossible for them to fall so quickly. The main problem lies with Qin Wu's clique. In order to protect their own interests, they resorted to suppression and killing, which corrupted the atmosphere of the entire building. I don't care what you do, but before you mess with me, Zhao Zixuan, think carefully about what will happen to Qin Wu. Zhao Zixuan brandished his blood-stained bayonet, and the crowd retreated in fear. They lived in civilized society and had seen Qin Wu and his gang kill people, but they had never seen anyone actually fight with bayonets drawn. At this moment, although no one could see Zhao Zixuan's face, they were shocked by his ruthlessness. Zhao Zixuan tore off Qin Wu's protective jacket, not because he was interested in the crudely made iron armor, but because there was still a group of wounded soldiers on the 52nd floor. Those people had not completely lost their fighting ability, and Qin Wu's death was the key to breaking their last will to resist. Although Zhao Zixuan was not afraid of killing, he did not want to kill for energy points. He addressed the crowd, saying, "There are still a few who are alive up there. If you want to solve this problem once and for all, send someone up there. My suggestion is, kill all those who have taken lives, confiscate everything from those who have committed crimes, and kick them out of their rooms to fend for themselves. There can be no king in this unit. Everyone should continue to live according to the original order." Having said that, Zhao Zixuan carried Qin Wu's blood-stained armor upstairs. Zhao Zixuan could feel that someone was watching him on every floor, but no one dared to speak to him. The people on the 25th floor looked at Qin Wu's corpse and sighed with sorrow. Qin Wu, who had been dominating the entire unit for nearly 2 months, just died like that? Everyone pondered Zhao Zixuan's words. Order. What a familiar yet unfamiliar word. All the homeowners felt a deep sense of sorrow. At this moment, they truly felt the weight of those 2 words. Even though Zhao Zixuan didn't say much, the fact that he publicly killed Qin Wu undoubtedly proved that the person in charge of this unit had changed. Everyone had mixed feelings. Could he keep his word? Each household has a different amount of food stored, and the only way to obtain food from the outside world is through supplies that may float on the water or fish that may be found underwater. Retrieving supplies is relatively straightforward, but fishing from the water requires specialized skills. Most of the residents are city dwellers, and few know how to fish, so the number of fish they catch each day is very limited. Moreover, the residents are wary of each other, and there is also the bullying by Qin Wu's violent organization, which has made the atmosphere in the entire building chaotic and unpleasant. Of course, while some questioned, others supported. Those who had been persecuted by Qin Wu naturally regarded Zhao Zixuan as their savior. Although they did not know what Zhao Zixuan looked like, they spontaneously united and spread the word, wanting to honor Zhao Zixuan as their leader to rebuild order. These are the very people who are actively promoting Zhao Zixuan's words on each floor. When Zhao Zixuan returned to the 52nd floor carrying Qin Wu's vest, the lackeys who were howling on the ground were terrified and no longer had any will to resist. Zhao Zixuan confiscated their weapons, ignored the seriously injured, and tied up the lightly injured with ropes. Once he was certain that no one could pose a threat to him, Zhao Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It went smoothly. These people were so frightened that they didn't suddenly attack him. Of the 12 people, apart from Qin Wu, whom he killed, and 2 unlucky souls who were pierced in vital areas by steel needles, the others were only injured. 4 of them only had injuries to their hands or feet, but if pushed to the limit, they could definitely put up a fight. The worst off were the 5 unlucky guys who were burned by the flamethrower and Molotov cocktails. Even if Zhao Zixuan hadn't killed them, they might not have survived such injuries. Soon, 7 or 8 people came up from below. They were horrified when they saw the horrific battlefield. So many people attacked and still failed. Does Zhao Zixuan have superpowers that allow him to fight 10 people at once? Come and see. Which of them has a murder on their hands? The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Zhao Zixuan's meaning. Hurry up. Zhao Zixuan brandished his spring gun and spoke in a deep voice. Boss Zhao, I know him. A thin young man stepped forward. Pointing to the prisoner bound by Zhao Zixuan, he said, his name is Chun Mo. He was Qin Wu's earliest follower, and at least half of the people Qin Wu killed can be attributed to him. One of the prisoners, a middle-aged man, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. I didn't do it. Qin Wu killed them all. I'm not a murderer." Zhao Zixuan glanced at the others and noticed their cold gazes. Zhao Zixuan stepped forward and struck him in the chest with the butt of his rifle, then pierced through both of his arms. Lin Mo cried out in pain and begged for mercy, his fierceness turning into fear and regret. He shouldn't have surrendered so easily. He only injured one arm, and a sneak attack might have given him a chance to turn the tide. Qin Wu is dead. With his strength, he might very well become the next Qin Wu. Now it's all over. His ribs are fractured, and both arms are severely injured. He is no longer capable of harming anyone. A glint of pleasure flashed in the thin young man's eyes. He then named 3 more people. One had killed someone because he accidentally used excessive force while trying to rob the grain, and the other was simply a pervert. Zhao Zixuan showed no mercy and severely injured the 3 men in front of everyone. He didn't kill these people. In this apocalyptic world where medical care and medicine are scarce, serious injuries would most likely result in death. Just like those 5 people with severe burns, they wouldn't have survived even if Zhao Zixuan hadn't taken action. Seeing him injure people as easily as chopping vegetables and cutting melons, everyone was completely impressed by Zhao Zixuan's ruthlessness. The remaining prisoners begged for mercy, saying they hadn't killed anyone and were only following Qin Wu to earn a living. There was indeed no evidence that the thin young man had committed the murder. Zhao Zixuan nodded. Take them away and let all the homeowners below interrogate them again. Those who haven't committed too many heinous crimes can be spared the death penalty, but they can't escape punishment. Confiscate all the food in their homes and kick the whole family out of the house. The thin young man and the others nodded quickly. Zhao Zixuan's arrangement was very appropriate. Qin Wu and his gang had been causing havoc downstairs for so long that all the owners were harboring resentment. Holding a public trial could completely expose this dark period in the building. Faced with the terrified looks in everyone's eyes, Zhao Zixuan was helpless. Don't blame him for being ruthless, because he was more convinced than anyone else that this storm was the beginning of the apocalypse. The first thing to be broken in the apocalypse is order. Even though he put forward the slogan of restoring order, only heaven knows to what extent he can actually achieve it. Food is the biggest pressure on the minds of all the residents in the entire unit. Unless Zhao Zixuan is willing to open up and provide food for all the owners. But on what basis? His energy level didn't just appear out of thin air. Zhao Zixuan is not a saint. The unit owners are not familiar with each other and are not worth his time to waste. The thin young man had some prestige among the crowd. He ordered everyone to take the bound prisoners away. The 2 corpses were stripped naked and thrown out of the window. The temperature is too high. Leaving corpses is impractical. If the plague spreads, everyone will die. Back at 5203, Jiang Wenwen and Lu Min stepped forward and helped Zhao Zixuan take off his clothes. A dense array of steel plates, strung together with thin steel wires, were threaded under Zhao Zixuan's clothes, protecting his vitals. There is also a noticeable dent on the shoulder armor on the back, which was caused by Qin Wu's henchman with a fire axe when he rescued Jiang Wenwen. The clothes beneath his steel-plated protective armor were soaked with sweat, and Zhao Zixuan's young face was etched with exhaustion. Yet, the light in his eyes was dazzling. He won the battle without a scratch, and the slight physical exertion was negligible. Zhao Zixuan recounted the events that had just occurred to the 2 women in detail. Lu Min was overjoyed, while Jiang Wenwen looked thoughtful. Big brother, I have an idea, Jiang Wenwen said after careful consideration. While enjoying Lu Min massaging his shoulders, Zhao Zixuan gestured for Jiang Wenwen to continue. Jiang Wenwen glanced at Lu Min. This woman, was she born to seduce men? She's too good at it. Brother, I think you should take this opportunity to gather the residents in the building who are willing to follow you and establish a community. Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment. He only had a vague idea in his mind before. Otherwise, he would not have said those words about rebuilding order on the 25th floor. After hearing Jiang Wenwen's words, he suddenly understood. Restoring order is not something that can be done by talking. After all, one person's strength is limited. By uniting the majority and isolating the minority, order can be established. The reason why Qin Wu Group is so brutal is simply because it relies on violence to obtain a stable source of food. Zhao Zixuan doesn't need to do that. He has the evolution supermarket. He just killed 3 people in one go, and the system notification sound has been playing continuously. Presumably, the energy value provided by these people is enough to exceed 100, which means he can activate level 3 privileges. Items priced under 100 yuan account for almost 90% of the products in the supermarket. Open the system panel. Name, Zhao Zixuan. Physical fitness, 4.5. Strength, 5.4. Agility, 3.6. Spirit, 4. Evolution level, 0.15 out of 100. Health points, 52. Energy value, 145 points. Sure enough, he successfully activated the 3rd level of access to the evolution supermarket, from random value to the ability to select product categories, which greatly increased Zhao Zixuan's choices. Compared to the day before yesterday, his evolution value jumped from 9 to 15. It increased by a full 6 points. No wonder he felt that his physique, strength, and agility had increased, and his mental state was inexplicably excited. When did this feeling begin? Zhao Zixuan thought of the seabird meat. By the way, his evolution value started to increase rapidly after he started eating seabird meat. Apart from seabird meat, he had been eating his original food before. As for the source of the mutation value, the only thing Zhao Zixuan could think of was rainwater. Everything makes sense now. No wonder the fish in the water mutate so quickly. Even pomfret can turn into little monsters. What shocked him next was the energy level. He thought it would only break 100 at most, but he didn't expect it to reach 145 points. I quickly checked the system notification. You have killed a mutated human. Energy value plus 26. You have killed a mutated human. Energy value plus 24. You have killed a mutated human. Energy value plus 32. Judging from the time interval, killing Qin Wu provided him with a full 32 energy points. Could it be that the amount of energy and the notification are related to the mutation progress? He found the energy value he had obtained when he killed Zhou Qiang, which was only a mere 13 points. At that time, his own evolution value was less than 12. It can be basically determined that the higher the degree of mutation of a person or animal, the higher the energy value provided to him, her. It seems I'll have to eat more mutated creatures in the future, since the increase in evolution value only brings me benefits so far. Big brother, are you even listening to me? Qin Wu is dead now, and you've taken care of his lackeys. There's a huge power vacuum in the lower floors now. This is our chance. If we miss it, we don't know how the new leader will treat us when he comes up. If another person like Qin Wu comes along, will we be able to deal with them so easily? Jiang Wenwen said with a worried expression. Having personally experienced those days of fear and anxiety, Jiang Wenwen doesn't want to place her hopes on others. Zhao Zixuan's fighting ability is indeed not weak, but 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Even a brute leader like Qin Wu made them busy. If it were a shrewd leader, their chances of escaping safely would be really slim. Zhao Zixuan nodded, agreeing with Jiang Wenwen's point of view. Wenwen, don't laugh at me, but I've never even been a class officer since I was a child. Now you want me to start a club and lead a unit? It's not that I don't want to. It's that I really don't know how. Zhao Zixuan shrugged, looking helpless. What are you afraid of? Of? Big brother killed Qin Wu and several of his henchmen. Who in this building isn't afraid of you? After the public trial of Qin Wu's remaining followers tomorrow, we can take the opportunity to win over those homeowners and put them to your own use. Big brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We absolutely cannot let it slip by. Compared to Zhao Zixuan's hesitation, Jiang Wenwen was much more decisive. Looking at Jiang Wenwen, whose eyes were shining, Zhao Zixuan suddenly felt that the female college student in front of him had finally come to life. This is what young people should be like, full of ideas and drive. Your idea is great. Let's discuss it properly. After saying that, the two went to the living room, took out a notebook, and began to discuss it, one sentence at a time. To build an organization, you must first have a mature organizational philosophy that people agree with in order to find like-minded comrades. Zhao Zixuan proposed the idea of rebuilding order. He did not simply want to restore the order before the catastrophe, but to re-establish an order that could adapt to the apocalyptic disaster. Qin Wu's system of violent plunder and killing was clearly not feasible. Next came the organizational structure. Jiang Wenwen suggested that there didn't need to be too many core personnel, a dozen or so would suffice. The two then discussed issues such as resources, wealth, and personnel recruitment. Just as the two were getting along very well, Lu Min couldn't help but yawn. She wasn't a top student, nor did she have any ambitions in that area. But looking at Zhao Zixuan's serious face, Lu Min felt more and more that her choice was correct. A man like Zhao Zixuan is someone I can rely on. Unfortunately, the other party was completely absorbed in his ambition to establish a club or organization and had no time to appreciate her. This right, Peach. Go to sleep first. This is a rare opportunity. We might have to stay up late tonight. Zhao Zixuan reached out and pinched Lu Min's pert buttocks, speaking with a smile. Lu Min's face flushed instantly, and she glanced guiltily at Jiang Wenwen. Finding the other person staring intently at her, Lu Min fled in panic. She had just entered Zhao Zixuan's house today. Although she had been mentally prepared, the fact that it happened so quickly made Lu Min seem worthless. Therefore, she did not go to Zhao Zixuan's bedroom, but instead went into the room where Jiang Wenwen was staying. There are 3 bedrooms in total in room 5203. Zhao Zixuan lives in the master bedroom, which has a hole connecting it to the next room. Jiang Wenwen lives in the second bedroom. The third bedroom contains rice, flour, and cooking oil, and the door is locked. Apart from Zhao Zixuan, only Jiang Wenwen caught a glimpse of it when she first moved in. The two of them worked until midnight, finalizing all the issues they could think of. Zhao Zixuan gave the master bedroom to Jiang Wenwen, and after checking the time on his phone, he wasn't in the mood to make any more moves, so he just made do on the sofa for the night. The next morning, Zhao Zixuan put on his steel-plated inner armor, donned his dark helmet, and held a spring gun, looking like a legendary steel-helmeted thug, preparing to go downstairs to organize the homeowners to publicly try the criminals of the Qinwu group. Chapter 14: Establishing a Society and Dividing Qinwu's Legacy. When Zhao Zixuan appeared on the 25th floor with Jiang Wenwen, the entire floor erupted in excitement. That killer is back again. He's going to kill a few more people today. Seeing the fearful looks in everyone's eyes, Zhao Zixuan was speechless. Am I really that scary? When he explained his purpose, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was the same thin young man who took the lead, organizing the group to bring over the prisoners and their families who had been captured the day before. Among them were Qinwu's second uncle, second judge, and wife. Zhao Zixuan also sent people to notify all the floors above, but not many people actually came out, and Zhao Zixuan couldn't recognize them in the crowd. The people who were publicly tried had no blood on their hands, but they had done a lot of bad things. Although the residents on the lower floors are suffering terribly, their time is limited, and they are not completely numb yet. Only then did Zhao Zixuan realize that the thin young man was named Lin Mao, a notorious tough guy in this unit. Before he was targeted, Lin Mao had clashed with Qinwu more than once, and his weakened state was partly due to hunger and partly due to being beaten. If Zhao Zixuan doesn't step down, Lin Mao will probably be elected as the new leader by the crowd. Zhao Zixuan watched as the homeowners who had been bullied vented their anger on the prisoners, feeling a pang of regret. He wondered if dying at the hands of these people would give him energy points. After everyone finished listing the crimes of these people and had taken their revenge, Zhao Zixuan announced that all their houses and food would be confiscated and distributed to homeowners who had neither houses nor food. Zhao Zixuan's words brought everyone great joy. The idea of overthrowing local tyrants and distributing land was a deeply ingrained opportunity for the Chinese people to change their fate. But Zhao Zixuan's next words froze the joy on everyone's faces. I'm planning to set up a new club to maintain order in the building. Anyone interested can register with my assistant, Jiang Wenwen. 2 hours later, each registered resident should send one person to the meeting in room 5204 on the 52nd floor. The scene was deathly silent. Some residents quietly withdrew from the crowd and went home along the stairwell. Will the dragon-slaying boy become the new dragon? Zhao Zixuan did not stop these speculators. He hoped that the first group would consist of people who genuinely wanted to follow him, rather than those who were forced into it by circumstances. I'm here to register. I live alone. The thin young man, Lin Mao, stepped forward. Anyway, he's just a worthless man. If Zhao Zixuan is the second Qinwu, then by joining forces with him, he can easily assassinate him nearby. That's right, that's the simple idea Lin Mao had. 2 hours later, the group of dozens of people climbed up to the 52nd floor through the stairwell. At this time, Living room 5204 was converted into a temporary meeting room. Zhao Zixuan, wearing a helmet and holding a spring gun, sat in the main seat, while all the residents who came to the 52nd floor stood or sat nervously. What will this new boss, who killed Qin Wu head-on and acted ruthlessly, look like? As Qin Wu removed his helmet, everyone's faces showed surprise. He was very young and didn't look like a decisive warrior. He seemed more like a scholar from a research institute. 1-1. Have all the registered homeowners arrived? Zhao Zixuan asked. Beside him, Jiang 1-1, dressed in a business suit, quickly handed him the papers in her hand. Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but glance at her again. To be honest, Jiang 1-1 looks more mature in her professional attire. Jiang 1-1's expression was extremely serious and focused. She was doing a very good job as a personal secretary. A beauty like Lu Min was bound to become Zhao Zixuan's woman, and Jiang 1-1's initial feelings for her faded further when compared to Lu Min. Fortunately, Qin Wu is dead, and Zhao Zixuan was persuaded by her to establish a gang. Jiang 1-1 will become Zhao Zixuan's most capable and indispensable secretary. As students from a prestigious university, having gone through a brutal life-or-death ordeal, their progress is remarkable. A total of 38 households attended the founding meeting of the community. Most of them were former owners of buildings below the 20th floor, whose houses were flooded. Only 6 households were still living on the 20th floor or above, and they were located on different floors. These households all share a common characteristic. They had previously suffered persecution at the hands of Qin Wu. Their food supplies had been robbed, or they had little food left. Many of them wore expressions of misery, clearly having previously worked the dirtiest and most arduous jobs at the bottom of society, fishing and collecting supplies, in exchange for meager rations. Boss, this is information obtained from Qin Wu. All buildings below the 20th floor were flooded. There are a total of 8 empty rooms above the 20th floor. 4 of them are located on the 25th floor, and the other 4 belong to those lackeys who followed Qin Wu in persecuting other homeowners. These 4 households were evicted from their homes, and the houses were confiscated. Afterwards, Jiang 1-1 handed Zhao Zixuan a list of supplies, which consisted of food looted from Qin Wu and his henchmen. The main items were rice, flour, cooking oil, instant noodles, ham sausages, and some pickled fish, in considerable quantities, more than 200 pieces. Huh? Why is there gasoline on this list? Zhao Zixuan looked at the supplies list, where a barrel of gasoline was clearly written below, his face full of astonishment. I asked around, and they said they fished it out of the flood. It's all in English, and none of Qin Wu's people recognized it. They thought it was some unknown chemical, so they just left it in a corner and nobody cared about it, Jiang 1-1 said. This is the horror of being uneducated. Fortunately, few of Qin Wu and his lackeys were educated. Otherwise, if they had known that the barrel contained gasoline, not to mention making Molotov cocktails, just using gasoline to coat something for a fire attack would have killed Zhao Zixuan and his men yesterday. Thinking about all this, Zhao Zixuan's eyes showed a hint of lingering fear. Have someone carry the gasoline up to the 52nd floor. I'll take 1/3 of these supplies and distribute the rest to all the homeowners who are attending the meeting. Zhao Zixuan's words made all 38 people present light up at the same time. There's a good amount of food. Even if it's divided among many people, each person can get at least 50 jin, 25 caddies, of grain. If they eat it sparingly, it should last them another month. As for Zhao Zixuan taking 1/3, no one was surprised. In fact, they felt that Zhao Zixuan and Qin Wu were being overly kind. However, by following a boss who is both ruthless and generous to his subordinates, they can better survive in this chaotic world. The homeowners, who were originally open-minded, suddenly accepted Zhao Zixuan's position after he generously distributed the grain. Brother Zhao, thank you for your generosity. From today onwards, I, Lin Mao, will follow your lead without question. The thin young man, Lin Mao, shouted loudly. Zhao Zixuan glanced at him with a smile, feeling quite fond of this slender young man who cooperated with him in everything. Brother Zhao, I don't want anything else, but could you give me that bag of soy milk powder from the supplies? My wife has run out of milk, and we've run out of milk powder at home. My child is starving. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with pale skin and hands, clearly aged from years of exposure to wind and rain, pleaded with Zhao Zixuan. Although soy milk powder is not as nutritious as milk powder, it is the best thing in this apocalypse. He can starve to death, but the child cannot. Zhao Zixuan looked puzzled. He was originally a resident on the 5th floor, named Li Yong. He had a baby who was 4 or 5 months old. Qin Wu recruited him to be a henchman, but he refused. He stayed on the bottom floor fishing and used the fish he caught to exchange for living supplies for his family. Qin Wu was extremely stingy with the distribution of food, and his wife was always hungry and had no milk. Zhang Wenwen whispered to Zhao Zixuan. Clearly, Zhang Wenwen had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of all the homeowners who were allowed to attend the meeting on the 52nd floor. Zhao Zixuan smiled but did not agree. Instead, he got up and went to the next room. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what Zhao Zixuan meant. Li Yong looked anxious. He was determined to get that bag of soy milk powder, as it was his child's hope for survival. He would accept any price as long as Zhao Zixuan was willing to pay. A few minutes later, Zhao Zixuan came over carrying a black plastic bag. Faced with the questioning looks from the crowd, he opened the black plastic bag. Li Yong's eyes suddenly widened. The milk powder was a domestic brand called Hehe, and there were 2 large cans of it. Boss Zhao, Li Yong couldn't help but swallow hard. Milk powder was already highly valued before the natural disaster, and it is even more precious in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Zixuan pushed the 2 cans of milk powder in front of Li Yong. That bag of soy milk powder is for your wife to nourish her body, and these 2 cans of milk powder are for the child. Consider it an extra gift from your uncle to the child. No matter what, the child is always the hope. Tears welled up in Li Yong's eyes instantly, and the burly man, over 1.8 meters tall, knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Zixuan. Brother Zhao, thank you. From today onwards, you are my second parents. Zhao Zixuan smiled and waved his hand, signaling the people around him to help him up. I know you've been fishing at the bottom of the sea lately and have had the biggest catch of all. I'd like to ask you to take the lead in organizing a fishing team. Given the current situation of the natural disaster, our chances of waiting for rescue are slim. If we want to survive, we can only ask this cruel nature for food. I hope you won't refuse and will share your experience with the fishing team. Don't worry, Boss Zhao. I will definitely pass on all my experience to everyone. It's just that the waves are too big right now, and there are huge monsters underwater. Fishing is very dangerous, and you may face life-threatening situations at any time. I also suggest that women, children, and the elderly should not participate. Only young and strong people should participate. Zhao Zixuan nodded. Everyone, whether before or after the catastrophe, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You have to work to get food. I'm going to implement a point system within the club. Everyone can earn points through their efforts, and those points can be used to buy food, seasonings, and other necessities. What are your opinions on this? Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Zhao Zixuan with more trust. Points, equivalent to money in civilized society, once implemented, will be enough to unite the 38 households into a close-knit whole. As long as it can operate normally, a new order will be formed in the entire building. But does Zhao Zixuan have enough food to exchange for points? This is what worries everyone the most. I will have Zhang Wenwen formulate the detailed points redemption criteria and post them on the stairwell door on the 52nd floor. Now we're moving on to the next important task, allocating housing. We have 38 households, but only 6 have rooms. That means 32 households will have to live in the stairwells. We've now confiscated 8 vacant rooms from Qin Wu and his group. In these extraordinary times, we'll use extraordinary measures. All able-bodied adults will be housed in the 2 rooms at the bottom, women and children will be housed on the 25th floor, and the elderly will all live in the 2 rooms at the top. If you don't want your family to be separated, you can live in the stairwell. I only have one requirement. You must not start any trouble. You must not enter other residents' homes at will. Our community needs to reshape its rules, and we must first abide by the rules ourselves. Only in this way can we attract more residents to join us and survive longer in this apocalyptic disaster. After Zhao Zixuan finished speaking, the entire 5,204 room fell silent. Splash! Everyone clapped enthusiastically, their expressions showing excitement. Compared to Qin Wu, Zhao Zixuan is undoubtedly a smarter person. The key is that he also has the power to intimidate people. Nothing can keep these people in the corridor in check better than Qin Wu's brain. After everyone dispersed, Zhao Zixuan's gaze fell on Zhang Wenwen. So, how many of these homeowners can be trusted? Li Yong and Lin Mao are both worth considering. Li Yong has children at home. The 2 cans of milk powder you gave him will be enough to make him extremely grateful. Although Li Mao is a bachelor, he's a tough guy. Qin Wu robbed him of his grain and beat him badly, but he never gave in or hid at home to escape. Instead, He bravely went to the lower classes to fish and salvage supplies, and he clashed and fought with Qin Wu's men many times. It can be said that Lin Mao's toughness is recognized by everyone. Most importantly, he has never committed any evil deeds against others. Zhao Zixuan nodded. Zhao Zixuan, after all, did not come from the lower class, and he was not familiar with these homeowners. But he knew that in this apocalyptic world, going it alone wouldn't work. He needed to unite a group of trustworthy people. To date, Lin Mao, who has been responding positively to him, and Li Yong, who has fishing skills, have been included in his first round of investigations. Zhao Zixuan had a headache. The people in the corridor were a complicated bunch, and even though he had killed Qin Wu, he had not gained everyone's approval. 32 households that lost their homes below the 20th floor have arrived. Including Qin Wu, whom he killed, and his henchmen, there are more than a dozen households. At least 20 or 30 more households are living in the stairwells of the lower floors. There are at least 100 households above the 20th floor, like 5201, that have been staying at home and haven't gone out. It can be said that there were not many high-ranking residents who were truly persecuted by Qin Wu. People like Lin Mao and Zhao Zixuan were targeted by Qin Wu because the intelligence that they had grain in their homes was leaked. Does that mean the residents in his household have little grain stored up? Zhao Zixuan doesn't think so. After all, storms don't happen overnight. Many people with a sense of crisis started hoarding food several days after the storm. And at that time, with the storm as cover, no one knew how much food each family had stored. Many homeowners have the ability and connections to store hundreds or even thousands of kilograms of grain, which is not uncommon. Apart from the 4 households on the 25th floor, no more than 8 households on the other floors had their doors broken into and their grain stolen. Even so, Qin Wu still managed to collect more than 3,000 jin of grain. No wonder Qin Wu and his companions often indulged in lavish feasts. There are still so many households in the unit that haven't been looted, and there are still some people at the bottom who have been oppressed by him who are constantly providing him with fish and other supplies they have caught. With proper planning, there will be no shortage of food in the stairwells in a short period of time, and so many people will not die. According to Jiang Wenwen's preliminary statistics, more than 40 people have died in the entire building since the storm began. 10 people died at the hands of Zhao Zixuan, 17 or 18 died in fights over grain, and no more than 15 people were actually persecuted to death by Qin Wu and others. The order has collapsed, but it has not completely broken down. Most homeowners chose to stay indoors and tough it out. Zhao Zixuan smiled bitterly to himself. He had now become the one hoping that this natural disaster would last longer. Because he's the most murderer in the unit right now, with 10 lives on his hands, if civilization were to return at this point, he'd definitely be invited to the police station for a beating. Whenever Zhao Zixuan thought of these things, he would open the evolution supermarket system, and his belief that the apocalypse was truly coming would become incredibly firm. Chapter 15: Zhao Zixuan's domineering nature. The only thing that bothered him was that Evolution Supermarket was like the stingiest merchant, afraid that Zhao Zixuan wouldn't have enough energy points to get free goods from Evolution Supermarket. Of course, items in the supermarket aren't always priced at their original price. Zhao Zixuan noticed that items past their expiration date are automatically moved to the discount section. For example, those 2 cans of milk powder, both produced 2 years ago, originally cost nearly 200 yuan each, but after their expiration date, the price was only 1/10 of the original price. Moreover, it was buy one get one free. Otherwise, Zhao Zixuan wouldn't have been so generous as to give Li Yong 2 cans at once. Zhao Zixuan had studied the products in the Evolution Supermarket, and their quality was naturally good. Good. As if they had been frozen in time at the moment before the natural disaster broke out. However, the production dates on the products are not updated in real time. They are always the dates before the disaster occurred. Zhao Zixuan originally thought that if he bought the milk powder from the supermarket, there wouldn't be any more in it. But in reality, the milk powder from Evolution Supermarket was still there, and it was exactly the same as the one he bought. In other words, if Zhao Zixuan had enough energy points, he could even continuously obtain supplies from the Evolution Supermarket to feed everyone. It was precisely because of this capability of the system that Zhao Zixuan was confident in gathering those in the stairwell who were willing to pledge allegiance to him and taking over the power vacuum left behind after Qin Wu's death. Zhao Zixuan could understand Jiang Wenwen's thoughts. In such an apocalyptic world, relying on oneself is better than relying on anyone else. Zhao Zixuan has food, but Jiang Wenwen doesn't. Lu Min can use her body to obtain food from Zhao Zixuan without any guilt, but Jiang Wenwen can't. Without Qin Wu as a common enemy, Zhao Zixuan had no obligation to support an outsider like her, unless she was willing to set aside her dignity and compete with Lu Min for favor. Jiang Wenwen is quite good-looking and young. If she takes good care of her health, she can be a cute and adorable girl. But compared to Lu Min, who is a mature and sophisticated woman, she is far inferior. All harm is relative, so Jiang Wenwen felt a great sense of urgency. She wanted to demonstrate her value to Zhao Zixuan. So far, everything is proceeding according to their plan. With these 38 homeowners as a foundation, Zhao Zixuan has become the most powerful figure in the building. Once their point system is successfully implemented, it will inevitably attract more and more homeowners to join. Not everyone likes the apocalypse, nor can everyone accept the dog-eat-dog world order of the apocalypse. Moreover, Jiang Wenwen firmly believed that the hardships were only temporary and that the storm would eventually end, at which point they would return to civilized society. As for the issue of Zhao Zixuan committing murder, Jiang Wenwen had also considered it. Although their cell phones did not have communication functions, they could still take pictures after being fully charged using a generator. Jiang Wenwen plans to record Qin Wu and others' crimes via video, and also to prove that Zhao Zixuan's actions were only in self-defense and not malicious killing. Zhao Zixuan neither agreed nor disagreed with this, but he did not stop Jiang Wenwen from doing it. This once naive female college student was demonstrating administrative abilities that exceeded his expectations. 1/3 of the grain that Qin Wu plundered was sent to 5203, where Jiang Wenwen registered it one by one. In the process, she also found herself a helper. A middle-aged woman in her 40s named Lu Chunhua was a senior accountant at a listed company before the disaster, and her academic qualifications were even more impressive than those of Zhao Zixuan, a graduate student from a prestigious university. Lu Chunhua wasn't as lucky as Jiang Wenwen, who had Zhao Zixuan save her several times. Lu Chunhua's experience was truly unbearable. Her husband was in poor health, and after the Great Flood, they were unable to purchase many supplies. She also had a 13-year-old son. A half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. Even if the flood doesn't destroy her house, her family's food won't last long. At that time, the lower-class areas were in chaos due to the flooding. Qin Wu organized a group of people to oppress the lower-class homeowners and forcibly plunder their food. Unable to bear the hunger any longer, Lu Chunhua went directly to Qin Wu to borrow food, the price of which was, of course, her body. Although Lu Chunhua is over 40 years old, the treatment she receives from large companies is quite good, and she takes good care of herself, looking only about 35 or 36 years old. At that time, Qin Wu had not yet degenerated to such an extent as he later did. He genuinely provided food for those he slept with. Despite the humiliation, they obtained precious food that would allow their family to survive. But nothing stays hidden forever. She managed to get food from Qin Wu several times, and rumors spread quickly among the lower floors. By then, the flood had reached the 10th floor, and they had to abandon their house and take all the supplies they could to live in the upper floors. It was around that time that her husband found out about her affair with Qin Wu, that he had been cuckolded, and on top of that, their house was flooded. He was so angry and sick that he refused to eat the food that Lu Chunhua brought back, and he died in less than 3 days. Lu Chunhua was heartbroken. Her husband was dead, and her son hated her because of his death. She felt like the sky had fallen. If it weren't for her son still eating the food she brought back, she would have wanted to plunge into the icy floodwaters and end it all. As more and more people became homeless, food became increasingly precious, and Qin Wu, who controlled the food supply, became a highly sought-after figure. A woman younger and prettier than Lu Chunhua took the initiative to climb into Qin Wu's bed. Lu Chunhua aged rapidly due to changes in her family's circumstances and was soon forgotten by Qin Wu. Her husband was dead, and her son was useless. Lu Chunhua, a woman, knew nothing but accounting. She had considered finding another man, but she was no longer young and had no competitive edge compared to younger women. Furthermore, she didn't want her son to completely despise her. So this woman, who had never lifted a finger in her life, was forced to fish and salvage from the water. Those days were tough. She went hungry one day and ate the next. She lost all the refinement of a cultured person. But the good thing was that her sacrifices changed her son's attitude towards her. The two of them helped each other and barely managed to survive. After Qin Wu was killed, Zhao Zixuan wanted to organize his own forces. Those who wanted to join needed to go to the 52nd floor for a meeting, which caused a disagreement between the mother and son. Having experienced Qin Wu's tyranny, Lu Chunhua decided not to go. She and her son had gradually adapted to a life of fishing and salvaging supplies from the water. Although some of their income was deducted, it was enough for them to survive. But his son disagreed. The natural disasters and man-made calamities had made him mature quickly. He was young and energetic, and he didn't want to spend his future in the dark and hopeless life of fishing and scavenging. Ultimately, Lu Chunhua couldn't resist her son's insistence and became one of the first to align herself with Zhao Zixuan. When Jiang Wanwen was compiling statistics on these people's professions and abilities, she was immediately struck by Lu Chunhua's resume. She was a literature major who hadn't even graduated yet. She had ideas about establishing a points system, but they weren't systematic. She needed help. When Jiang Wanwen found Lu Chunhua, she was startled by the gaunt appearance of the woman who looked at least 50 or 60 years old. But when the two actually started talking, Jiang Wanwen was won over by the other person's ideas. The points system is not complicated. The key is the exchange ratio between points and goods. If there are more goods and fewer points, the value of the points will exceed their quantity. If there are more points and fewer goods, the purchasing power of the points will be greatly reduced, which will also affect people's confidence. Lu Chunhua knew that Jiang Wanwen was Zhao Zixuan's confidant, and if this newly emerging force were to operate successfully, its status would inevitably be very high. This made Lu Chunhua keenly aware that this was her opportunity. Therefore, he proposed a points-based implementation plan with great efficiency, taking all aspects into consideration. It can be said that as long as Zhao Zixuan agrees, this points-based system will definitely be able to operate in the entire unit. Then Lu Chunhua became Jiang Wanwen's assistant, helping her implement the points system, and also became the third person in Zhao Zixuan's faction to be investigated. For everyone who joins Zhao Zixuan's faction, obtaining food is the top priority. Whether it's fishing, casting nets, using harpoons, or even setting fishing traps, as long as there is a catch, it must be handed over to exchange for points, which can then be used to buy what they want. Besides food, clothes, cotton fabrics, fuel, and even furniture and appliances can be exchanged for points at Zhao Zixuan's place. However, since there is no electricity in the stairwell, even if those appliances are exchanged, the points won't be very high. The next morning, Zhao Zixuan went straight down to the 20th floor. The flood was still rising slowly, but not as fast as before. 2/3 of the 20th floor was submerged in seawater. The so-called fishing grounds are these submerged indoor areas, since indoors can provide shelter from the wind and rain, and there is no need to worry about the rafts being capsized by the wind and waves. When Zhao Zixuan arrived, the entire 20th floor was in a mess. There were 40 or 50 people gathered here, and a confrontation broke out between the two sides. Otherwise, Zhao Zixuan would not have come down. He was wearing a helmet and holding a spring gun. The clothes were bulging, revealing steel plate armor underneath. Everyone recognized him at a glance after seeing his attire. "Boss Zhao, these are people who haven't joined us. They want to take this fishing ground from us," Li Yong said with a bitter face. Those 17 or 18 people included both old and young, fewer than Li Yong and his group, and they were all young and strong. When they saw Zhao Zixuan arrive, especially with the spring gun in his hand that had killed countless people, their eyes were filled with fear. How did Qin Wu do it before? Qin Wu never cared whether we fished in the stairwell or salvaged supplies in the storm outside. 90% of the supplies we obtained had to be handed over to them. 90%. Zhao Zixuan frowned. This was pushing everyone to their limits. No wonder Qin Wu had accumulated more than 200 salted fish in such a short time. When the supplies were distributed earlier, all the salted fish were given away. The weather was still a bit hot, and even if you rubbed some salt on them, they wouldn't last long. That idiot Qin Wu would rather let the fish he caught rot than share them with the owners who had no food. He deserved to die a gruesome death. Starting today, from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. is our gang's hunting time, including retrieving supplies that drift in from outside. Everyone else, get out of here. Outside of the time I've set, I won't interfere with their fishing or retrieval efforts, and I won't take a cut. Li Yong's face grew anxious. Fishing can be done with skill, and there's not much difference between day and night. But collecting supplies from the outside requires someone to keep an eye on things 24 hours a day. Who knows when supplies will drift over? If you only keep an eye on things for 11 hours a day, you'll miss most of the supplies at sea. Zhao Zixuan smiled, and waved his hand. We need to survive, and we can't cut off everyone else's options. Liang, I believe you and your hunting team can catch enough food within the allotted time. Besides, hunting isn't the only way to get food. Zhao Zixuan's voice was filled with confidence. Liang did not refute, but nodded solemnly. Then he loudly called out to those people, ordering the non-members to leave the fishing grounds. Why? Qin Wu is dead. Anyone can fish on this water. Why are you trying to drive us away? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Without wasting words, Zhao Zixuan raised the spring gun in his hand and aimed it at the shouting young man opposite him. Liang and the others also pulled out their fire axes from their waists and stared at the other side with tense faces. The sight of over 20 men facing each other with axes really gave them a bit of the Axe Gang look from an old-fashioned movie. Faced with Zhao Zixuan's domineering attitude, these people immediately cowered and slunk upstairs with their heads down. Zhao Zixuan, the new leader who emerged after Qin Wu, revealed his true colors for the first time in front of everyone. Originally, Zhao Zixuan called for the restoration of order, and everyone thought that Zhao Zixuan was easy to get along with. But the reality was quite the opposite. Zhao Zixuan may not be as ruthless as Qin Wu, but he is just as domineering. The other party is definitely not a saint, nor will they be bound by the original order. Seeing the excited faces of those following Zhao Zixuan, and their orderly organization of fishing and salvaging of supplies floating in the water, the small-time fishermen who hadn't gone far were tempted. Joining Zhao Zixuan's group might not be a bad thing. No, I'll go up and sign up in a bit. Although Zhao Zixuan was domineering and forcibly seized the fishing grounds near the water, he also set time limits, 11 out of 24 hours a day. Everyone still had some surplus food, and by using the night to obtain fish and supplies, their lives were definitely much better than when Qin Wu was in power. Although fishing at night is more dangerous than during the day, the stronger storms at night can bring more supplies. Most importantly, they don't have to pay Zhao Zixuan a cut of the supplies they get. This has stirred up the interest of these retail investors. That day, they didn't do anything else, but patiently waited for time to pass. At 7 p.m., Liang led a group of more than 20 people, carrying 70 or 80 fish they had caught, as well as some usable supplies they had salvaged from the sea, and climbed up to the 52nd floor in a grand procession. The entire 52nd floor was filled with the smell of the sea. This was the first time Zhao Zixuan had ever seen so many fish. According to Liang, these were all sea fish, and they were very strange species. They didn't resemble the seafood from their country's coast at all. Instead, they looked like little monsters that had crawled out of the ocean depths. These sea fish are extremely resilient. Of the more than 70 fish, not a single one died. Their thick scales, sharp fangs, and razor-sharp fins make them far more powerful than ordinary sea fish. This was Zhao Zixuan's request, to bring up as many live sea fish as possible. However, Zhao Zixuan hadn't expected that none of the 76 sea fish they caught would die. These sea fish are incredibly resilient. Zhao Zixuan used a fruit knife to stab a 5 or 6 pound sea fish. With a crack, the fruit knife only drew a white line on the fish's scales, without piercing through. Boss, the scales of this sea fish are very hard. You have to use an axe to split them open. A knife won't cut them. As he spoke, he raised the axe in his hand, ready to demonstrate to Zhao Zixuan. Wait, let me kill all these sea fish. Liang was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Zhao Zixuan meant by that. Zhao Zixuan didn't explain to them, but instead took a handy hammer from the wall where his tools were hanging. He grabbed a fish, slammed it onto the floor tiles, and smashed the strange sea fish's head flat with a single blow of the hammer. The sea fish twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Ding! You have killed a mutated pomfret and gained 6 energy points. Chapter 16, Mutant Pomfret and Bathroom Passion. Pomfret? I don't think it looks like this. Liang, you grew up by the sea. What's the most common type of sea fish in the waters around Shanghai? I mean, the nearshore kind. There are more pomfret and anchovies in the near sea, but the most abundant fish in the East China Sea is ribbonfish. However, ribbonfish are migratory fish and only come to the near sea during the breeding season. This should be a mutated pomfret. Liang's eyes widened instantly. Boss, they say this is a mutated pomfret, but the mutation is too thorough. It doesn't look like a normal pomfret at all. Although Liang said this, it was clear that he didn't believe it. Liang grew up by the sea, and his family used to raise pomfret. Even if all that was left were bones, he would recognize what a pomfret looked like. Apart from the taste of its flesh, the monster in front of him looked nothing like a pomfret. Zhao Zixuan smiled wryly. The strange fish in front of him was indeed not the pomfret he remembered, but the system did indicate that it was a mutated pomfret. Go find Assistant Jiang to exchange your points. You can use them to buy food or other supplies. If you don't have any right now, don't worry. Just register them, and I'll find a way to exchange them. Yes. The fishing team has 26 people. Not everyone can catch fish, but basically everyone can retrieve some usable supplies from the water, which can be exchanged for points. The 26 people registered their gains with Jiang Wanwen in turn, and then redeemed their points according to the new points system. They never even considered keeping their points. Instead, they exchanged all of them for food. When they received the white rice and the perfectly packaged instant noodles, several people couldn't control their emotions and burst into tears. They had plenty of fish, but they were desperately short of grains and seasonings. Every time they caught something useful from the water, Qin Wu's men would snatch it away. When they came up from below, they wanted to hide some of the useful supplies they had salvaged and give Zhao Zixuan the fish they didn't need and some unused supplies in exchange for points, since they didn't trust the so-called points. But Li Yong refused the offer. Zhao Zixuan had just given him 2 cans of milk powder that could save his child's life, and Li Yong couldn't betray his benefactor. However, he did not report the person who made the suggestion. After all, human nature is inherently selfish, and in this apocalyptic world, everyone is having a hard time. In all matters, actions should be judged based on deeds, not intentions. As it turned out, Zhao Zixuan had not deceived them. Only when everyone held the grain in their arms did they completely believe him, which suddenly filled their numb hearts with the hope of survival. The group wanted to thank Zhao Zixuan, but when they saw him carrying a large sledgehammer and smashing the sea fish to death one by one, with fish corpses scattered all around his feet, the dimly lit corridor environment inexplicably created a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Everyone instinctively took a step back, their joy at having just received the food instantly vanishing. They nudged Li Yong, clearly wanting him to go and greet Zhao Zixuan before leaving. This new leader's hobbies are too bizarre. I heard he killed a lot of people before, all by himself. Now he stopped killing people and started killing fish instead. Li Yong swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. Zhao Zixuan gave him 2 cans of milk powder, saving the child's life. He was willing to sell his own life to the other party, but on the condition that the other party be a normal leader. He had also heard about Zhao Zixuan's experience of killing people and was worried that Zhao Zixuan was a bloodthirsty leader. Ahem, Boss Zhao, there's nothing more for us here, so we'll head down. Zhao Zixuan waved his hand, which was covered in fish slime, signaling them to leave on their own. He was immersed in the thrill of gaining energy points and had no interest in paying attention to them. Li Yong and the others quickly returned home with the precious grain they had obtained. The entire corridor of Unit 1, Building 3 was filled with the long-lost aroma of food, making it impossible for anyone in the building to find peace, because it was the long-lost warmth of human warmth. The tremors shook every floor. They secretly passed on the news. Don't underestimate these people's survival wisdom. Soon, almost everyone in the building knew that the families who followed Zhao Zixuan had all received food, which they had redeemed with points. Some people envied this, while others sneered. How long can their gang last by spending so lavishly to win people's hearts? When food supplies run out, that's when humanity is truly tested. Zhao Zixuan has killed so many people, showing his ruthless nature. Many people are pessimistic about Zhao Zixuan's future, believing that he might be even more troublesome than Qin Wu in the future. Because of the limited number of rooms, the women and children were concentrated on the 25th floor, and cooking was also concentrated on the 25th floor. The entire 25th floor was packed, but everyone's face was full of joy. Having enough to eat was the thing they had longed for most since the natural disaster. They thought they would never have another chance in their lives, but the fishing team's catch in just one day gave their family several days of plenty. With a promising future, everyone felt more hopeful, and their defensiveness and hostility lessened considerably. The men wore relaxed smiles, their women were happy too, and the children's faces were full of laughter. Only the elderly were too weak to go into the water to fish or gather supplies. Those with able-bodied men and their families were a little better off, but the elderly couples who lived alone here were too ashamed to ask others for food. Fortunately, Zhao Zixuan had distributed food to them beforehand, but such food distribution was obviously not going to last long, so the old people basically maintained their previous strict habit of eating small amounts of food. That evening, Lu Chunhua returned from the 52nd floor to the 25th floor, and informed all the elderly residents to go to the 52nd floor early the next morning to collect their points tasks. The elderly people's hearts suddenly stirred. It turned out that the newly appointed leader hadn't forgotten them. They could earn points for their labor, and those points could be exchanged for rice, flour, and cooking oil. So, could they indulge themselves a little today and get an extra bowl of rice? They no longer aspire to feast like the young people. They are content with just enough food to meet their daily needs. Perhaps due to their unique bodily functions. Although they feel very full after eating seafood, they always feel weaker afterward. Therefore, they crave human food more than seafood. 5203, Zhao Zixuan, smelling of fish, took a refreshing cold shower. Even though he had acquired a barrel of gasoline, he did not use the water heater lavishly. Moreover, I've gotten used to taking cold showers during this time and don't feel any discomfort. Zhao Zixuan opened the panel. Name, Zhao Zixuan. Physical fitness, 4.6. Strength, 5.4. Agility, 3.6. Spirit, 4. Evolution level, 016 out of 100. Health points, 52. Energy value, 648 points. He earned over 400 energy points from just one day of fishing. The harvest was enormous. If he had collected it himself, who knows how long it would have taken to gather so much. No wonder they say a man can't live a day without power. Power is incredibly powerful. This is only for 26 people working for him. If everyone in Unit 1 of Building 3 obeyed his orders, how many energy points could he get in a day? How many supplies could he exchange for? Thinking of this, something called ambition began to grow more and more rapidly within Zhao Zixuan. Tada! There was a gentle knock on the bathroom door, and Lu Min's voice came from outside. Brother, I've left your clean clothes by the door. You can just reach out and grab them. Seeing the slender figure outside the bathroom door, Zhao Zixuan yanked open the door and pulled Lu Min, who was about to leave, inside. Lu Min gasped in surprise, but her scream was abruptly cut off. No cat can resist stealing fish. With such a delicious piece of fish in front of him, how could he possibly resist? Lu Min's resistance was so powerless. In reality, both sides understood that from the moment Lu Min risked her life to go to Zhao Zixuan's place, their relationship was bound to reach this point sooner or later. Lu Min never expected Zhao Zixuan to be so eager. She swore to the light that she was only bringing Zhao Zixuan a change of clothes and had no intention of seducing him. Most importantly, there are people outside. People. Jiang Wanwen held 2 pieces of paper in her hand. One piece of paper contained a list of supplies that the fishing teams wanted to exchange for, but these supplies were not among those under her control. The other photo shows 6 homeowners who came to the 52nd floor today, wanting to join their club. Jiang Wanwen didn't accept them immediately, but instead placed them under observation. She originally intended to report the details to Zhao Zixuan, but she didn't expect to encounter this scene. At the same time, we wanted to discuss with Zhao Zixuan about creating an exchange list for the supplies they had, since each family's needs were different. Zhao Zixuan had half a room full of supplies, but she didn't think Zhao Zixuan could produce all of them. After all, no one's home is a supermarket, and no one can have all kinds of supplies. The matter wasn't resolved, but I did witness a live sex show. Men really are all big pigs. She wanted to leave, but couldn't bring herself to move. She had converted room 5202 into an office, and her bedroom was right across from the bathroom. These 2 shameless guys just didn't know to go to the bedroom to do it. I wanted to make a commotion and interrupt the passionate couple inside, but then I realized I didn't have the right to do so. He could only grit his teeth and sit on the sofa, sulking. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The bathroom fell silent instantly. Jiang Wenwen was taken aback. It was already evening. Why would anyone still come? She got up and walked to the door of 5203. Looking out through the peephole on the new door, a look of surprise appeared on her face. A middle-aged man in his 50s with a receding hairline, wearing glasses, looked somewhat uneasy. This is the male owner of apartment 5201, surnamed Wang. Why is he here? Zhao Zixuan had previously sought cooperation with him, but was rejected on the spot and even threatened to bring a gun. But is this the kind of gun they thought it was? Jiang Wenwen immediately became serious. She called out towards the bathroom. The sound of the bathroom door opening came from behind her. Lu Min, her pretty face flushed, awkwardly crawled out of the bathroom. She glanced at Jiang Wenwen at the door, her big, watery eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and smugness. So what if she moved in early? Zhao Zixuan is hers. Lu Min could naturally sense Jiang Wenwen's thoughts, but she was confident in her own charm, and was not in a hurry to hand over everything to Zhao Zixuan right now. Not being in a hurry doesn't mean she won't secretly assert her dominance over Jiang Wenwen. This is a woman's little trick, and Zhao Zixuan wouldn't care even if he knew. Jiang Wenwen gritted her teeth, cursing Lu Min in her heart for being shameless, but the surging envy in her heart made her feel ashamed and annoyed. A minute later, Zhao Zixuan came out wrapped in a bath towel. He looked at Jiang Wenwen with a helpless expression. Something's wrong? Can't you wait a little while? Jiang Wenwen was angry and pointed to the door. 5201 is here. I remember you said last time that he has a gun. If you don't want to see him, you can go back and continue. Zhao Zixuan scratched his head awkwardly. He had indeed been too indulgent. He couldn't rush things. 5201 is indeed worthy of his attention, and given the current situation in the stairwell, a midnight visit is likely for something of great importance. He put on the steel plate inner armor, donned the helmet, pulled back the spring gun, and repositioned a steel needle. Fully armed, Zhao Zixuan opened the security door. The other party was startled when they saw Zhao Zixuan, who was fully armed like a helmeted thug, and quickly forced a smile onto their face. Brother Zhao, I am Wang Shirha from 5201. I was blind to your abilities before. How about I join you now? The other party adopted a very humble posture, with a worldly and slick smile plastered on their face. Zhao Zixuan lifted the visor of his helmet and stared at the other person with a slightly cold expression. Brother Wang, you're really cautious, only coming out today. We've just been established, and there are still many things to sort out. Of course, you can join if you want, but you'll need to go through a trial period. Probationary period? I don't think the people below us who joined before went through any probationary period. Zhao Zixuan sneered. That was the first recruitment, and the conditions will definitely be different from later ones. I see that Brother Wang looks radiant, so his family must have plenty of food. The purpose of our organization is to unite everyone's strength to fight against natural disasters, obtain food from them, and survive by hunting and fishing together. Brother Zhao doesn't lack food, so my kind of organization is not suitable for Brother Wang. Wang Shirha was an old and worldly man. How could he not hear the refusal in Zhao Zixuan's words? Brother, are you still angry with me? I was blind before. I couldn't see the real dragon living next door. It's just an observation period. I'm willing to accept the organization's observation. May I ask what your organization is called? This question really stumped Zhao Zixuan. Chapter 17 Transactions and Disturbing Dreams. Because Zhao Zixuan was wearing a helmet, he naturally wouldn't let the other party see his expression. He said calmly, the name of the organization isn't that important. We're all a group of people sticking together to survive, so you can call us a survival organization. Wang Shirha muttered something to himself, clearly indicating that this so-called survival organization was something the other party had made up on the spot. However, since I need something from someone, I naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to nitpick. Brother Zixuan, oh no, I mean, Boss Zhao, that's what everyone calls you, so I've started calling you that too. I'm here to ask to buy a sea fish from you. Zhao Zixuan looked surprised. It was that simple? I've eaten too much dry food and biscuits, and I really want to change things up. I wonder if Boss Zhao would be willing to part with some. Zhao Xian stared intently at him, trying to discern whether his words were sincere or concealed some ulterior motive. After a long pause, Zhao Zixuan smiled. You want to buy fish, right? Of course you can. You can exchange items for points from me and use those points to buy fish, or you can barter directly. However, I have a rule that for physical exchanges, you must use food as the currency. Zhao Zixuan was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Shirha, as revenge for his previous failed attempt to form an alliance. The other party clearly understood this as well and readily agreed. He pulled a bag of biscuits from his pocket. They were the kind of breakfast biscuits that were about the thickness of a forearm and about 20 centimeters long. How about I exchange this unopened cookie for a fish? Zhao Zixuan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This biscuit could be exchanged for more than a dozen fish. Things are different now. Zhao Zixuan killed Qin Wu, and order has been restored in the corridor. At the very least, everyone can go downstairs and check without encountering any danger. After all, with a fierce person like Zhao Zixuan above them, the rules he set are the golden rules of the corridor. Who would dare to risk their life to try? Besides Zhao Zixuan's survival group, there are many other people outside of Zhao Zixuan's group. At this time, Zhao Zixuan's people have left, and those individual farmers are busily fishing and salvaging supplies at the bottom floor. Wang Shirha couldn't possibly not know this. After all, he lives right next to him, and his place has become the center of the entire corridor. But he still came to me, willing to exchange biscuits at 10 times the price for sea fish. What are their true intentions? They want to join their organization. If they truly valued it, why didn't they attend the first general meeting? Zhao Zixuan couldn't figure these questions out for a while, but he never let down his guard. Seeing that Zhao Zixuan remained silent, a look of anxiety flashed across Wang Shihe's face. Boss Zhao is unwilling to make the deal. Of course not. You could trade this biscuit for a dozen fish with those small investors down there. But if you trade it for just one fish from me, Brother Wang, you're losing out big time. You should think about it some more. No need to think about it. I trust Boss Zhao's character. Consider the extra amount as my contribution to the development of our organization. Wang Shihe said without the slightest hesitation. That's a well-said statement. If it weren't for what happened before, Zhao Zixuan would have been happy to accept this generous neighbor. 1-1. Go to the freezer and get the biggest sea fish. The exchange rules can't be changed, but we can't let Brother Wang suffer too much of a loss. Jiang 1-1, who was behind her, nodded obediently, went to the kitchen freezer, and took out a mutated pomfret weighing 7 or 8 pounds and came over. Wang Shihe accepted the invitation with a smile, praising Zhao Zixuan for his kindness and righteousness. He believed that the survival club would grow stronger under Zhao Zixuan's leadership, leading all the residents of the building to resist the apocalyptic disaster and rebuild human order. Even Zhao Zixuan himself couldn't stand the height of that hat. It's a joke that a mere building unit, with dozens of households and hundreds of people, is linked to the life and death of the entire human race. But one can't hit a smiling face. It has to be said that Wang Shihe's ability to rise to a mid-level leadership position in a state-owned enterprise is the most impressive skill Zhao Zixuan has ever seen. Even his ex-girlfriend's father, the vice president of Shengshi Group, was far inferior in this respect. After seeing Wang Shihe off, Zhao Zixuan took off his equipment. This armor is still too crude. We need to find a way to get some better protective gear. I just don't know if there are any experts in our survival club. I'll go ask around tomorrow. If there aren't any professionals, I'll make it for you myself. Lu Min helped him fold and arrange the armor he had taken off, just like a virtuous young wife. You can do it? Zhao Zixuan asked in surprise. My maternal grandmother was a very skilled tailor. She taught me when I was little, but she hasn't done it in so many years. I don't know how much of her skill she still has. A look of longing flashed across Lu Min's face. My grandmother was fortunate. She lived her entire life in a peaceful era and passed away a year before the disaster. Then I'll leave it to you, Zhao Zixuan said with a smile. Jiang Wenwen felt a pang of jealousy. It felt like the other couple was a married couple, while she had become the annoying mistress. Jiang Wenwen then explained the situation regarding the supplies and the newly registered personnel. Zhao Zixuan thought for a moment. Leave the supplies to me. The 6 households that signed up this afternoon, along with 5201, will be included in the assessment. Wenwen, you can go ahead and do it with confidence. I'll back you up if anything goes wrong. Jiang Wenwen was touched by Zhao Zixuan's trust. Without Zhao Zixuan, she might not even be as good as Lu Chunhua. After all, Lu Chunhua had a son. If she had been violated by Qin Wu, she might not have had the courage to live to this day. Thinking back on everything that had happened, Jiang Wenwen looked at Zhao Zixuan with a look that was hard to describe. Zhao Zixuan spoke again, instantly extinguishing Jiang Wenwen's complicated emotions. Wenwen, I need to talk to you about something. Can you stay in room 5202 tonight? Jiang Wenwen instantly understood Zhao Zixuan's meaning. She was standing right, where she could see Lu Min's face slowly turning red. She subconsciously bit her lip, wanting to refuse, but found that she didn't seem to have the right to do so. Zhao Zixuan is her savior, not her man. Jiang Wenwen has no right to interfere with what kind of woman he chooses. But what's causing this persistent bitterness in my heart? I won't. Jiang Wenwen glanced at Zhao Zixuan with a complicated expression, a look that Zhao Zixuan interpreted as displeasure. This made him even more embarrassed. We must win over Lu Min tonight. With Jiang Wenwen staying here, neither of us will be able to let go. Moreover, being interrupted several times made Zhao Zixuan feel even more frustrated. I didn't notice it when I didn't have it, and I wasn't bothered by it for the past few years, but now it's becoming increasingly difficult to bear. It's really because Lu Min is such a tempting vixen that he's managed to resist until now, which is beyond the limits of an ordinary man's patience. He was no longer going to tolerate it. It's just a pity for Jiang Wenwen, but she's in the next room with a passageway in between, so she shouldn't be scared to be alone. Jiang Wanwen lowered her head silently, as if squeezing out a sound from her throat. I understand. Zhao Zixuan was in a great mood. He could have a good time tonight. Watch as Zhao Zixuan displays his prowess and subdues that troublesome vixen. Jiang Wanwen went to room 5202 next door with a lot on her mind. She subconsciously chose the master bedroom, but blocked the entrance connecting the two bedrooms with the bed. The meaning has been made very clear. We will absolutely not disturb Zhao Zixuan and Lu Mei tonight. Zhao Zixuan increased the generator's power and connected the excess electricity to the bedroom. As the bedroom light came on, the shy Lu Min instinctively shrank into the blanket. Brother, turn off the lights. The faint sounds of mosquitoes and flies came from under the covers. Even though she knew this day would come sooner or later, Lu Min still felt panicked when it actually happened. Zhao Zixuan couldn't stand it, so he pounced on the bed, threw off the covers, and crawled inside. Several months into the apocalypse, even the most precious light couldn't illuminate the two people under the covers, each taking from the other. Details not allowed. Violation emoji. In apartment 5202 next door, Jiang Wanwen was curled up in a ball, the sound of the wind and rain outside unable to drown out the agonizing noises she was hearing. She took a deep breath, got out of bed, and cursed the two men in her heart for not caring about other people's lives. If she can't afford to offend them, can't she at least avoid them? She went to the bathroom, turned on her phone, and pulled up a short drama she had downloaded before and started watching it. Fortunately, they managed to get enough gasoline. Zhao Zixuan was willing to develop a motor to charge the freezer and refrigerator. Jiang Wanwen, as his personal secretary, took the opportunity to fully charge her phone. Although watching short dramas would consume a lot of power, she had to distract herself because Zhao Zixuan and Lu Min were up to no good. As the various mindless plots in the short drama played, Jiang Wanwen's mood improved. After watching 17 or 18 episodes in a row, my battery dropped by 40%. Jiang Wanwen dared not look anymore. It had been almost 2 hours. That adulterous couple should have finished by now. To her dismay, the seductive music was still playing when she returned to her bedroom. Jiang Wanwen wanted to curse. I wonder if they were resting while I was watching short dramas in the bathroom, and then started watching again after I finished. Don't you guys have any sense of public decency? Can't a person get any sleep? Jiang Wanwen huddled on the bed, staring blankly at the bedroom's ceiling light. It had been 3 months since the lights were on, and it was the dead of night. It should have been pitch black, but she could clearly see the outline of the bedroom light. Her eyesight is better than before. Of course, the most significant change is in hearing. She learned about the mutation from Zhao Zixuan, but she hadn't felt anything before. However, in the past few days, she has increasingly felt that her body is undergoing unknown changes. She had taken off her clothes more than once to check if there were any changes in her body. So far, apart from gaining a little weight, there has been basically no change. She rubbed her chest and muttered to herself, if it really has to mutate, I hope this place can get bigger than that bitch Lu Min. After an unknown amount of time, a loud scream came from the other side, startling Jiang Wanwen awake. Jiang Wanwen subconsciously picked up her phone, which showed that it was 2 a.m. Is Zhao Zixuan a monster? How long has it been? Is he some kind of legendary man who can have sex 10 times a night? Jiang Wanwen wasn't a virgin. She and Zhang Zixuan had done their share of things. But Zhang Zixuan's performance was always inconsistent, often leaving her feeling unsatisfied. Sometimes she even had to put on an act to satisfy Zhang Zixuan's ego. Zhao Zixuan has caused a lot of harm, and Jiang Wanwen is now completely unable to sleep. She stared with her big eyes until dawn. The dark bags under her eyes were very obvious. The next morning, there was a knock on her bedside table from across the street. Wanwen, are you awake? Come and cook, I'm starving. Starving. Jiang Wanwen gritted her teeth, got out of bed, pushed the bed aside, and stared at Zhao Zixuan on the other side of the cave entrance with a complicated expression. Zhao Zixuan coughed slightly embarrassedly when he saw Jiang Wanwen's alarmingly large eye bags. Clearly, his actions last night were excessive and had a significant impact on the female college student. I just don't know if she did anything because of what I did. Seemingly noticing the strange look in Zhao Zixuan's eyes, Jiang Wanwen glared at him irritably. Where's Lu Min? Let Lu Min cook for you. You didn't sleep well last night, and you're so sleepy. Zhao Zixuan's face stiffened, and he scratched his head, saying, all right then, if you're not feeling well, just keep sleeping. I'll go cook, and I'll call you too when I'm done. She's not up yet. Ahem, she was a bit too active last night, and her body was already a little depleted, so she needs to sleep a little longer. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenwen felt even more heartbroken. Men and women have different constitutions. After all that effort, Zhao Zixuan is now full of energy, but Lu Min can't get up. Isn't it said that there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not land that is overplowed? Could it be that they played different games last night? In an instant, Jiang Wenwen's mind conjured up many scenes from the private films he had watched. Seeing that Zhao Zixuan was about to cook, she quickly squeezed through the passage. Let me do it. Don't waste food with your cooking skills. Zhao Zixuan chuckled and said, I'll steam more rice today, cook a fish, and stir-fry 2 pounds of pork belly. Jiang Wenwen was startled. They had no shortage of fish, so where did he get this pork belly? Without saying a word, Jiang Wenwen took the pork belly and went straight to the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Zhao Zixuan, shirtless and holding a spring gun, was diligently practicing bayonet fighting techniques. No matter how the world changes in the future, strength is the fundamental way to deal with everything. Chapter 18. Lu Min chooses to secretly take medicine. Jiang Wenwen worked very quickly, and the food was served in less than half an hour. She rolled her eyes at Zhao Zixuan, feeling like she was being treated like a maid, unable to sleep and still having to cook for him. Zhao Zixuan was a little confused. Jiang Wenwen was usually very easy to get along with. So what happened? Could it be that she's on her period? I'll have Lu Min ask around later. If it really is true, I can provide him with sanitary napkins. Thinking of this, Zhao Zixuan went to the bedroom to wake Lu Min up for dinner. Lu Min was fast asleep at this time. Unlike Zhao Zixuan, Lu Min had gone through a period of hunger. Due to her special constitution, she did not lose weight, but in reality, she was much lighter. She could not withstand Zhao Zixuan's vigorous and energetic torment. Even the aroma of food couldn't wake her from her deep sleep. He stepped forward and gently patted Lu Min's cheek, then couldn't resist leaning down to peck at her delicate lips. This woman was born to seduce men. Her skin was fair and smooth, without a single pimple, and her red lips were slightly upturned, exuding a natural charm. Lu Min frowned. She felt so tired. She had overestimated her endurance and underestimated Zhao Zixuan's fighting power. As expected of a bachelor who's been cooped up at home for nearly 4 months, describing him as energetic and vigorous is an understatement. Compared to Zhao Zixuan, Zhou Qiang can't even be called a man. As the large, mischievous hand in front of her became increasingly audacious, Lu Min opened her eyes with a frown. Brother, you might as well just kill him. Zhao Zixuan gently inhaled through her hair. How could I bear to? Get up and eat. You need to eat to have the energy. Having tasted the sweetness, he was getting restless. Lu Min was both amused and exasperated. Did this man never know fatigue or what it meant to be full? If Lu Min hadn't begged for mercy last night, he probably would have kept going until dawn. He kept saying his body had mutated. Could it be that all his abilities have mutated to that extent? Lu Min only had Zhou Qiang as a man before, but Zhou Qiang had a penchant for perverts and his normal abilities were not good, so he was no match for Zhao Zixuan at all. Therefore, Lu Min was unsure whether Zhao Zixuan's situation was normal or abnormal. Since the description in the book was quite similar to Zhao Zixuan's situation, Lu Min concluded that normal men should all be like Zhao Zixuan, while Zhou Qiang was a premature ejaculation, perverted, and weak man. Feeling Zhao Zixuan's large hand moving lower and lower, Lu Min quickly grabbed his mischievous hand and then forced herself to get out of bed despite her exhaustion. My body was sore and I couldn't bear the beating. I'm hungry, brother, let's go eat. As she pulled Zhao Zixuan out of the bedroom, she was met with Jiang Wenwen's utterly dejected face. Lu Min looked embarrassed. After a deep conversation with Zhao Zixuan last night, the two had reached a mutual understanding. Lu Min was confident in her charm and felt that Jiang Wenwen was no match for her at all. I'm going to wash up, Lu Min said with a smile as she slipped into the bathroom. Then he opened the small drawer under the bathroom door, took out a box of medicine, took out 1 pill, and swallowed it. The situation is still unclear. She absolutely cannot get pregnant. She didn't want her children to face such apocalyptic disasters. Her previous experiences were too terrible. She could bear them, but she couldn't let her children suffer the same. After washing up and having a full meal, Zhao Zixuan continued exercising, while Jiang Wenwen went to room 5204, where 16 elderly people were already waiting. Jiang Wenwen gathered these people together to deal with the sea fish from yesterday. With a generator, the freezer can be used, but gasoline is a resource that is constantly being used up, so the freezer can only serve as a temporary solution and cannot be used for a long time. Rather than pickling them into salted fish, Zhao Zixuan and his team preferred to process these sea fish into canned fish. Every household has plenty of canned food jars. Among the supplies salvaged daily from the bottom of the river, canned food jars are second only to plastic bags. Therefore, they do not lack the materials to make canned goods. They just need to clean the fish, fry it, and seal it. To this end, Jiang Wenwen purchased 2 barrels of cooking oil to make these fried fish cans. At first, everyone was a bit clumsy and flustered, but they quickly found their rhythm. The dozen or so people divided the work and cooperated, and soon completed the production of canned fish. More than 70 mutant pomfret of varying sizes were used to make more than 120 cans of fish. The oil used for frying the fish was also used, and almost all of it was sealed in these cans. Since these are reused canning jars, their sealing isn't as good, but the grease can greatly increase the shelf life. Zhao Zixuan was invited to room 5204 to inspect the results. He opened a can of fish, and a rich, fishy aroma wafted out. The can was full of golden oil. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fried fish and put it in his mouth. The slightly salty fish was springy, and the taste and texture were quite good. Zhao Zixuan acknowledged everyone's skill, and because of the success of their first attempt, he generously rewarded each of them with a few points. Finally, the elderly people used their points to exchange for some food from Jiang Wenwen and took it downstairs. These canned goods naturally became the first batch of food products independently developed by the club. Jiang Wenwen was very excited. Although the process of making the first batch was quite wasteful, the idea was correct. Although making canned food was time-consuming, laborious, and oily, it solved the problem of long-term food preservation. The elderly can also earn points from Zhao Zixuan by making canned goods, which they can then use to purchase other necessary food items. For a group to develop healthily, everyone within the group should contribute and reap rewards, rather than passively accepting support from others. These canned goods are all at your disposal. The items on the list you gave me yesterday have been put into warehouse 5202, and you can distribute them tonight. You were right yesterday. We can't just let everyone have opinions. Go back and make a list of all the food you have, with prices clearly marked. If anyone wants items not on the list, they need to pay a set of custom points in advance. The rarer the item, the higher the points. You can set the standard. Jiang Wenwen nodded. She knew it was difficult to satisfy the group members' demands at will, and she had raised this issue herself yesterday, but Zhao Zixuan just didn't seem to care much. It seems he spent a lot of time searching through his private stash this morning before making this suggestion. That evening, the fishing team once again went up to the 52nd floor with 2 baskets of fish and a pile of supplies retrieved from the water. Boss Zhao, we saw more than a dozen floating corpses on the water today. I don't know if they're from upstairs or drifted over from somewhere else. I'm worried that too many floating corpses will attract that big monster underwater. Do you think we should notify the individual fishermen not to go fishing tonight? Li Yong asked as he handed the live fish to Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan frowned. The storm has continued until now. The homeless have long since died, and the bodies appearing now must be those who died recently. There are more than a dozen high-rise buildings in my neighborhood, and no one knows exactly how many people are still alive. It seems the other stairwells are also unstable. I hope it's not my building, since all 4 units in the building are connected by the roof. Could we send someone to tell them that it's up to them whether they listen or not? Li Yong nodded. He heard that several more households had applied to join them, and these households would be notified. As for the others, they would be notified if they were not notified, and if not, that would be fine. Zhao Zixuan caught fewer fish today than yesterday, only about 60, but he was still very satisfied. Since each fish has a slightly higher score today than yesterday, the total score is roughly the same. Another 400 points were added, bringing Zhao Zixuan's total to 986. He's just a little short of breaking 1,000 points, at which point his privileges in the Evolution supermarket will be further increased. Unfortunately, he killed all the fish. We'll have to wait until tomorrow night to get energy points. That evening, instead of cooking any dishes, Zhao Zixuan simply opened several cans of mutated pomfret for dinner. The 3 of them thoroughly enjoyed their meal. Because of the increased intake of mutated pomfret meat, Zhao Zixuan's mutation value increased by 3 points that night, reaching 21 points. I had just finished eating when there was a knock on the door. Zhao Zixuan stepped forward and frowned. Wang Shihe from room 5201. Why is he here again? And he always chooses to come late at night when everyone is quiet. This reminded Zhao Zixuan of the times when Lu Min would come to him every night to borrow grain. Zhao Zixuan opened the door. This time, he wasn't wearing protective gear, and he was still holding a spring gun. "Boss Zhao, I've come to exchange a fish with you." As he spoke, Wang Shihua took out a 1-jean bag of millet from his pocket. Moreover, it's the kind of high-end millet compressed into bricks, with the air removed from the inside, allowing it to be stored for a long time. This bag of millet is certainly not as valuable as yesterday's biscuits. After all, those are ready to eat straight from the bag, contain sugar, and are quite nutritious. Millet, on the other hand, needs to be cooked before it can be eaten, since they live upstairs and cooking is not easy for them. However, this bag of millet is more than enough to exchange for a fish. The other party came prepared this time, clearly having carefully calculated the approximate price. "Brother Wang, we're neighbors. You can go to Wenwen to exchange during the day. Why come knocking on the door so late at night?" I'm sorry. I've developed a habit of not daring to go out during the day. I only dare to come out at night." Wang Shihua quickly apologized. Zhao Zixuan didn't believe a word he said. 5201 has never been persecuted, and judging from the other party's expression, they must have a lot of food stored at home. Why would they target sea fish? Wait, does the other party know that mutated food can accelerate the body's evolution? "Brother Wang, I heard that your wife is a doctor. I haven't been feeling well lately. Could you please ask her to take a look?" "Don't worry, as long as she's willing to help, I'll provide you with seafood right away. If you want to eat it, I can send you one every day." Zhao Zixuan was surprised to hear Wang Shihua's words, whose expression changed drastically and who stared at Zhao Zixuan with a wary look. "My wife isn't feeling well and can't come out right now. Let's ask the other neighbors if there's a doctor." Wang Shihua refused without hesitation. Zhao Zixuan's expression remained unchanged, but he was filled with great curiosity about the legendary female doctor in room 5201. She had only seen him once before the cataclysm. He was dressed very fashionably, but he was wearing a mask, so she couldn't see what he looked like. Seeing that the other party clearly didn't want to say more, Zhao Zixuan didn't ask any more questions and picked out the smallest fish from the refrigerator for Wang Shihua. Wang Shihua looked very unwell. The fish he caught yesterday weighed 7 or 8 jean, 3.5 to 4 catties. This one today probably doesn't even weigh a pound. Seeing the other party's unpleasant expression, Zhao Zixuan smiled and said, "Brother Wang, you know that fishing in such windy and turbulent waters is very difficult. We didn't catch any big fish today, but if we do catch a big fish another day, I'll definitely save it for you." Wang Shihua cursed inwardly, thinking that Zhao Zixuan must have done it on purpose. But Wang Shihua had no good solutions. The young man in front of him had a different status now. He was the leader of the largest force in the entire unit. I really regret not agreeing to join forces with him to deal with Qin Wu. Who would have thought that the tall and strong Qin Wu would be so weak? A group of people were killed without leaving a single survivor. He shouldn't have hesitated back then. He should have taken the initiative to get closer to Zhao Zixuan when he won. Now he wants to eat some mutated sea fish, but he has to watch this kid's face. Wang Shihua forced an awkward smile, picked up the small sea fish, and went home. "Brother, is this the right thing to do for him? Won't he hold a grudge?" Zhang Wenwen asked in a deep voice. Zhao Zixuan is not a difficult person to get along with. So why does he keep targeting Wang Shihua? No, he's a man whose slickness is ingrained in his very bones. The more assertive you are, the more obedient he will be. It's easy for me to accept him too. Just send him his pistol, Zhao Zixuan said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the word pistol, Zhang Wenwen immediately sat up from the sofa. "Brother, are you sure he has a handgun at home?" "It's highly likely. You probably didn't notice the obvious marks on the web of his hand, which are left from holding things for a long time. This man, who clearly lived a life of luxury before the catastrophe, what could possibly cause calluses to form on his hands? Then it can't be something like a crossbow or a nail gun. That's possible, but I think it's more likely to be a handgun. Never underestimate the power of big shots. Although firearms and ammunition are controlled weapons, it's not difficult for those big shots to get their hands on them. Our neighbor is very mysterious. His wife has never shown her face, and we've never even heard her voice. Brother, aren't you being a little too curious? You wouldn't be having any designs on the lady of 5201, would you?" Zhao Zixuan rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. "What do you mean by having ulterior motives? I just find it strange. The other party clearly has the ability and can see the situation clearly, but his choice is somewhat bizarre. I put myself in his shoes, and it just feels awkward no matter how I think about it. Doctors are definitely a rare profession in this apocalypse. There are plenty of sick and injured people in the corridors, but have you seen anyone go to 5201 for treatment? Indeed, 5201 is very mysterious, but the woman who is said to be a female doctor is very beautiful. Lu Min, still wet from her shower, came over to chat. Jiang Wenwen glared at her, annoyed. What? You're not satisfied with serving Big Brother by yourself? You want to bring over the woman from 52012. One sentence made the atmosphere at the scene instantly awkward. Zhao Zixuan coughed lightly. 1-1. Am I that kind of person? I have Sister Min now, that's enough. These words made Lu Min overjoyed, and she even took the initiative to lean forward and give Zhao Zixuan a sweet kiss. Zhao Zixuan's heart stirred. Wasn't it already evening? Glancing at Jiang Wenwen, whose face had turned pale, Jiang Wenwen, not wanting to be a third wheel, had no choice but to go and stay in room 5202. Chapter 19. As expected, the real giants in the water are still the fishermen. Without the light bulb, a passionate night was inevitable. Zhao Zixuan's demands were insatiable, and Lu Min, like a ripe peach, was simply no match for his advances. Before midnight, Lu Min begged for mercy, and Zhao Zixuan seized the opportunity to make further demands, eliciting a plaintive and reproachful rebuke from the beautiful young woman. That's terrible. Is this man never satisfied? Do I really have to find someone to share the burden with me? Lu Min, whose arms and legs were aching terribly, seriously considered Jiang Wenwen's words that night. The next day, before dawn, there was a loud knocking on the door. Zhao Zixuan suddenly sat up, not bothering to put on his clothes, and grabbed the spring gun from the bedside table. Lu Min was also startled awake, her eyes filled with undisguised fear. Zhao Zixuan listened carefully and gestured to Lu Min not to be afraid. He quickly walked to the front door, looked out through the peephole, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was Lin Mao and Li Yong. There was no one else around. The sky outside was still dark, and even without checking the time, it was clear that it was definitely not dawn yet. What happened? Zhao Zixuan asked as he put on his clothes. Boss Zhao, something happened on the water. Someone was dragged down last night. He was at least 2 or 3 meters tall. Li Yong's face was grim. His fears had come true. The floating corpses outside the building had attracted the monster from beneath the water. They also entered the building through underwater windows or stairwell doors. This poses a significant threat to the fishing teams. Zhao Zixuan looked solemn. I understand. I'll go with you to take a look. Zhao Zixuan donned his inner armor, grabbed a spring gun, and quickly followed Lin Mao and Li Yong to the 20th floor. During this period, the water level rose by more than 10 centimeters, and a group of people gathered at the point where the water touched the surface. Old Chi, Boss Zhao is here. Tell him what happened last night. Li Yong called out to the crowd, and an elderly man in his 50s rushed over. Boss Zhao, we came fishing last night and saw a dark figure rush out from below and drag Li Erlong down from the 3rd floor. It was at least 2 meters tall. Did you see what it was? Old Sun shook his head. It's too dark here, and it's nighttime. Li Erlong didn't even struggle for long before he was dragged to the bottom of the water. His wife tried to save him, but she was also attacked. If we hadn't reacted quickly and pulled her out, she probably would have been dragged underwater by that monster too. As he spoke, the crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged woman with a gaunt face and 2 bloody cuts on her arm, clearly from being slashed by a sharp blade. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Zhao Zixuan, who was fully armed. Please, please save my Erlong. He's the pillar of our family. He can't be hurt. We still have children. The woman, named Wang Huihui, clung tightly to Zhao Zixuan's trouser leg as if it were a lifeline. Zhao Zixuan looked utterly helpless. He's a human, not a god. The monsters underwater are 2 or 3 meters long. How could he possibly save people? But seeing the other person's despair, he couldn't find any words of comfort to offer. With a whoosh, suddenly, a splash appeared on the water's surface, and then a huge fish fin flashed across the water. Water! Everyone was so frightened that they quickly retreated. It's here! It's here! It's that monster! Zhao Zixuan's expression turned serious. A large group of people had indeed sneaked into the stairwell, and with so many of them by the water, they still dared to show their faces. They were incredibly arrogant. Boss Zhao, what should we do? With this big guy around, our fishing team doesn't dare to go into the water, Li Yong said with a bitter expression. Fortunately, many people listened to his advice last night and did not go fishing. Otherwise, Li Erlong wouldn't have been the only one killed or injured. That big guy must be a large, mutated fish, and extremely aggressive. Li Yong knew Li Erlong, who was involved in the accident. He came from the coast and was a good swimmer. Although his fishing skills were not as proficient as Li Erlong's, he was definitely self-sufficient. He was just a bit arrogant, so he didn't associate with Qin Wu, and he didn't get involved when Zhao Zixuan organized a gang. Zhao Zixuan's expression was uncertain. Fish are his most important source of energy, and he absolutely cannot afford to have anything happen to them. However, with the existing fishing tools, it is somewhat inadequate to deal with such a large creature. Lin Mao, I'm giving you a task. Go ask those homeowners upstairs if anyone has fishing gear. If anyone can help us catch this big guy, I'll reward him with 100 caddies of grain, and he can choose the kind himself. Everyone has their own expertise. It would be foolish to go down and hunt such an underwater monster directly. The best way is to fish it up. Of course, such a large vessel is beyond the capabilities of ordinary anglers. Zhao Zixuan was merely trying his luck, hoping to see if any of his upstairs neighbors who stayed indoors were experienced anglers. Lin Mao's eyes lit up. I'll go find old Sun on the 32nd floor. He's a seasoned angler, an expert in sea fishing. I learned all my fishing techniques from him. Great. Go and fetch them. Lin Mao also knew the importance of the matter. Fishing in the lower waters was an important way for everyone to obtain food. If the monster took over, most families would go hungry. Their newly established club is really going to have to struggle to survive. Zhao Zixuan raised the spring gun, his eyes fixed on the water. His spring gun had a limited killing range, and Zhao Zixuan thought about the sturdy scales he had when he slaughtered the mutated pomfret. With the current penetrating power of the steel needle, it was really unlikely that it could pierce the monster's scales. Zhao Zixuan's guess was correct. The underwater monster was not afraid of Zhao Zixuan and his companions. Instead, it approached them and swung its tail, engulfing them in a spray of water. With a whoosh, Zhao Zixuan decisively pulled the trigger. The steel needle shot out, almost piercing the opponent's eye. With a snap, the steel needle pierced the fish scale above the fish's eye and was bounced off, which made Zhao Zixuan's heart sink. The opponent clearly twisted its body the moment the steel needle was thrust out. Could its perception be that strong? Boss Zhao, let's try using a pitchfork. Li Yong gritted his teeth, knowing that the net they had woven probably wouldn't be able to withstand the monster's tearing. Moreover, given the opponent's aggressive nature, going down there might make you its target. Ultimately, the underwater world is the monster's domain. We can try. How many steel forks do we have? Give me one. We've been working on a lot of steel forks lately, but they require some skill to use. Boss Zhao, you don't need to do it. Let us handle it. You, Zhao, may be good at murder, but when it comes to fishing, they're the real pros. Looking at those crudely made steel forks, Zhao Zixuan realized they had absolutely no ergonomic design. He could throw them, but he couldn't guarantee their lethality. Li Yong selected 3 people, and together they stepped onto the raft on the water. With a whoosh, the monster once again revealed its fins on the water's surface, and then spotted Li Yong and the others on the raft. Its massive body made a turn in the water, creating a ripple like a sharp arrow that rushed towards the raft. Li Yong stared intently at the water's surface, just as the dark shadow was about to crash into the raft. Shoot! With a loud shout, the 4 steel forks were injected with full force and shot into the water. The 3 steel forks were deflected by the monster's scales, but the one that Li Yong shot out pierced the monster's body. A splash of blood-red water erupted on the surface of the water. The next second, the monster's upper body suddenly sank, and its huge fish tail suddenly leaped out of the water, slamming into the raft with terrifying force. The raft was suddenly smashed apart, and the 4 people screamed as they fell into the water. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically. That strange fish has incredible strength. The crowd quickly pulled Li Yong and the other 3 people out of the water. At this moment, Li Yong's face was deathly pale, and his gaze towards the water was filled with fear. Boss Zhao, I can see it clearly now. It's a mutated tuna. Its fins are almost evolving into claws. Zhao Zixuan nodded. Everyone had just gotten a good look at the monster. It did resemble a tuna, except its smooth scales had turned into bumpy, armor-like structures, and its 4 ventral fins were showing signs of evolving into 4 sharp claws. Its head was covered in dense bulges, and it was unclear what was inside. Its dorsal fin was as sharp as a steel blade. Its destructive power is extremely terrifying underwater, which explains why Li Erlong, who was attacked, was dragged underwater without even having a chance to resist. Compared to the mutated pomfret, this mutated tuna can no longer be called a fish. It's more like a mutated monster. Half an hour later, Zhao Zixuan's group launched several attacks, all of which ended in failure. The mutated tuna swam around in the center of the water, occasionally stirring up waves that crashed towards the group. It was quite agitated, clearly feeling uneasy because the space was too small. For Zhao Zixuan and his group, this was a blatant provocation. Zhao Zixuan's solemn expression never faded. The mutated tuna was behaving strangely. It seemed to have intelligence, never getting close to the killing range of his spring gun, and instead trying to lure humans into the water. Zhao Zixuan and the others were not stupid. Going into the water would be suicide. They could simply not fish today. Moreover, their attacks were not entirely ineffective. At the very least, Li Yong's harpoon wounded it. At worst, we can try a few more times. As long as the opportunity comes, we might be able to cause it secondary damage. Lin Mao's shout came from behind. Brother Zhao, I've invited old Sunday. He's a master of sea fishing. Behind Lin, Mao followed an old man in his 50s. Calling him an old man wouldn't be accurate, though his thinning hair made him look older than he actually was. The other person was carrying a large fishing tackle bag and immediately spotted the mutated tuna rolling around in the center of the water. His small eyes lit up instantly. With that size, it must be very strong. It must be a great fishing experience. As expected of a seasoned angler, upon seeing the giant creature in the water, he was not afraid at all, but rather became excited. Brother Zhao, right? Xiao Lin said you offered a reward of 100 caddies of grain to lure this monster. I wonder if you're serious? It's true, of course. If you can catch this monster, 100 caddies of grain will be delivered to your home immediately. Old Sun nodded and said in a deep voice, I came out because I trusted Xiao Lin, and I hope you can keep your promise. Then Lao Sun quickly took out his fishing rod, stared at the giant creature swimming in the water for a few moments, and switched to the highest grade fishing line. I've really landed a big job today. I just wonder how stamina this mutated tuna has. As he spoke, he began to prepare the bait. He mixed 7 or 8 kinds of bait together, and a strange smell wafted from his bait bowl. Everyone stared at him. There was a huge flood outside. If he learned fishing techniques, wouldn't they be able to catch fish without going into the water? The fisherman, who was once looked down upon, is now a master of post-apocalyptic survival. Everyone stares at him with wide eyes, hoping to learn even a sliver of his fishing skills. Old Sun didn't hold back, mixing the bait while explaining techniques for catching big fish. Different fish like different baits. Take this monster in front of you, for example. If you use the kind of bait that tuna likes, it will be hard to catch it because it has eaten people and likes the smell of blood, so the bait needs to be stronger. They made more than a dozen fist-sized bait balls. Old Sun looked pained. After the apocalypse, he couldn't buy these baits even if he wanted to. In order to complete this big job, he couldn't be stingy with the bait. He picked up a large ball and threw it toward the center of the water. The water surface quickly rippled, and the mutated monster was attracted by the bait. After that, Lao Sun baited the hook, cast his line, and landed precisely on the surface of the water where the water was splashing. Putting everything else aside, just the technique of keeping the bait from scattering when casting a fishing rod requires considerable skill. It's been a long time since I've fished on this calm water. This feels so good. Previously, he had been fishing from a distance on his balcony, but due to the distance, he couldn't catch big fish and could only catch some weighing less than 10 pounds. His passion for fishing had long been burning brightly. Food was secondary. Indulging in the thrill of fishing was the key. Not long after the bait was dropped, the float suddenly sank. Old Sun's face lit up with joy, and he suddenly lifted his fishing rod. The carbon fiber fishing rod bent to an exaggerated degree in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force came from the fishing line, and Old Sun, who had been exerting all his strength, changed his expression drastically. He was careless. The power of the mutated tuna far exceeded his expectations. The fishing line and rod can hold up, but Old Sun's strength can't. Just as Lao Sun was violently pulled towards the water by the fishing rod, Zhao Zixuan and Li Yong grabbed Lao Sun's waist from both sides. Everyone come and help, Zhao Zixuan shouted. By this time, their fishing team had arrived one after another, so there was no need for the individual fishermen to help. More than 20 strong men rushed forward, grabbing and pulling each other. They quickly formed a powerful combined force. Old Sun's face turned red. These bastards, some people hugged his waist, some pulled his arms, some held his legs, but no one helped him hold the fishing rod. He felt as if the muscles in his arms were about to be torn apart. The force coming from the fishing rod was simply unimaginable. Damn it! You guys want to kill me? Hurry up and help me pull the fishing rod. Suddenly realizing what was happening, everyone grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it backward with all their might. Don't pull with brute force. Listen to my command. Take 3 steps forward and loosen the network cable. Then pull backward. Old Sun shouted loudly, and the crowd rushed forward, with those in front getting their bodies into the water, and then retreated, shouting as they pulled backward with all their might. The carbon fiber fishing rod, worth over 10,000 yuan, was being pulled and creaking loudly. Old Sun prayed in secret. You must hold on, otherwise where will he get a fishing rod made of this material? The struggle lasted for nearly an hour before the force of the struggle on the fishing line weakened. That monster is out of strength. On my command, pull backward and go. The crowd surged forward and headed straight upstairs. Soon, a taut fishing line, dragging a dark shadow, emerged from the water. At some point, Zhao Zixuan emerged from the group of people pulling fishing rods and stood by the water's edge, holding an iron hook. With a soft plop, the iron hook pierced the strange fish's gills, dragging its massive body out of the water. With his other hand, he swung a hammer and smashed it hard into the head of the mutated fish. 1, 2, 3. Ding. You have killed a mutated tuna. Your energy value has increased by 102. The host's energy value has exceeded 1,000, and the level 4 permission of the Evolution Supermarket has been activated. Chapter 20. A mutant tuna brings a surge in strength. Zhao Zixuan immediately stopped and retreated. His 102 energy points far exceeded those of the mutated pomfret, but considering the opponent's terrifying combat power, a little over 100 energy points didn't seem like much. After all, a single mutated tuna rendered the entire fishing team immobile. The crowd gathered around to watch. The fish was 3 meters long, covered in bulging scales. Its fins on its belly had the beginnings of claws, and its fins on its back stood upright like the sharpest steel blades. The strangest thing was its tail, which had several blood lines on its wide tail and emitted a faint 7-colored glow. I didn't notice it when it was underwater, but now that I look at it again, its tail has a somewhat mysterious quality. Everyone marveled. The fish in the sea had indeed mutated, and it wasn't just the small fish, but the larger ones had mutated even more terrifyingly. Zhao Zixuan didn't go over to take a look. At this moment, electronic music kept playing in his mind. Evolution Supermarket has successfully activated level 4 permissions and obtained supermarket purchasing authority. The host can select goods from the outside world to add to the supermarket for sale. The supermarket will settle accounts based on the value of the goods using energy points, evolution points, and attribute points. Please select high-quality goods to enter the Super Evolution Supermarket as much as possible to expand the scale of the supermarket. Zhao Zixuan's lips curled up. Finally, he could put things in the supermarket. The storage function he had been longing for had arrived. Zhao Zixuan looked up at the hammer in his hand. Ding! This hammer is of poor quality and does not meet the supermarket's purchase standards. Forcibly accepting it into the supermarket will result in a deduction of 10 energy points. Zhao Zixuan's expression changed slightly. It seems that the so-called purchasing authority is different from what he imagined. He wanted to use Evolution Supermarket as a storage bag, but now it seems that Evolution Supermarket doesn't accept just any kind of garbage. His gaze fell on the mutated tuna that had been dragged up. Can this thing be stored inside? Ding! A mutated tuna has been detected. It is a level 1, top-quality tuna, and can be purchased as a premium ingredient. You will receive 20 evolution points upon acquisition. Do you wish to acquire it? With so many people in front of him, Zhao Zixuan naturally couldn't take them all in. Li Yong, Li Mao, you take a few people and take this mutated tuna to 5203. The rest of you continue today's fishing operations. Everyone has worked hard. In addition to the fishing points, everyone who participated in catching this mutated tuna will receive an extra point. Everyone was overjoyed. 1 point is enough to exchange for 1 kilogram of rice. They were just helping to pull the fishing rod, and the harvest was already quite considerable. Brother Sun, thank you for your hard work. It's a waste to keep your skills at home. Would you be interested in joining our survival club? You don't need to participate in the usual fishing. You can only take action when a big one like this appears. You can keep all the fish you catch yourself. The reward for catching a big one of this level will be paid separately. Zhao Zixuan was very generous. Without Lao Sun, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything about this mutated tuna. Although Lao Sun faltered in the middle, his fishing tackle was truly reliable. We must be willing to invest in attracting exceptional talent. A hint of hesitation flashed across Old Sun's face. Brother Sun, You don't need to give me an answer right away. It's okay if you don't join my gang. I just hope you can help me when this level of mutated sea fish appears again. I'll make sure you're satisfied with the reward." Old Su breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Boss Zhao. I'll go back and discuss it with my family. Just leave the fishing to me. I may not have any other skills, but I'm a pro at fishing." Old Su's words were naturally a bit boastful, but his equipment was truly excellent. He could even pull up mutated tuna weighing several hundred kilograms. Rather than saying that Zhao Zixuan was interested in Old Sun as a person, it would be more accurate to say that he valued Old Sun's equipment for dealing with mutated giant fish. Zhao Zixuan naturally wouldn't expose him, and said with a smile, "You can go to the 52nd floor to collect the 100 gene of grain I promised you earlier." Upon hearing this, Old Sun grinned so wide his teeth were almost invisible. "Thank you, Boss Zhao. I'll be there in a bit. Lin, you're coming with me. You deserve all the credit for closing this big deal." Old Sun shouted at Lin Mao, but he wouldn't trust Zhao Zixuan just because he spoke nicely. This young man in front of him was a killer. When Qin Wu was alive, let alone 100 gene, even 10 gene of grain could lead to death. Lin Mao, an acquaintance, is more trustworthy. Lin Mao agreed readily, since he was going to deliver the mutated tuna to the 52nd floor anyway, and he could help Old Sun collect the reward together. There are no elevators available now, and a group of people have to carry this 300-pound mutated tuna up to the 52nd floor. This is no small task. A large group of people walked up the stairs in a grand procession, attracting people on each floor to open their doors and watch. Everyone was shocked. Such a large sea fish was rare, not only now, but even before the cataclysm. Oh my god, is Zhao Zixuan's newly established gang really that powerful? They can hunt these kinds of monsters in the water. Zhao Zixuan, who was following behind the group, saw this scene. He didn't intend to use it for publicity, but the vibrations caused by the group chanting as they climbed the stairs were too great. Let them watch. This can be considered a form of deterrence. 5203. Looking at this huge monster, Lu Min was completely stunned. Let alone in the sea, just seeing this monster on land would be enough to scare her half to death. Lu Min was completely unaware that the way everyone was looking at her was somewhat strange. "You must be my sister-in-law? We're all under Boss Zhao." Lin Mao was the first to react and greeted him with a smile. No wonder he's Boss Zhao. Even his women are top-notch. Of course, they wouldn't have any bad intentions, nor would they dare to. They were just surprised, thinking that Jiang Wanwen, who was with Zhao Zixuan, was his girlfriend. They didn't expect that his real girlfriend would never show up. Among the group responsible for carrying the monster up, a boy with a distinctly childlike face looked astonished. "Sister Lu Min, what are you doing here?" "Chen Kuan, you're still alive? That's great. I thought you were like a Yao." Lu Min looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. As mentioned before, Lu Min has a close friend on the lower floor, who is none other than Chun Yao, the older sister of the boy named Chen Kuan in front of us. Chun Yao jumped off the building, and Lu Min assumed that Chen Kuan had also died from Qin Wu's persecution. Unexpectedly, Chen Kuan not only survived, but also joined Zhao Zixuan's team after Qin Wu's death. "Where is Zhou Qiang? Why are you in room 5203? Chen Kuan's words caused a flash of embarrassment to cross Lu Min's face. She didn't know how to tell her best friend's brother about her situation. Zhao Zixuan took off his helmet and said loudly, "Zhou Qiang is dead. Now Lu Min is with me." Upon hearing Zhao Zixuan's words, everyone's expressions varied. Zhou Qiang wanted to give Lu Min to Qin Wu in exchange for grain, but I beat him up and he ran downstairs. I only found out he was dead after I killed Qin Wu. If you know who killed him, tell me. I will reward him with 100 caddies of grain. Zhao Zixuan's words left everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. It really wasn't Zhao Zixuan who killed Zhou Qiang and took Lu Min for himself. Lu Min is just too beautiful. Even though she's dressed conservatively, you can still see her exaggerated figure underneath. The key is temperament. Gentle yet dignified, bright yet not gaudy. Actually, Lu Min didn't know that although she hadn't lived in this building for long, quite a few people knew her. After all, it was too easy for a beauty of her caliber to attract attention, especially since her best friend Chen Yao and her family lived in this building. That bastard Zhou Qiang deserved to die. If it weren't for him, my sister wouldn't have gone through all that suffering. Sister Min, my sister is dead, my enemy is dead, but I couldn't do anything. As he spoke, Chen Kuan's face was covered in tears, looking pitiful like a stray dog with no one to care for it. This moment instantly ignited Lu Min's maternal instincts. She looked at Zhao Zixuan with her beautiful eyes. Although she didn't say it aloud, Zhao Zixuan understood what she meant. She wanted to help Chen Kuan. Lu Min had mentioned Chun Yao's best friend to him. Because of Zhou Chang's rejection, and because she refused to go back to the lower floors to continue being humiliated, she eventually jumped off the building. Zhao Zixuan admires such a strong-willed woman. But Chen Kuan is only Chun Yao's younger brother, and Lu Min may not know his character. With a more cautious personality than Zhao Zixuan, she would never easily let him live in her home. Chen Kuan, since Amin has acknowledged you as her brother, I will naturally help you. If you need anything to eat, just come to me. The question Zhao Zixuan didn't address left Lu Min disappointed, but she understood Zhao Zixuan's difficulties. She was already very grateful that he could provide Chen Kuan with some food. After all, Chen Kuan is just her best friend's younger brother. She felt guilty towards her best friend, and out of love for her friend, she helped Chen Kuan, which was her way of fulfilling her duty as a best friend. Chen Kuan thanked them with great excitement, as if he had found family, and his whole demeanor became radiant. After seeing everyone off, Lu Min took Chen Kuan next door to find Jiang Wenwen. Since she had promised to take care of her, she couldn't just keep it to words. Zhao Zixuan approved 20 jin of grain for her, which could also be exchanged for other supplies of equal value. Any more would be inappropriate. After all, Zhao Zixuan still has a gang to support. And perhaps it's a case of same-sex repulsion, but he couldn't feel any sympathy for Chen Kuan, who was like a little puppy. According to Jiang Wenwen's understanding of Chen Kuan's family, the boy is a first-year high school student who lives with his parents and sister. After my home was flooded, I've been living in the stairwell ever since. His parents were both alive. His father, Chun Xingyuan, was the first to come to the 52nd floor to participate in the establishment of the club. Zhao Zixuan was unaware of the connection between his family and Lu Min. He had only heard that someone in his family had been persecuted by Qin Wu, but he had not inquired about the details. I didn't expect to give him a surprise today. However, Zhao Zixuan didn't take the other party too seriously. He was just helping out his best friend's brother, fulfilling his duty. Anything more would be going too far. Did they really think he, Zhao Zixuan, was a saint? After confirming that no one was in the room, Zhao Zixuan raised his hand and placed it on the mutated tuna. Absorb. A strange fluctuation emanated from Zhao Zixuan's hand, and the round, mutated tuna corpse instantly shriveled up. Ding! You have obtained 100 caddies of mutated tuna meat and received 20 evolution points as a reward. The panel values changed instantly. Name, Zhao Zixuan. Physical fitness, 9.2. Strength, 9.9. Agility, 7.6. Spirit, 8.1. Evolution level, 043/100. Health points, 52. Energy value, 1086. A surge of heat spread from his body, instantly permeating his limbs and bones, making his muscles and bones even stronger under the influence of this heat. The harvest of just one mutated tuna nearly doubled Zhao Zixuan's base attributes. The mutated tuna, which originally weighed over 300 pounds, yielded 100 pounds of high-quality tuna meat, and Zhao Zixuan lifted the rest with one hand. The spring gun, which he used to handle fairly well, felt light and flimsy in his hands, making him very uncomfortable. The surge in power filled Zhao Zixuan with joy. He took off his shirt, revealing a much stronger physique, with well-defined muscles that were not bulky, and a powerful yet aesthetically pleasing movement. The exhilarating feeling of that explosive power made Zhao Zixuan want to roar to the sky. Of course, he was just thinking about it. There were quite a few people next door, and it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb them. After all, Zhao Zixuan is now a person of status. The sudden increase in strength also had its downsides. He misused his strength and crushed the glass containing water without even realizing it. That won't do. Power can only be lethal when it is completely controlled. Just like Qin Wu, who was tall and strong, his basic strength must have been high, and his mutation level was much higher than Zhao Zixuan's. However, he did not know how to use his own strength at all, and the destructive power he unleashed was not as good as Zhao Zixuan's, who had worked hard to practice bayonet fighting skills. Learning from past mistakes, Zhao Zixuan naturally placed great importance on maximizing his own strength. He connected the generator and prepared to handcraft a set of fitness equipment. If only there were internet, he could search for some fighting techniques online, even if they were just fancy moves for fitness. Zhao Zixuan is now physically strong, with no shortage of strength and speed, and is quite well-rounded in all aspects. What he lacks, however, are attack methods and techniques. Lu Min returned to 5203 and saw Zhao Zixuan working out shirtless. For some reason, she felt that Zhao Zixuan seemed to have changed. She couldn't quite put her finger on what had changed, but he just looked more pleasing to the eye. His muscles weren't particularly large, but they exuded a powerful and beautiful aura. He wielded a huge barbell, giving off a powerful and impactful aura. Good heavens, such a perfect man, and he's actually hers? Thinking about their intimate moments these past 2 days, Lu Min blushed instantly. She patted her face, telling herself not to think about it, not to think about it. This was the end of the world. How could she think about such things? She had to restrain herself. She absolutely could not hold Zhao Zixuan back. Zhao Zixuan, engrossed in his cultivation, naturally didn't notice the wild thoughts in Lu Min's mind. After a thoroughly enjoyable workout, Zhao Zixuan felt as if he had regained control of his body. He suddenly threw a punch, his strength at least doubling. If Qin Wu and his men hadn't died, Zhao Zixuan, without relying on the spring gun, could have taken them all down with just his powerful fists. Most importantly, this evolutionary upgrade allowed Zhao Zixuan to catch up with and surpass those at the lower levels. Today, he witnessed Li Yong's attack. The steel fork pierced the scales of the mutated tuna. Although it didn't kill the mutated tuna, the burst of power at that moment caught Zhao Zixuan's attention. Li Yong has been feeding on mutated sea fish for a long time, and his physical evolution level is higher than that of Qin Wu and others. Zhao Zixuan was only able to sense that even if Li Yong's evolution level was less than 40, the difference wouldn't be too great after his own evolution value broke through 43 points. This gave Zhao Zixuan a sense of urgency. As a leader of a gang, you don't necessarily have to be the strongest, but you must be in the top tier. Otherwise, if someone were to rebel, they wouldn't even be able to save their own lives. The spring gun is quite lethal, and Zhao Zixuan can also use the materials available to create even stronger weapons. But weapons are inanimate. It's impossible to carry them with you 24 hours a day. Once subordinates reach a certain level of strength, it's inevitable that ambition will arise. To place your hopes for the future on the mindset of others is the most foolish thing to do. Fortunately, Zhao Zixuan had the evolution supermarket, which successfully made up for his disadvantage. Starting today, all my food will be made from mutated sea fish. Chapter 21, Let's evolve into monsters together. Although Lu Min was surprised by Zhao Zixuan's request, she did not object. She took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and looked at the nearly 3-meter-long fish with a worried expression. Zhao Zixuan found it somewhat amusing. The evolution supermarket is very selective. It only takes the best meat from the mutated tuna. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan saw that 1 pound of processed tuna meat would cost 100 energy points. Evolution Supermarket is really good at business. Although Zhao Zixuan has more than 1,000 energy points, he doesn't want to be a sucker. The mutated tuna in front of us weighs over 300 pounds. Even if we take more than 100 pounds of meat, there's still plenty left to eat. In this apocalyptic world, waste is the greatest sin. Let me do it. Zhao Zixuan took the cleaver from Lu Min, cut into the fish gills, and with a forceful slash, he managed to cut open the fish scales that were difficult to break even with metal. A foul, fishy smell wafted over. When Lu Min saw what was flowing out of the fish's belly, she immediately vomited. Those were human remains, half digested, with a large part of the head still undigested. Zhao Zixuan was also startled. He had forgotten that this mutated tuna had recently eaten a person. I'm so sorry. I should have taken care of it downstairs before bringing it up. When Zhao Zixuan saw Lu Min, who was pale with fright, he cursed himself for his miscalculation. Brother, how about we don't eat this fish? Zhao Zixuan was speechless. Go and rest for a bit. I'll handle this. I took a large plastic bag and threw all the fish's limbs and body parts into it. The internal organs were unusable. Just thinking about them made me feel disgusted. Zhao Zixuan originally wanted to take him downstairs, since Li Erlong, who had been dragged into the water by the mutated tuna, still had family members. But looking at the mangled limbs and fragments, Zhao Zixuan felt it would be better to just discard them. After all, it would be unacceptable for Li Erlong's family to see him like this. This can be considered a form of humanitarianism. So Zhao Zixuan decisively opened the window and threw the severed limb into the raging wind and rain outside. Breaking through the mutated tuna's scales, the best parts of the meat were gone. Previously, Because the fish bones weren't very supportive, there was still a considerable amount of bright red flesh on top of the bones. The kitchen knife became extremely nimble in Zhao Zixuan's hands. At this moment, his strength was enough to allow him to easily dissect the mutated tuna. After separating the fish skin, fish meat, and fish marrow, Zhao Zixuan directly obtained 70 or 80 caddies of edible meat. This doesn't even include the 50 to 60 gene, 25 to 30 kilograms, fish head. Larger fish yield more meat, and the meat yield of mutated pomfret is far less than that of mutated tuna. Cooking was naturally left to Jiang Wenwen, as Zhao Zixuan's cooking skills were not good, and Lu Min, the virtuous wife and loving mother, had cooking skills about the same as Zhao Zixuan's. Zhao Zixuan deprived Lu Min of the right to cook after she only cooked one meal. Although his family had no shortage of food, they could not tolerate such waste. This made Jiang Wenwen feel smug. There's an old saying that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Therefore, no matter how busy she was during the day, Jiang Wenwen always prepared 3 meals a day for Zhao Zixuan on time. This time was no exception. Jiang Wenwen used fish skin, fish meat, and fish bones to make a dish, and the rich aroma filled the entire 52nd floor. Upon smelling the aroma, Lu Min heard it was mutated tuna meat and immediately covered her mouth, running to the toilet to gag. Jiang Wenwen's expression was strange. Could Lu Min be pregnant? She's only been with Zhao Zixuan for a few days. If she's pregnant, that would be a huge problem. Zhou Qiang's offspring. Although Zhao Zixuan kept claiming that he did not kill Zhou Qiang, and everyone believed him, Jiang Wenwen did not think so. How could someone as ruthless as Zhao Zixuan allow Zhou Qiang, a threat, to escape from the 52nd floor? If Zhao Zixuan doesn't admit it, Jiang Wenwen won't say anything. Anyway, a man like Zhou Qiang deserves to die. Jiang Wenwen herself wasn't a good person either. A good person would personally kill their ex-boyfriend. Even if Jiang Wenwen hadn't stabbed him, Zhang Ziyuan would have been dead anyway, but she still ruthlessly stabbed him. Zhao Zixuan didn't seem to mind at all, calmly enjoying the food. The fish skin was crisp, the fish meat was tender, and the fishbone soup was incredibly flavorful, which made him extremely satisfied. Jiang Wenwen's cooking skills have improved even more. At Zhao Zixuan's insistence, she was willing to add more seasonings, and the taste naturally reached a new level. Brother, this morning Lu Chunhua and I took stock of all the available supplies. I've registered everything that's useful. I've also had some of the fitness equipment Qin Wu left behind delivered to 5204. I'd like to move that conference table to the 25th floor so you can convert the entire 5204 into a gym, Jiang Wenwen said while eating. Zhao Zixuan nodded. As the club got back on track, the order in the hallway stabilized. There was no need to concentrate everything on the 52nd floor. The floor was still too high, and transporting things up and down was inconvenient. Currently, the 25th floor is a suitable location. It is 4 floors above the water, so the flood will not submerge it in the short term. There are also many people on the lower floors, making it convenient to arrange various things. Sure, go ahead and do it. If any troublemakers come up, let me know. I'm confident I can keep the whole building under control now. Zhao Zixuan rolled up his left sleeve, revealing his well-developed biceps. Jiang Wenwen found it somewhat amusing. Zhao Zixuan was now infamous, and people were afraid of the spring gun in his hand, but they didn't know much about his actual strength. Judging from Jiang Wenwen's expression, Zhao Zixuan knew that the other party had not understood his meaning. He put down his chopsticks and took out a section of steel bar about the thickness of a finger from the toolbox. Then, to Jiang Wenwen's astonishment, he bent it with one hand. Big brother Yu. Zhao Zixuan grinned, quite pleased with Jiang Wenwen's shocked expression. The animals in the sea are all mutating, and humans will naturally evolve as well. This can be considered a demonstration of the results of my evolution. How is this possible? I don't feel like I've changed much. Zhao Zixuan shook his head with amusement. Your mind wasn't on training, so naturally you're unaware of your strength increasing. As he spoke, Zhao Zixuan tossed the spring gun that was lying to the side, and Jiang Wenwen instinctively raised her hand to catch it. Surprise slowly appeared on her pretty face. As Zhao Zixuan's most important weapon, the spring gun was something Jiang Wenwen had never touched, but judging from the 9 springs on it, and the nearly 1.5-meter-long steel frame, it was definitely not light. Even if Jiang Wenwen held it with both hands, it would be very difficult, but now she caught it steadily with one hand. Then he held the spring gun in his arms, grabbed the spring handle with his right hand, and slowly pulled open the 9 springs. A snap. with the spring handle pulled into the activation groove. Theoretically, she could use the spring gun to kill someone as long as Zhao Zixuan's polished steel needle was inserted into the groove. My God, when did I become so strong? With a snap, Jiang Wenwen released the spring gun, then pulled it back with renewed force. 3 times in a row, her arms were a little sore, but the excitement on her face was hard to hide. Although I can't confirm your evolutionary stats, your base strength has at least doubled. Wenwen, you need to change your mindset. This world is different now. Fish in the water are evolving, birds in the sky are evolving, and even humans at the top of the food chain are evolving. This is just the beginning. No one can be sure what humans will become if they continue to evolve, but the ability to surpass the limits of our original bodies has become a reality. Therefore, in order to ensure that our evolutionary speed is higher than those at the bottom, starting today, we must replace our food with the flesh and blood of mutated creatures as much as possible. Zhao Zixuan said to Jiang Wenwen with a serious expression. Jiang Wenwen thought for a moment and nodded seriously. She was not opposed to becoming stronger, even if it meant changing her appearance. Minjie can't accept that this mutated tuna has eaten people, so she refuses to eat it. In a little while, get her a can of mutated pomfret. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwen rolled her eyes at Zhao Zixuan in annoyance. I think the one who needs to change her mindset the most is Lu Min. And are you really willing to let your delicate woman turn into a monster? Jiang Wenwen jokingly mentioned it. Zhao Zixuan smiled and said, the source of evolution should come from rainwater. Everyone, whether they like it or not, is embarking on the path of evolution. If evolution is the only way for humanity to survive, then how can human aesthetics remain in the past? If we all evolve into monsters, then is the beauty of humanity still considered beautiful? Jiang Wenwen stared blankly at Zhao Zixuan, then suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughter grew louder and louder. Zhao Zixuan, Brother Zixuan, you are indeed no ordinary person. I, Jiang Wenwen, am completely impressed by you today. If becoming a monster makes you like monsters, does that mean you have a chance to surpass Lu Min in the next stage of aesthetic appreciation? Zhao Zixuan wasn't worried about the after effects of evolution, so what was there to be afraid of? Being a monster isn't so bad. At least you won't go hungry or be bullied. Lu Min, who was in the bedroom, naturally heard their conversation, and her expression was incredibly complicated. Are humans also evolving? Like tuna, evolving monsters? I wonder what she will become in the future. Will she be covered in scales and have sharp claws on her hands? Or will she become some strange thing? Will Zhao Zixuan still like me as much then? Thinking of this, Lu Min touched her heavy chest. That bastard had rubbed her too hard last night, and it still ached slightly. No matter what kind of monster humanity eventually evolves into, as long as humanity needs to reproduce, this asset will not depreciate. Zhao Zixuan was unaware that his idea about evolution had greatly changed the minds of the two women. First was Lu Min. She overcame her aversion in just one afternoon and began to consciously exercise. That evening, she ate mutated tuna with Zhao Zixuan and the others. During her free time, Jiang Wenwen also exercised with Zhao Zixuan. 5204 was quickly transformed into a gym by Jiang Wenwen, and all the fitness equipment left by Qin Wu was put to use. Zhao Zixuan was pleased with the changes in the two women. After all, compared to the other homeowners in the community, Jiang Wenwen and Lu Min were the two people he trusted the most. The fish caught that day were not sent to the 52nd floor. Instead, Zhao Zixuan went to the 25th floor to personally butcher them. The entire survival club knew about Zhao Zixuan's quirk, so naturally no one would overstep their bounds and do it for him. Killing fish is better than killing people. Everyone felt that this was a more appropriate way for their leader to vent his murderous intent. The evaluation process for the 7 homeowners who applied to join later has been completed, and Jiang Wenwen announced in the afternoon that the 7 homeowners had become new members of the community, including 5201. Everyone was pleased about this, because the more members a club had, the greater their influence in the hallway. That evening, the door to room 5203 was knocked on again. Zhao Zixuan, who had just finished showering, opened the door with a frown. Old Wang, you're not here to exchange fish again, are you? You're already a member of the club. If you want something, just ask Wenwen to exchange points to buy it. They have ready-made canned fish and fresh fish that hasn't been processed yet. It's not good if word gets out that you keep knocking on my door so late at night. Zhao Zixuan said irritably. Wang Shihe looked embarrassed. Boss Zhao, I've already contacted Assistant Jiang, but he only has mutated pomfret. I'd like to buy some mutated tuna meat that was caught today. Do you think you could put it on the market for exchange ahead of time? Zhao Zixuan frowned. Old Wang, there are no plans to put that mutated tuna on the shelves for the time being. If you just want to eat it, you'll probably have to wait. Wang Shihe's expression changed slightly. He didn't put the mutated tuna up for exchange, which meant that he wanted to keep it for himself. Brother Zhao, I know that stuff is valuable. If you're willing to part with a few pounds, I'm willing to exchange it for several times the amount of food. The other party looked eager. Zhao Zixuan looked on with suspicion. Why was the other party so determined to get the meat of the mutated tuna? Don't even mention satisfying your appetite. In these stormy times, the quantity of food is what matters most, and taste is completely unimportant. Moreover, Wang Shihe's behavior always seemed sneaky, which made Zhao Zixuan instinctively uneasy. Old Wang, we're out of mutated tuna meat, but do you want the head? Zhao Zixuan's words brought a smile to Wang Shihe's face. Yes, Boss Zhao, you don't know, I like to eat fish heads even before the catastrophe. Zhao Zixuan smiled and said, it's not free. That fish head weighs 40 or 50 pounds. If you want it, you can trade it for your pistol. Wang Shihe's expression changed drastically. Boss Zhao, you know where ordinary people can get guns. I was just bluffing before. Zhao Zixuan nodded knowingly. I see. The fish head can't be exchanged for you for now. When we catch more mutated tuna, the guild will open it up to everyone. Wang Shihe's expression changed instantly. Boss Zhao, is it not allowed that I'm willing to exchange at a 10-to-1 ratio? Old Wang, do I look like someone who's short of food? Besides, nothing can be accomplished without rules. If you want it, work hard to accumulate points. When the club puts it up for sale, you can buy it with your points. This, can't Boss Zhao make an exception? Zhao Zixuan shook his head. You've just joined the club and haven't accomplished anything yet, so I can't ask you for special treatment. Wang Shihe wanted to say something more, but Zhao Zixuan waved his hand. It's getting late, let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing the expression on Zhao Zixuan's face, Wang Shihe dared not say another word and returned to 5,201 with a sullen look on his face. Although the gang accepted 5201, Zhao Zixuan did not trust Wang Shihe, and he believed in his own judgment that the guy most likely really had a handgun. Even if he doesn't have any, it doesn't matter, since he doesn't plan to exchange for mutated tuna meat at this stage anyway. Because now, it's not just him who needs the mutated tuna meat, but 3 people. They don't even have enough for themselves, so why should they give it to others? Closing the door, Zhao Zixuan thought to himself. Could Old Wang already know that the way to accelerate evolution is to eat the flesh of these mutated creatures? Chapter 22 Zhao Zixuan showed signs of mutation. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, half an hour later, there was another knock on Zhao Zixuan's door. Zhao Zixuan looked impatient. A beautiful woman knocking on the door in the middle of the night is something to look forward to. What is it about you, an old geezer, knocking on the door every night? Doesn't Zhao Zixuan have any pride? With a helpless expression, Zhao Zixuan opened the security door and saw Wang Shihe holding a sandalwood box, which he held up to Zhao Zixuan with a pained look on his face. Old Wang, what do you mean by this? Wang Shihe opened the sandalwood box, and a revolver gleaming with a cold metallic light appeared in front of Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan's expression changed drastically. As a graduate student in mechanical and electrical engineering and a serious enthusiast of military weapons, he immediately recognized the revolver in front of him as the Type 05 revolver, which was the most commonly issued to police officers before the disaster. After the cataclysm, Zhao Zixuan never expected that he would be able to see the real thing again, and that this thing had always been in the hands of his mysterious neighbor. Boss Zhao, this is the pistol you've been longing for. Before I joined the state-owned enterprise, I was a criminal police officer for 15 years. This was my service pistol back then. After I joined the state-owned enterprise, I used my connections to get it. I originally intended it as a souvenir, but unexpectedly, this natural disaster struck, and this old buddy has become my lifeline. As he spoke, Wang Shihe stroked the pistol in the box, his face full of reluctance. Zhao Zixuan's expression was solemn as he raised his hand and picked up the revolver. The cold metallic texture and the ergonomically designed grip made this pistol feel quite extraordinary to him. Are you really willing to trade it for? Zhao Zixuan didn't quite understand Wang Shihe's idea. The intimidation power of a pistol is terrifying. If Wang Shihe wanted to, he could rule the entire unit with this revolver. Even though Zhao Zixuan possessed strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person, he was still powerless against a pistol. There's nothing to be reluctant about. Although the pistol is powerful, it's useless without bullets. It's worth it to exchange it for the head of the mutated tuna. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zixuan opened the magazine of his revolver, which was originally designed to hold 6 bullets, but it was completely empty. This old bastard is up to no good. He gave me a gun, but not bullets. Is he afraid I'll point the gun at him? Although it was a bit of a shame that there were no bullets, Zhao Zixuan really liked this pistol. After all, what man could resist the allure of a pistol, especially a revolver? I'll take the gun and go get the fish head for you right away. A few minutes later, Zhao Zixuan handed Wang Shihe a huge, strange fish head covered in frost. The other person took it with one hand, as if the weight of 50 or 60 pounds was nothing to him. Thank you, Boss Zhao. With your pistol in hand, you'll definitely be able to intimidate the entire unit. Our safety depends entirely on you. Wang Shihe's face revealed a shrewd and worldly smile. Zhao Zixuan smiled, his expression noncommittal. As Wang Shihe turned to leave with the fish head in his hand, Zhao Zixuan's voice drifted behind him. Old Wang, the meat of mutated sea fish can increase the evolution speed. If you want to change fish again in the future, just come openly and honestly. There's no need to sneak around. Knocking on the door in the middle of the night and disturbing people's sleep is a sin. Wang Shihe abruptly stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Zhao Zixuan with a shocked expression. He knew. He definitely knew. Brother Zhao, I don't know what you mean by that. I just like eating fish. It doesn't matter. The fishing team catches plenty of fish every day, so we can eat whenever we want. It's just that there's no need to come and change the fish in the middle of the night. It would be bad if people misunderstood. Wang Shihe didn't say anything more and returned to 5201 with a dark face. As the security door blocked their view, a beautiful young woman wearing a white lab coat and large black-rimmed glasses walked out of the bedroom. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the mutated tuna head Wang Shihe was holding. Is this a large mutated fish? It really does have monster-like characteristics. Quickly send it to my lab. I'm going to stay up all night to analyze its gene sequence. Wang Shihe didn't move, but instead started talking about Zhao Zixuan. Shuyun, that kid knows that deeply mutated flesh can evolve quickly. Jiang Shuyun paused for a moment, but her face didn't show much surprise. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing can't be hidden for long anyway. Based on my research on the current level of human evolution, I'm afraid many people have already started to show monstrous characteristics. And this kind of evolution, whether it's active or passive, is inevitable. Jiang Shuyun suddenly realized why this exchange deal was so difficult to complete. It was clear that Zhao Zixuan was starting to value the flesh and blood of mutated creatures. I've tried my best to avoid eating the flesh of mutated creatures, but the mutated characteristics on my body keep spreading. If this continues, I'll really evolve into a monster. As he spoke, Wang Shihe rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms covered with dense, black, diamond-shaped scales. There's nothing we can do about it. According to my research, the energy from the mutation comes from rainwater, but its concentration isn't high. Normal people only ingest it through drinking water, and the degree of evolution wouldn't exceed 20%. You ate too much mutated seabird meat before, which caused your evolution level to exceed 30% early on, and your body began to show mutated characteristics. Now it has even exceeded 50%, causing the mutated characteristics to spread throughout your body. However, I think 50% is a limit. As long as it doesn't exceed that much, you can still maintain your human appearance. Jiang Shuyun adjusted her large glasses and earnestly explained the results of her research. Wang Shihe looked bitter. Since the natural disaster, Wang Shihe, with his superb marksmanship, has hunted dozens of seabirds from his window. For a time, to save food, he ate only mutated seabird meat. As a result, his evolution value increased rapidly. Evolution brought about changes in his body and strength, allowing him to experience a long-lost sense of youth. But his good fortune didn't last long. The result of his increased physique and strength was that his appearance aged rapidly. Wang Shihe already had a receding hairline, but now there's not a single hair left in the center of his forehead, and even the hair around his head has turned gray. People would believe he's 60. As his wife, Jiang Shuyun, who was in her 30s, also showed signs of premature aging. It was from that point on that the couple realized that this evolution, a gift from God, was not all good. So Jiang Shuyun, who had been living a life of ease and comfort, returned to her old profession and began to study the problem of mutation and evolution. When Qin Wu first emerged and wreaked havoc throughout the unit, Wang Shihe was capable of suppressing him, but he couldn't make up his mind, since once he took action, killing people would be inevitable. Wang Shihe did not expect Zhao Zixuan to jump out and swiftly kill Qin Wu and his confidants. He watched almost the entire battle and was deeply shocked by Zhao Zixuan's ruthlessness. Order was restored in the entire building, and everyone was able to leave their homes to fish on the lower floors and retrieve survival supplies from the sea. Wang Shihe didn't want to go out anymore. He was afraid that outsiders would find out about his mutation, which is why he went to Zhao Zixuan to exchange for sea fish late at night. Eating is out of the question. The main purpose is to obtain research samples. In particular, he knew that Zhao Zixuan and his group had captured a powerful mutated tuna today, which was an even more precious research sample than the mutated pomfret. For this, Wang Shihe even gave away his beloved sidearm. I saw Zhao Zixuan today, and I sensed a strong aura of evolution emanating from him. I feel like this kid isn't far from 50%. Shuyun, do you think this kid might undergo the same mutation as me? Jiang Shuyun shook her head. The sample size is too small to determine whether everyone's evolutionary direction is the same. At least the two of us are not in the same evolutionary direction. Forget it, we can talk about Zhao Zixuan later. Let's study this mutated tuna tonight. I'll help you. Wang Shihe picked up an axe and split the head of the mutated tuna open. With a soft thud, a grayish-white bead fell out of the mutated tuna's head. Could this be the legendary demon core? Wang Shihe's eyes widened instantly. Jiang Shuyun picked it up and gently sniffed it. It has the aura of evolutionary energy, but its overall composition is still calcium carbonate. This should be a stone formed in the brain of this shape-shifting tuna. Stone. Wang Shihe found it hard to accept. The transition from reality to fantasy was already absurd enough, but the return from fantasy to reality was even harder for him to accept. It's possible that this mutated tuna isn't evolved enough. I'll go study this gallstone first. You go and process the fish head, leaving some meat for us to try. Upon hearing the suggestion of eating mutated goldfish meat, Wang Shihe quickly shook his head. You can eat it if you want, but I dare not eat it anymore. These scales have grown all the way up to my neck, and if they grow any longer, they won't be able to cover it up anymore. Wang Shihe looked bitter. He could have become king with his immense power, but because of these damned black scales, he stayed at home and dared not move. Shuyun, do you think if Zhao Zixuan eats mutated tuna for a few more days, I can have an open and honest talk with him? Busy Jiang Shuyun didn't even look up. You can make the decision. Maybe you can wait a few days. I'm confident I can break through 50% of my evolution level on my own. Let's not. I'll accept being a monster. You're still young. Before you understand the situation, keep your evolution below 50%. It can't last long. I've tried it. Even if I distilled the rainwater and drank it, the evolutionary energy inside wouldn't dissipate in the slightest. Wang Shihe looked grave. Ultimately, they still harbor the desire to return to civilized society. After all, once the storm outside subsides, China's organizational and mobilization capabilities will allow it to quickly rebuild order. At that time, those who committed murder and caused chaos will be brought to justice. This is why when Qin Wu was wreaking havoc, everyone kept their doors tightly shut and avoided getting involved if possible. Because once you take action and kill someone, you become different from ordinary people, and the return to civilization could get you into big trouble. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhao Zixuan's days were very regular. He trained during the day and explored the origin of life with Lu Min at night. After feeding entirely on mutated tuna for 3 consecutive days, his evolution points finally broke through 50%. Compared to the frenzied evolution of adding points, this gradual growth is not very noticeable. Zhao Zixuan felt an itch on his back. He reached out and scratched it, only to scrape off a scale that emitted a 7-colored fluorescent glow. Zhao Zixuan's face stiffened. He reached out and scratched again, and 2 more thin, iridescent scales fell into his hand. The scales in his hand were extremely similar to those on the tail of the mutated tuna. Holy crap, am I going to start mutating? Although he had prepared himself mentally, when the day actually came, Zhao Zixuan felt only confusion and helplessness. Amin, come quick and see if there's something growing on my back. Zhao Zixuan shouted, and Lu Min, thinking something had happened, rushed over in a panic. A row of 7-colored scales grew from Zhao Zixuan's spine on his back, and Lu Min's face was full of horror. Brother, scales have grown on your back, centered on your spine, and there are only 3 rows now. Lu Min took out her phone and showed Zhao Zixuan a picture of his back. Zhao Zixuan's expression was somewhat complicated. Sure enough, once the evolution value reaches a certain level, the body will mutate. Will I really turn into a monster someday? He came up with his own evolutionary supermarket system. Open the panel. Name, Zhao Zixuan. Physical fitness, 10.5. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Evolution level, level 0, 50/100. Health points, 51. Energy value, 2105. With an evolution value exceeding 50, physique, strength, agility, and spirit all broke through to double digits. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as doubling, it was definitely far beyond that of a normal human. What made Zhao Zixuan's expression change slightly was that his health points changed from 52 to 51. It's been a full year less. Zhao Zixuan wasn't stupid. Previous evolutions hadn't affected his life points, but this breakthrough directly reduced his life points by a year. Seeing that those with high evolution levels all looked somewhat old, Zhao Zixuan was basically certain that the price of rapid evolution was the loss of vitality. In layman's terms, it means trading one's life for strength. Is it worth it? Of course not. He survived in the apocalypse simply to live and live longer. Now that he has gained power, but his life has been shortened, does that power still have any meaning? Amin, tell Wenwen that we won't eat the mutated tuna meat tonight, nor the mutated pomfret meat, and we shouldn't eat anything related to mutation. Brother, are you giving up on the path of transformation? No, I've discovered a major problem. While consuming large amounts of mutated sea fish meat will accelerate one's own evolution, it will also deplete one's life force. Zhao Zixuan's expression was extremely serious. He chose to embrace evolution in order to gain greater power, but that doesn't mean he's willing to pay for it with his life. Lu Min suddenly realized, no wonder my skin has looked a bit dull these past few days. I thought it was because of the weather. Jiang Wenwen, on the other hand, didn't show much change. After all, she was 8 or 9 years younger than Lu Min, and from a vitality perspective, she was still in the rising stage. Even if she lost some vitality, it wouldn't be very noticeable. Like Zhao Zixuan, if it weren't for the system panel, he wouldn't have noticed that his lifespan had been shortened. Zhao Zixuan thought for a moment, then opened the door to the innermost bedroom and dragged out several large boxes of bottled water. Starting today, we will use bottled water for cooking and drinking. Lu Min nodded. It seems I'll need to go to room 5201 tonight. Brother, are you going to see that female doctor? Zhao Zixuan nodded. We underestimated our neighbor, Wang Shihe. Although he seemed timid, he is definitely a powerful evolver. He is ahead of us and has a doctor in his family. He probably knows more about evolution than we do. Lu Min had never dealt with Wang Shihe before and had no interest in that old, greasy man. You haven't reached this level, so you can't feel it. I used to think that my strength could easily suppress everyone on the floor, but now it seems that I was arrogant. There are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. I just don't know if he has undergone any mutation and whether his mutation is the same as mine. Brother, if you've already undergone some kind of mutation, will the people in the stairwell below also experience it? Lu Min asked with some concern. They can stop the damage in time when they discover the problem by not eating or eating less of the mutated fish meat. But those people on the ground floor have no way to refuse to eat the mutated sea fish meat. We're all starving to death. Who cares if eating mutated sea fish takes a toll on our lives? It's better than starving to death. Chapter 23, I'm not your mom, I'm your dad. That night, their meals were changed to ordinary food. I don't know if it's because we haven't used purified water to cook in a long time, but the rice tonight looked especially tempting, and the stir-fried pork with chili peppers made everyone sweat profusely while eating. The two women looked at Zhao Zixuan with shock in their eyes. They had thought they would not be able to eat the mutated sea monster meat, and that they would only be able to eat rice with some pickles tonight. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Zixuan also brought out 2 jin of high-quality pork belly, 2 jin of snowflake beef steak, and 2 jin of lamb rolls. And a few cans of canned vegetables too? If it weren't for the fear of not being able to explain it clearly, Zhao Zixuan would have liked to bring out some fresh vegetables. After all, a balanced diet of meat and vegetables is better for the body. After nightfall, Zhao Zixuan went directly to room 5201. Wang Shihe didn't seem surprised by Zhao Zixuan's visit. In fact, he opened the security door for him for the first time and invited Zhao Zixuan into his home. As a corner unit, 5201 has a layout that is basically the same as 5204. Upon entering 5201, Zhao Zixuan was greeted by a strong smell of disinfectant. The living room was spotless, with not a single piece of trash in the bin. It felt more like a sterile laboratory than a home. Brother Zhao has come to our door, but he's run into trouble. Wang Shihe smiled broadly, as if he had already guessed Zhao Zixuan's purpose, but he simply didn't reveal it. Zhao Zixuan wasn't one to mince words, and he spoke directly. Brother Wang, I was blind to your greatness before. I didn't expect you to be such a powerful evolver. I've come today to ask you for advice on how to deal with the physical mutations that occur during the evolution process. The mockery on Wang Shihe's face vanished, and he sighed. You really have mutated too. Zhao Zixuan's expression remained unchanged. Brother, you don't have a solution? Not yet. This evolutionary energy is too strange. We don't know its specific energy structure yet. Moreover, this evolution is irreversible. Even if you stop eating the flesh of the mutated sea fish, your evolutionary level will continue to increase just by drinking water until you completely transform from a human into a monster. Zhao Zixuan's pupils contracted, and he said in a deep voice, I'm not afraid of becoming a monster, but I can feel that my lifespan is shortening as I evolve. With a click, the master bedroom door opened, and a woman wearing a white lab coat, a high ponytail, and a mask walked out. My research was indeed correct. Human evolution comes at a price, and that price is life. Zhao Zixuan glanced sideways. This was the legendary female doctor from room 5201. She had an extremely capable demeanor, and the clothes under her white coat were very simple. She was not the extravagantly dressed noblewoman that everyone was talking about. Brother Zhao, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Jiang Shuyan. As you can see, she is a doctor. Hello, Dr. Jiang. I am Zhao Zixuan. Can you tell me about your mutation? Are scales starting to grow on your body? Zhao Zixuan nodded. I didn't feel anything before, but this afternoon I suddenly felt some strange scales on my back. Let me see. Jiang Shuyun's gaze behind her glasses was somewhat intense. Zhao Zixuan looked at Wang Shihe. Is it appropriate to take off your shirt to see the scales on someone's back in front of her husband? Wang Shihe's expression didn't change much. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's hesitant look, he smiled and said, Could it be that your scales have grown in your private parts? No, it's just that it was my first time meeting my sister-in-law, and I felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Wang Shihe rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. Your sister-in-law is a doctor. What's wrong with treating her like a doctor? Do you have some bad intentions towards your sister-in-law? No, Brother Wang. Please don't misunderstand. Zhao Zixuan waved his hands repeatedly. Knowing that Wang Shihe was someone whose level of evolution was even higher than his, Zhao Zixuan changed his address for him from Old Wang to Brother Wang again. He had experienced the immense power he possessed. If he angered the other party, he would most likely be the one to suffer in the end. Seeing that Wang Shihe didn't care, Zhao Zixuan stopped talking nonsense, took off his shirt, and revealed his exquisite upper body. 3 rows of scales grow along the spine on its back, emitting a faint iridescent glow. Old Wang was somewhat jealous. His evolutionary level was higher than Zhao Zixuan's, but his physique hadn't changed much. He still had a receding hairline and a big belly, and not only was he still greasy, he also looked more weathered. Compared to Zhao Zixuan, a young man in his prime, the difference is obvious. Jiang Shuyun stared intently at the 7 colored scales on Zhao Zixuan's back and gently raised her hand to touch them. Zhao Zixuan felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shivered. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't lustful. It was a lingering effect from an injection he received as a child. He turned his head to look at Jiang Shuyun standing behind him and saw that her eyes were burning with intensity. It felt as if she was looking at a perfect work of art, not a person. Dr. Jiang, are the scales on my body different from others? Indeed, they are different. It seems that the direction of mutation varies from person to person. Old Wang, show him your scales. Jiang Shuyun stroked the scales on Zhao Zixuan's back, feeling that these seemingly thin scales were actually very strong. Wang Shihe reluctantly rolled up his sleeve, revealing that from his wrist downwards, his sleeve was covered with dense black scales. Old Wang's evolutionary progress exceeded 50% in just half a month. Even though he tried to minimize his intake of mutated food during this time, his scales still covered at least 1/3 of his body. In the end, this kind of evolution is passive. It doesn't mean that he won't evolve if he doesn't eat the flesh and blood of mutated creatures. After all, people can go without food, but they still need to drink water. Jiang Shuyun gripped the edge of Zhao Zixuan's back scales and suddenly exerted force. She easily broke off a 7-colored scale the size of a copper coin. Zhao Zixuan frowned. The stinging pain from the falling scales made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the female doctor behind him possessed strong evolutionary abilities. Even if they weren't as powerful as his, the difference wouldn't be significant. I want this scale. I also need to collect your blood sample to analyze your genetic sequence. Please come with me. Jiang Shuyan got up and led Zhao Zixuan to the master bedroom. There was no bed inside, only a dense array of instruments, measuring cups, and various unidentified specimens of flesh and blood. The extremely strong smell of formaldehyde caused some physical discomfort. Lie down on that. Jiang Shuyan pointed to a recliner not far from the door. Zhao Zixuan hesitated for a moment, but still obediently lay down on it. The needle pierced his skin, and a stream of scarlet blood flowed into the test tube. This scene made Zhao Zixuan feel unreal, as if he had returned to the time of his physical examination in his previous life. Old Wang, I need to use the blood analyzer. Go start the generator. Jiang Shuyan shouted outside. I understand. Wang Shihe's muffled voice came from outside. Soon, the sound of a generator came from next door. Unlike Zhao Zixuan's generator, Wang Shihe's generator was very quiet, and with the wind and rain outside covering it, it was impossible to hear unless you listened carefully. As several instruments lit up, Jiang Shuyan became completely immersed in the blood sample analysis. A few minutes later, she walked up to Zhao Zixuan with an analysis report in her hand. Zhao Zixuan, based on your blood sample analysis, your level of evolution is no lower than Lao Wang's, but your level of mutation is far lower than Lao Wang's. Can you tell me about your specific situation? Zhao Zixuan nodded and recounted his basic dietary habits since the disaster began. Jiang Shuyan was registered. Besides her and Wang Shihe, Zhao Zixuan was her third comparison sample. Every piece of information was very valuable. Judging from your diet recently, your evolution value should be around 30%. Why has your evolution value exceeded 50%? Think carefully. Have you come into contact with anything unknown recently? Zhao Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Evolution Supermarket was his biggest secret, and he couldn't possibly tell Jiang Shuyan, whom he had only met once. Moreover, the other party's monitoring data is very accurate. If it weren't for the 20 evolution points provided by the Evolution Supermarket, his evolution level would indeed be around 30 points. Zhao Zixuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, Dr. Jiang, I would like to send some people from the club here for medical checkups. Jiang Shuyan's eyes lit up. You mean those lower-level homeowners? Are they willing? Why wouldn't they want to? Evolution can bring power, but it also consumes their lives. Only through research can we find a solution. After all, nobody wants to die. Jiang Shuyan nodded. I asked Lao Wang to go out and find some comparison samples a long time ago. He kept saying it was too dangerous, otherwise my research would have yielded results long ago. You are much better than Lao Wang in this regard. Jiang Shuyan looked at Zhao Zixuan with admiration. Snap! The bedroom door was pushed open, and Wang Shihe walked in with a dark face. What makes him better than me? Jiang Shuyan was stunned for a moment, while Zhao Zixuan looked embarrassed. Brother Wang, you've misunderstood. Dr. Jiang was talking about the experimental samples. Wang Shihe glanced at Zhao Zixuan, especially noticing Zhao Zixuan's well-defined 8-pack abs, which were quite eye-catching. This thing is afraid of comparison, not to mention that Zhao Zixuan is young, but has already built up his own power and become the person in charge of this unit. Zhao Zixuan looked embarrassed. Wang Shihe's guarded gaze made him very uncomfortable. Although Dr. Jiang looks very young, what could he possibly be thinking with a mask on? He's not a womanizer who gets horny every time he sees a woman. Besides, he's not without women at home now. Not to mention Lu Min, there's also Jiang Wanwen. Wait a minute. Why did I include Jiang Wanwen in my list of potential women? She was merely her own collaborator. Zhao Zixuan reflected on the filthy thoughts that had suddenly popped into his mind. It was really wrong of him. After all, the other person was currently working hard to serve him like a beast of burden. Are you done sampling? You can leave now. Zhao Zixuan nodded, quickly got up and went out, slowly put on his shirt, and returned home under Wang Shihe's murderous gaze. Lu Min leaned closer, her face full of gossip, and asked, Did you see that female doctor? Was she very pretty? Zhao Zixuan rolled his eyes at her, then pulled her into his arms and carefully placed his hands on the 2 soft breasts in front of him. Lu Min's face instantly turned bright red, because she wasn't alone in the room. Jiang Wanwen and Lu Chunhua were also sitting in the living room. No, there are people at home. Lu Min murmured, making Zhao Zixuan's heart flutter. He reluctantly withdrew his mischievous hands. He also saw the two people sitting in the living room. He's become much more shameless now, and he plopped down in front of the two women. Brother, Sister Manhua just told me that her son has also developed a mutation. The situation is different from yours, brother. Her son has grown a tail. Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment. Lu Chunhua nodded and said with a helpless expression, Boss, my son's condition started a few days ago. At that time, he only felt an itch on his tailbone, but now it has grown to more than a foot long. Moreover, the tail is extremely dexterous and can be controlled at will. Aside from your son, have you changed in any way? Lu Chunhua was stunned for a moment. Then a look of embarrassment flashed across her face. Seeing that Lu Chunhua did not answer, Zhao Zixuan said in a deep voice, I feel that the aura of mutation on you is also very strong. If I'm not mistaken, you should have mutated as well, right? As if drawn together by their own kind, Zhao Zixuan, whose mutation rate exceeded 30%, could clearly sense those with higher levels of evolution, as if they were his kind. Although Lu Min and Jiang Wenwen have been eating mutated tuna meat for the past few days, their evolution value has not broken through 30%, so Zhao Zixuan did not sense any evolved aura from them. But Lu Chunhua has it, and it's quite strong. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's burning gaze, Lu Chunhua bit her lip and lowered her head. This behavior undoubtedly tells others that she has indeed undergone a mutation, but it is difficult for her to talk about it. The group stared intently at her, waiting for Lu Chunhua to say something next. But Lu Chunhua opened her mouth several times, yet couldn't utter a single word. Is there something you're having trouble saying? Lu Chunhua nodded with a bitter expression. Should I leave? Zhao Zixuan asked. Lu Chunhua did not nod, but instead looked at Lu Min and Jiang Wenwen. The two women were a little confused. If there was a change in their private parts, shouldn't Zhao Zixuan be the one to avoid it? Why were they being asked to avoid it? Lu Min didn't say anything, but got up and pulled Jiang Wenwen to the bedroom. Only Zhao Zixuan and Lu Chunhua remained in the living room, facing each other. Now you can speak. Lu Chunhua lowered her head, her whole body trembling slightly. Zhao Zixuan frowned. Lu Chunhua had always been very straightforward and outspoken, so why was she speaking so timidly this time? Boss, I can tell you, but can you guarantee you won't tell anyone else? Zhao Zixuan nodded. Although such mutations cannot be hidden as the level of evolution increases, there are always some people who do not want to show their bad side, and he can understand that. Lu Chunhua took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I have developed male characteristics. What? Zhao Zixuan jumped up in surprise, his eyes filled with astonishment. Lu Chunhua covered her face and began to sob. Who would have thought that she, a woman, and a woman over 40, would one day become a man? She had been married and had children. She was a woman both psychologically and physiologically, so it was unclear why she had undergone such a bizarre transformation. Zhao Zixuan calmed his shock. How can you be sure that the mutations on your body are male characteristics? Zhao Zixuan asked after calming down. Lu Chunhua didn't speak, but only glanced between Zhao Zixuan's legs. Zhao Zixuan understood immediately. The expression on his face was indescribable. Are you perhaps the legendary person with a dual-nature constitution? I don't know. I had a physical exam when I was a child, and they didn't find any problems with that. Besides, I'm a woman. I have a husband, and I have a son. Lu Chunhua didn't know how to explain this mutation to her son. Scales and tails are things that might appear during normal evolution and are still within the scope of what people can understand. She is a woman who has developed male sexual characteristics, which is absolutely mind-blowing. Previously, Lu Chunhua only felt a little itchy down there and thought it was because of poor hygiene and bumps. She even considered that she might have contracted a disease from having sex with Qin Wu, but she never thought that she would develop that thing. Putting aside the fact that it's very uncomfortable, it's ethically unacceptable. The most crucial thing is that she doesn't know how to face her son. She can't just tell him, from today onwards, I'm not your mom, I'm your dad. Chapter 24. Old Wang, do you think my back is slippery? Zhao Zixuan was at a loss. This situation was completely unexpected and left him unsure of how to handle it. If you can't stand the scales on your body, you can simply tear them off. You can cut off the tail if you don't like it. But what if a woman develops male sexual characteristics? Does she have to undergo sex reassignment surgery in this apocalyptic world? This is tricky, absolutely tricky. Lu Chunhua's crying attracted the two women, who instinctively turned their gaze to Zhao Zixuan. Lu Min was simply puzzled. while Jiang Wenwen showed a hint of anger at her lack of ambition. Lu Chunhua is a bit older, but she has a good foundation. During this time, working as her secretary has been very rewarding. She's well-fed and doesn't have to endure the storms of life below, which has helped her regain some of the demeanor of a finance and accounting manager in a large corporation. It's not hard to understand why Zhao Zixuan would have feelings for her. After all, she's quite large. Even if not a D cup, she's definitely top tier among C cups. Zhao Zixuan felt Jiang Wenwen's gaze and said with a wry smile, "I didn't do anything. Don't overthink it. Sister Lu, these things aren't necessarily all bad. You should try to think more positively." Lu Chunhua nodded, feeling a significant relief from the pressure she felt. After all, it was difficult to talk about this with outsiders, and she never even mentioned it to Jiang Wenwen, who had been kind to her. Because it was too shocking, she didn't want to be seen as an outsider. "Sister Lu, you should go back and rest first. I will keep your promise to you confidential. Also, bring your child up tomorrow. I have already spoken with Dr. Jiang in room 5201. She has testing equipment at home that can monitor the child's development and provide health guidance as much as possible." Lu Chunhua's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up to thank him. "Don't tell anyone about Dr. Jiang's situation for now. After all, the importance of doctors in this situation is self-evident. It's not that I don't care about other people's lives, but medicines are scarce right now. Even the most skilled cook can't cook without rice. At this time, a medical accident could kill someone." Lu Chunhua nodded. Those who have experienced hardship know all too well the evil in human nature. As for her own unique transformation, it probably won't be able to be hidden for long, since male sexual characteristics are not limited to the groin area, but also include a beard. In the past 2 days, she could clearly feel that there had been changes around her lips, and she had been secretly shaving them off, avoiding her son. But she didn't know how long this concealment could last. Let's take it one step at a time. Having experienced the physical changes, Zhao Zixuan had no interest in messing around with Lu Min. After training his strength, he washed up and went to bed early. It was rare that no one would disturb him tonight, so Zhao Zixuan slept very soundly. When he opened his eyes, it was already daylight outside, but the light was somewhat hazy. Lu Min, who was next to him, was still fast asleep. Clearly, she needed more rest than Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan sat up and stretched. He turned his head and saw that there were hundreds of fine scales scattered all over his body. Zhao Zixuan's expression changed, and he reached behind him to touch the area where the scales had been raised, and the area became smooth again. Amin, wake up." Zhao Zixuan anxiously pushed Lu Min awake. "Brother, please let me go. I'm so tired." Lu Min, like a lazy kitten, closed her eyes and held Zhao Zixuan's big hand. "No, wake up. Look at my back. All the scales on my body have fallen off." Lu Min suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Zixuan's smooth back, her face full of joy. "Really? There isn't any? Oh my God. How did they do that?" Lu Min raised her hand and stroked Zhao Zixuan's smooth back. Not only had all 3 rows of scales fallen off, but there wasn't even a trace left in the center of his back. "I don't know either. I just woke up and this is how it is." Zhao Zixuan opened the panel and found that his health points had returned to 52. "It's back to normal. Everything is really back to normal. That's great. He doesn't have to turn into a monster anymore." Thinking of this, he grabbed Lu Min and kissed her hard. Lu Min's face turned red instantly. "Brother, how did you do that? You're amazing." Faced with this soft, sweet praise, coupled with Lu Min's exaggeratedly white body, Zhao Zixuan's interest was immediately piqued. "Want to know how I do it? Come on, just follow my instructions." Zhao Zixuan pounced on Lu Min and knocked her onto the bed. In the next bedroom, Jiang Wenwen, who was half asleep, was awakened by a strange noise and cursed Zhao Zixuan in her heart for being inhuman. She turned over, trying to go back to sleep, but the sound was like a demonic whisper, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. Then she jumped out of bed, glared fiercely at Zhao Zixuan's bedroom, and went to the next room to wash up. Out of sight, out of mind. Don't these two have anything else to do every day? An hour later, Lu Min collapsed onto the bed, like a soft kitten whose bones had been removed. Zhao Zixuan, however, put on his clothes feeling refreshed. "I'm going to 5201 to see Drive Jiang and ask her to investigate what caused my mutation to disappear." Lu Min nodded. All she wanted now was for Zhao Zixuan to disappear from her sight as soon as possible. That damn man, after his evolution and breakthrough, he became even more vigorous and powerful. In just 1 hour, she was almost completely exhausted. Zhao Zixuan knocked on the door of 5201, and Wang Shihe, who opened the door, looked rather grim. The young man had a rosy complexion and a smile on his face, which he saw as a sign of debauchery. I really regret letting him in yesterday. I know he's up to no good if he comes to my house again. Brother Wang, I'm looking for Dr. Jiang. My wife was working on an experiment very late last night and hasn't gotten up yet. You can come back later. Wang Shihe's tone was very unpleasant. The joy on Zhao Zixuan's face froze. He looked at the wary Wang Shihe with a hint of speechlessness. Are you sure you don't want me to come in? I'm sure. Nothing is more important than my wife sleeping. I'll let you know when she wakes up. Looking at Wang Shihe, who was guarding the door like an iron general, Zhao Zixuan was both amused and exasperated. He turned his back to Wang Shihe and lifted his clothes. Old Wang, do you think my back is slippery? Wang Shihe was stunned for a moment. Then his pupils contracted. You brat, you peeled off your scales. Zhao Zixuan put down his clothes, grinned at Wang Shihe, and put on his big teeth. I can't stand the pain, so I just slept it off naturally. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Since Dr. Jiang hasn't gotten up yet, I'll come back in a while. Zhao Zixuan turned to leave, but his right hand was grabbed by a large, steel-like hand. Looking at it now, the palm and wrist were covered with black scales. You can't leave, come in right now. As he spoke, Wang Shihe anxiously pulled Zhao Zixuan into room 5201. Zhao Zixuan followed him in, but made sarcastic remarks. No, Brother Wang, I can't disturb Dr. Jiang's rest. Shut up. Shuyun, come out quickly. Something strange is happening to this kid. Wang Shihe shouted loudly. A few minutes later, the door to the middle bedroom opened. Jiang Shuyun, with her hair disheveled and looking exhausted, came out. At this moment, Jiang Shuyun was not wearing a white coat or a mask. Her neat and capable high ponytail was loose, and her slightly curly hair hung naturally down her back. Zhao Zixuan saw Jiang Shuyun's face clearly for the first time and couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Isn't this Gao Yuan, the dream girl of every man in China? No, Goddess Gao is already married, and she's not from Shanghai. Upon closer inspection, Dr. Jiang simply looks very similar to her, especially in terms of her loose hairstyle. They are at least 80 to 90% alike. Good heavens. If Dr. Jiang didn't always wear a mask, she would definitely be mistaken for that big star when she goes out. Wait a minute. How could someone with such looks marry a sleazy, greasy man like Wang Shihe? Could Wang Shihe be some kind of hidden big shot? Zhao Zixuan's suspicious gaze fell on Wang Shihe. Wang Shihe's level of evolution is no lower than Zhao Zixuan's, and his perception is extremely sharp. He said irritably, You brat, what kind of look is that? Cough, cough. Zhao Zixuan coughed lightly. He really had no right to ask such a question. It's nothing. Brother Wang is very lucky. Wang Shihe looked at him with disdain, while his guard was immediately raised. This brat brazenly took advantage of the beautiful young woman from 5204 across the street. Will he try to take advantage of my wife too? No way. I'd better keep my wife away from this little bastard. He has a history of this. Wang Shihe thought to himself. Old Wang, why did you wake me up in such a hurry? I only slept for less than an hour. Even though he was clearly angry, his face, radiating peace and prosperity, somehow had a unique charm. Shuyun, come and look at this boy. All the scales on his body have fallen off. Jiang Shuyun was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. She strode over, disregarding the boundaries between men and women, and grabbed Zhao Zixuan's clothes. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat dazed, his arms still gripped by Wang Shihe's iron-like hand, his clothes pulled up to his neck by Jiang Shuyun. This scene looks exactly like the couple is going to take advantage of him. The cool touch on Zhao Zixuan's back made him tremble even as Wang Shihe stared at him with hostility. Dr. Jiang, who looks remarkably like Gao Yuan, is touching my back with her hand. He had no feelings for Jiang Shuyun, but he did have feelings for Gao Yuan. What man wouldn't want to marry Gao Yuan? Zhao Zixuan also has the surname Zhao, so why doesn't he have that good fortune? Although he knew it was wrong, Zhao Zixuan couldn't control the distracting thoughts that were growing in his mind. So the mutation characteristics really have disappeared. Zhao Zixuan, what did you do last night? I didn't do anything. I just took a nap. Impossible. Sleeping cannot make the alienation characteristics disappear. It can't even alleviate them. I have done experiments on this. As for the test subject, it goes without saying that it was Wang Shihe standing right in front of them. Really no? After I got back from here, I just took a shower and went to sleep. I didn't do anything else. Jiang Shuyun frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Based on my observations of Lao Wang and me, once this alienation trait forms, it will only intensify and cannot disappear on its own. Zhao Zixuan waved his hand, explaining that he had come to 5201 to see Drive Jiang because he had no clue what to do. Come into the lab with me. As she spoke, Jiang Shuyun put on the white coat hanging on the wall, put on a mask, and opened the door to the master bedroom. Zhao Zixuan stared at Wang Shihe, who reluctantly released Zhao Zixuan's arm. Brother Wang is so strong. Let's have a contest after the inspection is over. Let's compete. My evolution level is higher than yours, and I'm stronger than you. Don't think that just because you're young you can have all the good things. Zhao Zixuan was speechless, feeling a hint of sourness in Wang Shihe's words. Envy, jealousy, and hatred? With such a beautiful wife as Dr. Jiang, isn't old Wang satisfied? Zhao Zixuan suddenly remembered that when he first contacted 5201, the other party unexpectedly mentioned Lu Min. Could it be that he's been eyeing Lu Min for a while now? That shouldn't be the case. Lu Min is pretty, but she's not quite on par with Dr. Jiang in terms of looks. Of course, this comparison does not include body shape and personality. Lu Min's figure is the most exaggerated among the women Zhao Zixuan has ever seen, and the proportions are not out of proportion. She is big but not slender, with a slim waist and full hips. She can definitely be called a natural beauty. Especially in bed, she's gentle and tender, yet perfectly attuned, giving men pure, unadulterated pleasure. Dr. Jiang is beautiful, but her personality seems a bit strange, and she has a cold and aloof demeanor. Most researchers are like that, and her partner is a sleazy middle-aged man like Lao Wang, so she probably isn't interested in romantic relationships. Zhao Zixuan seemed to have seen through Wang Shihe's filthy thoughts and looked at Wang Shihe with a hint of disdain. Not content with having Dr. Jiang as a beautiful woman, this old bastard also has his eye on the pretty female neighbor. He's a real scumbag, a disgrace, and a perpetual scoundrel. Wang Shihe didn't understand Zhao Zixuan's thoughts, but he saw a strange hint of disdain in Zhao Zixuan's eyes, and he was furious. This thief definitely has ill intentions. I must be on high alert. Zhao Zixuan had some blood drawn again and was then kicked out of the laboratory. Two men who couldn't stand each other embarked on their first major confrontation. The method is simple: arm wrestling. Zhao Zixuan's hands are fair and slender, and they are very beautiful. Wang Shihe's hands were the complete opposite. His nails were slightly deformed. Although they had been filed down, they were noticeably twice as thick. Although they were still human hands, they inexplicably had a more ferocious look. The two stared at each other, their eyes flashing with a spark of defiance. With a shout, both sides exerted their strength simultaneously, and with a creak, it was as if two great dragons instantly tightened. Wang Shihe and Zhao Zixuan were like two fighting cocks, their faces turning red at a visible speed, their clasped hands remaining perfectly still, neither able to subdue the other for a moment. Impossible. How long have you been evolving? Get down. Wang Shihe roared, channeling all his strength into his right hand. Zhao Zixuan was not having an easy time either. The veins on his neck bulged, and his face turned bright red in just a few breaths. But his right hand was like a rock being violently battered by the waves, standing firm and unyielding. On the contrary, just as Wang Shihe had exhausted his old strength and had not yet generated new strength, he suddenly exerted his strength, and his two tightly clenched hands slowly tilted towards Zhao Zixuan's side. Unlike Zhao Zixuan's smooth arms, the scales on Wang Shihe's arms seemed to have been stimulated, and they stood up one by one. It's like a fish in the water suddenly bursting its scales. The scales on his wrist were firmly embedded in Zhao Zixuan's arm. However, Zhao Zixuan's arm was not scratched by the scales. His skin looked reddish but was surprisingly resilient. Snap! Zhao Zixuan forcefully pressed down on Wang Shihe's arm, which was covered in black scales. He let out a long sigh of relief, and his flushed face slowly returned to normal. I won. Old Wang. A higher level of evolution doesn't necessarily mean greater strength. Zhao Zixuan revealed a happy smile. Wang Shihe's face turned ashen. He had actually lost. He, a person with an evolution value close to 60%, had lost to someone who had just reached 50%. Moreover, the price he paid for gaining this power was that his entire body was almost covered in black scales. As for Zhao Zixuan, even the 3 rows of scales on his back had fallen off. It can be said that the opponent gained this power almost without paying a price. God is so unfair. Chapter 25, Zhao Zixuan brutally beats up Old Wang. Wang Shihe was furious with Zhao Zixuan. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. Wang Shihe was already old and ugly, and now Zhao Zixuan had even surpassed him in strength, which he was so proud of. This is intolerable. It's just an arm wrestling match, nothing special. How about we compete in something else? Oh, old Wang, you're not convinced you lost. Of course I'm not convinced. What's the use of being good at arm wrestling? Aside from firearms, true strength lies in close-quarters combat, Wang Shihe said in a deep voice. Zhao Zixuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. I remember you were a policeman for many years, Brother Wang. You must have practiced some kind of boxing or kicking techniques, right? Of course, I was a criminal police officer back then. How could I catch those bad guys if I didn't have some skills? Then can you teach me? Wang Shihe sized the man up and down, then said with a sneer, teaching you is not impossible, but you must kneel down, kowtow, and become my disciple. Zhao Zixuan was taken aback. Kowtowing to become a disciple was nothing unusual, but he had doubts about Wang Shihe's skills. Despite possessing such formidable evolutionary power, the opponent has consistently kept it hidden. Moreover, the opponent has always held the artifact of equality for all beings in their possession. Zhao Zixuan didn't believe that the old man didn't have bullets. He just wouldn't give them to him. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan suspected that Wang Shihe had more than just the Type 05 revolver. With Zhao Zixuan's current strength level, fighting skills are just icing on the cake. He can unleash his full power without having to figure it out on his own. There's no need to find yourself a father. Brother Wang is joking. What era are we living in? People still kowtow and become apprentices. Zhao Zixuan's refusal surprised Wang Shihe. He was able to lecture Zhao Zixuan, so he must have something to offer, but he didn't expect her to refuse. Kid, let's have a spar, and you'll see how valuable my skills are. Zhao Zixuan naturally wouldn't refuse. Wang Shihe returned to his bedroom and took out 2 sets of combat protective gear. I got this back when I was a detective. I never thought it would come in handy today. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. Having strength and being good at fighting are 2 different things. Without wasting any words, Zhao Zixuan immediately put on his protective gear. Zhao Zixuan was half a head taller than Wang Shihe, and the protective suit he wore was very tight. Although it wasn't very comfortable, he managed to get in. On the other hand, Wang Shihe, who had been living a life of luxury for years, had gained too much weight, and the straps on his protective suit couldn't be fastened around his stomach. After finally managing to put it on, he looked even more ridiculous than Zhao Zixuan. The 2 overcame their own difficulties, put on boxing gloves, and faced each other, looking quite formidable. Come on, kid, let me show you the true charm of combat sports. Zhao Zixuan suddenly exerted force with both legs and threw a heavy punch at Wang Shihe's cheek. Wang Shihe sneered. It's a common mistake for novices. They hit someone in the face first. With a strange cry, he shifted his legs and easily escaped Zhao Zixuan's attack. Then he raised his foot and kicked Zhao Zixuan in the ribs. Zhao Zixuan reacted extremely quickly, suddenly exerting force with his right leg and twisting his waist to successfully dodge the opponent's powerful kick. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Shihe's eyes. Zhao Zixuan is clearly a complete novice in combat, but his reaction speed is excessively fast. Both sides missed their target and neither gained an advantage. Zhao Zixuan lunged forward again and kicked the other man in the chest. This time, Wang Shihe did not dodge. Instead, he crossed his arms and took Zhao Zixuan's powerful kick head-on. With a bang, Wang Shihe took a few steps back, his gaze towards Zhao Zixuan filled with seriousness. With quick reflexes and great strength, they are not to be underestimated even if they don't know any fighting techniques. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan has clearly been training in strength and agility during this period. Not bad. Let's try again. Wang Shihe launched the attack, swinging his right fist toward Zhao Zixuan's head. But just as Zhao Zixuan was about to block, Wang Shihe suddenly ducked and his left fist struck Zhao Zixuan's exposed abdomen. With a loud thud, Wang Shihe delivered a solid straight punch to his stomach. Zhao Zixuan took 2 steps back, feeling a churning sensation in his stomach, and almost vomited. He cursed Wang Shihe inwardly for being treacherous. How about that? Kid, that's what you call feigning reality. Wang Shihe said with a smug smile. Zhao Zixuan sneered, got up and charged forward again, but this time he didn't use his full strength in his punches. He quickly retracted his right fist halfway out, while keeping his left fist tucked to his side, ready to strike at any moment. Wang Shihe suddenly crouched down, directly meeting Zhao Zixuan's left fist. Zhao Zixuan is still too young to learn his feints. The next second, the right fist that Wang Shihe had judged as a feint suddenly burst forth with powerful force, slamming into his shoulder and nearly knocking Wang Shihe to the ground. Wang Shihe was dumbfounded. Could it be that Zhao Zixuan was a fighting genius? Brother Wang, my move is called feigning weakness while actually being strong. Wang Shihe cursed inwardly. What a stubborn brat who refuses to suffer a loss. Again, seeing that Wang Shihe was getting carried away, Zhao Zixuan advanced instead of retreating, his fists moving like the wind. After the banter is over, I don't care whether it's real or illusory. Zhao Zixuan's main strategy is to use a flurry of punches to defeat the master. Wang Shihe was forced to retreat steadily by Zhao Zixuan's wild punches. He cursed Zhao Zixuan in his heart for being inhuman. He retreated step by step, defending himself while searching for Zhao Zixuan's weaknesses. The frustration in my heart is hard to express, but youth is the greatest asset in close combat. As the saying goes, youth is the best teacher. Although Wang Shihe knows some fighting techniques and may have been good at fighting when he was young, he has been away from the sport for more than 10 years. How much of his skills does he still have? Furthermore, Zhao Zixuan was even stronger than him, and with his chaotic punches, he forced Wang Shihe to retreat step by step. Frustrated and depressed, Wang Shihe felt like he was being driven crazy by Zhao Zixuan in front of him. Half an hour later, both of them were panting heavily, but the fighting spirit in Zhao Zixuan's eyes had not diminished in the slightest. He was having a great time. What use were Wang Shihe's so-called fighting skills? As long as his attacks were continuous, his opponent could only passively defend and couldn't use any dirty tricks. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Damn it. You're a monster. Wang Shihe retreated, panting heavily. No way. I'm just starting to get the hang of it. I think your move before was pretty good, and I'll be able to master it after a while. Get lost. Is that what you call fighting? You're just using me as a punching bag. Wang Shihe's little dirty tricks did give him an advantage at first, but Zhao Zixuan's reaction speed was too fast, and his learning ability was even more abnormal. In the end, those dirty tricks ended up hurting Wang Shihe himself. Zhao Zixuan was like a sponge, frantically absorbing his already limited fighting skills. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Both of them gained power far exceeding their own through evolution, but Zhao Zixuan was not only stronger and faster than him, but even his reaction speed was unbelievably fast. Wang Shihe hadn't seen Zhao Zixuan's attribute panel. Right now, all of Zhao Zixuan's attribute values were in double digits, and he had only one characteristic: balance. Whether in terms of physique, speed, agility, or mental strength, they far exceed the scope of normal humans. Moreover, his solo practice and exploration in the past period of time was not entirely without effect. After all, whether it is fighting skills or any other techniques or moves, they are all created by humans. Zhao Zixuan is an engineer. Researching, summarizing, replicating, and refining are like instincts to him. What he lacks is a qualified opponent to transform his research results into mature skills that can unleash his own power. Wang Shihe perfectly fulfilled this role, possessing a high level of evolution and a certain level of fighting skills. Apart from his dirty tactics, he was a very qualified sparring partner. Seeing Wang Shihe sprawled on the sofa like a rag doll, Zhao Zixuan had no choice but to give up on continuing the fight. He took off his helmet and sat down on the stool next to him. Hey Lao Wang, a man can't say no? You have such a beautiful wife like yours. Saying no would be too shameful for a man. Get lost. Whether I'm good or not is none of your business. And I'm warning you, don't you dare lay a finger on my wife, or I'll fight you to the death. Old Wang, you're just being petty and judging others by your own standards. My surname is Zhao, not Wang. You should be the one worrying. Zhao Zixuan rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. You know perfectly well what you've been thinking. I'm warning you. You already have that beauty Lu Min, so don't set your sights on anyone else. Your strength is impressive, but this is just the beginning of your evolution. Who knows what kind of monsters will emerge in the future? Don't get too cocky and end up like that blockhead Qin Wu. Don't worry about that. Although I, Zhao Zixuan, have killed quite a few people, they were all people who deserve to die. Since Qin Wu has been mentioned, Old Wang, you clearly have a powerful weapon like a revolver, so why didn't you step in and shoot Qin Wu dead back then? Why would I kill him? He didn't provoke me. Don't you understand the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? You clearly hold the power to equalize all beings, yet you lock yourself at home like a coward. Old Wang, you lack courage. Get lost. It's easy for you to talk when you're not in the situation. If you had a beautiful wife, would you want to go around messing with those bastards? Don't you understand the saying, the barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes? Compared to those who have nothing to eat, they're the ones who are barefoot, and we're the ones wearing shoes. Wang Shihe had considered it, but one man's strength is no match for many, and the most crucial thing is killing. Not everyone can easily overcome this mental hurdle. Thinking about this, Wang Shihe couldn't quite understand Zhao Zixuan. Based on his understanding of Zhao Zixuan, this young engineer had always been an honest person. How could he do something like murder so calmly? At that time, although Qin Wu had killed people to establish his authority at the bottom and had indeed slept with many women, most of them were consensual grain exchange transactions, and he was far from being a murderous maniac. Lin Mao, who earned a reputation for being tough, was the unfortunate one whose house was broken into and whose grain was seized by Qin Wu. Moreover, Lin Mao had always opposed Qin Wu, so at most he was beaten a few times, but Qin Wu did not take his life. But Zhao Zixuan was clearly different from Qin Mao. When faced with Qin Wu, who came to bully him, he only had one word in mind from beginning to end: kill. One was a bully who relied on the power of others, while the other was decisive and ruthless. From this perspective, Qin Wu and his group did not die unjustly. Zhao Zixuan took Wang Shihe's words to heart. It's understandable, really. If Lu Min were Zhao Zixuan's wife, and there was plenty of food in the house, he would most likely stay in his room and live a peaceful life. After all, no one believes that such a natural disaster will continue indefinitely, and that civilization will return to normal once the storm subsides. At that time, with the powerful apparatus of the state, normal production and life will surely be restored in a short period of time. A moment of patience brings calm. A step back opens up a vast expanse. Old Wang, have you considered what would happen if this natural disaster continued? Wang Shihe fell silent instantly. A storm that lasted only 4 months has caused such a huge change. What if the storm lasted for 6 months, a year, or even several years or decades? Myths and legends say that a great flood occurred on Earth hundreds of years ago, causing the extinction of species worldwide. Compared to the fury of nature, human technology is still far too insignificant. Old Wang, can science explain short-term evolutionary mutations? My idea is that since the end of the world is coming, we should embrace it and adapt to it. That's why I dare to kill, but you don't. That's the biggest difference between us. Aren't you worried about the reckoning that will follow the disappearance of the cataclysm and the return of civilization? Wang Shihe asked, voicing his doubts. I'm worried. That's why I still have a bottom line in my actions. If even someone with such a bottom line has to be shot, how many people would the country have to execute? Besides, I've established order in the unit and given more people the opportunity to live. Isn't that a merit? Merit is merit, fault is fault, murder is murder. Do you dare say that everyone who died by your hand deserved to die? Wang Shihe sneered. That little brat is ruthless and vicious. He's killed more than 10 people with a single spring-loaded gun. Don't use the standards of your civilized society to constrain people today. When you have no food at home and are starving to death, the evil in people's hearts will be amplified infinitely, and people will become monsters. Even if I establish order, this order is not stable. The biggest problem at present is mutation. Even I, who am mentally prepared, cannot accept my own mutation. Do you think those people at the bottom who are suffering will go crazy? Zhao Zixuan, what do you mean by that? Wang Shihe felt that Zhao Zixuan's words had a hidden meaning. Zhao Zixuan smiled slightly and said, what I mean is that even if I gather a group of people and establish order, this order will be unstable, because no one can be sure of the direction of their mutation. In this process, some people will definitely gain extraordinary power. Will they be willing to accept the rule of others? Only 1/3 of the owners in this unit have actually joined the club. Most people are actually just like you, silently enduring and waiting for civilization to return. But Lao Wang, can civilization really return? Faced with a post-apocalyptic world devoid of civilization, how can you protect yourself and Dr. Jiang? Zhao Zixuan's words struck Wang Shihe's heart like a series of heavy hammer blows. Kid, after all this talk, what's your purpose? Wang Shihe wasn't stupid. Zhao Zixuan's words were already quite candid, and this wasn't something they should be discussing in their relationship. Join my circle. Let's stick together and keep warm. I have joined your survival club. Zhao Zixuan shook his head. The current club is too loosely organized. I'm talking about the core members, the people who can truly support each other. Old Wang, do you want to join? This was Zhao Zixuan's second formal invitation. His gaze was intense and unwavering, making Wang Shihe feel uneasy. Although he suppressed Wang Shihe in the fight due to his youthful physique. But to be fair, old Wang is really strong. If we don't have firearms, old Wang's lethality is equivalent to that of the entire Qinwu society. Zhao Zixuan spared no effort in trying to recruit Wang Shihe into his ranks. They are not ordinary members of the organization, but core members who can truly shoulder responsibilities and risk their lives. Wang Shihe's face was full of serious expression. He understood perfectly what Zhao Zixuan's words meant. But should we really act with an apocalyptic mentality? Wang Shihe looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. It had been almost 4 months. How much longer would this last? I don't want to kill anyone. I've been a detective for half my life, and I don't want to become an executioner. Zhao Zixuan looked at him with a cold smile. No one likes killing, but when someone has a knife to your throat, would you willingly let yourself be killed? Of course not, but I don't want to kill people on my own initiative, Wang Shihe said firmly. No one forced you to kill. It's just that when the situation changes to that point, killing is merely a means of self-defense. Old Wang, I admire your abilities, but that doesn't mean my team can't do without you. Think it over carefully. Chapter 26, Is pure water a life-saving medicine? Having said all that, Zhao Zixuan wouldn't waste any more words. After all, what he needs are like-minded comrades in arms, not someone to be forced into being a lackey. Of course, Zhao Zixuan would never tell Wang Shihe that the reason he was willing to extend a second invitation was because he valued Dr. Jiang Shuyun even more. Don't misunderstand. It's not because Dr. Jiang looks so much like Gao Yuan, but because of Dr. Jiang's ability to conduct research on biological evolution. In the apocalypse, this kind of scientific research ability is extremely valuable, and it can give one more options for establishing a community. Moreover, the medical profession naturally gives people a great sense of security. After all, whether it's fishing at sea or retrieving supplies from the waves, there's always the risk of injury. The path of evolution is never smooth sailing. If something grows that shouldn't grow, someone has to be able to surgically remove it. In the face of natural disasters, while others can only rely on stockpiled medicine, they have doctors to treat them. This disparity greatly ensures the safety of their community. I understand what you mean, but I need to think about it carefully. Wang Shihe was very annoyed. He actually disliked Zhao Zixuan, a spirited young man, because it made him feel like a failure in life. Moreover, while others might not think much of Zhao Zixuan taking Lu Min into his room, Wang Shihe was very concerned about it. After all, he really does have a young and beautiful wife. Moreover, he had seen the look of amazement on Zhao Zixuan's face when he saw his wife's appearance. With the post-apocalyptic order collapsing, will this kid plot against me and then steal my wife? Just like he did when he killed Zhou Qiang? As someone who has been a leader, Wang Shihe is all too aware of the changes that power can bring to a person. Zhao Zixuan may be sincerely inviting him now and has no designs on his wife, but what about in the future? This society has no shortage of people who want to be like Cao Cao. Moreover, people with a strong bloodlust are inherently cold-blooded. For example, Emperor Hongwu in history, despite his illustrious achievements, could not hide his image as a tyrant who killed without hesitation. Therefore, Wang Shihe's statement that he needed to consider it was not an excuse, but a genuine desire to think things through and hear his wife's opinion. The two then engaged in awkward conversation for another half-hour before the door to the master bedroom laboratory finally opened. Zhao Zixuan, I re-examined your gene sequence and found that your genes have achieved a certain degree of self-repair. This is the fundamental reason why the mutation characteristics in your body have disappeared. Jiang Shuyun could not hide her exhaustion, but her eyes were full of excitement. She had studied her own and Wang Shihe's gene sequences, as well as those of mutated seabirds, mutated sea fish, and even mutated tuna. Without a doubt, those gene sequences were irreversible. However, Zhao Zixuan's genetic sequence underwent self-repair. This is incredibly valuable. To put it bluntly, if someone mastered this gene repair ability, they could slowly recover from being a monster back to being a normal person. Zhao Zixuan scratched his head. Although he didn't know the reason, he was still very happy that he had recovered. Most importantly, this gene repair restored his lost lifespan. Wang Shihe's face also showed excitement. Although Zhao Zixuan was the one who underwent the reverse mutation, as long as there was a direction, it was possible to study and crack the code, and then his ugly scales might be restored. Jiang Shuyun took out a notebook, sat down in front of Zhao Zixuan, and looked serious. I want you to record in detail all your eating habits during this period, including how much water you drank and how many times you went to the toilet. Zhao Zixuan nodded, and then recounted everything he had done over the past few days, including his eating, drinking, and bodily functions, even including his time sharing a room with Lu Min, though he described it rather vaguely. Wang Shi's face darkened. Although Zhao Zixuan's description was vague, he still managed to discern Zhao Zixuan's formidable abilities from the timeline of when Zhao Zixuan started, how long it lasted, and when he finished and got out of bed to drink water. At first, he didn't believe it. Then he felt a deep sense of inferiority and subconsciously looked at his beautiful wife. Fortunately, she remained serious, and her expression did not change from beginning to end. This improved Wang Shi's mood somewhat, and he silently thought to himself, Xian isn't that kind of superficial woman. You mean you didn't eat any mutated sea fish last night, and you even drank bottled water? Zhao Zixuan nodded. Since the mutation had produced negative effects, Zhao Zixuan naturally avoided absorbing any mutated energy. You should know about the mutated energy that exists in rainwater. People can go without food, but they can't go without water. Besides the food issue, I think the bigger problem is the bottled water you're using. No way. Bottled water isn't some kind of magic pill, and I'm not using mineral water, just the most ordinary purified water. Based on the information you provided, the probability of it being water is extremely high. Then I'll go get you a box. Zhao Zixuan got up and went to room 5203, returning with a case of purified water. Old Wang, go cook. From today onwards, you will use purified water for all your meals and drinking. Shuyun, why don't you do it? I've been doing this for a while now. I can still manage, Wang Shi has said. He was, after all, a man. Although growing scales was ugly, it wasn't unacceptable. Jiang Shuyun also has mutations, and the degree of mutation in Jiang Shuyun is not low. After all, she had eaten some mutated seabird meat before. Even if it was less than 50%, it was definitely around 45%. No, your condition is more serious. If it really is due to the water, the effect will be more obvious, Jiang Shuyun said with a serious expression. Zhao Zixuan, standing nearby, was somewhat speechless. It's just a case of bottled water. Is it really worth you two arguing about it? Why don't you both just eat it? Nonsense. We're not promoting bottled water, we're promoting life-saving medicine. Do you know what the situation is like now? A case of clean water is very hard to come by. Is it difficult? Zhao Zixuan didn't think so. Supermarkets have plenty of purified water like this. Even if Evolution Supermarket doesn't have an automatic restocking function, the amount he can see is enough to drink for a very long time. I just didn't use this purified water before because I found it too troublesome. Wang Shi rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. Kid, if it's really proven that pure water can slow down the body's mutations, you should know how valuable this stuff would be. Zhao Zixuan nodded indifferently. Wang Shi was right, but he didn't lack anything. Of course, the sample control takes time, but Zhao Zixuan is not in a hurry. Anyway, his body has now returned to normal, his increased strength has not diminished, and he even fought with Wang Shi, which has greatly enhanced his control over himself. I learned a lot today. Zhao Zixuan returned to 5204 with a relaxed expression and began today's basic training. This is the benefit of power. He doesn't need to go into the water to fish or brave the wind and waves to retrieve supplies. He only needs to coordinate the harvest and expenditure to ensure the normal operation of the community. He didn't even need to worry about that. Jiang Wenwen and Lu Chunhua had already done a great job. After training all morning, Zhao Zixuan felt that he hadn't had enough. He went to room 5201, wanting Wang Shi to fight him again. Wang Shi directly rejected him. He didn't have Zhao Zixuan's boundless energy. He was still sore all over from the fight he had that morning. Although he was also an evolved being, his power had clearly reached a very high level, but his body's aging was irreversible. That's what they mean by it's no good anymore. How could he possibly want to play with Zhao Zixuan, who surpasses him in every way? Having been rebuffed, Zhao Zixuan stomped off to the 20th floor. On the water, people were still working together to pull in nets to catch fish. People were standing on several windows facing outwards, braving the wind and rain to retrieve floating objects from the water. Every time something good is discovered, it elicits cheers. We've already caught more than 30 sea fish this morning, some big and some small, so it looks like we'll have a good haul today. In addition to the mutated pomfret, other mutated fish have also appeared. There are anchovies, sea bream, and even a mutated octopus was caught. However, The large mutated fish that Zhao Zixuan had been hoping for never came in again. It seems that the mutated tuna was just unlucky enough to have wandered into the building. Zhao Zixuan leaned out of a window, his gaze not reaching far. The water level had risen again recently, and the strong winds were creating waves several meters high. Fishing in such large waves is no easy task. The floating corpses on the surface of the water had long been devoured by the mutated sea fish in the water. Humans feed on mutated marine fish, and these mutated marine fish also feed on human corpses, which can be considered a kind of food chain energy cycle. Upon seeing Zhao Zixuan strolling over, Li Yong quickly rowed over on a raft. "Boss, you were looking for me." Zhao Zixuan shook his head. Li Yong's address to him had changed from Boss Zhao to Boss. This proved that Li Yong had greater respect for him. "I just came down to take a look. At the current rate of water level rise, the 20th floor will have to be abandoned in 5 or 6 days at most. Who says otherwise? This rain keeps falling, and we don't know when it will end. Boss, there's something I want to tell you. Look at these mutated sea fish. They've become much more resilient and aggressive. This morning, 3 people were scratched by their claws while fishing. Fishing will only get more difficult from now on." Zhao Zixuan watched the sea fish struggling frantically in the fish basket. Their scales had developed strange patterns, and the changes in their ventral fins were more obvious. Previously, they were just the rudiments of claws, but now they could be seen as small claws. No wonder some people get scratched. As soon as Zhao Zixuan got close, the sea fish waved their fins and opened their mouths full of fangs to scare him. "I've already asked Wenwen to knit protective clothing for everyone, and it will be distributed to everyone in the next couple of days. Fishing is important, but everyone must also be careful." Zhao Zixuan picked up an iron hammer from the side, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, and smashed all the mutated sea fish in the fish basket to death. Another 200+ energy points were added to Zhao Zixuan's account, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. "Thank you so much, boss," Li Yong said gratefully. He opened his mouth, as if he had something to say to Zhao Zixuan, but he swallowed the words back. Zhao Zixuan patted his broad shoulder, then turned and left the fishing grounds. He could sense the strong aura of evolution emanating from Li Yong. Previously, based on his own standards, he believed that these people at the bottom had not yet undergone any mutations. However, after learning about the mutations of Wang Chunhua and Wang Shihua, Zhao Zixuan discovered that when the degree of evolution reaches 30%, the body will inevitably show abnormal characteristics. "I was given 20 evolution points by the system, and I guessed that my body would mutate when I reached 50%. In reality, these people had already undergone mutations, and everyone tacitly chose to keep it a secret." Zhao Zixuan wasn't the type to pry into other people's secrets or reopen old wounds. He would listen if people were willing to tell him, and he wouldn't press them for details if they weren't. Of course, the evaluation of Li Yong and Lin Mao is not over yet. They are not qualified to join the core of the gang, since they are just obedient and do not confide in him. No matter how respectful Li Yong was to him, or how proactive Lin Mao was, Zhao Zixuan knew that neither of them truly trusted him. On the contrary, Lu Chunhua has been recognized by Zhao Zixuan and has become a core member of his team. After Zhao Zixuan left, Li Yong lifted his foot as if to chase after him, but ultimately gave up and continued fishing on his raft. Zhao Zixuan went up to the 22nd floor and found Lin Mao and Lao Sun leaning out of the window, with half of their bodies hanging out and several pieces of fishing gear beside them. "A big fish. It's definitely a big fish. Today I'll catch a mutated tuna for you to see," Lin Mao shouted excitedly. He had been fishing with Lao Sun for a while, but the water inside the building was too crowded for fishing. However, outside, amidst the raging wind and rain, large fish were frequently surfacing. The several large fish weighing over 20 kilograms that were handed over in the past few days were all caught by him and Lao Sun using fishing rods. The old man and the young man became a perfect fishing duo, always waiting by the window on the 22nd floor. Others naturally envy their catch, but without professional equipment, even if they catch a big fish, they can't pull it up. "Stop bragging. With the two of us being this big, if we actually caught a mutant tuna, it's hard to say who would drag whom away," Old Sun cursed. Wanting to catch one and actually catching one are two completely different things. Last time I tried to catch that mutated tuna, I almost broke both of Old Sun's arms. Moreover, it took more than 20 strong laborers half an hour to pull it up. If Lin Mao and Lao Sun were to catch a mutated tuna of the same level, they would have to cut the fishing line and let it go. Damn it, Lao Sun, come help me. This fish is huge. I can't pull it up anymore. Seeing that Lin Mao's body was almost entirely hanging out of the window, Lao Sun suddenly reeled in his fishing rod and grabbed Lin Mao's body to pull him back inside. But instead of pulling the fishing rod back, the two of them dragged Lin Mao's body a little further away. No, the fish is too big. You better cut the fishing line right now. As a seasoned angler, Lao Sun reacted very quickly and decisively. We finally managed to get this big guy. Old Sun, give it your all, or we'll have to call for help. Damn, it's too late. You're fishing like a madman. Cut the line right now. Old Sun was so angry that he cursed loudly, wanting to let go and let the kid fall into the raging flood outside, so he could personally experience what the price of greed is. Don't rush. I'll help you. Zhao Zixuan didn't expect that he would just happen to run into Lin Mao catching a big fish when he was just strolling over. He stepped forward, grabbed Lin Mao's legs, and with a sudden burst of strength, pulled Lin Mao's half-body, which was sticking out, back into the window. Old Sun and Lin Mao stared at Zhao Zixuan in shock. That is the power that humans can generate. Don't just stand there. Zhao Zixuan grabbed the fishing rod and then pulled back with force. Upon hearing this, the two immediately reacted and used all their strength to pull the fishing rod backward. Old Sun, you take charge. I don't have much skill in fishing. Zhao Zixuan felt the fishing line struggling violently. Based on initial assessment, the fish that took the bait must have weighed over 100 pounds. Old Sun didn't dare to slack off. The three of them pulled hard and let out line for a full half hour before the struggling force on the fishing line began to weaken. It took the three of them nearly 10 minutes to pull the mutated sea fish ashore. Over 4 meters long, its slender body is covered in scales, its large mouth, gripping the hook, is full of sharp teeth, and its continuous fins on both sides of its body gleam coldly. Is this a ribbonfish? Aren't those deep-sea fish? Chapter 27. Inner core turns into stones. Even dogs won't eat it. Judging from its size, it should be a ribbonfish. Jiang Wenwen and Lu Chunhua were handling club matters in room 5202, while Lu Min went to the gym in room 5204. The fact that no one was bothering him made it convenient for Zhao Zixuan to deal with the mutated ribbonfish. As he activated the evolution supermarket to stock up, the head, fins, and tail of the mutated ribbonfish in front of him fell off one by one. Large chunks of fish meat, bones and all, were directly absorbed by the evolution supermarket. A surge of warmth erupted within him, and in an instant, Zhao Zixuan felt his physique become even stronger. Moreover, no abnormalities occurred on his previously altered back. Zhao Zixuan threw a punch, feeling his strength increase even further. At the same time, this growth in strength did not give him much of a feeling of insecurity. Clearly, breaking through the 60 evolution value is not a bottleneck. Name, Zhao Zixuan. Physical fitness, 11.5. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. Spirit, 10.5. Evolution level, 065/100. Health points, 52. Energy value, 3402. Zhao Zixuan looked satisfied. Pack up the remaining fish head, tail, and fins and send them to 5201. Kid, what's with all this scraps and fish meat again? Isn't studying the gene sequence enough? Of course, the fish meat was kept. I got it by exchanging food points. You don't think I'd provide it to you for free, do you? Zhao Zixuan looked at Wang Shihe with a mocking expression. Wang Shihe felt a little annoyed. Damn it, Zhao Zixuan is really cunning. Evolution can grant power, and not everyone can resist this temptation. If the problems of mutation and vitality consumption can be solved, then evolution will become the inevitable choice for everyone. The value of mutated marine fish meat that can accelerate evolution will skyrocket. Wang Shihe had a long-term vision. Since Zhao Zixuan could eliminate the alienation, it was only a matter of time before he could unravel the secret. Storing some high-level mutated sea fish meat in advance will also benefit their future evolution. Unfortunately, the fish head, tail, and fins that Zhao Zixuan brought were mostly bones, with very little edible part. Sea fish heads are not as good as freshwater fish heads. They are mostly bones with very little to eat. The door to the master bedroom laboratory was tightly closed, and Wang Shihe dared not disturb Jiang Shuyun, who was conducting an experiment. Wang Shihe skillfully began processing the mutated ribbonfish head, breaking open the slightly ferocious-looking head, and a grayish-white bead, smaller than that of the mutated tuna, fell out. Zhao Zixuan's expression changed slightly. Old Wang, wait a minute. What's that growing in the fish head? An inner core. Wang Shihe looked at Zhao Zixuan as if he were an idiot. Do you want calcium carbonate, also known as kidney stones? Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment, looking at the round bead in front of him that exuded a faint aura of evolution. You say this thing is a stone? What kind of fish has a stone in its brain? Wait a minute. Judging from Old Wang's expression, this isn't the first time he's seen this. Did that mutated tuna also have these stones in its head? Wang Shihe nodded and took out a grayish-white stone from the drawer under the dining table. Here it is. It has been studied. Its main component is calcium carbonate, which is exactly the same as the stones that form in the human body. Zhao Zixuan took the stones from the head of the mutated tuna and compared them with the stones from the head of the mutated ribbon fish. Old Wang, do you think this might be the inner core that has condensed inside a mutated fish? It's just that their evolutionary level is not high enough, so it's only in its embryonic stage right now. You can't just guess about this kind of thing. If you want to know, just catch a higher-level mutated sea fish, crack open its brain, and you'll know, Wang Shihe said jokingly. Zhao Zixuan rolled his eyes at him. Even if he found a higher-level mutated sea fish, he might not be able to bring it up. If you've studied these two beads, I'll take them with me. I have a feeling they didn't appear by chance. Whatever, you can even swallow one and try it. Anyway, calcium carbonate is not harmful to the human body and can also supplement calcium. Zhao Zixuan would certainly not do that. If this thing was confirmed to be the inner core of a mutated sea fish, he might try it. Kidney stones, even dogs won't eat them. By the way, Lao Wang, Dr. Jiang, if you have time, please let me know. I'll have Lu Chuanhua's son come over for a checkup. He has a little tail growing out of his butt. Wang Shihe nodded. Although Zhao Zixuan's changes provided them with a sample to reverse evolution, there were still no results yet. Having another mutation detection sample could increase the probability of Jiang Shuyun's experiment succeeding. Moreover, he wasn't worried that a child might have any bad intentions. Zhao Zixuan was a meticulous person, and anyone he could introduce was generally trustworthy. After sitting in room 5201 for a while, seeing that Dr. Jiang showed no sign of coming out, Zhao Zixuan left with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, everyone else was busy, but Zhao Zixuan was rather idle. He had already been downstairs, but suddenly the idea of going upstairs to take a look came to mind. He had been up to the top floor before. It was completely empty, except for some equipment whose purpose he didn't know. After 4 months of torrential rain and strong winds, what will the rooftop look like? And what changes will occur in the other 3 units? The thought sparked Zhao Zixuan's curiosity. He went home to get his spring gun, then tucked the revolver into his waistband. The spring gun was the real weapon, while the revolver was the deterrent. Unless you encounter a madman who has lost his mind, no one dares to underestimate the equalizer of all beings. After all, no one dares to gamble their life on whether there are bullets inside. Zhao Zixuan walked up the stairs to the security door on the roof. The gate was tightly secured with a large padlock, its surface covered with densely packed chains. It was Qin Wu and his men who locked it, and there haven't been any unusual noises lately. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan had been silently calculating the floor height throughout the journey. Based on the height, there might indeed be a mysterious 53rd floor above the 52nd floor. However, the other party's entrance and exit were not in the stairwell of his building, and he did not find any hidden doors along the way. I don't know why the developer built that mysterious 53-story building. Is he keeping a mistress in a gilded cage? Or is he doing something clandestine? Zhao Zixuan took out steel pliers from his pocket and cut the iron gate shut. Carefully untie the chains. As he pushed open the heavy door, a gust of wind mixed with torrential rain rushed in. Zhao Zixuan was prepared for this and raised his hand to shield himself from the wind and rain. A strong, fishy stench made him frown. He had expected a stormy scene outside, but instead, he saw a jumble of seabird nests, at least dozens of them of varying sizes. Those steel equipment that were once of unknown purpose have become the support for these bird nests. The noise of Zhao Zixuan opening the door startled the seabirds, and more than a dozen seabirds, each over half a meter in size, took flight in fright. This was a situation he hadn't anticipated, but it was understandable given the circumstances. The great flood submerged the trees, and the seabirds in the forest lost their habitat. These tall buildings that stood firm in the flood became their only option. Zhao Zixuan ducked into the rain, wanting to see how many bird nests were on the entire rooftop. There were no fewer than 50 nests of varying sizes, and the area around the nests was littered with the remains of seabirds that had been eating them. Most of them were from mutated sea fish, but human skeletons were also mixed in among the fish bones. Clearly, the mutation has drastically changed the diet of these seabirds. They not only eat sea fish, but also readily consume floating carcasses on the water's surface. As for why Zhao Zixuan believed they ate floating corpses rather than directly attacking people, it was mainly based on their level of evolution. These mutated seabirds are far less evolved than mutated tuna and mutated ribbonfish. They are likely at a lower stage of evolution than humans, similar to humans. Because the energy for this evolution came from rainwater, aquatic creatures evolved the fastest. Next came animals that fed on aquatic life, followed by carnivores. In this evolutionary feast, humans were at the very bottom. Mutant seabirds that haven't broken through to level 1 generally have a wingspan of less than 1 meter. Such a size might allow them to attack humans, but they would absolutely not be capable of killing them. Moreover, most humans are now staying at home, so these mutated seabirds have no chance to make a move. Therefore, they could only have brought floating corpses or human remains to the top floor as food. This is also a potential problem. Zhao Zixuan, holding a spring gun, walked forward, startling dozens of birds. They swirled in the wind and rain, the raging gale unable to blow them down from the sky, but instead they skillfully used the wind to tumble up and down. Clearly, these birds have adapted to this kind of stormy weather. Moreover, they kept hissing and flew around Zhao Zixuan. Soon, some fearless seabirds swooped down, attempting to attack Zhao Zixuan, only to be killed by Zhao Zixuan's bayonet. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the steel needles from the spring gun, but in this awful weather, the lethality of the steel needles was far less than that of close combat. Blood splattered all over him, but the mutated seabirds did not back down because their companions were killed. Instead, they swooped down on Zhao Zixuan as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Holding a spring gun in both hands, Zhao Zixuan decisively thrust it at the swooping mutated seabird. The sharp bayonet, combined with his strength of 11.5, sliced the swooping seabird in two. With Zhao Zixuan's current reaction speed, none of these mutated seabirds could withstand a single blow from him. In the span of a dozen breaths, more than a dozen mutated seabirds died under his bayonet. Other mutated seabirds cried out and took flight, their sharp cries echoing through the storm. These beasts are clever. Zhao Zixuan grinned as he killed more than a dozen mutated seabirds in one go, providing him with more than 200 energy points. Unfortunately, these mutated seabirds are all at the beginner level and do not meet the standards for inclusion in the Evolution Supermarket's food selection criteria. Otherwise, Zhao Zixuan would have gained even more. Zhang Zixuan followed each of the bird nests and collected a total of 36 seabird eggs. It seems that even in such harsh weather, these seabirds don't lay many eggs. Zhao Zixuan wrapped it in his coat and then checked the doors of the other 3 units. He discovered that all the unit doors were locked from the inside, and no matter how Zhao Zixuan knocked or shouted, no one responded. This left Zhao Zixuan feeling somewhat frustrated. He had originally intended to check out the other 3 units, but now it seemed that they were quite wary of them. Moreover, with so many seabirds nesting on the roof, it's clear that no humans have come up here recently. Chapter 28 Lu Min's mutation can be preserved. Zhao Zixuan searched the entire rooftop, but found no other entrances or exits, and even less any trace of the 53rd floor. Could it be that the 53rd floor was just his imagination? Perhaps what he heard was not real. After all, in such a large building with 2 elevators going up and down from time to time, some unusual noises are understandable. Zhao Zixuan gave up the search and strung the corpses of the mutated seabirds together in his hand, which weighed about 100 pounds in total. In his other hand, he carried a bag full of mutated seabird eggs. A good haul today. I wonder how these seabird eggs taste. Return to your unit, chain the security door, and then put on a new lock. Since we haven't made contact with other units, we'll continue with our previous way of life. Let's keep this door blocked. What if a level 1 mutated seabird manages to get in someday? Aside from Wang Shihua, he wouldn't be happy if anyone on these 52 floors got hurt. At this moment, Zhao Zixuan, who had returned to the unit, did not see it. How many places on the rooftop have changed? The original reinforced concrete floor has been replaced with transparent glass. A slender figure was looking up at the sky below. In front of her were dozens of LCD screens, about a third of which were black, while the rest displayed surveillance footage from each floor and unit. Zhao Zixuan from Unit 2, Room 5203, he's got guts. He dared to fight those plainclothes seabirds all by himself. The woman's voice was filled with admiration. Unexpectedly, Unit 2 was the first to fall into chaos, and now it's also in the best position. This Zhao Zixuan should be a newly promoted engineer in our group. Given this connection, should we make contact with him beforehand? The woman's words were full of hesitation. Forget it. The food at home can last for a while. If the rescue doesn't arrive by then, we'll have no choice but to risk contacting these guys. The woman ultimately abandoned her plan to go out now and close the simulated skylight above her head. Zhao Zixuan was unaware of what he had missed, and he leisurely showed everyone his battle results. Old Wang rushed out of his house immediately, and when he saw the dozen or so seabird carcasses that Zhao Zixuan was carrying, he showed a physical disgust. It was because he ate too many of these seabirds that he developed these unsightly black scales. Zhao Zixuan ate a mutated tuna, which gave him colorful scales. Even though they were both mutated, the mutated ones looked better than his. This is also one of the reasons why Wang Shihe harbors deep resentment towards Zhao Zixuan. Old Wang, do you want to take one back for your wife to try? It's free. No need. I have plenty of seagull meat in my fridge. Zhao Zixuan was not surprised to hear this. That old bastard is cunning. He has a revolver, so his success rate hunting through the window is much higher than his. This is probably why the couple has such a high level of evolution. Big brother, didn't you say you were going to stop eating mutated fish? Could it be that these mutated seabirds are okay? Jiang Wanwen saw the familiar seabirds and couldn't help but think of the seabird feast they had eaten together when she first visited Zhao Zixuan's house. For someone who has been starving for too long, those foods are an unforgettable delicacy. Are you in a hurry to eat it? Let's pack it up and save it first. Jiang Wanwen nodded, then immediately called over a few people to take these mutated seabirds to the 25th floor for processing. Nowadays, the 52nd floor is basically no longer involved in such bloody activities. Even the production of canned fish is done on the 25th floor. Let's keep these bird eggs ourselves. We'll shine a light on them to see if any baby seabirds have hatched. If not, we'll just fry them and eat them. Waiting for Dr. Zhang's research results was not a safe bet, so Zhao Zixuan decided to continue trying on his own. After all, relying solely on the evolution supermarket to obtain evolution points is too unstable. His current evolution points of 65 points already surpass everyone in the unit. But if he wants to maintain his lead, the meat of mutated creatures is an unavoidable hurdle. Zhao Zixuan wondered if these eggs might be gentler. That evening, all 30 edible seabird eggs were turned into a delicacy. Compared to regular chicken eggs, these seabird eggs are fishier and more bouncy. Once you get used to the taste, they have an excellent texture. Zhao Zixuan certainly wouldn't keep this delicious food to himself. He personally brought a bowl and delivered it to 5,201. Seeing Wang Shihe's disgusted expression, Zhao Zixuan bluntly said that he would give the medicine to Dr. Jiang to help him recover. The next morning, Zhao Zixuan touched his back and found nothing unusual. It was still smooth. He opened the system panel and discovered that his evolution value had changed from 65 to 67. It gained 2 evolution points overnight, but its health points did not decrease, and its back did not mutate. It's so awesome to be able to improve your strength without paying a price. On the contrary, Jiang Wanwen awkwardly approached Zhao Zixuan after dawn. Big brother, do you think I look different? Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment and looked Jiang Wanwen up and down. Her professional suit accentuated her slender waist and showcased her long, fair, and straight legs. A pair of black-rimmed glasses made her look less naive and more composed and capable. He looked Jiang Wanwen up and down. Her skin was still delicate, and there were no freckles or pimples on her face. In terms of looks alone, Jiang Wanwen was a beauty who scored over 80 points. Seeing Zhao Zixuan staring at her face, Jiang Wanwen gritted her teeth. She puffed out her chest, her words already carrying a hint of displeasure. You really didn't notice any change? Zhao Zixuan shook his head, looking completely bewildered. Jiang Wanwen rolled her eyes at Zhao Zixuan, then turned around and went to the next room in a huff. If you can't tell, then forget it. You're wasting your eyes. I'm ignoring you. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat puzzled, thinking of Jiang Wanwen's gesture of puffing out her chest. Could it be that something has changed about her? I don't see any changes. This isn't really Zhao Zixuan's fault. Having gotten used to playing D-level large balls, I don't really feel the changes in ball momentum in the B-level range. But he couldn't ask about such things anymore. Never mind. If Jiang Wenwen asks him again, he'll just give her a few insincere compliments. In the afternoon, Lu Min took Zhao Zixuan's big hand and pressed it against her head. Brother, look at the top of my head. I feel itchy all day. Is it going to grow something on the sides? Zhao Zixuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Based on the timeline, the two women must have eaten quite a bit of mutated tuna meat during this period. Even if they haven't broken through 30%, they are definitely very close. Could it be that Jiang Wenwen's transformation is on her chest, while Lu Min's transformation is on her head? The thought that Lu Min might have horns on her head made Zhao Zixuan take it very seriously. He held Lu Min in his arms and carefully parted her hair to look at her. Sure enough, a slight bulge was found on both sides of Lu Min's head. Are you sure this area was smooth before? The bumps were very small. If you didn't part your hair to take a closer look, you would think they were just two small pimples. Brother, feel it carefully. This isn't a lump. I feel it's connected to my skull. Could I really grow horns on my head? Lu Min felt like she was about to collapse at the thought of two horns of unknown shape growing on her head. Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but picture the other person in a leather jacket, with horns on their head and a cute little tail behind them. Ahem, having horns isn't something to look bad, I mean. With your looks, it will only make you more beautiful. Zhao Zixuan's bright eyes drew a reproachful rebuke from Lu Min. Brother, you solved the mutation problem yourself. How can you bear to let me mutate too? No, I don't want to mutate. I don't want to grow horns. Lu Min kept rubbing against him, which made Zhao Zixuan even angrier. Since he gained 15 evolution points yesterday, he has an inexhaustible supply of energy. Lu Min's actions at this moment were simply playing with fire. Lu Min, who was wriggling and acting coquettishly, froze, sensing the change in Zhao Zixuan's body. She got up, wanting to break free from his embrace, but it was too late. Without hesitation, Zhao Zixuan pulled her into his arms, and then Lu Min was lifted up and carried to the bedroom. Soon, alluring and irritating groans echoed throughout the room. Jiang Wenwen, who had been sulking in the next room for a while, finally let go of her frustration after some self-adjustment. He wanted to go see Zhao Zixuan again and tell him in detail about the changes in him, but he didn't expect to hear that familiar voice as soon as he entered room 5203. Damn bastards, you can all die. Jiang Wenwen gritted her teeth, completely losing the will to talk to Zhao Zixuan, and left angrily downstairs. Zhao Zixuan's daytime debauchery didn't last long. A series of loud knocks on the door shattered his enthusiasm. At this moment, Lu Min's eyes were already glazed over, and she was completely immersed in unimaginable pleasure, unable to extricate herself. She was satisfied, but Zhao Zixuan was not yet content. He wanted to try something new, but it seemed he would have to wait until tonight. Slightly annoyed, Zhao Zixuan put on his clothes and opened the security door, where he saw Li Yong looking hesitant. What's up? The unsatisfied man's tone was noticeably harsh. Li Yong's expression changed, thinking that Zhao Zixuan was dissatisfied with him, and he became more and more uneasy. Boss, there's something I want to talk to you about. Is this a convenient time for you? Zhao Zixuan nodded. Let's go next door. The two went to room 52041 one after the other, and Zhao Zixuan took out a bottle of purified water and tossed it to him. Speak, what do you want? Have you run out of baby formula? Li Yong quickly shook his head. No, I only used up one can of formula. Thank you for thinking of me, sir. Zhao Zixuan nodded. Just say what's on your mind. Don't beat around the bush with me. Li Yong gritted his teeth and raised his hand to tear open his collar. What comes into view is a dense array of black scales. It looks similar to the scales on Wang Shihe's body, but upon closer inspection, the only similarity is in color, while the shape is more like the scales of the mutated pomfret. Zhao Zixuan showed no surprise. The slight displeasure he had felt earlier had long since dissipated due to the other party's frankness. Judging by the number of scales on your body, you've been mutated for quite some time now, haven't you? Li Yong nodded. It's been more than half a month. Originally, it was just a few scales around my belly button. Since it didn't hurt or itch, I didn't pay attention to it. Then it spread like crazy, and now it's all over my body and back. Zhao Zixuan carefully sensed the evolutionary aura emanating from him. It's close to 50%, but for the exact figure, Dr. Zhang will probably need to measure it. Why did you suddenly decide to tell me this today? Zhao Zixuan asked calmly. Because I discovered that almost all the owners on the lower floors have mutated, and this mutation not only affects their bodies, but also makes them irritable. Our people are doing all right. Everyone is focused on acquiring seafood and supplies. At night, fights sometimes break out between the individual owners. This isn't the first time two families have fought over a fish and some floating supplies. Boss, I'm worried that if this continues, someone will challenge the rules set by our organization. Zhao Zixuan smiled. I'm glad you came to tell me all this. Li Yong, I've been observing you for a while. You're very reliable, hardworking, and a good person. You have a good reputation among the lower-level homeowners. I'd like to recruit you into the core of the community, the kind where we can trust each other completely. Are you interested? Zhao Zixuan's words made Li Yong's eyes light up. He stood up somewhat excitedly and said, Boss, what do you want me to do? Zhao Zixuan waved his hand, signaling him not to get agitated. Just do what you're supposed to do. I don't have much contact with those lower-level homeowners, and my observations are only superficial. You can see who you can trust and recruit into the core of the organization. You should know that the strength of an organization doesn't lie in how many people it has, but in whether its core members can unite as one. Don't worry, boss. From the moment I joined the club, I never had any ulterior motives. Zhao Zixuan smiled and said, Human hearts are complex, especially in the face of this apocalyptic disaster. It's hard to tell who is human and who is evil. Li Yong, don't let me down. Yes, thank you for your trust, boss. Also, regarding your family's situation, they can stay with everyone for now. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell Jiang Wenwen directly. Be my brother. I can't promise anything else, but as long as I have food to eat, I won't let your family and children go hungry. Li Yong was so grateful that tears welled up in his eyes. This big man, who was over 1.8 meters tall, actually cried in front of Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan offered no words of comfort. He needed to vent his emotions here. Zhao Zixuan went to room 5203, avoiding everyone, and exchanged a can of milk powder and several packs of diapers for Li Yong, which earned him tears of gratitude in return. As for Lin Mao, who was included in the evaluation along with Li Yong, Zhao Zixuan felt that he and Lin Mao were not the same kind of people. His only wish is to survive in this apocalypse, and he prioritizes the safety of himself and those close to him. For example, if he has a piece of bread and is very hungry, he will definitely eat it himself and not share it with others. But Lin Mao was clearly different. He was the kind of person who would rather suffer himself than see others suffer. During this period, he accumulated a lot of points, but he mostly gave the grain he redeemed to individual households with elderly people or children. Moreover, he has been promoting the Survival Club's philosophy, and under his influence, several other homeowners have voluntarily submitted applications to the club. But he never opened up to Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan could always see a scrutinizing look in his eyes, even when he wasn't looking directly at him. It was as if Lin Mao wasn't his henchman, but rather his supervisor. In a civilized society, such an upright and honest supervisor would be very necessary. But in times of natural disaster and apocalypse, such a person can be cooperated with, but is not suitable to be taken as a confidant. Therefore, Zhao Zixuan's positioning of Lin Mao is also very clear. He can be used to promote the idea of rebuilding order in the survival organization, or he can be molded into a banner of the organization, but the core of the team will absolutely not allow him to enter. This is the difference between the surface and the interior. Chapter 29. Which to choose, pure water therapy or diet therapy? Zhao Zixuan had just sent Li Yong away when Wang Shihe approached him excitedly. Young Zhao, my wife's research has yielded results. As long as the intake of evolutionary energy is cut off, the genes in the body will automatically start the repair program. The reason why no one discovered it before was because it was impossible to completely cut off the intake of evolutionary energy. After all, people can go without food, but they can't go without water. Also, she asked me to tell you that if there is no pure water and clean food from before the cataclysm to cut off the intake of evolutionary energy, fasting should also be effective. Zhao Zixuan was overjoyed. If there's a way, then he can continue to eat mutated sea fish and seabird meat with peace of mind to accelerate his own evolution. He has no shortage of clean food and pure water, so he naturally wouldn't choose to stop eating or drinking. The reason Dr. Jiang told him about the method of fasting and abstaining from water was probably because purified water is now scarce, and the homeowners on the ground floor could alleviate their abnormal symptoms by fasting and abstaining from water. This inadvertently helped the club solve a major problem. Please thank Dr. Jiang for me. These 2 packets of purified water are my token of gratitude. Wang Shihe was overjoyed. Now that he knew the function of pure water, Its value could no longer be calculated based on its value before the catastrophe. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched that Zhao Zixuan was so generous in giving him 2 boxes. Zhao Zixuan summoned Lin Mao. Inform everyone that no one is more suitable than Lin Mao for this task. Some people listen to his words, and some even believe them. Boss Zhao, you were looking for me. Lin Mao, reeking of the sea, appeared before Zhao Zixuan. Do one thing. Tell all the owners in the community that fasting can alleviate the alienation symptoms. Of course, eating food and bottled water from before the disaster will also have the same effect, and try to drink as little rainwater as possible. Lin Mao's eyes lit up, and he was filled with inexplicable excitement. The issue of alienation has troubled all the homeowners, but unexpectedly, Zhao Zixuan has found a way to alleviate the characteristics of alienation. No wonder he hasn't undergone any abnormal changes despite evolving so much. Lin Mao believed Zhao Zixuan's words. Boss Zhao, is there a time limit for this method of fasting and depriving us of food and water? Zhao Zixuan shook his head. I have already tried methods such as cutting off the intake of mutant energy. You will need to test this method of fasting and dehydration yourselves. Lin Mao nodded. He naturally knew that Zhao Zixuan had no shortage of food or bottled water. Lin Mao was very efficient. By the end of the day, everyone in the unit knew about 2 methods to alleviate the alienation symptoms on their bodies. Everyone then realized that the rain was the root cause of their continued mutations. I should drink as little as possible in the future, and it would be best if I didn't drink at all. Even boiled rainwater still contains evolutionary energy. On that day, a large number of people chose to try it, including members of Zhao Zixuan's group and ordinary investors. Of course, this attempt is limited to cases where physical characteristics have changed. Homeowners who stayed at home and hardly went out after the disaster had less than 30% of their evolutionary potential and would not exhibit any mutations, so they naturally did not need to diet. The first day was uneventful, and none of the people who tried it noticed any changes. A large number of them chose to give up. After all, the feeling of being hungry is unpleasant. So what if I mutate? It doesn't hurt or itch anyway. I'll fill my stomach first. Some people persisted, and the change occurred on the evening of the second day. Some people found that the mutations on their bodies were no longer spreading, and even the scales on the edges showed signs of loosening and falling off. On the third day, the effect of this alienation fading became even more pronounced. However, not drinking water for 3 days has clearly reached the limit of what the body can withstand. They desperately want a bottle of clean water. Unfortunately, as the natural disaster has progressed, clean water is now more scarce than food. After all, no one expected that there would be a water shortage during such a stormy weather. At that time, large quantities of bottled water in supermarkets were unwanted. Afterwards, the group ate the mutated sea fish meat and drank rainwater again. To their surprise, after eating for 3 days, the mutated characteristics on their bodies did not spread, but their strength continued to increase. By the 4th day, those mutated traits showed an increasing trend again. Nobody's stupid. If you fast for 3 days, you can alleviate some of the alienation symptoms, and you won't be bothered by alienation for the next few days. Zhao Zixuan delivered the results of the community owner's personal experiments to 5201, which made Dr. Jiang extremely happy. Her guess was correct. The human body has a limit to its evolutionary capacity. A continuous intake of evolutionary energy will cause the body to mutate. Once water and food are deprived, the body's genes will instinctively begin self-repair. However, this process will not be pleasant. A diet consisting of pure water and clean food will cause the abnormalities to subside within a day, and the effect is 3 times that of dieting. Most importantly, this method does not require starvation. Zhao Zixuan, you should be careful with the amount of pure water you have. Dr. Zhang rarely spoke up to remind Zhao Zixuan, and Zhao Zixuan smiled broadly in agreement. Dr. Zhang wasn't wearing a mask this time, and her appearance and demeanor were pleasing to the eye. If looks could kill, Zhao Zixuan would have been riddled with holes by Wang Shihe long ago. Furthermore, based on my research, this kind of automatic repair of human genes can restore the consumed vitality. However, life is something that cannot be measured numerically, so I am not sure to what extent it can be restored. Zhao Zixuan nodded. He had the evolution supermarket system, which could accurately display his lifespan value, something others didn't have. Looking at old Wang's gray hair, he couldn't help but tease him. Old Wang, don't eat mutated sea monster meat anymore. Look at you. People would believe you're over 60. Wang Shihe's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This bastard really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. Most importantly, Jiang Shuyan subconsciously glanced at Wang Shihe, following Zhao Zixuan's words. Although Jiang Shuyan's eyes showed no emotion, they still made Wang Shihe's heart skip a beat. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm only 48, not even 50 yet, old Wang said, somewhat exasperated. Zhao Zixuan's eyes widened. No, brother Wang, you look way too old. Get out. You're not welcome in my house. Leave now. Zhao Zixuan wasn't angry. He naturally didn't have any bad intentions towards Dr. Jiang. He was just teasing old Wang because he saw old Wang's guarded expression. Zhao Zixuan personally informed Li Yong, instructing him to bring his wife to the 53rd floor every 3 days. The purpose, of course, was to provide Li Yong's family with purified water. At this stage, Zhao Zixuan does not plan to put too much purified water in the club. How can you know the value of pure water without experiencing the pain of dieting? Zhao Zixuan also wanted to see how the other members of the club performed through this method. Of course, if a member of a club can redeem purified water with their points, that's possible, but the value of that water will leave everyone speechless. A regular bottle of Haha mineral water costs 20 points. It's important to know that the points in the survival guild are extremely valuable. 1 point can be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, and 3 points are enough to feed a person for a day. 20 points undoubtedly multiply the value of the purified water by several dozen times. Of course, families included in Zhao Zixuan's core group do not need to purchase water. Zhao Zixuan will provide them with purified water every 3 days. In this way, these people only need to eat normal food and drink pure water for 1 day to complete the cutoff of the mutated energy, and then they can continue to eat mutated sea monster meat and drink rainwater without worry for the next 3 days. This maintains a high rate of evolution while controlling the spread of mutated traits within the body. Completely cutting off the mutated sea monster meat and rainwater and eliminating all mutated characteristics is not realistic at this stage. After all, most people have very few points. It's not that they earn little. For example, Li Yong can earn at least a dozen points every day, and sometimes even 20 or 30. But he certainly wouldn't be willing to spend almost all of his income on a bottle of purified water. Furthermore, the survival community lacks strong cohesion and is more like a loose alliance. As a result, people don't have much trust in the points system and usually exchange them for food to store at home. Zhao Zixuan has replenished the gang's food supplies several times, but the mutated sea fish caught in the water and the floating supplies on the surface are simply not enough to offset these expenses. Jiang Wenwen expressed her regret to Zhao Zixuan about founding the survival club. After all, she and Lu Chunhua calculated the club's points exchange and inventory every day, and no one knew better than her that the survival club was currently being maintained by Zhao Zixuan's continuous financial support. Once Zhao Zixuan runs out of food, the survival club will likely face immediate operational difficulties, leading to soaring resource prices and devaluation of points. Zhao Zixuan did not agree, because apart from the fish and supplies that these people handed over to the gang, Zhao Zixuan's biggest gain was the energy value he obtained from killing these mutated fish. Of the energy he acquired, less than 1/10 was used to exchange for the cheapest rice, flour, and cooking oil. It could be said that the survival club was losing money, but from Zhao Zixuan's own perspective, he was making a huge profit. Faced with Zhao Zixuan's insistence, Jiang Wenwen tried to dissuade him several times. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's firm attitude, Jiang Wenwen tacitly agreed that Zhao Zixuan was indulging in personal heroism. Although it was silly, she inexplicably admired him. All she could do was work with Lu Chunhua to keep accurate accounts and, by subtly adjusting the points redemption ratio for some food items, minimize Zhao Zixuan's contributions to the club. Of course, Jiang Wenwen also spread the word about Zhao Zixuan's selfless act through Lin Mao. Zhao Zixuan's reputation improved considerably in a short time, and several more homeowners submitted applications to the community, but the number of core members of the community did not increase. Wang Shihe was still hesitant, but Dr. Jiang was very interested in joining the core of the organization. However, her interest only exacerbated Wang's unease. Now, every time he saw Zhao Zixuan, he would be extremely displeased. Zhao Zixuan felt that Lao Wang deserved a beating and invited him to spar several times, but Lao Wang refused without hesitation each time. This old fellow is incredibly shrewd and has long since seen through Zhao Zixuan's bottom line. Although he knows that joining Zhao Zixuan's ranks is the best option, he just can't get over that mental hurdle. Zhao Zixuan didn't urge him. Whenever he had free time, he would stroll around the 5201 floor, seizing every opportunity to talk to Dr. Jiang. The only pity is that Dr. Jiang wore a mask most of the time, so you can only admire her stunning face when you have the chance. He couldn't make it too obvious, or Lao Wang would really explode. During this time, Lu Min recommended Chen Kuan and his family to Zhao Zixuan. Perhaps feeling guilty for not being able to save her best friend, Lu Min has been in frequent contact with Chen Kuan's family during this period, even sending them a case of bottled water. The power of pillow talk is still quite strong, especially for Zhao Zixuan, who is obsessed with the taste of marrow. She really doesn't care much about some food and water. It wasn't until Lu Min suggested that Zhao Zixuan include Chen Kuan's family in the core of the gang that Zhao Zixuan suddenly became wary. He neither refused nor agreed, only saying that Jiang Wenwen should evaluate Chen Kuan's family. Lu Min was not satisfied with the result. That night, she used all her skills and performed the shameful acts that she had previously refused to do with great ease. Under Lu Min's relentless efforts, Zhao Zixuan, who was usually vigorous and energetic, almost lost. Fortunately, even though he was drained dry by the little vixen, his mind remained clear. This disheartened Lu Min. Zhao Zixuan was indeed a difficult man to control. Even in the midst of extreme pleasure, her vigilance remained unwavering. Lu Min was somewhat confused as to why Zhao Zixuan could accept 5201, who had rejected him, and Li Yong, with whom he had no connection, while ignoring Chen Kuan's family, with whom she had a connection. Aside from initially giving Chen Kuan some food, the triad did not provide any special treatment to Chen Kuan and his family afterward. Lu Min went to the 25th floor and saw that Chen Kuan and his family of 3 were crammed into a small bedroom, which was very inconvenient. After all, Chen Kuan is already 15 years old, and his physique is almost that of an adult. It would be very inconvenient for him to live with his mother. Lu Min wanted to help, at least to make it more convenient for their family to live there. But Zhao Zixuan has not given in. The reason is simple. Lu Min's best friend, Chen Yao, was most likely sold to Qin Wu by her parents. Jiang Wenwen had to go to great lengths to find out this news. However, Chen's parents did it very discreetly. The person who leaked the information was originally a neighbor of the Chen family. Before Chen Yao was raped by Qin Wu, he had seen Chen's parents bring back a lot of grain from Qin Wu. Although the truth was pieced together by the neighbor from fragments of information, it was enough to make Zhao Zixuan cautious about the Chen family of 3. Zhao Zixuan had met the Chen family of 3. Although they looked pale and sickly, they didn't seem to have suffered any great hardship. Moreover, the residents on the ground floor had never witnessed any conflict between the Chen family and Qin Wu. Logically speaking, Qin Wu raped their only daughter, and after he was tired of her, he gave her to his subordinates to be abused. If any member of the Chen family had any backbone, they wouldn't have let this happen. But the truth is that Chen Yao had asked her family for help, but to no avail. In the end, she went to the 53rd floor to beg Lu Min, but was rejected by Zhou Qiang and jumped off the building in despair. The roles played by the 3 members of the Chen family in this matter are unknown, but judging from the perspective of the evil in human nature, the Chen family is not trustworthy. Moreover, the Chen family of 3 are just Lu Min's best friend's family members, not Lu Min's family members, so it's not worth Zhao Zixuan's effort to test them one by one. Just be a regular member of the club. You can earn points through your own labor. As long as you're not lazy, you can make a living. Zhao Zixuan turned a blind eye to Lu Min's occasional acts of kindness towards them. This made the Chen family's living conditions far better than the other homeowners, and anything more would be considered greedy. Chapter 30: The Sudden Emergence of the Mutant Evolution Club. With methods to alleviate physical alienation, conflicts among lower-level homeowners have decreased significantly. Moreover, after observing them for a period of time, I found that the survival club is very disciplined and is not at all like the second Qin Wu that they thought they were. Zhao Zixuan's reputation also improved with the help of the club members. Putting everything else aside, at least those who join the club won't starve as long as they're willing to work. The price of purified water is too high, and I don't want to waste my points redeeming it, so I'm resorting to dieting. For these homeowners in poor conditions, simply refusing to eat for 3 days can alleviate the physical changes and save food. Moreover, according to the information Zhao Zixuan obtained from Li Yong, most people have been able to suppress their mutations through this method. Of course, for 3 days after the diet, Everyone will binge eat and drink, consuming even more mutated sea fish meat in hopes of gaining more evolutionary power. Nobody's stupid. When the physical mutation stops, they instinctively assume that the damage to their bodies from the mutation has disappeared, and at this point, they will naturally try every means to increase their own strength. Who wouldn't want the power to suppress all who resist? At the very least, with greater power, one could obtain more food. Of course, there were also ambitious individuals who set their sights on the club. They had long known about the existence of the club's core members, and during this period, some people had been going to the 53rd floor to pledge their loyalty to Zhao Zixuan. There were people of all ages, and they all seemed to have become Zhao Zixuan's diehard fans. Some even suggested that Zhao Zixuan should become king, and they would be willing to be his subjects. Zhao Zixuan only used one method to deal with people who were full of unrealistic ideas: sparring. Zhao Zixuan had already taken over Lao Wang's fighting suit, and every day he ate either mutated tuna or mutated ribbon fish. Occasionally, Zhao Zixuan would go to the rooftop to collect some bird eggs to add some variety to his life. Without any physical mutation, his evolution value increased rapidly. This not only increased his strength, speed, agility, and mental strength, but also gave him inexhaustible energy every day. Lu Min had long been unable to bear the beatings and often made excuses to go next door to sleep with Jiang Wanwen. Zhao Zixuan could ignore other reasons, but it wouldn't be right for him to fight a bloody battle just for his own pleasure when he was on his period. Therefore, he channeled all his energy into training, and those who came to curry favor with him and wanted to become his loyal followers provided Zhao Zixuan with a new outlet for his frustrations. The first few people who arrived were beaten black and blue by Zhao Zixuan, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at him. Their dream of following the dragon was shattered by Zhao Zixuan's solid iron fist. In no time, Zhao Zixuan's fearsome reputation spread throughout the unit again, and no one dared to go to Zhao Zixuan to pledge their loyalty. Zhao Zixuan still felt regretful. After this period of nourishment, his evolution points finally broke through 90, and his strength was far ahead of the competition, reaching 19. Name: Zhao Zixuan. Physical fitness: 17.5. Strength: 19. Agility: 17.6. Spirit: 16.8. Evolution level: 091 out of 100. Health points: 52. Energy value: 70-86. Even someone like Lao Wang, whose evolution level is close to 70%, couldn't withstand a single punch from him, let alone those evolutionaries who were generally around 40%. Zhao Zixuan now could definitely make an adult cry with a single punch. Having dispelled the instigation of ambitious individuals within the gang through sheer force, Zhao Zixuan thought his men would finally behave themselves. Little did I know, the troubles were just beginning. Especially at night, the frequent knocking on the door became a major nuisance for Zhao Zixuan. Women, young women, beautiful women, sexy women. Women of 17 or 18, in their early 20s, around 30, and even 40 years old came to her door, posing seductively and speaking in a high-pitched, affected voice to borrow grain. Before Zhao Zixuan could react, Lu Min exploded. These shameless vixens are actually imitating her by going to her door to borrow grain. Is this really receiving grain? They're clearly trying to seduce Zhao Zixuan. And what kind of class are these ugly freaks? They actually want to follow in her footsteps. Even Jiang Wanwen scoffed at these people, repeatedly warning them not to engage in such underhanded tactics, as Zhao Zixuan was not that kind of person. But these people simply didn't believe that if Lu Min could do it, why couldn't the women in their family? It's just the difference between baseball and volleyball. We were just hungry before because we didn't have enough food. With a little effort, we can raise them. Besides, nobody's stupid. If she really got into Zhao Zixuan's bed, given his rule-abiding personality, I dare not say anything else, but wouldn't the pure water be readily available? Dieting is too painful, especially as their bodies become more and more evolved. The feeling of hunger they experience during dieting becomes more and more intense. Who would willingly endure the pain of dieting every 3 days if they could comfortably resolve the problem of bodily abnormalities? Unable to earn more points, they tried to take a shortcut through the women in their families, using Zhao Zixuan as an example. After all, Lu Min had successfully navigated this path. Leaving aside the benefits she herself gained, the Qin family, who were only somewhat related to Lu Min, also reaped enormous benefits. That single case of purified water was enough to give the Qin family an advantage on the path of evolution. When Zhao Zixuan learned of this situation, he was both amused and exasperated. Seeing Lu Min's uneasy face, he insisted that he was not that kind of person and that those women who wanted to get into his bed were delusional. Lu Min breathed a slight sigh of relief and, without saying that she was feeling unwell, obediently moved back to her bedroom. Putting everything else aside, the bed was rocked almost all night long. This gave Zhao Zixuan great satisfaction, and the next day, he found Wang Shihe's bald head much more pleasing to the eye. This farce lasted for half a month, and not a single woman was able to knock on Zhao Zixuan's door at night, let alone obtain resources by climbing into his bed. Most people chose to give up, with only a few who were confident in their figure and appearance still clinging to hope. One of them was young, only 18 years old, with a lovely name, Rong Xiuxiu. Another was beautiful, 26 years old, tall and slender, and before the cataclysm, she was a moderately famous online model named Wei Xiaoran. The third had incredibly exquisite makeup, wearing a princess dress that made her look like a delicate porcelain doll. She claimed to be named Wang Zian, but her real age was unknown. Like gold being sifted from sand, the remaining three are considered the best. It was the successive appearances of these three women that made Lu Min's attention completely focused on Zhao Zixuan. At this time, Lu Min's sense of crisis was at its peak, and she didn't care about Chun Kuan's family at all. She was glued to Zhao Zixuan's side almost 24 hours a day, and she became more and more obedient to Zhao Zixuan's requests. Knocking on the door in the middle of the night wasn't enough. Whenever Zhao Zixuan went downstairs, these three women would swarm around him like sharks smelling fish within minutes. This annoyed Zhao Zixuan. There was no other way. After breaking through 90 evolution points, his mental value reached 16.8. Don't underestimate these few points of mental growth. It made Zhao Zixuan's perception ability extremely strong. Although these women were all gentle and affectionate, Zhao Zixuan did not actually have a good impression of them. All their performances seemed somewhat fake. No matter how well they disguised themselves, this perception, which originated from the spiritual level, was like a thorn in Zhao Zixuan's throat, making him unable to like them at all. It's pitiful that these women are posing and trying so hard to show their best side, but it's like lighting a lamp for a blind person. All their efforts are in vain. The disaster has entered its 6th month, accompanied by torrential rain. The water level rose to the 22nd floor, forcing 6 more families to abandon their homes before the floodwaters submerged them. Fortunately, the order in the stairwell is not bad now. Although they live in the stairwell, no one causes trouble. They have also successfully joined the survival club and can earn food by working. We can't let them starve. In terms of recruiting members, the survival club has a low threshold. As long as you agree with the idea of maintaining order, you can join. Of course, as the floodwaters rise higher, the amount of floating debris on the surface decreases at a visible rate. After all, it's no longer the early stages of the Great Flood. As a coastal city, Shanghai has already been completely swallowed by the sea. The strong winds and torrential rains only blow floating objects on the sea toward the shore. Although their buildings block some of the water flow, the amount of supplies they can retain is limited. No matter which building or unit, the survivors will try every means to obtain usable supplies from the water. The reduction in resources on the water's surface directly results in a decrease in the number of sea fish in the shallow waters. The daily harvest has been decreasing during this period, but fortunately, the evolution level of these mutated sea fish has increased, and they can still provide Zhao Zixuan with about 300 energy points every day. On the contrary, Lin Mao and Lao Sun, this fishing duo, had a good harvest, often catching fish weighing 40 or 50 kilograms, and the two of them could also drag giants weighing over 100 kilograms together. What frustrated them was that, despite catching the same 100-pound sea fish, they only managed to catch the first-grade ones. Unlike Zhao Zixuan, who only made one move and obtained a level 1 mutated ribbon fish. What the two were unaware of was that sea fish grow much faster than humans. If it were a level 1 mutated sea fish, regardless of its size, the two of them wouldn't be able to drag it up. Moreover, it's not that they haven't caught anything, but each time they've given up because they're far too weak and have to cut the fishing line. According to Lao Sun's estimation, those large mutated sea fish had exceeded the fishing rod's limit, and even if more people gathered, it would be impossible to pull them up. This is also why the fishing group always consisted of only Lao Sun and Lin Mao. It's not that the technology is lacking, it's just that the equipment is substandard. Moreover, fishing is different from catching fish. Fishing requires a lot of patience. Lin Mao is self-sufficient and his family is not hungry. Lao Sun's income is good and his family is not short of food. So the two of them can endure the loneliness and fish here. Other homeowners are in a different situation. If they don't harvest anything for a day, their food supply becomes very tight. Zhao Zixuan had tried fishing a few times, but his luck wasn't always that good. He rarely got a bite, and all he caught were small fish weighing a few dozen kilograms. This dashed Zhao Zixuan's hopes of quickly gaining evolution points. Zhao Zixuan originally thought that the tranquility of Unit 2 would last for at least a while longer. Unexpectedly, less than a week into the 6th month, the tranquility of the unit was shattered. Because a new force has emerged in the unit, more than a dozen households have joined together and directly entered the bottom-level fish farm. None of these people joined any survival clubs, not even submitted an application. Instead, they chose to band together on their own. At first, they did follow the fishing time set by Zhao Zixuan, going every day at 5 p.m. However, as the number of people in the survival club increased, the time allotted by Zhao Zixuan was simply not enough to catch enough sea fish. In addition, most of the owners on the ground floor had joined the survival club, and no one cared about the fishing time anymore. They could fish for as long as they wanted. With fewer fish than people, conflict quickly broke out. The two sides clashed fiercely. The survival group, which initially outnumbered the others and had a long history of consuming mutated sea fish, generally had an evolution level of around 50%. Overwhelming the residents who hadn't left their homes would have been a piece of cake. But when it really came down to it, the fishing team of nearly 40 people from the survival club was utterly defeated. Of these 12 homeowners, only 18 people came, and each of them had an evolution level of no less than 60%. Beneath the oversized clothing were various grotesque and mutated features. Some were covered in scales, some had grown a second pair of arms, and some had strange eyes on their bodies. Clearly, unlike the survival community's evolutionary approach of suppressing bodily mutations, these 12 homeowners chose to accept the mutations. Moreover, under the influence of this mutation, their eyes turned bloodshot and they became ruthless. One of them could chase down 2 or 3 members of the survival club, and 18 of them took down a club of more than 40 people. The middle-aged man leading the group was a resident of the 28th floor named Yuan Hao. His mutated feature was his large head, unlike others who became bloodthirsty and warlike after evolution. A glint of wisdom flashed in Yuan Hao's eyes. For him, the brain mutation was the greatest gift from God. This allows him to see problems more clearly and make plans more easily. Through this period of observation, he believes he has seen through the true nature of the entire survival club, and with their evolved capabilities, replacing them would be a piece of cake. Tell Zhao Zixuan that from today onwards, he won't be in charge of these 2 units alone. We'll split the bottom fishing grounds equally between our 2 families, with us in the morning and you in the afternoon. If he's not happy about it, let him come find me. Yuan Hao's large face was full of domineering aura. His domineering aura stemmed from his confidence in his own strength. As early as when Qin Wu first emerged, he secretly rallied people to form an alliance. He persuaded 12 households to join his alliance and elect him as their leader. Their initial target was Qin Wu, but after Qin Wu was killed, Zhao Zixuan became their second target. Unlike Qin Wu's perverse actions, Zhao Zixuan's performance was very convincing. They were originally a self-preservation alliance and should have disbanded after order was restored in the stairwell. Yuan Hao calmed everyone down, explaining that Zhao Zixuan was too bloodthirsty and that if the dragon-slaying youth were to turn into a vicious dragon, the damage he would cause would be even more severe than that caused by Qin Wu. He also cited the historical figure Zhu Yuanzhang as an example, successfully persuading the 12 homeowners to abandon their idea of dissolving the alliance. Subsequently, as the level of evolution improved, mutations began to appear, and Zhao Zixuan quickly released a method to suppress the mutations. But Yuan Hao scoffed at this, believing that mutation is the future that humanity should firmly move towards. To slow down the rate of evolution simply to maintain a human form is the most foolish thing to do. It's not hard to understand. If you slow down your evolutionary speed to avoid mutation, while others choose to evolve at a faster mutation rate, the outcome is self-evident once the gap between the two widens. At that time, Zhao Zixuan was at the height of his power, and the spring gun in his hand was also quite lethal. Therefore, Yuan Hao and the others could only continue to stay in their rooms and gather their strength. Of course, staying completely confined to their rooms was impossible, so they tried every means to obtain the meat of mutated sea fish and seabirds, maintaining an extremely rapid rate of evolution. Of course, most of the mutated fish and bird meat they obtained came from the survival community. After all, in order to mitigate the mutation, the members of the guild slowed down the evolution speed, which meant that the exchange points for mutated sea fish and seabird meat were not high. It was not difficult for these people to secretly purchase them with the food they had on hand. By the end of May, their evolutionary level had reached a high level, and their physical mutations had become more pronounced. Originally, Yuan Hao's plan was to wait another month until one of them could complete the first evolution before taking control of the entire unit. However, this unbridled mutation and evolution has a huge impact on people's mental state. Seeing the members of the survival club working so hard every day has a tremendous psychological effect on them. Moreover, Yuan Hao underestimated the extent to which physical mutations affect the mind, making people bloodthirsty, irritable, and impulsive. The members were getting restless, and it was clear that they couldn't be contained any longer. So Yuan Hao had no choice but to change his plans and leave seclusion ahead of schedule. However, the original plan to directly absorb the survival club was changed to parallel development, which proves that they still have some reservations about Zhao Zixuan, this ruthless person. The fishing team, thoroughly humiliated, carried the severely injured and unconscious Li Yong back to the 52nd floor. Chapter 31: Zhao Zixuan's terrifying strength. Zhao Zixuan, who was exercising, was startled. Seeing everyone covered in wounds and filled with fear, he thought that another inescapable mass of monsters had entered the lower waters. After listening to everyone's excited chatter about what had happened, Zhao Zixuan's face darkened. Is it Yuan Hao from the 28th floor? I don't think I've offended him. Since the survival club was established, almost all the individual players at the bottom have been absorbed by the club. Moreover, some homeowners who lost their houses or ran out of food supplies also gained the means to survive by joining survival groups, and everything became orderly, which greatly reduced Zhao Zixuan's vigilance. He assumed that even if a crisis occurred, it would come from outside, and that no one in the stairwell could provoke the survival club. Unexpectedly, reality slapped them in the face. Besides the survival club, there was actually a second force hiding in the stairwell. Mutant Evolution Alliance. This is the name of the organization to which Yuan Hao belongs. As you can tell from their names, they chose to accept mutation. No wonder they've been staying at home all the time. But how did they manage to evolve to a level far beyond that of the other members of the survival club? According to everyone's description, the fishing team's loss was not unjust. At this moment, Li Yong, who had been seriously injured and unconscious, also woke up. Li Yong, what do you think of those people's abilities? Li Yong opened his mouth, and you could still see scarlet blood inside. Clearly, as Zhao Zixuan's confidant and the captain of the survival club's fishing team, he became a prime target for Yuan Hao and his associates. Boss, their level of evolution is very high, and those mutations make their attacks more unpredictable and their defenses stronger. Li Yong was very unwilling. The entire club was thriving and everything was developing well. At this time, a mutated evolution alliance appeared and defeated the strongest fishing team in the survival club as soon as it made a move. Fortunately, the other party did not kill them. Otherwise, probably few of the more than 40 fishing team members would have returned unharmed. Li Yong's mutation level is 65%, and removing the mutation features from his body does indeed affect his evolution speed. To be able to severely injure Li Yong, the opposing team must have at least one powerful individual with an evolution level of over 70%. Zhao Zixuan was not worried about this level of evolution. Even if these 12 homeowners formed a powerful alliance, Zhao Zixuan did not take them seriously. However, he felt somewhat uneasy. In this catastrophe, how many people chose to mutate and evolve? In one unit too, 12 households and more than 30 people suddenly appeared. There are still 60 or 70 households in Unit 2 that have not yet emerged. Could they also be secretly organizing new groups? The Mutant Evolution Alliance was simply the first one to emerge because it couldn't hold back any longer. As the head of the survival club, Zhao Zixuan had to consider these possibilities. Boss, I'm going to negotiate with them. We're all human. Isn't it better to follow the rules? Lin Mao stood up, his face full of anger. The opponent attacked too suddenly. By the time he and Lao Sun arrived, the battle was already over. Although Li Mao missed the battle, the ferocity emanating from the opponent was more intense than he had ever seen before. He was furious, and even more worried that Zhao Zixuan would act rashly and lead the entire survival club to fight to the death with the other side. Although there are many owners of survival clubs, there are not many young and middle-aged laborers. The fishing team was defeated, and everyone was injured. Zhao Zixuan could only gather no more than 20 able-bodied young men. The 18 people on the other side who made the move were generally more evolved than those on the other side, and they also had mutated characteristics as a trump card. Lin Mao did not think that Zhao Zixuan could win in a head-on confrontation. The order they have worked so hard to establish must not be destroyed by these thugs. No need. It seems I haven't made a move in too long, and those people have become arrogant. Zhao Zixuan got up, put on the new soft armor that Lu Min had sewn for him, and grabbed the second-generation spring gun hanging on the wall. The number of springs has increased to 18, and they are high-strength springs, making their lethality incomparable to the original spring gun. Most importantly, compared to weapons like single-edged swords and fire axes, he was more proficient with spring guns. Even now, he still does basic sprint training every day. It can be said that apart from his iron fists, the spring gun is the weapon that allows him to best utilize his strength. Moreover, the second-generation spring gun has a kill radius of 50 meters, which is definitely a deadly weapon indoors. Boss, I'll go with you. 7 or 8 men in the fishing team, who weren't seriously injured, stood up. Zhao Zixuan did not refuse. Wenwen, I'm leaving this to you. Call Dr. Jiang to treat everyone's injuries. Jiang Wenwen opened her mouth, but didn't know how to persuade her, so she could only nod helplessly. If they've gone too far in bullying us, there's no point in not reacting. Otherwise, Zhao Zixuan's survival club would have no reason to exist. But if they actually went to fight, she was worried about Zhao Zixuan's safety. As if sensing her worry, Zhao Zixuan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Those people are nothing but dirt to me. I'll be back in a bit. Amin, come and help too." Lu Min nodded, knowing full well that this incident was a test for the survival club. If Zhao Zixuan wins, the survival club will remain the strongest force in the unit. The order they established will continue to exist. If Zhao Zixuan loses, it means the person in charge of the unit will change, and no one dares to say what will happen to the order of the entire unit. But when you think about how those people can ignore their physical mutations just to gain power, what kind of good people are they? So everyone was holding their breath, and even Li Yong and the others, despite their injuries, insisted on going with Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan smiled and declined. "Old Wang, want to come with me to meet those bastards?" Wang Shihe stood solemnly at the entrance of 5201. He lifted his large clothes to reveal the protective suit underneath. "I will naturally not refuse the boss's orders." Wang Shihe and his family agreed to join Zhao Zixuan's core group at the end of last month. However, Wang Shihe still doesn't like Zhao Zixuan and often calls him kid, and this is the first time Zhao Zixuan has heard him call him boss. A surge of heroic spirit suddenly rose in my heart. Let's go then. Let those arrogant fools feel what the iron fist of justice is like. Those who chose to follow Zhao Zixuan selected weapons, mostly hammers and clubs, which were good for intimidating people but had very little killing power. Few people even dared to choose knives and axes. The survival club's requirements for its members were too low. These people could only go along to boost morale. Expecting them to fight the enemy was a joke. This scene was witnessed by Zhao Zixuan and Wang Shihe, who were in the lead. Zhao Zixuan remained non-committal, while Wang Shihe's expression became even more solemn. "Boss, is the revolver I gave you still with it?" Zhao Zixuan nodded as he walked briskly forward. Wang Shihe suddenly pulled something out of his pocket and stuffed it into Zhao Zixuan's hand. Zhao Zixuan looked and saw 6 bright yellow pistol bullets. "I told you that old bastard had bullets. I lied to him before." Sure enough, the old man is cunning. Zhao Zixuan stopped and drew a revolver from his waistband. The faces of the other homeowners who were with him changed. Besides the spring gun, Boss Zhao also had a pistol. Zhao Zixuan flicked his wrist, opened the revolver, and loaded 6 bullets into it one by one in front of everyone. "Turn off the safety pin and tuck it back into your lower back." When he turned around again, everyone's gazes were burning with desire as they looked at him. With the weapon of equality for all beings, they have secured their victory in this battle. No wonder Boss Zhao was so confident. Even if those guys had scales on their bodies, they couldn't withstand the bullets. Thinking back on the arrogance of those people before, everyone secretly hoped that they would come to their doom. They're not good at fighting tough battles, but they can still make a name for themselves in favorable situations. Besides, after Zhao Laoda defeats the enemy, he needs someone to capture prisoners. The group rushed straight to the fishing grounds on the 22nd floor, and all the fishing gear that originally belonged to the survival club ended up in the hands of Yuan Hao and his companions. The more than 20 fish caught earlier naturally became the spoils of Yuan Hao and his companions. These people were perhaps too confident in their abilities, as none of them were on guard. Several people gathered around the fish basket, crushed several large fish with their hands, and tore off pieces of the mutated sea fish meat to stuff into their mouths. The faces of the group were filled with rapture. Yuan Hao also picked one up, used his sharpened fingernails to cut open the scales of the mutated sea fish, tore off a piece of bright red fish meat, and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. Fresh seafood tastes much better. Marinated or frozen seafood doesn't taste nearly as good. Sure enough, the mutated sea fish tasted best when caught and killed fresh, and perhaps it was just their imagination, but the fresh sea fish meat gave them a stronger feeling of fullness. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, and quite a few people quickly dropped what they were holding and gathered behind Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao immediately spotted Zhao Zixuan, who was walking at the front, still so young and radiant, without a single sign of mutation. Yuan Hao pushed his mutated brain to carefully sense the situation, wanting to determine the extent of evolution of the leader of Unit 2. His expression turned ugly. He couldn't sense the slightest aura of evolution from Zhao Zixuan. This indicates two things. Either Zhao Zixuan's evolution level has not reached 30%, so he cannot be considered a true evolver, or Zhao Zixuan's evolution level far exceeds his own, and the other party has some means to conceal this evolution information, making it impossible for him to perceive it. Yuan Hao's brain raced, trying to guess which possibility was more likely. When he saw the menacing spring gun in Zhao Zixuan's hand, he initially judged that the first possibility was more likely. After all, Zhao Zixuan has always advocated normal evolution, so his evolution speed will not be too fast. He killed Qin Wu before not by his evolutionary strength, but by the weapon in his hand. Yuan Hao grinned, revealing a slightly ferocious smile. Boss Zhao, I didn't expect us to meet under these circumstances. I personally admire your actions in killing Qin Wu and restoring order, but you were too weak afterward. Gangs shouldn't be run like that. A truly powerful gang isn't about how many members it has, but about a strong and united core. Like us. Even though we only have 12 households, we cooperated closely and defeated a fishing team twice our size. Don't say I didn't leave you a way out. With our strength, half a day of fishing shouldn't be too much for us. Yuan Hao's tone wasn't harsh, but everyone could hear the confidence in his words. Zhao Zixuan glanced at them. At them? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Your 70% evolution level. Yuan Hao's heart sank suddenly. How could he sense his own level of evolution? Could he be a powerful evolver who can't even sense his own level? Impossible. He had calculated carefully that there couldn't be anyone in the entire corridor with a higher level of evolution than him, let alone someone so advanced that he couldn't see the end of the tunnel. Boss Zhao disagrees? I agree to your nonsense. Don't think I don't know you're secretly buying mutated sea fish meat. I just didn't care. I never thought my tolerance would nurture such a bunch of scourges. Yuan Hao's side was furious at Zhao Zixuan's impolite words. They're so arrogant, they don't even respect them. Go to hell, you damn boss. Go to hell. A figure suddenly rushed out from behind Yuan Hao, moving at an alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, it turns out it has 4 legs, and the 2 newly grown legs are covered in black fur. Each time he stepped on the ground, there was a dull thud, clearly much more powerful than his own leg. The other person aimed a punch at Zhao Zixuan's face, trying to send him flying. The next second, Zhao Zixuan caught his fist as he threw it. Zhao Zixuan then exerted his strength, and the 200-pound man was swung away like a windmill, crashing into the ceiling with a loud thud before falling into the water several meters away. Yuan Hao and his group stared wide-eyed. Xiao Wu's evolution level was close to 70%. He wasn't the strongest among them, but he was still one of the top ones. His mutated legs greatly increase his speed and impact. She was as fragile as a toy when facing Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan handed the spring gun to Wang Shihua, who was standing next to him. You overestimated them. None of you should make a move. It's been a long time since you've sparred with anyone. Your bones are all rusty. Zhao Zixuan smiled, and those who had sparred with him subconsciously shivered. Zhao Laoda's iron fist is so powerful that no one who has experienced it wants to come back a second time. Zhao Zixuan exerted force with both legs and suddenly rushed into Yuan Hao's group. His speed was even faster than Xiao Wu's, who had attacked him earlier. Stop him! Yuan Hao roared, and the people behind him sprang into action. No matter how strong you are, there are 17 of us. Some used weapons, some used claws, and some used tails. The attack methods were bizarre and varied, but without exception, they all failed. Zhao Zixuan was like a wolf among sheep. With every punch he threw, someone was sent flying. With screams echoing one after another, no one could withstand a single blow from Zhao Zixuan. The onlookers from the gang almost popped their eyes out. Was Boss Zhao even human? Has he evolved to 100% and entered the next stage? Yuan Hao's eyes were filled with shock. He had underestimated the heroes of the world, actually believing that Zhao Zixuan hadn't activated his evolution. This couldn't just be described as being blind to talent. It was downright blindness. With Yuan Hao being punched to his knees by Zhao Zixuan, the mutated evolution gang, which had only been out for a few days and hadn't even had a chance to show its fangs, was easily wiped out by Zhao Zixuan. Cough, cough. Yuan Hao lay face down in front of Zhao Zixuan and vomited violently, as if he wanted to vomit up his internal organs. Zhao Zixuan's last punch was very strange. Unlike the others who were sent flying by his punch, he sent a peculiar vibration into his abdomen, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even with this stirring, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. That punch was effective, but unfortunately, it didn't reach the level of the legendary internal force. I still need to keep practicing. Zhao Zixuan shook his head. In his previous life, he had heard that when martial arts were cultivated to a certain level, one could develop hidden strength in addition to visible strength. A top-tier master of internal energy can unleash a punch that leaves no visible injury on the surface, but shatters all the internal organs. Of course, legends may not be true, and Zhao Zixuan is just experimenting. So far, the path of internal strength may not be wrong, but he has not yet found a complete way to exert force. Old Wang, how about we pick an opponent to try? Zhao Zixuan, having had a good time, took a deep breath and spoke to the stunned crowd in the distance. Chapter 32. There are quite a few old silver coins among the owners. Wang Shi's face showed undisguised shock. In such a short time, Zhao Zixuan's strength has become even more terrifying. Back then, the two could fight each other on equal terms, but if they were to fight again, his performance wouldn't be any better than Yuan Hao's. After all, in order to shed his black scales, his evolution speed during this period was not fast, barely reaching 70%. Who would have thought that such a ruthless group of people were hiding in the stairwell unit, ignoring the mutation and focusing solely on increasing their strength? Unfortunately, they emerged too early. If they had been given another month or two to develop and evolve to 100%, they could still unleash formidable power even without starting the next stage of evolution. Wang Shi was not clear about Zhao Zixuan's level of evolution, but according to his and Jiang Xuyin's deduction, Zhao Zixuan's level of evolution was probably close to 90%. After all, Zhao Zixuan had no shortage of mutated sea beast meat, as well as mutated tuna and mutated ribbon fish that had reached level 1. The fish meat never came out. Old Wang and Dr. Zhang's deductions were not far off from the actual situation. Zhao Zixuan's evolution value has now reached 91%. With each punch, the power was 3 to 5 times greater than before. Combined with extraordinary speed and extremely fast reaction time, the results were not exaggerated. Lin Mao, I'm entrusting these people to you. If they do something wrong, they have to pay the price. I don't want a bunch of crazy people in the unit who don't care about anything for power. Lin Mao nodded subconsciously. Then his upright face was filled with distress. Zhao Zixuan has given him a difficult problem. These dozen or so people are all at a higher level of evolution than him. He is not Zhao Zixuan, who possesses overwhelming martial prowess. Zhao Zixuan seemed to sense Lin Mao's predicament. He reached out and grabbed Yuan Hao's big head, lifting him up. Yuan Hao, right? Do you still want to share half the time? At this moment, Yuan Hao's face was deathly pale. Where was his previous high spirits? The way he looked at Zhao Zixuan was as if he were looking at a monster, filled with unspeakable fear. Why? He had calculated carefully that these people, in order to reduce the alienation of their bodies, must have evolved much slower than them. Why was Zhao Zixuan's evolution level so high? He might even have completed the first stage of evolution. Yuan Hao's pupils contracted as he thought of the 2 large mutated sea fish that had fallen into Zhao Zixuan's hands. He underestimated his opponent. He and his group had already reached their current level by consuming low-level mutated sea fish, so Zhao Zixuan's evolution speed, Consuming higher-level mutated sea fish would definitely be faster than he imagined. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. Yuan Hao was filled with regret. He had come out too early and acted too arrogantly. I lost. Do with me as you please. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Zixuan's face. He grabbed Yuan Hao's head with his right hand and exerted force with his 5 fingers instantly. Yuan Hao's expression changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to let out a painful sound. Trying to be tough in front of me? I'd like to see just how tough you really are. Ouch, it hurts. My head is going to explode. I was wrong, Boss Zhao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have harbored ambitions. I surrender to you. I surrender to you with my gang. Zhao Zixuan tossed it to the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. There are no ambitious people who are not afraid of death. Yuan Hao clutched his enormous head and wailed incessantly. He was just a hair's breadth away from having his head crushed by Zhao Zixuan's massive, steel-like hand. The fear of death haunted him, but he never doubted Zhao Zixuan's ruthlessness, because the other party had more than one life on his hands. Lin Mao, didn't you want to spread the club's philosophy to every homeowner? These troublemakers are your first batch of targets for transformation. I want to see your abilities. If you can transform these people well, you will be the image ambassador of our survival club. Lin Mao's eyes gleamed. As one of the earliest homeowners to respond to Zhao Zixuan, Lin Mao never entered the core of the community. Instead, Li Yong, who led the fishing, was accepted by Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan never mentioned any benefits of joining the core layer, but Li Yong's family went to the 53rd floor every 3 days. Li Yong himself showed fewer and fewer mutated features, yet his evolutionary level was slightly faster than theirs. Even a fool would understand that the core members could at least obtain a sufficient supply of purified water from Zhao Zixuan. Even though Lin Mao is single and has accumulated a lot of points, a bottle of purified water costing 20 points is still too expensive. Therefore, Lin Mao still had high hopes of joining the core of the organization. In Lin Mao's view, becoming the image ambassador of the organization should be considered as being in the core group, right? Don't worry, boss. I will do my best to change these people's minds. Seeing Lin Mao, who seemed to be on steroids, Zhao Zixuan smiled. Defeating the opponent is easy, but dealing with them is quite tricky. He definitely can't kill them. He can't possibly kill all 30+ people in these 12 households, or he'd become a serial killer. Moreover, it's no longer the time when Qin Wu was around. The entire unit too is stable and orderly. At least the owners of the houses that were flooded have food to eat. And because of the existence of the survival club, the owners living in the stairwells don't have to worry about being harmed by others. Zhao Zixuan did not accept women who wanted to take shortcuts by climbing into their beds, and there were basically no bullies in the gang. With Zhao Zixuan's infamous reputation suppressing them, the entire corridor became even more peaceful. Zhao Zixuan did not want to disrupt this peace, so he only had 2 ways to deal with these ambitious people: transformation and expulsion. After all, civilization has only been gone for a short time. These people are just fools who have become arrogant after gaining power. As long as Zhao Zixuan's power can suppress them, it will not be difficult to change their minds. Of course, Zhao Zixuan wouldn't do such a troublesome thing himself. There was no one in the entire gang more suitable for brainwashing than Lin Mao. As for driving him away, Zhao Zixuan only considered it for a moment before giving up. With the wind and rain raging outside, how are they supposed to get out? Should we kick them out from the top floor and let them wreak havoc on other units? That would just be creating a future problem for ourselves. Moreover, keeping these people around has its advantages. It serves as a deterrent to homeowners who are still hiding at home and haven't gone out. The appearance of Yuan Hao and his group served as a wake-up call for Zhao Zixuan. He had been too lenient and overly tolerant of these homeowners. As a result, Yuan Hao, an ambitious individual, was raised right under his nose. Are there any other homeowners like Yuan Hao? Could there be others who are even more deeply hidden than Yuan Hao? While he himself can awaken the evolution supermarket system, others may also experience changes. This is an apocalyptic disaster, not a time travel event. So Zhao Zixuan is not the only one who is special. Old Wang, select 5 people from the fishing team to form a unit verification team and register all the information of the unit's owners who haven't shown up yet. Pay special attention to recording their evolution level and physical mutations. I'll have Wenwen do the statistics for the members of the guild. Since the survival guild is to maintain the established order throughout the unit, we can't be too lenient. Wang Shi nodded. He had originally planned to have a proper discussion with Zhao Zixuan about the club's future after this matter was resolved. Zhao Zixuan had been too laissez-faire in managing the club before. As long as order was maintained, he basically left most of the daily affairs to himself. The fact that a unit first had Qin Wu, and then Yuan Hao, an ambitious man, should serve as a wake-up call for Zhao Zixuan. There are still dozens of households in this unit living their own lives with their doors closed, and 4 other units in the building are connected by rooftop balconies. We are only in the early stages of evolution. Human strength has already increased tenfold. Once we break through the early stages and enter the next stage, how much will human strength expand? Will we awaken any strange or unusual abilities? Before the catastrophe, the internet was full of apocalyptic stories, and once someone awakened a special ability, a power struggle was inevitable. After all, the Chinese have the deep-seated idea of becoming kings and hegemons. Who wouldn't want to sit in the north and face the south, ruling as the sole ruler? The mutation evolution community established by Yuan Hao and 12 other homeowners lasted only half a day before being swiftly destroyed by Zhao Zixuan. Afterwards, the 12 households were evicted from their houses and all gathered in one room to receive ideological education from Lin Mao. All the grain stored in the house was confiscated. Zhao Zixuan didn't kill anyone, but that doesn't mean he didn't injure anyone. All the able-bodied men in these 12 households were injured. Even the lightest result of being hit by Zhao Zixuan's iron fist is a bone fracture. That battle shattered everyone's ambitions. Faced with Zhao Zixuan's terrifying strength, they were as vulnerable as children. At this moment, they felt only relief that Zhao Zixuan hadn't killed them. Zhao Zixuan is no saint. He is a ruler who rose to power through bloodshed. At this point, all they could do was obediently accept Lin Mao's ideological re-education. Especially Yuan Hao, who was sitting at the very front, had 5 palm-shaped bumps on his huge head, which proved how terrifying Zhao Zixuan's large hand was gripping his head. Lin Mao made Yuan Hao sit in the front row to demonstrate Zhao Zixuan's strength and shatter any illusions these guys might have. Lin Mao wanted to tell them through this method that in Unit 2 of Building 52, joining the survival club was the only right path. Only by following Zhao Zixuan could they have a future. Lin Mao still had doubts in his heart. Zhao Zixuan, who was always very bloodthirsty, actually restrained his killing intent this time. Of course, he was happy to see this, so he naturally wouldn't ask. Wang Shihe's operation did not go smoothly. There are still 66 households that have not joined the survival club or followed Yuan Hao in the rebellion. Among them, 42 households did not simply stay at home. Occasionally, some of them would go down to the bottom to fish or trade for supplies. So when Wang Shihe and his men came to their door, after some hesitation, they still opened their doors and accepted the survival club's inspection and registration. The remaining 24 households were extremely vigilant and refused to open the door no matter how much Wang Shihe assured them. When the information was gathered and sent to Zhao Zixuan, he couldn't help but frown. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up, and what you found was quite shocking. Of the 42 households that cooperated with the work, 8 had a significantly higher level of evolution. Of course, none of these 8 households had an evolution level exceeding 70%. But the fact that these people had quietly evolved to this level was truly a thorn in Zhao Zixuan's side. Sure enough, there's never a shortage of cunning old foxes. If it weren't for Yuan Hao's riot this time, once these guys broke through to the first level evolvers, the order he established would probably have been truly challenged. What should be done about the remaining 24 homeowners who refused to open their doors? Zhao Zixuan gathered the core team members together to discuss the matter. Zixuan, based on what I understand, 8 of these 24 households haven't left their homes even once since the disaster began. The remaining 16 households have been going out to exchange for supplies quite a bit, and the most common item they've exchanged is mutated seafood canned goods. Wang Shihe, holding the mutated seafood canned goods exchange records he got from Lu Chunhua, quickly discovered that half of the mutated seafood canned goods that had been exchanged ended up in the hands of Yuan Hao and his group, while the rest mostly went to these 16 households. Wang Shihe was somewhat frightened. Fortunately, Yuan Hao had acted out this time. Otherwise, once these people broke through their evolution levels, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. Old Wang, what do you mean? They can stay away, but we need to cut off the supply of mutated meat. If they want mutated sea fish, they'll have to catch them themselves. Wang Shihe had a lot of complaints about Zhao Zixuan's previous points redemption method. Knowing full well that mutated sea fish meat has a good evolutionary effect, they do not regulate it at all. As long as you have enough points or exchange items, you can easily get it, and there are no restrictions on the quantity. Wang Shihe's words made Jiang Wenwen lower her head in shame. She had always been in charge of the club's points and resource exchange. She never considered that the mutated fish meat that was exchanged would one day become a resource for others to use against their gang. Brother, it's all my fault, Uncle Wang. I will strictly control all exchanges of mutated sea fish meat in the future. This kind of oversight will never happen again. Jiang Wenwen sincerely apologized. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that these people would be so ambitious and have such a long-term vision? Zhao Zixuan said with a wry smile. Because he has access to the evolution supermarket, he doesn't value these supplies and food. Moreover, he believes that ensuring everyone has enough to eat is his most basic responsibility as the head of the organization. He hadn't considered that the members of those groups would buy large quantities of mutated sea fish meat and then exchange it for owners who hadn't joined, profiting from the price difference. The end result is that the evolution speed of community members slows down, while those who stay at home and don't go out evolve at a rapid pace. The root cause is the loose management of the survival organization and the lack of attitude towards evolution, which leads to each member having their own calculations and not having much sense of identification with the organization. Yuan Hao's incident has served as a wake-up call for us. I think this is a good opportunity to reorganize the gang. We are here to survive the apocalypse, not to play house like children. Wang Shihe said seriously. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Zixuan was tinged with anger at his lack of ambition. So what if you're strong? Can you maintain that strength and crush everyone indefinitely? If someone's level of evolution surpasses yours, and their strength surpasses yours, who can you rely on? Zhao Zixuan nodded, agreeing with Lao Wang's words. Old Wang, before the catastrophe you were a leader in a state-owned enterprise, and you're a professional in management. I am now officially appointing you as the general manager of the Survival Guild, responsible for the overall restructuring of the guild. Wang Shihe's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhao Zixuan with a serious expression. Are you really willing to hand over this power to me? Zhao Zixuan grinned. Of course. If I didn't trust you, why would I let you join the core team? Go ahead and do your job with confidence. Leave any troublemakers to me. Wang Shihe was stunned for a moment. Then his last bit of apprehension about Zhao Zixuan dissipated, and he nodded solemnly, accepting the task. Chapter 33: Reorganizing the Clubs and the Rooftop Hunting Ground. Zhao Zixuan was not surprised that Wang Shihe accepted the appointment. The old man was willing to give up being a criminal investigator to join a state-owned enterprise back then, just to become a leader. His desire for power must have been considerable. As for his abilities, Zhao Zixuan didn't actually have many options. After all, of the few people he has included in his core team, only Wang Shihe has management experience. Zhao Zixuan himself is an engineer, and his expertise in mechanics far surpasses his understanding of human nature. Jiang Wenwen is a literature major and had little work experience before the disaster. Lu Min is even less experienced than Jiang Wenwen. Zhao Zixuan doesn't even know her educational background, only that she was a housewife before the disaster. Lu Chunhua has both education and ability, but as an accountant, she is not capable of leading an entire organization. Finally, there's Li Yong, a burly fishing team leader who's an expert in fishing techniques, but turns out to be an IT guy. When Zhao Zixuan first learned about his major, he was genuinely surprised. As for the other owners, most joined the survival club simply to make a living, or they were opportunists who always wanted to encourage Zhao Zixuan to abuse his power. Their goal was simple: to take advantage of Zhao Zixuan's influence. How could Zhao Zixuan possibly include such people in his core circle? There were a few good young men, but their families all had various problems, and Zhao Zixuan felt it was inappropriate to include them directly in the core group. As of now, the person with the highest level of evolution in the entire core layer is naturally Zhao Zixuan. The second person is not Li Yong, nor Wang Shihe, but Dr. Jiang Shuyun, who is busy with biological experiments all day long. She is the only one besides Zhao Zixuan whose evolution level has reached over 75%. The third is that Li Yong's evolution level is around 70%. The next one is suitable for Wang, around 65%. Following Wang Shihe is not Lu Chunhua, but Jiang Wenwen and Lu Min, who have just broken through 60%. As Zhao Zixuan's most trusted confidants, the two ate the same food as Zhao Zixuan, so their evolution speed was naturally faster than others. However, Their evolution speed was too slow in the early stages. Even though they evolved frantically with Zhao Zixuan during this period, they have only just broken through 60%. Moreover, in order to accelerate the evolutionary process as quickly as possible, both women retained some of the mutated characteristics. Two small, delicate hairpins stood out in Lu Min's updo. Moreover, the material of the jade pendant is extremely special, and every time Zhao Zixuan touches it, it causes Lu Min to tremble all over. Moreover, according to Lu Min, these two small jade horns can amplify her perception, especially in wind and rain, with a maximum detection distance of 300 meters. Zhao Zixuan was unaware of Jiang Wenwen's mutation characteristics. Every time he asked her, she would change the subject. Zhao Zixuan also glanced at Jiang Wenwen's front more than once, and the size hadn't changed much from before. Zhao Zixuan didn't insist on this. After all, he could strip Lu Min naked every day to check on her mutation, but he couldn't strip Jiang Wenwen naked as well. Even though Zhao Zixuan had come to believe through the system that it was now an apocalyptic natural disaster, he still fundamentally adhered to the tradition of monogamy. Regarding his two-timing scheme, Zhao Zixuan is currently in a state of having the desire but not the courage to do so. Moreover, Jiang Wenwen is still too young, and Zhao Zixuan considers himself a basketball enthusiast, not a leg fetishist. Then came Lu Chunhua, her son Sun Xiaowei, and Li Yong's wife Qian Mingming, all of whom had evolved to around 50%. The reason why the three of them evolved so slowly was not because they lacked mutated sea fish meat, but because they could not accept the alienated characteristics on their bodies and wasted a lot of time trying to eliminate them. Zhao Zixuan knew about the alienation characteristics of Lu Chunhua and Sun Xiaowei, but he had never asked about the alienation characteristics of Li Yong's wife, Qian Mingming. However, every time he saw Qian Mingming holding her child, he felt that she did not look too well. I don't know if it's because of a mutation in my body or because of a natural disaster that caused me to not take good care of myself during my postpartum period, which left me with health problems. This is the result of the evolution of everyone in Zhao Zixuan's core layer. If Zhao Zixuan hadn't possessed overwhelming strength, the core members would have fared much worse if they had encountered Yuan Hao and his rebel group. So after discussing the reform of the club, Zhao Zixuan hoped that the core members would start to pay attention to evolution and try their best to improve their own level of evolution. Even if they don't need to fight, increasing their self-defense capabilities can reduce Zhao Zixuan's worries. Faced with Zhao Zixuan's serious reminder, Lu Chunhua and Li Yong both lowered their heads. Lu Chunhua knew that her evolution level was somewhat low, but she simply couldn't accept the idea of accelerating her evolution despite the mutations in her body. Li Yong felt ashamed. Zhao Zixuan had been so good to him, yet he had failed to protect him from the crisis. Li Yong secretly resolved that he would rather retain more of the mutated characteristics than not accelerate the evolutionary process as quickly as possible. He was severely injured and unconscious by Yuan Hao and others, which not only disgraced the entire gang, but also betrayed Zhao Zixuan's trust. This internal meeting was short, but its subsequent impact was enormous. With Zhao Zixuan's support, Wang Shihe from Class 5201 became the club's general manager, taking full charge of the Survival Club's reforms. Wang Shihe disrupted the original structure of the Survival Club and re-established a finance department, points department, mission department, miscellaneous items department, medical department, and armed forces department. The finance department was headed by Lu Chunhua, and the so-called finances naturally referred to the food and other supplies held by the Survival Club. The points department is responsible for calculating the points of club members and assisting the finance department in distributing and storing supplies. Jiang Wenwen serves as its head. The tasks department sets various tasks based on the club's needs. Apart from the designated tasks, other tasks are accepted voluntarily by club members. Completing tasks earns reward points, while failing deducts points. The department head is concurrently held by Wang Shihe. The Miscellaneous Affairs Department is responsible for fishing on the water and retrieving supplies from the sea. This is essentially the same work previously handled by the fishing team. The department head is Li Yong. The medical department, needless to say, was tailor-made for Dr. Zhang Shuyun. After all, Dr. Zhang was the only one in the entire Survival Club who understood medicine. Naturally, Dr. Zhang Shuyun was also appointed as the department head. As for the final armed department, its purpose was naturally to establish the Survival Club's own armed force. The goal is to cultivate capable allies who can fight alongside Zhao Zixuan. rather than a rabble like the previous fishing team. The ministerial position is held concurrently by Zhao Zixuan, the founder of the association. Wang Shihe was very clever. He gave the most crucial department of the survival club to Zhao Zixuan, indicating that he had no intention of seizing power. The next step was to categorize all the owners of the survival club according to their professions and abilities, and recruit some talents to perform their duties in the 6 departments. Needless to say, the armed forces only recruit young and strong men. The higher their level of evolution, the better. Furthermore, Wang Shihe required these people to undergo full-time training, with the organization providing them with food and purified water. He usually trains with Zhao Zixuan and is the gang's combat specialist. After discussion between Wang Shihe and Zhao Zixuan, the number of personnel in the Armed Forces Department was tentatively set at 7. It's not that Zhao Zixuan didn't want to recruit more people. It's just that there are too few people among the current homeowners who dare to fight and take risks. However, a generous reward always attracts brave men. The Armed Forces Department's treatment attracted many people. The organization provided all the food and water, and they only needed to focus on training. For them, this was a windfall. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan personally served as the Minister of the Armed Forces Department. So it goes without saying that anyone who could enter the Armed Forces Department would become Zhao Zixuan's loyal followers. Lin Mao, who was eager to enter the core level, signed up immediately. Just like when Zhao Zixuan founded the club, he was the first to sign up. Unfortunately, his application was rejected. Lin Mao refused to accept this. He abandoned the prisoners of his ideological reform and ran to the 52nd floor to demand an explanation from Zhao Zixuan. However, he was stopped by Wang Shihe halfway down the street. The two of them talked for a while, and Lin Mao, who had come with a face full of anger, went downstairs with a smile on his face. After that, he worked even harder. Before the catastrophe, he was a salesman and the top salesman in his company. His greatest strength was his silver tongue. Moreover, because of Zhao Zixuan's martial prowess, Yuan Hao and the others were genuinely afraid and truly reformed. In just a few days, the renovations were remarkably effective. The slogans were shouted loudly every day, which greatly annoyed the homeowners who refused to leave their homes. Lin Mao also reported this to Wang Shihe. He not only wanted to reform Yuan Hao and his group who launched the rebellion, but also wanted to influence the homeowners who had not joined the survival club by reforming these people. Let them see that even though Zhao Zixuan launched a rebellion, he didn't kill anyone. You'd better make a choice as soon as possible. It has to be said that Lin Mao has a good mindset as long as he is willing to work hard. Of the remaining 24 stubborn households, 4 voluntarily opened their doors and reported their situation to the survival community. These people have one thing in common. They had a certain status and position before the disaster. Among them are public officials and senior and middle-level managers of enterprises. They are generally highly educated intellectuals. The reason they have persisted until now is not because they have any bad intentions, but simply because they want to wait for the natural disaster to pass and for them to return to civilized society. These people were assimilated soon after they came out and voluntarily submitted applications to the community. Several households were directly recruited by the finance department and the points department because their majors matched their qualifications. As for the armed forces, these people generally have an evolution level of around 30%, so naturally they don't have the strength to enter. After 7 days of selection and evaluation, Zhao Zixuan's Armed Forces Department finally welcomed its first batch of new recruits. 7 young men stood respectfully in front of Zhao Zixuan. 5 of them were from the fishing team, and 2 were owners who had joined the gang later. To Zhao Zixuan's surprise, one of the 5 fishing team members was Chen Kuan. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. If I remember correctly, this kid only has 15. To be selected by the Armed Forces Department, your evolution value must be at least 60%. This kid achieved that at such a young age. He couldn't have gotten it through connections, could he? Zhao Zixuan's gaze fell on Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan, who was unaware of what was going on, tensed up instantly, as if he were being stared at by a terrifying beast, and cold sweat poured out. A hint of surprise flashed through Zhao Zixuan's mind. This kid's evolution had really broken through 60%, and among the 7, his evolution degree was not the lowest. It was at least 65%. The last time I saw him, his evolution value was only around 34 or 35%. In just a month and a half, his evolution value doubled, and it's hard not to say that Lu Min deserves some credit for that. No wonder so many lower-class female homeowners wanted to sleep with him back then. The benefits were simply too obvious. Zhao Zixuan did not have a good impression of Chen Kuan's family. If he were to make the selection, Chen Kuan would definitely not be able to enter the Armed Forces Department. But Wang Shihe didn't know that old Wang was too shrewd. Zhao Zixuan didn't believe that so many homeowners would allow a 15-year-old child to rank at the top. It seems necessary to take some time to talk to Lao Wang. When working for him, I should avoid bringing in the bureaucratic intrigues and social niceties of officialdom. This is not officialdom, nor is it child's play. It is a real possibility that we may face battle and death. Without a foundation of trust, would he dare to entrust his back to the other party? Unaware of Zhao Zixuan's thoughts, and seeing his perpetually cold expression, none of them dared to utter a sound. From today onwards, you are members of the Armed Forces Department, but whether you can become official members depends on your efforts. You have 15 minutes to put on your armor and take your weapons. If you don't finish in 15 minutes, it will be considered an automatic forfeit. Zhao Zixuan's words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They came to report to Zhao Zixuan, but none of them were prepared for battle. Moreover, their floors are generally located on the lower floors, so a round trip would probably take more than 15 minutes. The group exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if Zhao Zixuan had a grudge against them and wanted to kick them all out. Zhao Zixuan did not explain, but slowly took down the armor from the wall and began to put it on. Following his gaze, everyone saw the various armors and weapons on the wall. Some people took a deep breath, ran straight to the wall, took off their armor, and put it on. Anyway, Zhao Zixuan only told them to wear armor, but didn't say whose armor it was. As soon as one person moved, the others reacted, and the 7 of them scrambled for the armor on the wall. Naturally, none of them managed to get the complete armor. No one dared to touch the set Zhao Zixuan was wearing, and the remaining 4 sets of armor were naturally not enough for 7 people. But having something is better than having nothing, and it's better than going downstairs to get your armor and getting eliminated immediately. There was no shortage of weapons on the wall. Some people had taken steel knives, others had taken large, ornate axes. Some people's eyes were fixed on the spring guns hanging in the corner. Of course, that wasn't the second-generation spring gun Zhao Zixuan used, but rather the first-generation spring gun he originally used. Several people picked it up and looked at it, then hung it back on the wall. The pull was good, but it was too light for them. Moreover, this is Zhao Zixuan's signature weapon, and they may not be able to use it skillfully in a short time. Zhao Zixuan nodded inwardly. These people reacted quickly, and their strength genuinely reached over 65%. Once they resolved their courage issue, they could be considered elite. Moreover, most of them chose lethal weapons such as knives and axes, unlike the previous fishing teams who chose sticks and hammers. Clearly, these people had prepared themselves mentally before joining the armed forces. Putting aside whether or not to kill, at the very least one must have the courage to kill. After everyone had chosen their weapons, Zhao Zixuan walked to a corner, picked up a spring gun, and tossed it directly to Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan took the spring gun with a surprised look, wondering why Zhao Zixuan would give him the weapon he had once used. Zhao Zixuan did not explain, but led the person directly up the stairs to the top floor. As everyone opened the door and rushed into the wind and rain, they saw that the rooftop was filled with the cries of seabirds. It was the first time anyone had climbed to the rooftop since the disaster, and they were all shocked to see the densely packed bird nests. No wonder the club always had seabird meat for exchange. It turns out they hunted it from the rooftop. Your task today is to each hunt 3 mutated seabirds. Those who fail will not receive lunch. Zhao Zixuan showed no intention of intervening. These seabirds were more than twice the size of those he had encountered the first time he arrived, and even though Zhao Zixuan had killed quite a few, he couldn't stop their evolution. Moreover, as the water level rose, more and more seabirds gathered on the rooftops. This makes hunting mutated seabirds increasingly difficult. With everyone's evolution level around 65%, they were still struggling to cope with the attacks from these mutated seabirds. The attack must be swift and decisive enough. Otherwise, the sharp beaks and claws of these mutated seabirds can be deadly. Chapter 34: Killing the first level 1 mutant sea eagle. After assigning the tasks, Zhao Zixuan ignored them and walked forward along the densely packed bird nests. Dozens of mutated seabirds flew in the air, surrounding these uninvited guests. Many seabirds had clearly learned their lesson from Zhao Zixuan, this killer star. They would simply circle above him and intimidate him with loud screeching, but would not swoop down to attack. The seabirds above the other people's heads weren't going to be polite, especially since the evolutionary aura emanating from these people was clearly far inferior to that of Zhao Zixuan. These mutated seabirds have evolved not only in their bodies, but also in their brains, knowing which humans they can attack and which they should not provoke. Zhao Zixuan also looked down on these rudimentary seabirds and walked along the top floor toward the center. The larger the central nest, the larger the mutated seabirds appear to be. Zhao Zixuan doesn't come every day. The last time he came was a week ago. The mutated sea eagle in the largest bird's nest in the center was already close to the initial limit. He hasn't come for the past few days, so he doesn't know if it has successfully advanced to the first level. Zhao Zixuan was also helpless. The evolution supermarket required that the goods be at least level 1, so it was useless to have a large number of those evolved seabirds below level 1. Moreover, a person's appetite is limited, and once it reaches 90%, every bit of evolution value growth is different from before. The mutated tuna and mutated ribbonfish meat had been completely eaten by him, Jiang Wanwan, and Lu Min. The effects of basic sea fish and seabird meat are greatly reduced. Relying on this method, it will take at least half a month to 20 days to push the evolution value to 100%. Having grown accustomed to evolving at a certain number of times each day, Zhao Zixuan now finds it difficult to even gain a single evolution point each day, naturally making him even more eager for the level 1 mutated seabird. Everyone wants to take shortcuts because taking shortcuts is really enjoyable. Zhao Zixuan couldn't do anything about the level 1 mutated sea fish in the Great Flood, but he could still keep these mutated seabirds on the roof. That's why he didn't kill the mutated sea eagle that had evolved to the initial limit last time, hoping that it could break through to the next level and bring him greater evolution points. Zhao Zixuan walked all the way to the central bird's nest, which has a diameter of over 3 meters. To his disappointment, the bird's nest was empty. There was no mutated sea eagle as he had expected, and the nest contained no eggs, only some slightly disheveled feathers. It flew away. Zhao Zixuan felt a little disappointed. He jumped into the bird's nest, picked up some pretty feathers, and thought they would make a nice fan. Phew! A sharp cry pierced the wind and rain, and Zhao Zixuan suddenly stood up, a look of wild joy flashing in his eyes. This sound, this aura, is definitely not something a rudimentary evolved seabird could produce. His trip was indeed worthwhile. The first level 1 mutated seabird finally appeared on this building. With a cry, a huge figure emerged from the wind and rain. It is over 4 meters in diameter, grayish-brown in color, with glossy feathers that instantly bounce off rainwater. A smile appeared on Zhao Zixuan's lips. Judging from its appearance, it should be the mutated sea eagle that I let go last time. Not bad, not bad. It has indeed evolved successfully. It was worth it for me to spare its life last time. Zhao Zixuan stood in the bird's nest, his gaze meeting the wind and rain and the mutated sea eagles in midair. The massive body of the creature circled in the air, aided by the wind, and it recognized the human who had beaten it up last time. It immediately let out an angry screech. To Zhao Zixuan's surprise, the mutated sea eagle did not attack immediately, but instead hovered in midair, just outside the killing range of his second-generation spring gun. This mutated sea eagle is not to be underestimated. Clearly, it remembered the kill range of its spring gun and refused to get close. At a distance of 50 meters and high in the air, Zhao Zixuan really couldn't do anything to his opponent for the time being. He took a deep breath and gripped the bayonet at the tip of the spring gun in his hand. Then he raised his hand and threw the spring gun out of the bird's nest. It looked up and let out a defiant roar at the mutated sea eagle high in the sky. "You damned hairy beast, come here." The mutated sea eagle saw Zhao Zixuan's actions from high in the sky, and its sharp eagle eyes instantly filled with killing intent. Its massive body twisted rapidly, using a terrifying gust of wind beside it to swoop directly into the bird's nest. Zhao Zixuan held a bayonet, fully alert, his eyes fixed on the mutated sea eagle swooping down. Just as the mutated sea eagle entered within 7 or 8 meters of Zhao Zixuan, Zhao Zixuan deftly drew his revolver from his waist and fired a shot at its head. The movement was swift, agile, and stealthy. The sound of the gunshot was also masked by the wind and rain. With a snap, the bullet pierced the mutated sea eagle's brain precisely through its eye. The enormous mutated sea eagle, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, continued its descent. Zhao Zixuan dodged and leaped, and the opponent's massive body crashed into the bird's nest with a loud bang. Zhao Zixuan looked around and found that everyone from the Armed Forces Department was surrounded by seabirds and was not looking in his direction at all. The moment he killed the mutated sea eagle, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have killed a level 1 mutated sea eagle and gained 236 energy points. Ding! Found a usable material, Gale Eagle Feather, of exceptional low quality. Successfully purchasing it will grant you 8 evolution points. Zhao Zixuan frowned slightly. The mutated tuna gave him 20 evolution points. The mutated ribbonfish gave him 15 points. But this mutated sea eagle, which was clearly larger, only gave him a mere 8 energy points from the evolution supermarket. Is it because of his high evolution level, or because this mutated sea eagle has just evolved to level 1? Zhao Zixuan originally thought that by killing this mutated sea eagle, he could successfully break through to the initial stage, but now it seems that he is still a little short. Stock up. As Zhao Zixuan placed his hand on the corpse of the mutated sea eagle, several feathers with a faint blue light on the eagle's wings and tail instantly disappeared. Meanwhile, a brand new shelf appeared inside the evolution supermarket, labeled Extraordinary Materials. 10 mutated sea eagle feathers, gleaming with a faint bluish light, appeared alone in the shelf box. When Zhao Zixuan saw the price tag, it was 200 energy points per feather. To buy all 10 mutated sea eagle feathers, he would need 2,000 energy points. Evolution Supermarket really knows how to do business. Zhao Zixuan grinned, but he wasn't one to be fooled. He didn't know what the Gale Eagle Feather was for, and it was useless to Zhao Zixuan at this stage. Zhao Zixuan opened the system panel. Name, Zhao Zixuan. Physical condition, 19. Strength, 19.9. Agility, 18.6. Spirit, 18.2. Evolution level, level 099/100. Health points, 52. Energy value, 9686. His evolution value reached 99, which significantly increased his physique, strength, agility, and spirit. With his strength reaching 19.9, Zhao Zixuan could feel the immense energy contained within his body, but due to his current physical condition, he was unable to unleash it at 100%. Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath, raised his hand, and dragged the huge eagle carcass back. As he approached, the mutated seabirds scattered frantically, not even bothering to attack the armed forces. At this moment, they circled higher, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Zhao Zixuan. Chen Kuan and his 6 companions gathered together, panting heavily. At this point, there were no more than 4 mutated seabird corpses on the ground, but all 7 of them were injured and looked disheveled. Zhao Zixuan frowned, even more disappointed with the combat capabilities of these people. I'll give you 2 choices. Give up the trial and leave the Armed Forces Department. You can come back to the unit with me. If you choose to continue the trial, be prepared to be killed by these mutated seabirds. Zhao Zixuan's words caused all 7 people to change color simultaneously. Tell me your choice. The 7 people looked at each other in bewilderment, when suddenly one of the men spoke up. Boss, I choose to continue the trial. The other person was about the same age as Zhao Zixuan. Although there was still fear in their eyes, they still had the courage to speak first. Zhou Xiaolong, right? You're quite good, Zhao Zixuan praised. I want to stay too. Chen Kuan, holding a spring gun, stepped forward. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Kuan to have such courage. Of the other 5, 2 chose to stay and 3 chose to leave. The 2 who remained were named Zhang Mo and Qian Sun. As for the 3 who chose to give up, Zhao Zixuan didn't even bother to remember their names. Now that you've made your choice, don't regret it. I only have one requirement for you. The 4 of them stared intently at Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan grinned. Survive. The 4 felt heavy-hearted. The remaining 3 followed Zhao Zixuan back to the unit, dejected. Zhao Zixuan didn't blame them. After all, facing the overwhelming onslaught of mutated seabirds, giving up was the choice most people would make. The fact that 4 out of the 7 people chose to continue the mission was beyond Zhao Zixuan's expectations. Especially Chen Kuan, the youngest of the group. Although he had many wounds, his eyes were much more determined than at the beginning. This kid is a promising talent. It seems necessary to investigate his family situation further. Previously, Zhao Zixuan treated Chen Kuan's family coldly because he didn't value them. Now that Chen Kuan has shown some ability, Zhao Zixuan is more interested in him. Zhao Zixuan himself was not a moral gentleman, but he valued the moral integrity of his subordinates even more. After all, he didn't want to raise an ungrateful child. Zhao Zixuan handed the carcass of the mutated sea eagle to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen was responsible for processing the meat of mutated seabirds of this caliber. After all, the quantity is limited, and even the core members of the organization cannot be supplied in sufficient quantities. Zhao Zixuan wasn't in a hurry. Once there was a first-level mutated seabird, there would be a second one. And even if no first-level seabirds were born on their 52 buildings, there would be some on other rooftops. This thing can fly, so I might be able to set up an ambush on the top floor to specifically kill any level 1 mutated seabirds that get too close. This is much easier than hunting down a level 1 mutated sea monster from a murky flood. Without hesitation, Zhao Zixuan informed Jiang Wenwen not to handle the internal organs of the level 1 mutated sea eagle casually. Jiang Wenwen naturally gave her full support to Zhao Zixuan's idea. Besides, although this sea eagle looks big, it actually doesn't have much meat on its body. After all, for birds to fly in the sky, lightness and agility are paramount. Excessive weight is detrimental to flight. 2 hours later, Zhou Xiaolong, Chen Kuan, Zhang Mo, and Qian Sun helped each other back to the unit. Their injuries were serious, but each of them was carrying more than 3 mutated seabirds. Zhou Xiaolong, for example, was carrying 5 in his hands, and his injuries were the most severe among the 4. Zhao Zixuan was satisfied with the results achieved by the group. He personally went to 5201 to ask Drive Jiang to treat the 4 people's external injuries. Because of the lack of anesthetic, suturing the wound is a major problem. After the doctor told Zhao Zixuan about the situation, Zhao Zixuan raised his hand and pounded his fist without thinking. The 4 people were knocked unconscious. This simple and crude method earned him a huge eye roll from Dr. Jiang. Zhao Zixuan scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Being knocked unconscious is better than enduring pain." Without wasting any words, Dr. Jiang quickly cleaned everyone's wounds and then stitched them up. Their evolution level is all above 60%, and their body has a good self-healing ability. If they don't get them wet for 2 days, they should be almost fully recovered. Dr. Jiang's words brought a smile to Zhao Zixuan's face. Not bad, not bad. In just 2 days, they'll be working like slaves for me again. After arranging for a few people to rest, Zhao Zixuan carried the internal organs of all the mutated seabirds he had hunted that day, including the level 1 mutated sea eagles, which weighed a good 70 or 80 pounds, to the top floor. They threw the entrails into the mutated sea eagle's nest, drawing angry cries from the surrounding seabirds. Zhao Zixuan looked up at several large birds among the flying flock, wondering how long it would take for these creatures to evolve to level 1. Zhao Zixuan retreated dozens of meters, and some bold mutated seabirds landed in the sea eagle's nest. What kind of corpses of their own kind? Even though their intelligence has increased considerably through evolution, the instinctive craving for food still suppresses that limited intelligence. Phew. Seeing that Zhao Zixuan had no intention of getting closer, the 3 mutated seabirds, which were close to level 1, swooped down. It opened its ferocious beak and swallowed the bloody entrails. A smile appeared on Zhao Zixuan's lips. Eat up, hurry up and evolve to level 1. Zhao Zixuan silently retreated to the unit and locked the unit door tightly. As for the doors of the other 3 units, they have not been opened during this period. Zhao Zixuan wasn't in a hurry. Once he successfully entered level 1, he would naturally find a way to contact the other 3 units. Yuan Hao's rebellion served as a wake-up call for Zhao Zixuan, reminding him that not only his own unit, but also the other 3 units could be potential security threats. After all, he can control the evolution of the owners in the 2nd unit, but he cannot control the mutation evolution of the owners in the other 3 units. Mutation can indeed grant greater power and more bizarre methods, but it has a profound impact on the mind, making people bloodthirsty, impulsive, violent, and easily angered. If someone from another unit were to enter level 1 in this state, they probably wouldn't be content to just lord it over others within their unit. At that time, my own unit will also be affected. Zhao Zixuan didn't want to be beaten into a coward again. Moreover, the rooftop, a natural hunting ground for seabirds, is currently the largest source of mutated seabird meat for the survival club, and Zhao Zixuan will not give it up easily. That evening, news of the 3 armed forces personnel being eliminated spread throughout all the homeowners. Those who hadn't been selected before were eager to try their luck. Some approached Jiang Wenwen, while others approached Wang Shihe. No one went directly to Zhao Zixuan because his method of screening people was too direct and brutal. If you can spar with him, you can join the armed forces and become a probationary member. But who could withstand Zhao Zixuan's terrifying iron fist? Especially when Zhao Zixuan defeated Yuan Hao's mutated evolution alliance. His iron fist was no longer just hitting flesh, but directly injuring tendons and breaking bones. As homeowners who lived through peacetime, none of them wanted to endure Zhao Zixuan's tyrannical iron fist. Chapter 35. The female CEO of Shengshi Group has arrived. The difficulty of evolving from level 0 to level 1 exceeded Zhao Zixuan's imagination. For 7 consecutive days, he consumed a large amount of mutated sea eagle meat every day, but his cultivation level remained stuck at 99 points. Especially after the strength reaches 19.9, it gets stuck and stops moving. Zhao Zixuan felt a bottleneck in his power, as if a membrane was firmly limiting his upper limit. Fortunately, there is a system panel that can display Zhao Zixuan's basic attributes in real time. Although his strength had reached its limit, his physique, agility, and spirit continued to steadily improve under Zhao Zixuan's daily training. It's worth mentioning that his energy value exceeded 10,000, successfully unlocking the level 5 evolution supermarket access, allowing him to remotely purchase goods within a range twice the distance of his mental energy. They have good skills, but they can't try because they can't find anything to stock. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Zixuan's physique, speed, and spirit have all reached their limits of 19.9. At this moment, Zhao Zixuan seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and there was a sense of sluggishness in his every move. Like a person trapped in shackles, unable to even stretch their body. What was originally a bottleneck in strength has now spread to every aspect of the body. Zhao Zixuan tried various methods to break through, but to no avail. He could only place his hopes on the system. Unfortunately, no level 1 sea beasts were captured at the fishing grounds. The 3 mutated seabirds he had his eye on at the seabird hunting grounds on the roof were too cunning. One of them successfully evolved into a level 1 seabird and didn't give Zhao Zixuan a chance to make a move. It directly escaped to other floors to build its nest. This made Zhao Zixuan grit his teeth in hatred. The seabirds weren't stupid either. The mutated sea eagle that had just reached level 1 and become their king was easily killed by Zhao Zixuan in a single encounter. They knew very well that even after advancing, they would still be no match for Zhao Zixuan, this ruthless man. Mutant seabirds below level 1 are completely useless to Zhao Zixuan. Meanwhile, the others evolved extremely smoothly, with their evolution levels all exceeding 80%. Feeling the increasingly strong aura of evolution in the corridor, it would be a lie to say Zhao Zixuan felt no pressure. What comforted Zhao Zixuan was that only 8 households in the entire building had not joined the survival club. Moreover, these 8 households are concentrated on the 40th and 41st floors. Wang Shihe went to persuade them more than once, but the 8 households chose to stick together and refused to cooperate with Zhao Zixuan's survival group. Wang Shihe was very troubled by this, as he could not understand what these 8 households were thinking. After the reorganization, the survival club became more efficient. Not to mention Zhao Zixuan's strength, the number of skilled members in the Armed Forces Department reached 16. Each evolutionary level is no less than 80%. With such strength, even if the remaining 8 homeowners had ulterior motives, they would not be able to succeed. Wang Shihe had considered forcibly breaking down the door to drive these people out, but Zhao Zixuan refused. Since Yuan Hao's rebellion, the gang has maintained extremely strict control over the mutated sea fish meat. In the past month and a half, none of the mutated sea fish meat produced by the gang has reached these 8 households. They could only obtain the mutated sea monster meat by hunting outwards through their respective windows. Putting aside the difficulty of success, the amount of mutated seabird meat obtained is extremely limited. In this situation, Zhao Zixuan did not believe that their level of evolution would threaten the community. After thinking about it, Wang Shihe initially agreed with Zhao Zixuan's idea. Do you really think that Lao Wang has been a state-owned enterprise leader for so many years for nothing? Although he hasn't managed to turn the entire survival club into a monolithic entity, it's definitely not the loose alliance it used to be. In addition to the Armed Forces Department headed by Zhao Zixuan, the survival club has also established a publicity department, headed by Lin Mao. The members are simple, the first 12 homeowners he transformed. After this period of education and dietary restrictions, most of the mutant characteristics in these people have faded, and their evolutionary level is no longer in the first tier. However, Lin Mao's brainwashing seemed to have gone a bit too far. These people followed Lin Mao's lead without question, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism when they looked at him. Zhao Zixuan felt somewhat helpless. He was the one who had defeated the other side. Yet these people joined the gang, and instead of pledging allegiance to him as the leader, they became Lin Mao's loyal henchmen. Wang Shihe tried to reverse the situation more than once, but these people seemed hopelessly poisoned, and in the end, he could only bring them under Lin Mao's command. Lin Mao seemed to know that he had messed up his job, and he didn't dare to voice his opinion about being appointed as the propaganda minister, but not a core member of the organization. Lin Mao was a ruthless man. Instead of fishing in the fish pond inside the building, he led his men to hunt in the floodwaters. The waves, several meters high, were indeed dangerous. At first, quite a few people were injured, and 2 unlucky ones were swept away by the flood whirlpool. Fortunately, Old Sun was skilled at fishing and cast his line at the crucial moment to pull the 2 unfortunate men back. Later, as they accumulated experience, these people gradually adapted to the environment and were able to catch fish even in storms. After learning about this, Zhao Zixuan personally followed Lin Mao and his group to try it out. His target was naturally the first-level mutated sea fish in the Great Flood. However, his swimming skills were only average. He didn't catch any fish, but in his struggle against the strong winds and waves, he felt his evolutionary bottleneck loosening. That feeling was incredibly real. Zhao Zixuan was thrilled. He finally found a way to break through the bottleneck. He then immediately led the armed forces to conduct flood hunting training from another direction. The armed forces personnel were in dire straits. This monstrous flood was not so easy to contend with. No one knew how many whirlpools were in those huge waves, and they didn't have Old Sun, a fishing expert, to keep watch behind them. If they were swept away by the flood whirlpool, Zhao Zixuan might not be able to rescue them in time. Despite the concerns in everyone's hearts, Zhao Zixuan's approach remained simple and direct. One option was to train with him during the Great Flood, while the other was to give up and leave the armed forces. After 2 weeks of rooftop battles and training, these people are no longer greenhorns who have just joined the armed forces. The number of mutated seabirds that died at their hands was at least 17 or 18, if not 20. Their demeanor had changed. Therefore, none of them backed down from the choice Zhao Zixuan presented. Zhao Zixuan was very satisfied. Lin Mao had 19 people on his side, and he had 17 on his side. In addition, there's the miscellaneous affairs department that's always fishing in the building's fishing grounds. The entire survival club suddenly expanded from 1 fishing ground to 3, resulting in a significant increase in catches. Moreover, after training for 3 days in the flood, Zhao Zixuan felt that he had quickly adapted to the stormy weather. His swimming skills improved dramatically. Even if he was swept away by the undercurrents in the flood, he could swim back thanks to his strong physique. Meanwhile, in the process of battling the wind and waves, the evolutionary energy in the seawater continuously enters his body, constantly impacting the bottlenecks that imprison his entire body. According to Zhao Zixuan's own deduction, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and become a level 1 evolver in 7 days at most, thanks to the tempering effect of the Great Flood. Just as Zhao Zixuan was fully immersed in the trials of breaking through his cultivation level, a woman wearing a cute bathrobe couldn't sit still any longer in the mysterious 53rd floor. At this moment, among the densely packed surveillance cameras in front of her, there was a huge creature, 4 or 5 meters long, floating on the surface of the water in the corridor, chewing on a human corpse. It has already eaten more than 30 people. No one in Unit 4 is a match for this mutated sea monster. We must find a way to call in outside help, the woman muttered to herself. Compared to the monster's unexpected entry into Unit 4 and its ability to devour people, what worries the woman most is the acid spewed out by the monster. Any wall surface that comes into contact with the acid will quickly be corroded into a large hole. The building can withstand wind and rain because of the strength of its reinforced concrete structure. The acid spewed by this monster could potentially damage the building's overall structure. The floodwaters have already reached the 23rd floor, meaning nearly half of the building is submerged. If the structure is further damaged, the building's load-bearing capacity will be greatly reduced, making it vulnerable to collapse during a storm. For the people in this building to survive until rescue, the building itself must not be destroyed by the storm. Therefore, this mutated sea monster must be killed. The woman's gaze swept across Units 1, 2, and 3. At this moment, based on the information she had gathered, including Unit 4, which was being ravaged by the giant beast. Not a single person in the entire 52 buildings, totaling over 2,000 people, had broken through their current evolution level. Zhang Xiaohua from Unit 1 is a descendant of a martial arts family, and her Tongbei fist is very lethal. Zhao Zixuan from Unit 2 has the highest evolution level and also has a revolver. Li Xian from Unit 3 can make bombs. If we combine the strongest members from these 3 units, can we take down this mutated sea monster? The woman muttered to herself. The appearance of the mutated sea monster made it impossible for her to stay at home in peace. After all, if the building structure is damaged or destroyed by a storm, she, as the occupant of the top floor, would not survive. The woman took a deep breath, went to the bedroom, changed out of her pajamas, combed her long hair, and revealed her delicate face. Let's go to Unit 2 first. After all, I've met Zhao Zixuan once before, so I have the highest probability of persuading him. The woman walked to the opposite side of the bedroom and entered a password on a control panel. Suddenly, one side of the wall shook and slowly tilted to one side, revealing a doorway large enough for one person to pass through. I hope this trip goes smoothly, otherwise we might all die in this natural disaster. The woman smoothed the stray hairs from her forehead and reaffirmed her decision. The night was deep. A tall, slender figure emerged from the stairwell and descended one floor. The stairwell in front of him clearly indicated the 53rd floor. The woman walked all the way to the door of apartment 5203 and knocked on Zhao Zixuan's door. After a dozen or so breaths, an annoyed response came from inside the security door. Who is it? Why are you banging on the door so late at night instead of sleeping? The woman didn't answer, but continued to knock gently on the door at her own pace. With a snap, suddenly, the doorway outside Zhao Zixuan's residence was brightly lit. The woman outside the door was startled. When did Zhao Zixuan install a light at the door? Why didn't she notice this when she was watching the surveillance footage? With a click, the security door opened. Zhao Zixuan stared blankly at the tall, slender, and sharp-looking beauty in front of him. President Lin, what are you doing here? No wonder Zhao Zixuan was dumbfounded. The person who appeared at his door in the middle of the night was none other than Lin Qing, the female president of Shengshi Group, where he had worked before the catastrophe. Hello, Mr. Zhao. It's been half a year, and you still look as dashing as ever. Aren't you going to invite me in? Zhao Zixuan was promoted to junior engineer, so he could naturally be respectfully addressed as Engineer Zhao. It's just that no one called him that after the disaster. Zhao Zixuan was slightly stunned, feeling that everything he was seeing was unreal. Please come in. Please come in. It's just that President Lin's sudden appearance caught me off guard. Zhao Zixuan stepped aside and invited the woman in. Wearing a sexy nightgown, Lu Min, still half asleep, walked out of the bedroom. Upon seeing the strange woman who had suddenly appeared in her home, her sleepiness vanished instantly. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the tall, slender, and domineering woman in front of her. Brother, who is she? Lu Min didn't notice the slight tremor in her voice. My heart was beating faster than ever before. The woman in front of her gave her a serious sense of crisis. It wasn't that the woman had a great figure, but her aura was definitely not that of an ordinary person. Of all the women Lu Min had ever met, none could compare to the woman before her in terms of temperament. Amin, let me introduce you. This is Lin Qing, the president of Shengshi Group. Before the disaster, she was my boss. Lu Min was shocked. She knew about Shengshi Group, a well-known private enterprise in Shanghai, and this residential complex was developed by the real estate department of Shengshi Group. How could the president of such a large corporation be here? Even a catastrophe couldn't stop them from escaping. Lin Qing walked confidently into Zhao Zixuan's living room and sat down, while Zhao Zixuan and Lu Min seemed a little awkward. What happened tonight is too bizarre. How could this legendary favored woman of heaven appear in his apartment? Only the 8 households on the 40th and 41st floors of the entire Unit 2 had not joined the survival club. If Lin Qing is among these 8 households, it might explain why they banded together so closely. Engineer Zhao, I've come to see you today because I hope you can go to Unit 4. A mutated sea monster has invaded there. So far, it has eaten more than 30 people. Lin Qing didn't waste any words and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment, staring at the mysterious female CEO with suspicion in his eyes. She is probably 2 years younger than Zhao Zixuan and is the only daughter of the founder of Shengshi Group. After her father's unexpected death, she returned to China to take over the group. In 2 years, she purged the group's veterans and took control of the group's core businesses, real estate and intelligent machinery manufacturing. Under her leadership, Shengshi Group not only did not decline, but its profits rose against the trend of economic downturn in China. Even though Zhao Zixuan is no longer the same person he used to be, he was still much less imposing in the face of this rising star in Shanghai's business world, a female tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions. President Lin, you're not a resident of our building? You're from another building. I do not live in any unit. Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, 53rd floor. How did engineer Zhao know? When this building was being constructed, I personally planned for 53 floors. There are no more than 5 people in the entire group who know about this. Lin Qing glanced sideways. Given Zhao Zixuan's status as a junior engineer, it would be impossible for him to have access to this secret within the company. Zhao Zixuan said somewhat awkwardly, I don't sleep very well at night. Sometimes I can hear the faint sound of a toilet flushing upstairs when it's quiet at night. Also, the distance between the 52nd floor and the top floor is a bit too large. Lin Qing nodded, agreeing with Zhao Zixuan's statement. The 53rd floor has secret doors leading to each unit, and the surveillance cameras in each unit's corridor are controlled from the 53rd floor. Backup power was provided during the design phase, so I basically know what's happening in the 4 units, Lin Qing said without hiding anything. From the moment she decided to open the secret door and contact these homeowners, the 53rd floor was no longer a secret. As for the surveillance footage being compiled, it doesn't constitute an invasion of personal privacy since it only covers public areas. Zhao Zixuan suddenly realized that although he didn't know why this important figure had stayed here after the disaster, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to do this given his abilities and resources. President Lin, what abilities does that mutated sea monster in Unit 4 possess that warrant your personal visit? Chapter 36 One Kick takes down 5 Southeast Asian mercenaries. Engineer Zhao, as I mentioned before, a mutated sea monster has crawled into Unit 4. It is nearly 5 meters long and can spew acid from its mouth. That acid is extremely corrosive to the building's walls. If left unattended, it will eventually destroy the entire building's structural integrity, and the entire building could be blown over by a storm. Lin Qing's expression turned solemn, and her words caused Zhao Zixuan and Lu Min to change color simultaneously. Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath, got up, took the armor off the wall, and began to put it on. There's no time to lose. I'll go with you to handle this immediately. Zhao Zixuan knew the seriousness of the situation. In this stormy weather, the building was their foundation for survival and their safe haven for evolution and development. If the building is damaged, it's uncertain whether they can survive the storm. Faced with a matter concerning the safety of the entire building, Zhao Zixuan had no choice but to take responsibility. That mutated sea beast is highly evolved. Unit 4 organized a lot of people to fight it before, but they were all killed by it. So far, more than 30 people have been devoured by the mutated sea beast. Engineer Zhao, you are the most evolved human in the whole building, but I don't think you can deal with that beast one-on-one, even if you have a revolver. Lin Qing spoke calmly and clearly. Zhao Zixuan froze as he put on the protective suit. He looked at Lin Qing with some confusion. If you think I can't handle that mutated behemoth, why did you come to me in the first place? Just to tell me that this building is going to be destroyed by that mutated sea monster? I hope you can come with me to persuade the people in Unit 1 and Unit 3 and gather the strongest people from the 3 units to deal with that mutated sea monster. Evolved powerhouses also exist in Unit 1 and Unit 3? Zhao Zixuan immediately became interested. The doors to the top floors of the other 3 units were all locked tight. Zhao Zixuan had guessed all sorts of possibilities, but he never expected to learn the truth from Lin Qiuan in advance. Unit 1 produced Jiang Shaogua, a descendant of a martial arts family. He is a master of the Tongbei fist and is recognized as the strongest in Unit 1. Unit 3 produced Li Xian, a PhD in chemistry, who is proficient in developing various explosives. Unit 3 has the highest overall evolution level because the bombs Li Xian made allow them to more easily catch mutated sea fish from the water. Most of the top-evolved people in Unit 4 have perished at the hands of that monster, and the remaining people have lost their courage and only dare to hide on the upper floors. Lin Qing shared the information he knew with Zhao Zixuan. In Lin Qing's opinion, the greatest threat to that mutated sea monster should be Li Xian from Unit 3. After all, the power of explosives far exceeds that of a pistol, And as for the physical strength of the evolved humans, it is not even in the same league as that nearly 5-meter-tall monster. Zhao Zixuan memorized this information, thought for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, President Lin, I don't sense any aura of evolution on you. Can you tell me how far you've evolved? Lin Qing was not surprised and said frankly, I haven't evolved. Since the cataclysm, I haven't eaten any food from outside. The 53rd floor was built as a fortress against natural disasters, and the food and water stored inside were enough for me to eat for 3 years. If this mutated sea beast hadn't appeared, I probably wouldn't be standing in front of you. Zhao Zixuan suddenly realized why he hadn't sensed any evolutionary aura from the female CEO. They're not less than 30% evolved. They haven't evolved at all. Pure human beings like this are probably extremely rare, even in this apocalyptic world of natural disasters. Judging from her clothes, she couldn't possibly be hiding any dangerous weapons. Isn't she afraid of encountering danger? Seemingly seeing through Zhao Zixuan's thoughts, Lin Qingqing's cold face revealed a faint smile. Engineer Zhao, do you think I lack the courage to accept evolution? Actually, it's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Once the 53rd floor is opened and the secret passages of each unit are opened, the entire internal circulation system will be destroyed and the Doomsday Fortress will lose its function. Before that, it's not that I didn't want to accept evolution, but that I simply didn't have the conditions to come into contact with mutated energy, not even rainwater. After saying this, Lin Qing's face was full of helplessness. Zhao Zixuan and Lu Min exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a little sorry for the female CEO in front of them. This powerful woman with immense wealth used her fortune and her company's technology to build a post-apocalyptic safe house. However, because the construction level was too high, it isolated her from the entry of external evolutionary abilities, thus depriving her of the opportunity to evolve. How to choose between safety and evolution? Anyone would struggle with this dilemma. If it weren't for the monster that appeared in Unit 4, capable of destroying the wall structure, Lin Qing probably wouldn't have come out for a while. I understand, President Lin. Don't worry, as long as I, Zhao Zixuan, am here, no one can hurt you. You. Zhao Zixuan looked serious. Lin Qing nodded calmly, but inwardly she felt a real sense of relief. The reason she approached Zhao Zixuan first was twofold. First, they had met once before, and Lin Qing had personally awarded Zhao Zixuan his junior engineer certificate. Second, through her observations, she discovered that the survival club led by Zhao Zixuan valued rules highly. As long as Zhao Zixuan didn't harbor any ill will towards her, her chances of safety were extremely high. After all, among the several units, only Zhao Zixuan had almost completely unified the entire unit. Then I'll thank you here, Engineer Zhao. Although I don't have the ability to hunt down the mutated sea monsters for you, I can still do what I can. Engineer Zhao, would you be willing to come with me to the 40th floor? Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. So the 40th and 41st floors are all your people? Lin Qing smiled and nodded. Before the disaster, they were my bodyguards, assistants, secretary, driver, and family nutritionist. But I haven't been out for 6 months, so I can't guarantee they'll still listen to me, Lin Qing said with a wry smile. She could keep it a secret from everyone else in the Shengshi group, but she couldn't hide it from her bodyguards, assistants, secretaries, drivers, or even her nanny and nutritionist. Compared to her large villa in the city center, this building, which she personally helped develop, is actually safer. She was also afraid that the people around her would betray her after the disaster, so she preferred to endure loneliness and never contacted these people. Even now, the fact that she voluntarily came out of the 53rd floor indirectly proves that those people did not betray her and are still trustworthy. Zhao Zixuan followed Lin Qing down 40 floors. When Lin Qing's voice rang out in the 40th floor unit, a commotion broke out in all 4 rooms at the same time. With a few clicks, the security doors opened, and 7 or 8 people rushed out. President Lin, are you all right? The leader was a short-haired woman whose aura of evolution was extremely strong. Even if it was less than 90%, it was definitely over 85%. Moreover, she was wearing a loose-fitting garment with a bulging back, which clearly concealed her mutated features. I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. The capable woman known as Wenqi had tears in her eyes as she looked past Lin Qing and onto Zhao Zixuan. She instinctively made a defensive move. President Lin, were you forced into this situation by this person? As Wenqi spoke, the 7 or 8 people looked at Zhao Zixuan with a hint of danger in their eyes. Zhao Zixuan showed no fear whatsoever. Even though these people had a high level of evolution, compared to those who had already broken through the bottleneck, they were nothing but chickens and dogs. Since Lin Qing, his master, didn't speak, Zhao Zixuan naturally wouldn't say anything more, much less make any dangerous moves. Wenqi, don't get agitated. You've misunderstood. Zhao Zixuan and I are collaborators. I was the one who took the initiative to open the 53rd floor. Upon hearing this, Wenqi immediately suppressed her hostility. Captain Ruan, are you all still willing to accept my employment? The situation is different now. Wenqi is both her assistant and her friend, and Lin Qing knew immediately upon meeting her that Wenqi was still willing to stay with her. But those bodyguards were just hired by her. They were all veterans from small Southeast Asian countries who had fought in battles, and the leader, Wan Shixiao, was a ruthless character who was proficient in Muay Thai. Of course, we have already received our payment from General Manager Lin, so we naturally have to fulfill the contract, said Wan Shixiao, who was not particularly muscular but exuded a dangerous aura. His Chinese was a bit awkward, and you could hear that some of the words were pronounced very inaccurately. Can you make decisions for other people? Lin Qing asked in a deep voice. Wan Shixiao nodded proudly. They are my brothers in arms. No one will leave without my approval. Lin Qing looked at the 4 people behind him. They were obviously more burly than Wan Shixiao, but they nodded obediently at Wan Shixiao's words. Lin Qing, on the other hand, was starting to have a headache. She still trusted Wenqi, but as for these Southeast Asian mercenaries, before the catastrophe, she had no doubt about their integrity and spirit. But now, it was uncertain whether the country still existed, let alone these foreigners. Besides, with such a massive flood, Shengshi Group is finished. Apart from the living supplies on the 53rd floor, Lin Qing has nothing worth having anyone pledging allegiance to. I will provide you with a batch of living supplies, so you can focus on your cultivation. For the time being, Engineer Zhao will be in charge of my safety. Lin Qing took a deep breath, feeling that he couldn't take any risks. Under these circumstances, Zhao Zixuan is more trustworthy than these 5 foreign bodyguards. Ruan Shixiao's expression changed slightly. Mr. Lin doesn't believe in our capabilities? Then I'll show you. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Zixuan with a provocative expression. Zhao Zixuan, right? I've wanted to fight you for a long time. If Assistant Wen hadn't stopped me, you wouldn't be the boss of this unit. Zhao Zixuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Was Lin Qing using me as a pawn? But it didn't matter, since he didn't like this Southeast Asian monkey anyway. You guys come at me all at once. I'm afraid I'll beat you to death if you go alone. Zhao Zixuan's words enraged Wan Shixiao. Shouting in a language Zhao Zixuan couldn't understand, he propelled himself forward at incredible speed. The opponent's evolution level is not low, around 70%. Moreover, he is ruthless in his actions, always targeting vital points, and his killing intent is no weaker than Zhao Zixuan's. If both sides are at a similar level of evolution, Zhao Zixuan would probably be no match for his opponent. It's a pity that Zhao Zixuan has already reached the limit of the initial evolution stage. In fact, because of his struggle with the storms and waves these past few days, the bottleneck in his body has loosened, and his body has begun to possess power that surpasses that of an initial evolutionary. So Ruan Shixiao, who rushed forward, was unlucky. Zhao Zixuan simply kicked out, and before he could react, he was sent flying. With a series of screams, Ruan Shixiao knocked the 4 mercenaries behind him flying at the same time. Ruan Shixiao coughed up blood and nearly fainted. The other 4 were also seriously injured and lay on the ground groaning in pain. The entire 40th floor was deathly silent. Everyone living on the 40th floor, including Lin Qing and Wenqi, looked at Zhao Zixuan as if he were a monster. Engineer Zhao, you haven't broken through the evolutionary limit, have you? Lin Qing's beautiful eyes were deep and unfathomable, like a bottomless pool. At this moment, her gaze as she looked at Zhao Zixuan was full of inquiry. She always knew that Zhao Zixuan's level of evolution was ahead of most people, and his limited number of attacks were completely overwhelming. But what you see on surveillance footage is different from what you experience firsthand. Zhao Zixuan was more formidable than he had imagined, and his attacks were more decisive and ruthless. Just look at Ruan Shixiao and the other 4 men lying on the ground groaning in pain. You'll know how terrifying the power of that kick was. Zhao Zixuan calmly withdrew his foot. Although he had no intention of killing, this kick was enough to injure the group of Southeast Asian monkeys in front of him. To act arrogantly in front of him is to be ignorant of the meaning of death. Faced with Lin Qing's question, Zhao Zixuan smiled, thought for a moment, and said, "It's not that easy. President Lin hasn't evolved and doesn't understand the intricacies of evolution. Humans are not birds, beasts, or fish. The speed of evolution slows down as we progress." Zhao Zixuan would never tell the other party about the breakthrough method he had finally discovered. Moreover, as Zhao Zixuan got to know Lin Qing better, the pressure he felt in front of his boss gradually dissipated. "It's the apocalypse now, and I'm no longer a low-level engineer at Shengshi Group. The woman in front of me is just a familiar stranger." Zhao Zixuan's willingness to speak up for her safety was already a testament to their insignificant past friendship. Whether Lin Qing deserved anything more was up to her. As for Lin Qing's outstanding appearance and temperament, these are no longer what Zhao Zixuan is currently pursuing. He has Lu Min, Jiang Wanwan, and Dr. Jiang, who looks extremely similar to his goddess from his youth. President Lin, a high and mighty woman, makes it difficult for him to get close to her. Lin Qing sensed that Zhao Zixuan didn't want to say more and sighed inwardly. She regretted coming out too late. With her knowledge and abilities, she could naturally see that the cataclysm had irreversibly destroyed the original order, and that evolution was the only way for humanity to survive. Compared to those who have been on the path of evolution for more than half a year, she has fallen far behind. She called Wenqi aside and carefully inquired about the situation of the 8 homeowners. Wenqi did not hide anything and gave Lin Qing a detailed report on her experiences over the past 6 months. As expected of someone who can become the president's assistant of a large corporation, Wenqi's language skills are quite impressive. Apart from the 5 people, including Wan Shixiao, who lived in room 4003, the other 8 households on these 2 floors were all close relatives of Lin Qing and their families. The reason these people were placed in this building was simply to reward their loyalty, and as it turns out, they did not disappoint Lin Qing's expectations. Regardless of whether Qin Wu rose to power or Zhao Zixuan took control, the 8 households on floors 40 and 41 remained steadfast in their support of Wenqi, awaiting Lin Qing's summons. Even troublemakers like Wan Shixiang were forcibly suppressed by Wenqi in various ways, and had no chance to cause trouble at all. "Wenqi, can I still trust you?" Lin Qing looked at her capable assistant with a complicated expression. The least worthwhile thing to test in this world is the human heart. Of course, if it weren't for Mr. Lin's financial support back then, I would have already married and had children in this remote mountain village. Even if this natural disaster continued forever, let alone half a year, I would still be willing to follow Mr. Lin forever, Wenqi said resolutely. Lin Qing was somewhat moved. Back then, she had supported and promoted Wenqi all the way because she valued the latter's persistent nature. With Wenqi and the others by her side, Lin Qing felt more confident when facing Zhao Zixuan. Chapter 37: The Powerful Level 2 Mutant Sea Beast. President Lin, should we take these subordinates with us or let them continue living here? After the 2 women finished whispering, Zhao Zixuan noticed Lin Qing's increasingly composed expression, which clearly indicated that Wenqi and the others were still willing to continue following her. This woman is quite something. She not only maintains firm control over these 8 homeowners, but also consistently keeps herself at the highest level of evolution. If Zhao Zixuan's perception was not mistaken, Wenqi's evolution level was definitely over 80%, even if it came at the cost of mutation. It would be great if the 8 homeowners, who have caused the community so much trouble, chose to leave. After all, 2 floors of rooms in the unit can be vacated, which can be used to reallocate housing for those who do not have a place to live. "I'm sorry, Engineer Zhao, the 53rd floor has limited space, so it's not convenient to let them go up at the moment. But please rest assured, starting today, they will absolutely obey the rules set by the Survival Club and will not cause you any trouble." Lin Qing wasn't stupid. She wanted to resolve the conflict between these people and the Survival Club, not give up these houses and move to the 53rd floor. She has already opened up the 53rd floor and has no intention of continuing to live a secluded life. Moreover, to embark on the path of evolution, one needs to acquire external evolutionary resources. Currently, among the 4 units, Unit 2 has the largest number of people, but it also has the best order. After all, the entire Unit 2 was unified by the Survival Club, and Zhao Zixuan's will was the will of the entire unit. Zhao Zixuan's performance so far has been trustworthy. The gang has been operating in an orderly manner, and Zhao Zixuan has a negative attitude towards mutation, always requiring the gang members to balance the boundaries between their own strength growth and mutation. Unlike the other 3 units, where many residents have become disorderly and more than 70% have become aggressive and violent, making the entire unit chaotic and unpleasant. Without a stable order, it is impossible to organize all forces to obtain food from the outside world. Relying solely on the evolutionary energy provided by rainwater, the evolutionary speed is naturally not as fast as that of Unit 2. Therefore, Lin Qing must have been out of his mind to take these people away. As long as she controls these people, she will have a foundation to survive in the apocalypse. With her abilities, even if her evolution level is not high, she can still attract more people to follow her by virtue of her business philosophy. After all, most of the people living in this building have some connection with her Shengshi group. Just like Zhao Zixuan, although he won't join her team, cooperation between the two can still be easily achieved. Moreover, the other party guaranteed her safety. This statement may seem light, but in this apocalyptic world, it is actually a very heavy promise. Clearly, the other party still cherishes the bond of gratitude for the junior engineer certificate she personally handed him years ago. Since President Lin says so, I trust you. I will arrange for someone to register all the owner's information later, including their evolution level and mutation status. Also, those 5 guys need to be punished. Go to the publicity department and report to Lin Mao. They need to complete at least a month of ideological education. Zhao Zixuan pointed to the 5 people, including Ruan Shixiang, lying on the ground. These foreign mercenaries are different from the Chinese. Don't be fooled by their ability to easily crush their opponents. If it were someone else, they might actually be defeated by them. After all, these guys are highly evolved, and their attacks are always deadly. Lin Qing hesitated only slightly before nodding. To be honest, she no longer trusts Ruan Shixiang and his 5 Southeast Asian mercenaries. Those who can stand out in a chaotic place like Southeast Asia are hardly good people. When she was able to keep them in the room for so long without causing trouble for 2 reasons. Firstly, she was bound by the previous contract, and secondly, she was also using Zhao Zixuan's influence. After all, these people are foreigners, and if they do anything wrong, they are easily targeted by a group. They had already exhausted their bullets while hunting the mutated seabirds, and they were not confident that they could take down the entire unit with just 5 people, relying on close combat. When she had just reported these issues to Lin Qing, Zhao Zixuan had amazing hearing and heard everything when she said. Other property owners don't care, but these 5 Southeast Asian monkeys must undergo strict ideological education. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind kicking the other person out of the building. Fortunately, Lin Qing agreed, preventing a rift from forming in their shallow relationship. Ruan Shixiang, lying on the ground, looked very unwell. He naturally knew about the publicity department of the survival club. Lin Mao looks thin and weak, yet he managed to brainwash Yuan Hao and his 12 rebellious households into staunch supporters. I wonder if he has awakened some special ability. If they don't want to go, they can simply leave this unit and go to another unit. With their abilities, they are sure to achieve great things. But when Ruan Shixiang's gaze met Zhao Zixuan's amused eyes, a chill ran down his spine. As a ruthless mercenary who fought his way out of the dense jungles of Southeast Asia, he has at least 30 to 50 lives on his hands. He knew all too well what that cat-and-mouse look meant. If he refused, the result would likely be a silent death in the storm. The leader of this survival club was someone who dared to kill people months ago. When she told the 4 households on the 41st floor about Lin Qing's decision, the 4 households cooperated and obediently opened their doors to accept the information registration from the survival club. Actually, they had figured it out a long time ago, but because when she kept opposing it, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. Fortunately, things didn't turn out the worst possible way. They trusted Lin Qing's abilities. Even if Lin Qing hadn't started evolving yet, he still had a brighter future than any of them. Therefore, they had no regrets about not joining the survival club, but were somewhat disappointed that Lin Qing did not take them directly to the mysterious 53rd floor. I heard that President Lin prepared a lot of materials to build the 53-story building. With ample food and water, they wouldn't have to endure such a miserable existence. After settling everyone in, Lin Qing led Zhao Zixuan and Wen Qi to the 53rd floor. Walking up half a floor from the 52nd floor, the once smooth wall recesses inward, revealing a passageway large enough for one person to enter. No wonder Zhao Zixuan couldn't find the entrance to the 53rd floor. It turns out that the entrances to each unit were all sealed off with hidden doors. Only by opening these walls mechanically from the inside can the entrances and exits be twisted to reveal them. Engineer Zhao, would you dare to come inside with me? Zhao Zixuan looked fearless. At this moment, he was skilled and bold, and naturally had nothing to fear when facing a girl who couldn't even kill a chicken. However, rather than trying to persuade the strongest in Units 1 and 2, Zhao Zixuan was more interested in going to Unit 4 to see the monster that could potentially threaten the entire building. "I'd like to go check out Unit 4, Zhao Zixuan said directly, expressing his idea. Lin Qing's expression changed slightly. "Engineer Zhao, I admit you are very strong, but that monster is extremely evolved and cannot be fought by one person alone. President Lin, rest assured, I am not a reckless person. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Rushing in without first probing the way would be more dangerous. You can check the surveillance footage. I have a backup of the video of Unit 4 organizing people to fight the monster," Lin Qing said in a deep voice. Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment. He had actually forgotten about the surveillance. After all, the natural disaster had occurred half a year ago, and he had gotten used to relying on human effort for everything. "Then I'll have to trouble President Lin." Lin Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that Zhao Zixuan listened to his advice. She was actually worried that Zhao Zixuan might underestimate his opponent because of his high level of evolution. She wanted to kill the mutated monster alone. Lin Qing kept an eye on each building unit every day, and she paid attention to every instance of a mutated seabird or fish being captured in each unit. The mutated sea monster in Unit 4 is clearly unusual. According to the classification of mutated sea monsters in each unit, this monster in Unit 4 has probably successfully completed a second evolution. Entering the 53rd floor through the secret passage, one sees the dense network of surveillance cameras in the central lobby, covering the entire 53rd floor inside and out. Lin Qing walked to the center console and operated it, then quickly found the monitoring backup of Unit 4 and enlarged a portion of it. A dozen or so strangely shaped humans, dressed in various cheap protective suits and wielding fire suits, long knives, and similar items, were seen attacking a nearly 5-meter-long armored behemoth. This giant beast resembles a lizard and is covered in heavy armor. It's clear that these armors evolved from scales, but their thickness far exceeds that of the mutated tuna that Zhao Zixuan once hunted. Zhao Zixuan saw that several skilled fighters in Unit 4 had considerable evolutionary strength, and when he swung his axe at one of them, sparks flew. The monster merely trembled, without even uttering a sound of pain. It spewed a mouthful of acid at the humans who attacked it. The residents of Unit 4, who were attacked, reacted quickly, but were still splashed with acid. Their rough armor was instantly corroded and pierced. The acid that splashed onto the skin hissed and emitted white smoke, accompanied by the unfortunate homeowner's shrill screams. Besides its acid attacks, this behemoth was incredibly fast, and its massive limbs gave it immense strength. Each attack was as fast as lightning. A long tongue in its mouth, like a giant spear, could pierce through the body of a resident on the 4th floor in one go. Attack, defense, and speed, each excels to an extremely high level. The attack by more than a dozen residents on the 4th floor did not cause it any damage at all. Ultimately, the siege ended with the deaths of 6 homeowners, and the remaining homeowners fled in panic. Then the behemoth slowly devoured the corpse of the 4th floor resident. "Engineer Zhao, in your opinion, what level of strength does this mutated sea beast possess?" Lin Qing asked in a deep voice. "Every time I watch it, I feel an intense sense of despair. A level 2 sea beast, and its original form before evolution wouldn't be too small." Zhao Zixuan couldn't tell what the mutated sea beast's original form was, but its strength made him take notice. This definitely reaches the level of a second-class sea monster. He replayed the surveillance video and carefully observed the attack methods of this mutated sea monster. It is very strong. The force of its claws swinging is probably over 20. Its reaction speed is incredibly fast, and its attack methods include claws, sharp teeth, a long tongue, and a long tail. Add to that the acid it spits out from time to time, and it's practically a monster born for battle. Lin Qing's heart sank. Had it really completed its second evolution? Although he knew that sea fish and sea beasts evolved quickly, he didn't think it would be this fast. So far, none of the 4 units have completed an evolution. Can he handle it? Lin Qing held a glimmer of hope for Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan nodded, then shook his head. "In close combat, I am no match for it, and the pistol is too weak. If it were a rifle or a firearm, I could kill it by shooting through its weak points such as the eyes." Zhao Zixuan did not hide the fact that he possessed a handgun. Looking at the surveillance footage covering the entire floor, he knew that his little secret had probably already been discovered by others. After the disaster, he had already checked the surveillance cameras in the stairwell, but unfortunately, none of the visible cameras had power and were unusable. Looking at the angles of the surveillance cameras on the 53rd floor now, it's likely that they weren't using overt surveillance cameras, but rather more concealed pinhole cameras. After all, no one would notice a small black dot on the exterior wall. President Lin, when you built this 53-story building, didn't you consider the potential dangers? Didn't you store any defensive weapons? Lin Qing gave a wry smile. You know how strict China is with guns and ammunition. It's illegal to possess guns and ammunition privately. The original plan for building this post-apocalyptic fortress included weapons storage, but the disaster happened too suddenly, and the weapons ordered from abroad hadn't had time to be smuggled in. Zhao Zixuan was filled with regret. If he had an AK, he could take down that mutated sea monster all by himself. Given his current state of evolution, he really doesn't have much confidence on his own. After all, pistols have limited firepower, and spring guns are even less powerful. Another issue is the size difference. At 1.8 meters tall, he's facing a behemoth that's over 4 meters long, nearly 5 meters long. The size difference is complete. It seems we really need to find some help from other units. President Lin, you know a lot. Who do you think we should approach first? Li Xian from Unit 3. He has a PhD in chemistry, and the explosives he makes should be able to threaten this mutated sea monster. As he spoke, Lin Qing pulled up some footage from the surveillance camera. In it, a middle-aged man in his 30s raised his hand and threw some fist-sized bombs, which blew up the homeowners who were causing him trouble. Zhao Zixuan glanced at it, his brows furrowing slightly. With this kind of power, it probably won't even be able to break through that monster's defenses. Lin Qing was somewhat surprised by Zhao Zixuan's evaluation. Is that monster's defenses strong enough to withstand such an explosion? Zhao Zixuan nodded without hesitation. Even though he could see the evolution of all the people in the building through surveillance, Lin Qing still lacked awareness of the threat posed by the Level 2 sea monster. Let's put it this way. Zhao Zixuan could shatter a foam brick partition with a single punch right now. The mutated sea monster in the picture was even stronger than him. As for the specific extent it can achieve, Zhao Zixuan has not experienced it firsthand and cannot make an estimate. However, if the other party possessed human intelligence and knew the structure of the building's walls, they wouldn't need acid at all. They could simply smash the foam brick walls between the floors with their fists. At that time, it won't just be Unit 4 that will be ravaged, but the entire 52 buildings. Take a look at Unit 1. That guy knows martial arts. With Unit 3 like this, Zhao Zixuan no longer had any expectations for Unit 1. If we want to take down that mutated sea monster in Unit 4, we'll probably have to rely on him to come up with a solution. Zhao Zixuan is not confident now. Give him a few more days until he breaks through the evolution bottleneck. Then he will have a better chance of winning a head-on battle. Lin Qing nodded and pulled up the monitoring data for Unit 1. In the video, a young man in his early 20s, without any weapons, single-handedly defeated more than 20 armed men with just his fists. This video is from 10 days ago. In Unit 1, several small groups emerged after the disaster, and they fought each other many times over the acquisition of supplies. Zhang Xiaohua is a lone wolf and did not build up his own power like you. The group of people he chased away came to recruit him. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua standing with his fists clasped in the air, Zhao Zixuan's eyes were filled with seriousness. Let's go to Unit 1. If he agrees to team up with me, there's a high chance we can take down that mutated sea monster. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Qing's face. She couldn't discern Zhang Xiaohua's true strength, but since Zhao Zixuan had said so, she could only conclude that she was simply blind and unable to see through him. Chapter 38 Zhang Xiaohua is disappointing. Lin Qing input commands on the control panel. And the sound of mechanical gears turning came from a wall near Unit 1 on the 53rd floor. As the cracks appeared in the wall slowly shifted, revealing a passage. The same as the wall leading to Unit 2. Unit 1 is in a bit of a mess right now, Mr. Zhao. Please be careful. When Lin Qing spoke, a look of confusion flashed across Zhao Zixuan's face. Aren't you coming with me? I'm a woman who can't even kill a chicken. Going with you would only be a burden to you. Lin Qing said with a smile, and her matter-of-fact tone made Zhao Zixuan a little unhappy. Engineer Zhao, I'll go with you. I know this Zhang Xiaohua. Wen Qi, who had been following Lin Qing like a shadow the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Zhao Zixuan and Lin Qing both turned their attention to her. When she gave a wry smile and said to Lin Qing, "President Lin, do you still remember that fervent suitor from 3 years ago?" Lin Qing was puzzled. She frowned and thought for a long time before nodding uncertainly. "It seems like there was such a thing. That year, when I came back from abroad, I don't know who I offended, but flowers and love letters kept mysteriously appearing in my villa. Because of this, I even fired all the security guards at home and replaced them with a new batch. Didn't they say that no more strange things happened after that?" Seeing Lin Qing's bewildered expression, Wen Qi smiled wryly. "Of course, there were no problems afterwards. That ardent suitor applied for a job as a security guard at my house. He just didn't expect that you would fly back abroad so soon after he became a security guard, Mr. Lin." Lin Qing realized the person you're talking about wouldn't be Zhang Xiaoguo, would it? Seeing Wen Qi nod, Lin Qing's face was full of black lines. What the heck? This is a cataclysmic event. How come there's still a fanatical admirer of hers? Wait, how did he know I live here? Lin Qing's expression changed slightly, and she asked in a deep voice. Did Wen Qi reveal her whereabouts? He didn't know you lived here. He only knew that you personally designed this building, so he bought a house here in the hope of seeing you here. A strange smile appeared on Zhao Zixuan's face. He had witnessed firsthand the abilities of the top-tier sycophants around these privileged young women. The room fell silent. For the first time, Zhao Zixuan saw unease and astonishment on Lin Qing's face. This domineering female CEO. Zhao Zixuan found it amusing. It was only in this apocalyptic world that such an expression would likely never have appeared on the face of Lin Qing, this proud daughter of heaven. After a long silence, Lin Qing took a deep breath. Wen Qi, don't say things like that again. Things are different now than before. I have absolutely no relationship with Zhang Xiaoguo. We must not let anyone misunderstand. Wen Qi nodded with a wry smile. Who would have thought that the sycophantic boy from back then would have such a brilliant performance in this world-ending catastrophe? When he came to the Lin family to apply for a security guard job, Wen Qi, as one of the recruiters, knew that he came from a family of martial arts practitioners and was very skilled. However, in civilized society, martial arts had limited use. Who would have thought that in this apocalyptic world, traditional martial arts would shine so brightly? Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll go with Engineer Zhao. I've met him a few times before, and I can help him persuade the other party. Besides, I won't reveal a single thing about Mr. Lin's affairs to him. Wen Qi also believed that Lin Qing should temporarily avoid meeting Zhang Xiaoguo. Lin Qing smiled bitterly. No matter what kind of person Zhang Xiaoguo was, the fact that he had gone to such lengths to sneak into her villa to deliver flowers and love letters back then meant he was definitely not her type. Mr. Zhao, I have a favor to ask. Could you please let me stay for a few days? Zhao Zixuan, who was watching the drama unfold, looked completely bewildered. How come he's involved in this? Besides, there were no spare rooms left in his house. There are 3 bedrooms in room 5203. He and Lu Min share one. Jiang Wenwen occupies another, and the remaining room is his private storage room. The system abilities that he couldn't conveniently display in front of others were all developed in that bedroom. President Lin, I'm sorry, I don't have any rooms available at my home right now. You can stay at Assistant Wen's house. Wen Qi's whole family is here, so it's not convenient for them to stay. Could you rent me a room in bedroom 5204? It won't be for too long. I'll exchange it for food and bottled water. Lin Qing knew that food and water were hard currencies these days, and these were the only things she could offer. Zhao Zixuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. In this apocalyptic world, food and clean water are the greatest resources. He doesn't lack them, but that's because he has the evolution supermarket system. As Zhao Zixuan's biggest secret, he did not want to expose the evolution supermarket. As the survival club grew, he provided more and more food, along with a constant supply of purified water, which may have aroused suspicion among some people about the source of the survival club's food. If Zhao Zixuan hadn't been so powerful, someone probably would have already been unable to restrain themselves and done something. Now that's good. With food supplies from Lin Qing, at least for the time being, no one will suspect that he has some special means to obtain food and purified water. A smile appeared on Lin Qing's face, clearly indicating that she was confident Zhao Zixuan would not refuse. As Zhao Zixuan was her primary focus of observation, she witnessed the conflict between the other party and Qin Wu, and also saw the scene where the other party decisively killed Zhou Qiang. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I wasn't curious. As one of the youngest junior engineers in Shengshi Group, Lin Qing had a fairly deep impression of Zhao Zixuan. As the award presenter, Lin Qing had carefully reviewed Zhao Zixuan's file. He came from a small county town, his family owned a chain of supermarkets, and he had always been an excellent student, consistently described as a model student. His file even showed no record of him ever being involved in a fight. Such a person could quickly change his mindset within 3 months of the natural disaster and ruthlessly kill Qin Wu and his gang, who came to bully him. The key point is that Zhao Zixuan doesn't lack food, unlike those homeowners who became mentally twisted due to hunger. Therefore, Lin Qing was very curious about what made Zhao Zixuan become so ruthless. Furthermore, Zhao Zixuan has unified the entire Unit 2, making him the largest force among the 52 buildings, and he also possesses an evolutionary speed that is clearly beyond common sense. It can be said that Zhao Zixuan is full of mysteries in Lin Qing's eyes. When she learned of Zhang Xiao's destabilizing influence, she immediately went along with it and moved in next to Zhao Zixuan. As for whether Zhao Zixuan would do anything to her, she felt he wouldn't, because the way Zhao Zixuan looked at her was pure. Especially when I first met her, I was surprised, taken aback, and slightly amazed, but I felt no greed or possessiveness. As a talented and privileged girl who has been pampered since childhood, Lin Qing is very sensitive to the malicious looks of others. Zhao Zixuan never did, especially since he had Lu Min at home. The woman's figure was so exaggerated that even Lin Qing couldn't help but glance at her. Zhao Zixuan, unaware of Lin Qing's scheme, tossed her the key to room 5204, letting her choose a bedroom to live in. The promised supplies could be directly handled by Lu Chunhua in the finance department and stored in the Survival Club's communal warehouse. Engineer Zhao, don't you need to specify how much stuff? Besides, these things are for you personally, Lin Qing reminded him. No need. Just put it into the association's public account. Zhao Zixuan waved his hand, not caring much even if it was enough supplies to support one person for 3 years. After all, his supermarket has a continuous supply of goods, and he has over 10,000 energy points, which, if converted into rice, flour, and cooking oil, would be enough to feed the entire unit for a year. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Qing's curiosity about him intensified. There's a secret. Zhao Zixuan definitely has a big secret. She was a business genius and had previously deduced that with the Survival Club's operating model, even after Wang Shihe's reorganization, it was impossible for it to operate smoothly for so long unless there was a continuous supply of resources. Otherwise, the Survival Club should have been facing a food shortage long ago. Currently, among the 4 units, the other 3 units have suffered considerable casualties, yet they still experience varying degrees of shortages of supplies. Unit 2 had the largest population, but most of them were able to make ends meet and occasionally even have a decent meal. Lin Qing wanted to know what Zhao Zixuan was relying on, as this would directly affect her future relationship with him. Zhao Zixuan led Wen Qi directly into Unit 1, and Lin Qing immediately manipulated the mechanism to close the hidden door. How should I put it? Compared to Unit 2, which was stable and orderly under the leadership of the Survival Club, Unit 1 was filled with chaos. It's an indescribable feeling, as if the people living in this unit are very wary of each other. Zhao Zixuan led Wen Qi down the stairs, but they were blocked after only 3 floors. Who are you? Which floor are you from? Don't you know that the top 3 floors are Brother Zhang's territory? 4 burly men blocked Zhao Zixuan's path, each bearing extremely obvious mutated features. Some have half their faces covered in scales, some have saber-like teeth growing from their backs, and some have a single black horn on their heads. These people's bizarre appearances and mental states allow them to perfectly portray minor demons in mythology without makeup. I don't know any Brother Zhang. I'm here to find Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhao Zixuan mentioned Zhang Xiaohua, the 4 burly men couldn't help but shrink their pupils, a flash of instinctive fear crossing their eyes. You, what is your relationship with Zhang Xiaohua? The man with scales on his face opened his mouth, but his words were no longer as aggressive as before. It's nothing. I just came to ask him for a favor. Zhao Zixuan's words immediately made the faces of the 4 people opposite him turn ugly. Damn, I thought you were an acquaintance of Zhang Xiaohua. No matter what, don't act all high and mighty in front of us. That woman behind you is pretty good. Let us guys have a taste of her before you go. Wen Qi behind Zhao Zixuan remained expressionless, but Zhao Zixuan's face darkened. What the hell? This is Unit 1 now? It feels even worse than the darkest period of Qin Wu in Unit 2. Sure enough, human nature cannot withstand the test. These guys don't even care about their own appearance, and have evolved into such deformed and grotesque creatures? What good character could they possibly have? Thinking of this, Zhao Zixuan no longer hesitated and rushed forward in one stride. Bang, 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 bang. Zhao Zixuan punched the 4 burly men who were blocking his way, sending them flying against the wall one by one. They fainted the instant they were hit. Zhao Zixuan was too fast and too powerful. These people didn't even have time to scream before they passed out. What kind of piece of shit dares to block my way? Zhao Zixuan felt a bit unlucky. Given this kind of atmosphere, it's unlikely that any character he would value could be cultivated in Unit 1. According to the information Lin Qing provided him, Zhang Xiaohua lived on the 38th floor. He didn't bother to pay attention to the situation on the other floors and led Wenqi down the road. Fortunately, no one blocked my way after that, and I arrived at the 38th floor without any problems. Zhao Zixuan walked to the door of apartment 3801 and knocked on the security door. A few minutes later, an impatient shout came from inside the door. Who is it? Is it Zhang Xiaohua? It's me, what do you want? With that voice from inside, the security door was opened. The other party didn't even look through the peephole before opening the door, a level of vigilance that made Zhao Zixuan frown. In Lin Qing's surveillance footage, the other party was dressed in a samurai outfit and performed a set of Tongbei fist with great skill, truly displaying the demeanor of a martial arts master. But when he saw him in person, Zhao Zixuan could not hide his disappointment. Flip-flops, capri pants, and a floral shirt. This doesn't look like a martial arts master at all. If you dye your hair yellow, you're a complete delinquent. Most importantly, the other person looked exhausted, with pink marks on their face, neck, and bare chest. Anyone with eyes can see that this is due to excessive indulgence. When was the surveillance footage Lin Qing provided him? He had previously judged that the other party's evolution level would not be lower than 90%, but this meeting left him very disappointed. At most 85%, and the opponent's evolutionary aura is also declining due to poor lifestyle habits. Zhao Zixuan originally thought that evolution was irreversible, but after meeting Zhang Xiaohua, he realized that the path of evolution was probably not as simple as he had imagined. Like rowing against the current, if you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. Upon seeing that Zhao Zixuan was a stranger, the other party's listless spirits instantly lifted. Who are you? You look unfamiliar. You're not from this building, are you? Zhang Xiaohua reacted quickly, her previously languid body tensing up instantly. His gaze was no longer unfocused. Instead, it had gained a sharp edge. My name is Zhao Zixuan, and I come from Unit 2 next door. I've come to see you today because I hope you can join forces with me to kill a Level 2 mutated sea monster in Unit 4. Unit 2, and a Level 2 mutated sea beast? Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head vigorously, not believing Zhao Zixuan's words at all. Zhao Zixuan frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaohua in this state was far below his expectations. Even if the other party was willing to go, he probably wouldn't be able to restrain that Level 2 mutated sea beast. Zhang Xiaohua, do you still recognize me? Wenqi, who was following behind Zhao Zixuan, suddenly turned to the side, exposing herself to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. Then her gaze toward Wenqi gradually turned to surprise, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Your assistant one, what are you doing here? Did President Lin not leave? Where is she? Tell me quickly. Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and tried to grab Wenqi's arm. Zhao Zixuan sidestepped, blocking the other party's outstretched hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned, a hint of disapproval flashing across his face. Zhao Zixuan, right? I'm not interested in your business. I have something important to discuss with Assistant 1. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua swung his arm, trying to shake Zhao Zixuan away. But Zhao Zixuan grabbed her wrist. Zhang Xiaohua's face was initially disdainful, and she prepared to throw him away with her own strength. No matter how hard he tried, Zhao Zixuan's hand remained motionless, and an irresistible force emanated from Zhao Zixuan's large hand. It hurts. Let go now. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed drastically. She no longer dared to underestimate the tall man in front of her. Chapter 39: Excessive Indulgence, and Forcing Wenqi to Take Action. What have you been doing all this time? Why has your evolutionary information deteriorated so much? Zhao Zixuan's expression was somewhat solemn. He had to figure out the reason for the decline in evolutionary information. Is Zhang Xiaohua an isolated case? Or is it possible for everyone to encounter this? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then grimaced and rubbed the arm that Zhao Zixuan had flung away. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no grudge against you. So why are you coming to my door to cause trouble? After Zhang Xiaowa finished speaking, he looked past Zhao Zixuan and at Wen Qi. Assistant 1, I remember you never leave President Lin, right? Your presence here means she's here too. Please, take me to see her. I'll die without her. Zhang Xiaowa looked deeply affectionate. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two had a profound relationship. What a lovesick fool. Before Wen Qi could say anything, a woman's sweet voice came from Zhang Xiaowa's room. Zhang Xiaowa's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the security door, trying to close it. Snap! Zhao Zixuan raised his hand and pressed it against the security door, easily exerting force and making it difficult for Zhang Xiaowa to do anything. He looked at the flustered Zhao Xiaowa with a half-smile, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. Damn it, let go right now. Assistant 1, it's not what you think. The person inside is just my friend. Yes, just a friend, a normal friend. Brother Xiaowa, come quick. I'm wearing your favorite CEO outfit today. I'm your CEO Lin now, come and catch me. A sweet, coquettish voice came from the bedroom. Through the doorway, a tall woman in a business suit with exquisite makeup could be seen walking out. Upon seeing the three people staring at her from the doorway, the woman's feigned aloof expression froze for a moment before she quickly turned and went to the bedroom. Zhang Xiaowa's face flushed red. Damn it, this was so embarrassing. He looked at Wen Qi nervously, and sure enough, the usually calm assistant Wen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhang Xiaowa, who did you make that woman cosplay? Wen Qi's words seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, as if she wanted to slap the disgusting man in front of her away. Assistant 1, let me explain. It's not what you think. Really, my feelings for President Lin are as clear as day. Zhang Xiaowa panicked. If Wen Qi tells Lin Qing what she saw today, he will never be able to get close to his goddess again. No, I have to find a way to explain it clearly. Assistant 1, please give me a few minutes. I will definitely handle this properly and give you a satisfactory explanation. Wen Qi looked at him coldly. No need. Your personal hobbies are irrelevant to the purpose of my visit. Zhang Xiaowa was extremely embarrassed and wished he could disappear into the ground. Why now of all times? All right, we're all men, I understand. I just didn't expect that excessive indulgence could lead to evolutionary decline. That's something to be careful about, a negative example. Zhao Zixuan's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. This drew an angry glare from Zhang Xiaowa. What the hell is this excessive indulgence? Where did this damn man come from? I'd rather kick him while he's down. What exactly do you want? I told you I have no interest in going to Unit 4 to kill mutated sea monsters. Zhao Zixuan suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaowa by the neck. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold voice came from his mouth. Whose are you, mine? Zhang Xiaowa's expression changed drastically. His body reacted very quickly, grabbing Zhao Zixuan's arm with one hand and kicking him in the groin with his leg. With a snap, Zhao Zixuan grabbed his leg and twisted it with terrifying force, pinning him to the wall. Zhang Xiaowa's expression changed drastically. Who was this man in front of him? Not only was his strength terrifyingly powerful, but his speed was also extraordinary. As Zhao Zixuan exerted force with both hands, Zhang Xiaowa felt his vision go black, and a suffocating feeling filled him with fear. Hurry up and help. Who are you people? Don't hurt Brother Xiaowa, he's a good person. Zhao Zixuan looked at the woman who rushed out. With her clothes and makeup, the woman in front of him was 70% similar to Lin Qing, but there was a huge difference in their temperament. Wen Qi's face turned extremely ugly. Zhang Xiaowa was blatantly defaming her President Lin. Zhao Zixuan seemed to understand why Zhang Xiaowa was acting like this. He had been longing for the goddess but couldn't have her. When he met the woman in front of him, even if she was just a low-end version, it was enough to make a young man like Zhang Xiaowa lose his composure. Indeed, women are like steel knives that scrape bones. Zhang Xiaowa made the mistake that all men make, and his lack of self-control led to his current predicament. Zhao Zixuan naturally wouldn't kill him and casually tossed him aside. You're too weak, but you still have the foundation. I'll give you 3 days to wipe out all the messy forces in Unit 1. After 3 days, I'll arrange for someone to take over and restore order in Unit 1. If you can't do it, you'll be the first one thrown out of the building. Zhao Zixuan's words caused Zhang Xiaowa's expression to change drastically. You actually want to take over the entire unit? I can't even be bothered with the mess in your building. Zhang Xiaowa, I'm giving you a chance. If you're hopeless, don't regret it later. Men can make mistakes, but what's most despicable is a lack of responsibility. After Zhao Zixuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked upstairs. Wen Qi stared at Zhao Zixuan's back with a strange expression. Neither of them glanced at Zhang Xiaogua, who was slumped on the ground. One is genuinely indifferent. The other is filled with heartfelt contempt. After the two had walked down several floors, Wenqi suddenly spoke up. Engineer Zhao, do you admire this Zhang Xiaogua? Zhao Zixuan did not slow down his ascent upstairs at all, glancing sideways at Wenqi. Assistant Wen, shouldn't I be asking you that? Don't tell me you didn't think about recruiting them before you came here. Wenqi's face stiffened, a sense of panic washing over her, as if her little scheme had been seen through. After leaving the 53rd floor, Lin Qing did not choose to join Zhao Zixuan's survival club. Instead, she relied on the 8 homeowners controlled by Wenqi, leaving her alone and vulnerable. As the strongest member of Unit 1, Zhang Xiaogua may not have Zhao Zixuan's abilities, but his power is formidable and worth recruiting. If Zhang Xiaogua could quickly take control of the unit, perhaps President Lin wouldn't have to feign politeness with Zhao Zixuan. She hadn't expected that even though she was cautious enough, Zhao Zixuan would still see through her thoughts. This wasn't because Zhao Zixuan was particularly clever, but rather because he guessed it based on realistic considerations. Before the catastrophe, Lin Qing was a well-known figure throughout the Shanghai Stock Exchange, in charge of the Shengshi Group, which had assets worth tens of billions. Even in the apocalypse, such a person, given the opportunity, will surely be able to make a name for themselves. Unlike Zhao Zixuan, who had no connections, no foundation, and no reputation, even if he tried to form a gang, it wouldn't amount to much. Someone like Wenqi, who has worked in a large corporation, must have felt a deep contempt for him. Mr. Zhao is joking. With your abilities, you could take over the entire building if you wanted to. In this apocalyptic world, strength is the foundation of everything. Wenqi said with a fake smile, offering her flattery. Oh, I didn't expect Assistant One to have such a clear understanding of the current situation. Would you be interested in joining the survival club? I can grant you permission to start your own club. Zhao Zixuan's words caused Wenqi's expression to change slightly. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhao, but I am Mr. Lin's assistant and have no plans to switch jobs for the time being. Zhao Zixuan smiled noncommittally. He knew the other party would refuse, so his words lacked sincerity. The two walked up several floors when Zhao Zixuan suddenly stopped. A displeased smile appeared on his face. Some people get arrogant and don't know who they are once they have a little power. I was going to leave the task of cleaning up the mess to Zhang Xiaogua, but I didn't expect that there would be someone so blind as to come looking for death. Before Zhao Zixuan could finish speaking, a flurry of footsteps sounded overhead. Looking up, 17 or 18 people rushed down, men and women, all carrying weapons, their eyes filled with malice as they looked at Zhao Zixuan and his companion. As expected, if one doesn't control the mutated characteristics on their body, once the evolution value exceeds 70%, it will greatly affect their mind. Assistant One will probably also be affected by the inexplicable irritability that arises in his heart. Zhao Zixuan's voice remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the crisis unfolding before him. Wenqi's body tensed, and she silently lowered her head. She didn't dare to look the people rushing down at her, afraid that she would lose control of her emotions. Zhao Zixuan was right. Since the evolution broke through 70%, the impact of alienation on the mind has become extremely obvious. In particular, Wenqi tried every means to accelerate the evolution speed in order to suppress Wan Shixiang and others. The evolution rate of over 80% brought Wenqi not only a surge in strength, but also a volatile temper that constantly affected her mind. Wenqi has a strong will, and she always suppresses this volatile emotion, which is why she always appears to be taciturn. She just didn't expect that her unusual state would be noticed by Zhao Zixuan. Assistant One, suppressing your emotions all the time is actually bad for your health. Why don't you take this opportunity to vent? Zhao Zixuan smiled, checked his body, and then exposed Wenqi behind him to everyone. Wenqi subconsciously looked up at the corner of the stairs. Without a doubt, there was a hidden camera there. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "No need. I can control my emotions." Wenqi didn't want to expose her bad side to Lin Qing. Even though the emotions surging within her were now somewhat difficult to control, Zhao Zixuan raised his hand and flicked a pebble, which hit the corner of the stairs with a snap. "All right, I've destroyed the surveillance cameras, so you can go ahead without worry." Wenqi suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with malice as she stared at Zhao Zixuan. This bastard keeps stirring up her emotions. What exactly does he want to do? If Wenqi hadn't known he couldn't beat him, the first person he would have attacked would have been Zhao Zixuan. At this moment, the people coming down from above had already approached the two of them. The leading man's gaze fell on Wenqi, while the woman beside him with reddened eyes stared at Zhao Zixuan, who was leaning against the wall with a calm expression. You two are the intruders who dared to hit your brother Zhang. Today, each of you will lose an arm. The leader, Brother Zhang, was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a mouth full of fangs. Combined with the dim environment of the corridor, he looked like a ferocious demon that had emerged from hell. Brother Zhang, that man is quite good-looking too, with fair and delicate skin. I like him. Let's keep both of them. We're tired of the others. The woman following behind Brother Zhang was large-boned and had freckles all over her face. She was incredibly ugly. She licked her lips disgustingly and looked at Zhao Zixuan with greedy eyes. Damn, fatty, you're really indiscriminate when it comes to food. But Brother Zhang is in a good mood today, so this man is yours. Brother Zhang's eyes also held a hint of wickedness, but he was staring at Wenqi. The slight smile on Zhao Zixuan's face, who was leaning against the wall, disappeared. He looked up at Wenqi and said, "Tear that bitch's mouth apart." Wenqi gritted her teeth, her eyes gradually reddening. Zhao Zixuan raised his enormous fist, his meaning clear. "If you don't take the chance, I will. I gave you the opportunity, but you're useless?" Wenqi could no longer bear it and suddenly lunged forward, a tearing sound coming from behind. 3 pairs of hairy, sharp claws emerged from her back. He sprang up instantly, like a giant humanoid spider, and landed in the crowd in one leap. Uft, uft. Before the attackers could react, Wenqi's spider legs pierced their bodies. Wenqi's humanity was not completely overwhelmed by her bestiality, so she concentrated the punctures on her arms and thighs. In just a few breaths, the stairwell turned into a battlefield of slain blood. 7 or 8 people lay on the stairs groaning. Zhang Gu and the ugly woman, who were at the forefront, both changed color at the same time. One of them was covered in scales, and the scales could secrete a slippery mucus, allowing Wenqi's spider legs to slide across his scales. The ugly woman's transformation involved her body instantly expanding. Her skin became like the most elastic ball, making it impossible for spider legs to penetrate it. No wonder the two of them were able to control several floors of homeowners and form a small community. With nearly 80% evolutionary progress, plus special mutation methods. If it weren't for his extremely wicked nature, he would indeed be a formidable fighting force. Wenqi manipulated her 6 spider legs, launching continuous attacks, forcing the two to retreat step by step. The difference in their evolutionary levels meant that the two were no match for Wenqi in terms of strength. Moreover, the opponent is not experienced in combat and has obviously been bullying people by relying on their evolution level and special mutation characteristics. Stop hitting us. We were wrong. We won't cause you any trouble. We'll leave right away. The man called Brother Zhang shouted loudly. Although the scales on his body can secrete mucus, the pain from each hit is real. This time they really hit a brick wall, and their already weak fighting spirit collapsed instantly. That ugly woman, on the other hand, had a much stronger fighting spirit than Brother Zhang, because she was jealous of Wenqi's appearance. The weapon in her hand was not an axe or a long knife, but a steel rod with an iron comb tied to the top. Each of the steel needles gleamed coldly, and the other party was willing to endure the pain of being pierced by spider legs in order to try to tear Wenqi's face apart with a comb. Fortunately, Wenqi was faster. Knowing that the other woman's skin was too elastic to be pierced, she immediately changed her attack to a pull, like hitting a ball, and pulled the ugly woman out of the stairwell. The ugly woman let out a shrill scream. Clearly, the ugly woman, like Brother Zhang, could withstand being pierced, but not the force exerted by the spider's legs. The two ran into the room the moment they landed, disappearing without a trace. Wenqi did not continue chasing upwards, but slowly retracted her 6 spider legs. She took off her tattered coat, walked up to a woman whose thigh had been pierced, and ripped off her coat, draping it over her own back. "Engineer Zhao, are you satisfied now?" Wenqi's tone was very unpleasant. Anyone would be in a bad mood if forced to reveal their hand. "I'm not satisfied, very dissatisfied. I told you to tear that woman's mouth apart, and you didn't. But it's all right, after all, you're not my subordinate." Zhao Zixuan calmly walked past the crowd and continued upstairs. Wenqi gritted her teeth, really wanting to give Zhao Zixuan a hard blow on the back. But considering the opponent's terrifying strength, Wenqi could only forcibly suppress the bloodthirsty impulse in her heart. Zhao Zixuan went straight to the top floor and opened the door to Unit 1. "Since we've chosen to let Zhang Xiaohua manage Unit 1, we can't keep coming here through the secret door on the 53rd floor. Given Zhang Xiao's sycophantic nature, Zhao Zixuan felt there was no need to tell him about the existence of the 53rd floor for the time being. Chapter 40. Zhao Zixuan fights the Great Flood in pursuit of a breakthrough. Returning to Unit 2, Zhao Zixuan and Wen Qi both relaxed. Even Zhao Zixuan remained vigilant throughout the journey. Does anyone know if any of the residents of Unit 1 own guns? He didn't care about knives and axes, but bullets were a different story. Having finally cultivated to this point, if Zhao Zixuan were to be killed by a single bullet, wouldn't he die unjustly? Fortunately, we returned safely after a series of close calls. As they entered through the door of Unit 2, the two saw Lin Qing already waiting for them at the hidden door. Lin Qing's expression was rather strange, especially when she looked at Wen Qi, her gaze filled with shock. Wen Qi's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze suddenly fell on Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan, you're lying to me. You didn't tamper with the security cameras in the hallway at all. Zhao Zixuan was surprised that he was exposed so quickly and touched his nose with an embarrassed expression. Ahem, maybe the hallway was too dark, I made a mistake. Faced with Zhao Zixuan's half-hearted explanation, Wen Qi almost lost her temper. Her carefully concealed alienation was now laid bare before Lin Qing. She was going crazy. How could this damned man be so awful? Zhao Zixuan, I challenge you to a duel. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zixuan's face was full of smiles. I couldn't be happier. You decide the time and place. How about we go and have a spar right now? Your strength is not bad, and your mutation can also increase your strength. You're barely qualified to be my opponent. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's eager expression, Lin Qing strangely stopped him. Zhao, stop fooling around. Wen Qi just went through a fierce battle and needs to rest. Wen Qi, come with me to the 53rd floor. I have something to tell you. With that, Lin Qing turned around and entered the 53rd floor through the secret passage. Wen Qi stared at Zhao Zixuan with hatred, but in the end, she did not agree to a real duel with Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat disappointed. This beautiful Lin was great in every way, except that she always seemed to be undermining him. Why did Zhao Zixuan force Wen Qi to reveal her true strength? First, people are curious about her unusual features. Second, all the owners on the 40th and 41st floors, except for Wen Qi, have already registered their information with the community. Even Old Wang didn't notice that Wen Qi had been silently following Lin Qing ever since they met. She was constantly minimizing her presence. Unless you pushed her, who would guess she was a powerful being with over 80% evolutionary potential? The fact that Wen Qi could evolve to this extent under the tight control of evolution resources by the organization shows that Zhao Zixuan should be wary of his abilities and character. As it turned out, Zhao Zixuan's concerns were justified. Wen Qi not only had a high level of evolution, but her 6 strange spider legs were also extremely lethal. Among all the evolved beings in Unit 2, Wen Qi's evolution level is not the highest, but her combat power is definitely in the top tier. After Dr. Zhang's research on the mutation characteristics of all people, it has now been basically concluded that although the mutation of the body is related to the type of food, the main direction of evolution comes from one's own inner desires. This kind of desire isn't something you can become just by saying what you want. Rather, it's your deepest inner desires that influence the direction of evolution. Human nature is incredibly complex, influenced by countless factors, especially in civilized societies where laws, morals, and life experiences can all create layers of masks for a person. 99% of people cannot be certain of their deepest, most fundamental desires, which is why evolution takes such diverse forms. As for whether physical mutation is good or bad, everyone has different opinions. According to Dr. Zhang's latest research, as long as the physical mutation characteristics are controlled to a certain extent, it will not affect one's temperament, but will instead increase one's trump cards and methods in battle. People like Zhao Zixuan, who possess such a high level of evolution but have not mutated at all, have become an anomaly. Regardless of what others might think, Zhao Zixuan remains committed to preventing any physical mutations. He believes his current strength is sufficient, and there's no need to add extra parts to his body. Upon returning to his unit, Zhao Zixuan did not rest, but went straight downstairs. He crawled out of the window closest to the water, where there was a small platform that was constantly being battered by huge waves. He was only wearing swimming trunks, and the torrential rain had no effect on him whatsoever. Only the surging waves crashing against his body made him feel the fury of nature. Zhao Zixuan was submerged in the floodwaters. Unlike his previous acts of rushing into the floodwaters and battling the waves, this time, Zhao Zixuan stood on the platform and suddenly threw a punch at the endless surging floodwaters. The level 2 mutated sea monster that appeared in Unit 4 put pressure on Zhao Zixuan. He had to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible and complete the initial evolution. He had considered taking a shortcut. If he could just capture a level 1 mutated sea beast, even if the system only gave him a little evolution value, it would be enough for him to break through his current bottleneck. However, this level of sea beast was not easy to find. He tried more than once to find a level 1 mutated sea beast in the flood, but each time, they were disappointed. The Great Flood was not lacking in aquatic life. In fact, the density was even higher than before the disaster. However, powerful sea monsters lurk in deep waters, and Zhao Zixuan's swimming skills are not good enough to dive very deep. Moreover, the surface waves were too large, which greatly affected Zhao Zixuan's ability to perform. If he were to encounter a level 1 mutated sea beast in this raging flood, he might not necessarily come out on top. As for the seabirds on the top floor, their flattened tentacles are even more alert. Seabirds that have reached the first level of mutation will not approach Building 52 at all. Zhao Zixuan had long suspected that these mutated seabirds that had reached level 1 were in contact with each other, and that his own strength had already been exposed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why none of the seabirds on the rooftop had ever reached level 1. All of these factors caused Zhao Zixuan's idea of breaking through the system to fail, leaving him with no choice but to choose the most arduous, tiring, and difficult method to gradually wear down his own bottlenecks. At this moment, his strength broke through 20 points, reaching 20.3. Don't underestimate the mere 0.4 strength boost. For Zhao Zixuan, it's the driving force that keeps him going. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan discovered that breaking through the bottleneck through his own efforts had another huge advantage. It gave him an extremely high level of control over his own power. They can also use these towering waves to continuously improve their swimming skills. He practiced for half the night, and even with Zhao Zixuan's strong physique, he felt incredibly tired. He crawled back through the window, where someone handed him dry clothes wrapped in plastic sheeting. "Boss, these are the sea fish you killed while practicing your punches. We've already put them away for you. Do you want us to send them directly to the 53rd floor?" One of the owners of the miscellaneous services department looked at Zhao Zixuan with a fawning expression. With the unification of units, fishing hours were naturally canceled, and many people chose to fish at night. While Zhao Zixuan was practicing his boxing outside the building, his original intention was to hone himself through the storm. However, with Zhao Zixuan's current powerful punches, if he punched into the floodwaters, some unfortunate sea fish swept away by the flood would inevitably become Zhao Zixuan's spoils. He was too lazy to collect them, but he wasn't alone. There were always people behind him who properly scooped the stunned or killed fish into the building. Zhao Zixuan looked at the two large baskets of fish, which contained 40 or 50 fish, the largest of which weighed over 30 jin, 15 caddies. More than half of them were killed by Zhao Zixuan's punches, and the rest were all injured, lying in the fish baskets, clearly lacking energy. Zhao Zixuan took the hammer handed to him by the homeowner and smashed the still-living fish to death one by one. After conserving his energy, Zhao Zixuan went upstairs to rest, satisfied. As for the sea fish, they were registered and stored in the warehouse, as is customary. Everyone looked at Zhao Zixuan's tired face with admiration in their eyes. Previously, Zhao Zixuan was aloof, and these fishermen who made a living did not know him. They only joined the survival club for mutual support. But as Zhao Zixuan brought his armed forces to train the lower-level residents, and especially as he himself faced the wind and rain alone with a terrifying fist, he won over these residents in just a few days. Men are naturally inclined to follow the strong, especially in this apocalyptic world. The stronger Zhao Zixuan is, the greater the sense of security he brings to the owners of many survival communities. Zhao Zixuan, who originally wanted to break through the bottleneck by weathering the storms at the bottom, unwittingly gained a wave of admiration from the community owners. As a result, the cohesion of the club greatly increased, and Zhao Zixuan's reputation among the lower-level members surpassed Lin Mao's for the first time. With the added publicity from Wang Shihe and others, it can be said that the entire gang, from top to bottom, was gradually united as a team because of the formidable strength displayed by Zhao Zixuan. After a quick wash, Zhao Zixuan went straight to sleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. Lu Min sat by his bedside, her delicate hand tightly gripping his large, rough hand, her eyes vacant, clearly lost in thought. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Zhao Zixuan's gentle voice rang out, and Lu Min quickly snapped back to reality, a look of worry on her face. Brother, I see your hands are covered in injuries. You're pushing yourself too hard. Zhao Zixuan felt a warmth in his heart at Lu Min's concern. It's okay. I'm a man. I can take this kind of injury. But that's a monster that appeared in Unit 4. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Lu Min really felt sorry for Zhao Zixuan. The whole thing in Unit 2 was finally sorted out, and the last problem was solved, but the comfortable days I expected didn't come. Instead, troubles kept coming one after another. Zhao Zixuan smiled and pinched her fair cheek. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't in this kind of thing. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. If we don't stand up now, where will we go when the building collapses? I've been training at the bottom these past few days, and I've deeply felt the terror of this storm. Even with my strength, I still feel incredibly insignificant in the face of this apocalyptic disaster. Amin, the situation is like a knife. Only by constantly moving forward can we preserve a glimmer of hope. Zhao Zixuan's words were full of heavy pressure, but there was no way around it. Reality was just like that. He, Zhao Zixuan, had to be courageous and diligent and protect the people he cared about, but at the same time, he couldn't keep all the storms out. Whether it was Lu Min or the core members of the gang, if they wanted to keep up with him, they couldn't stand still. Zhao Zixuan had a premonition that this evolution would not end so easily, and that the gifts from heaven would not come without a price. No one knew where the future lay. If he wanted to live well, he had to fight and risk his life. Whether it's Lu Min, Jiang Wenwen, or even Lu Chunhua, who is constantly struggling with her own alienation, Zhao Zixuan has repeatedly hoped that they could increase their level of evolution as much as possible. Zhao Zixuan is a human, not a god, and his future will not be confined to this small unit too. Therefore, the people around him must have the ability to withstand the storms and, at the very least, not become a complete burden to him. Lu Min stared blankly at Zhao Zixuan, understanding the meaning behind his words. Brother, it's all my fault for being incompetent and unable to help you. Zhao Zixuan raised his hand and touched the two cute little horns in Lu Min's long hair, causing Lu Min's delicate body to tremble. How could you be incompetent? Your evolution level is close to 80%, right? And your senses are extremely sharp. It's just that you lack combat experience, making it difficult to unleash your full power. It's not your fault. After all, I'm holding the line in front, so you don't need to fight. But Amin, you need to be prepared. After we've dealt with that level 2 mutated sea monster in Unit 4, I will organize combat training for the entire club. You and Wenwen will both have to participate. Can I do it? Lu Min had no confidence in her own abilities whatsoever. Zhao Zixuan sighed inwardly. As the person closest to him, Lu Min's evolution speed far surpassed that of others, and she was also able to suppress her own mutated characteristics to a level that would not affect her mind. The advantage is that Lu Min is still the same gentle Lu Min, but the disadvantage is that she continues to lack the desire to fight. Perhaps this can make their mutant characteristics more pronounced, at least preventing them from being cowardly before the battle even begins. The two didn't say much, because Zhao Zixuan sensed that someone was outside. And it wasn't just one person. Zhao Zixuan walked out of the bedroom and saw Lin Qing sitting elegantly on her own sofa, with Wenqi standing properly beside her. However, when Wenqi saw the sleepy-eyed Zhao Zixuan, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, I stayed up a bit late yesterday, President Lin. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Qing stood up gracefully and asked calmly, Engineer Zhao, have you decided when to go and kill that mutated sea beast in Unit 4? Is President Lin in a hurry? Zhao Zixuan frowned. Lin Qing nodded. Last night, that level 2 mutated sea monster attacked the 32nd floor. All 4 households were breached, and all 16 people perished. Lin Qing's words did not show much emotion. Since the natural disaster broke out, especially as everyone's evolution level reached more than 50%, the constant fighting between units meant that death was no longer a novelty. Lin Qing did not tell Zhao Zixuan that the dead body in Unit 4 was not thrown out of the window into the wind and rain, but was directly thrown into the water inside the building. The purpose is self-evident: to lure sea fish from outside into the stairwell with the corpse. Compared to starvation caused by food scarcity, fishing with human corpses doesn't seem so bad. It's better than eating people directly. The reason that the level 2 sea monster was brought in was because a fierce battle broke out between two gangs in Unit 4, resulting in the deaths of more than a dozen people. It can be said that Unit 4 brought this calamity upon themselves. If this mutated sea beast hadn't possessed the ability to corrode the walls, Lin Qing would never have cared about their lives. Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Give me 3 days. Are you waiting for Zhang Xiaohua?" Lin Qing frowned. When she had already reported to him everything about her meeting with Zhang Xiaohua yesterday, she didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's disgusting fetish, even if she was the one cosplaying. She simply had doubts about Zhang Xiaohua's abilities. She saw through the surveillance footage that Zhao Zixuan easily overwhelmed his opponent, and according to Wenqi, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was only slightly better than hers. I guess so. Zhao Zixuan didn't want to say more. Chapter 41. Recruitment Failure and Great Increase in Power. Lin Qing stared intently at Zhao Zixuan, trying to see through his thoughts. Zhao Zixuan met her gaze calmly. It must be said that Lin Qing was very beautiful, no less so than Dr. Jiang in terms of looks alone. Her noble and elegant temperament added to her graceful and dignified appearance. Even though this woman doesn't possess any evolutionary information, just sitting there drinking tea creates considerable pressure. I'm planning to go with Wenqi to contact Li Xin from Unit 3. This was Lin Qing's purpose in coming to find Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan looked down on Li Xin, but Lin Qing valued him highly. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan's purpose in having Zhang Xiaohua organize Unit 1 is self-evident. At this stage, Lin Qing doesn't want to clash with Zhao Zixuan. She wants to build her own power base, and Unit 3 is currently the only option. As for the owners of Unit 4, all that can be said is that the rest are hopeless and utterly hopeless. After all, the level 2 sea monster had already started breaking down doors and killing people, and the remaining residents of Unit 4 hadn't been seen escaping from the top floor to call for help. This shows that those people always harbored wishful thinking, and such people were not even worth Lin Qing's recruitment. Zhao Zixuan smiled. "That's your freedom." Lin Qing stared at Zhao Zixuan with a meaningful look, her curiosity about the man in front of her growing stronger. If you say he has no ambition, he established a survival club and has been forcing Wenqi and the others to comply. His goal is definitely to unify the entire unit. Last night, Wenqi and I went to Unit 1 and blatantly recruited Zhang Xiaohua into our fold. However, while he was ambitious and wanted to unify the entire building, he was extremely polite and tolerant towards Lin Qing, who had always wanted to establish his own power. Even when Lin Qing wanted to contact Unit 3, no one stopped him. Having gotten what she wanted, Lin Qing gracefully rose and left with Wenqi. "Zixuan, I feel like President Lin's words have a hidden meaning." A hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Min's face. Zhao Zixuan glanced at her with some surprise. "Who said big breasts mean no brains?" He grinned and said, "She's a big CEO. Even in the face of natural disasters and the apocalypse, she wouldn't easily become someone else's subordinate. She's got her eye on Unit 3 and wants to bring the residents there under her wing." Lu Min's expression changed. "Zixuan, this won't do. If she really has that intention, we can't let her live in our building. It's all right. Lin Qing is a smart person. She won't turn against you unless she has absolute strength." Faced with Zhao Zixuan's nonchalant attitude, Lu Min felt extremely heavy-hearted. She bit her lip and asked with some resentment, "Zixuan, have you taken a liking to her?" Zhao Zixuan was taken aback, then said with a smile, "What are you thinking? I have no romantic feelings for President Lin." Lu Min was clearly skeptical and said dejectedly, "I've been married before. If you really have feelings for me, I." Before Lu Min could finish speaking, Zhao Zixuan pulled her into his arms. He pinched her smooth cheek and said irritably, "What kind of person do you take me for? I have no interest in Lin Qing. Don't you think she's like a high and mighty swan? Even in the face of natural disasters and the apocalypse, she still doesn't consider herself to be the same kind of person as us. I, Zhao Zixuan, am not going to do something like offering my warm face to a cold backside. Real. What cat in this world doesn't steal fish? Moreover, what you can't have is always the best. As the old saying goes, a toad wants to eat swan meat, but a toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat is not a good toad." Zhao Zixuan is now incredibly powerful, undoubtedly the #1 person in all 52 buildings. No matter how high Lin Qing's status was before the cataclysm, that was before. Now their positions are reversed, and if Zhao Zixuan wanted to, Lin Qing would have no choice but to obediently offer herself to him. Of course it's true, don't overthink it. A strong woman like President Lin isn't suited for dating or marriage, but she's a great collaborator. The reason I didn't invite her to join the survival club is twofold. First, she hasn't shown any interest in that area. Second, given President Lin's status, what position could I offer her? Old Wang is doing a great job as general manager. I can't very well create a president position above general manager. That would be pointless. Besides, you should have heard Wenwen talk about the club's situation. They have to subsidize me with a lot of food every month. The more people there are, the more we lose, right? Currently, the club's foundation is still concentrated in Unit 2. I've already arranged for Zhang Xiaohua to try to bring Unit 1 under control and see how things go to determine whether they should join the survival club. Also, there's something I haven't told you. Excessive indulgence can lead to degeneration. So, having you as my woman is enough. Zhao Zixuan's words eased Lu Min's worries considerably. She knew in her heart that her relationship with Zhao Zixuan was not based on love. It was ultimately a transaction between them. However, women are naturally drawn to strength, and Zhao Zixuan gave her a great sense of security, so her heart unconsciously fell entirely on him. That's why she's so wary of any woman who appears around Zhao Zixuan, and Zhao Zixuan is actually quite happy to see her acting this way. Lu Min heated up the food that Jiang Wenwen had prepared and brought it to Zhao Zixuan. After a hard night of training and sleeping for most of the day, Zhao Zixuan was already very hungry. He devoured all the food on the table, and before he knew it, his appetite had increased. However, these mutated fish and seabird meats could no longer help him break through the bottleneck. However, Zhao Zixuan sensed that the evolutionary energy absorbed from these foods was not wasted, but accumulated in his body. Once he successfully broke through, this evolutionary energy would rapidly increase his evolutionary level. In the afternoon, Zhao Zixuan went to the floodwaters to train his body as usual. In order to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible, he even suspended his intimate time with Lu Min. Unit 3, 44th floor, Li Xian looked at the two people in front of him with a wary expression. Li Xian had naturally heard of the renowned female president of Shengshi Group. He just didn't expect that 6 months after the disaster, they would be trapped in this isolated building in the flood. Such an important person suddenly showing up at their door might not be a good thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'm afraid I can't agree to join your organization. Li Xian flatly rejected Lin Qing's offer. This surprised Lin Qing. She had studied this chemistry PhD carefully and found that he was neither as unrestrained as Zhang Xiaohua nor as radical as Zhao Zixuan. After the disaster, especially with the increase in the level of evolution, there were many disputes among the owners. Li Xian and his neighbors on the floors above and below him united to protect themselves. Moreover, by creating explosives for everyone, he continuously exchanged sea fish from other owners in order to maintain his own and those around him's level of evolution. Zhao Zixuan gathered everyone under his command through a gang, while Li Xian simply traded his homemade, improvised explosive devices for mutated sea fish meat. As for how the property owners use the explosives he provides, he doesn't care. He wouldn't get involved in any conflicts within the unit, as long as they didn't affect him directly. It was precisely because of this expert that not many people died in Unit 3, and order did not completely collapse. After all, no one was sure if the other side had the small bomb provided by Li Xian. Because those explosives were rarely used in melee combat, they were mostly used to blast fish. Dr. Li Xian, the situation is extremely dire, and we need your strength. Only by uniting can we cope with this apocalyptic disaster and fight for a way for humanity to survive. Lin Qing immediately slapped a big label on him. She didn't want to give up on this chemistry PhD because the explosives he made were too suitable for this apocalypse. After all, the manufacturing of firearms requires too much craftsmanship, and it is difficult to mass-produce them without raw materials and machinery. On the contrary, these small explosives are not only easy to carry and use, but also have considerable destructive power. If Lin Qing could recruit this expert, he was confident that he could build an organization that rivaled the survival club in a very short time. At that time, we will be more confident in dealing with the mutated sea monsters in Unit 4 or in taking control of the entire building in conjunction with the survival club. She just didn't expect Li Xian to refuse. I'm sorry, I'm just an ordinary person. I only want to protect the people around me. I'm powerless to help you with your lofty ambitions. Besides, the situation in Unit 3 is unstable right now. I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to protect myself, so I can't follow you. Li Xian was extremely clear-headed. Following the female CEO in front of him, his first priority would probably be to reorganize the entire unit. He didn't know how strong his opponent was, but he didn't want to fight and become someone else's henchman and tool. Anyway, everyone in the building knows he can make bombs, so no one is foolish enough to cause trouble for him and his family. Moreover, because he was the only one who could manufacture explosives, many residents relied on these bombs to fish, giving Li Xian a transcendent status in the entire building. Li Xian would naturally not change his current situation just because of Lin Qing's few words. Lin Qing looked helpless. Only now did she realize that in this apocalyptic world, it was really difficult to recruit people using the same old pre-apocalyptic principles. She couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Zhao Zixuan came. Based on her understanding of Zhao Zixuan from her several encounters, she suspects that Zhao Zixuan will likely take action directly. With his terrifying strength, Li Xian wouldn't even have a chance to use explosives before being taken down. Ultimately, strength is still strength. She showed Wenqi the surveillance video of Li Xian's confrontation with other homeowners, which took place a month ago. Having witnessed the explosive power of the explosives Li Xian created, Wenqi frankly admitted that she couldn't withstand such an explosion. Moreover, she felt the intense aura of evolution emanating from Li Xian, which was no less than or equal to that of Wenqi. Therefore, Wenqi subtly shook her head at Lin Qing, indicating that this operation could only focus on persuasion. Lin Qing wanted to say more, but Li Xian directly told her to leave. President Lin, I don't know how you got into Unit 3, but you should leave as soon as possible. Unit 3 has been unstable these past 2 days. Several factions have been fighting each other, and people have been injured in each fight. Those factions are all ruthless. They all want to unify the entire unit, just like Unit 2. Lin Qing's expression changed slightly. Dr. Li, do you know about the situation in Unit 2? Li Xian nodded. His building was adjacent to the building in Unit 2, and he could communicate with his neighbors through his window. Unit 2 first introduced Qin Wu, who acted arrogantly and domineeringly, and then Zhao Zixuan, who unified the entire unit. In order to obtain this information, Li Xian also provided a lot of food to his neighbor in Unit 2. Of course, Li Xian's understanding of these things was only concerned about the situation in Unit 3. If Unit 3 fell into chaos, the neighboring unit could become an external ally or a way out. Of course, if Unit 2 fell into chaos, he could also prepare in advance, so as not to be caught off guard when the other side attacked. Li Xian has to be responsible for his entire family. Seeing Li Xian's extremely resolute attitude, Lin Qing knew in his heart that this recruitment attempt had failed. However, she was not discouraged. Apart from Li Xian, she planned to contact all the leaders of the organizations in these 3 units one by one. Unlike the brutal and chaotic Unit 1, the struggle between the various factions in Unit 3 is still in a state of restraint, with the few battles fought over limited food. It's unlikely that the kind of heinous acts like bullying men and women or burglary that happened in Unit 1 will occur so easily. So after being turned away by Li Xian, Lin Qing decided to continue to meet and chat with the leaders of the other small groups. She didn't believe these people had lost their humanity. She believed that as long as they were willing to work hard, they would definitely achieve something. If anyone is truly blind, Wenqi's 6 spider legs are not to be trifled with. To achieve something, you always have to take some risks. Even if she has no evolutionary power at all, she still has the courage to face difficulties. While Lin Qing was risking his life to build his own power, outside Unit 2, a huge wave whipped up by a violent storm crashed onto Zhao Zixuan. The giant wave, powerful enough to send an ordinary person flying, landed on Zhao Zixuan, but it was like waves crashing against rocks, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhao Zixuan stopped throwing punches and even closed his eyes as the waves crashed against him. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, not because of the cold of the Great Flood, but because of an indescribable transformation taking place from the inside out. With each breath he took, an invisible force burst forth from his body. His spine, running from top to bottom, gleamed faintly, resembling a great dragon. Countless colorful scales grew from his back, then quickly fell off and were swept away by the Great Flood. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Zixuan, who was standing still in the raging storm, suddenly moved. He clenched his fists and suddenly punched the giant wave in front of him. With a loud bang, he blasted the waves in front of him apart with a single punch, creating a vacuum zone with a diameter of 5 meters. His body vanished instantly from the platform he was standing on. A few breaths later, accompanied by a roar from the floodwaters, a figure emerged from the flood like a ghost. With his right hand, he grabbed a strange tentacle, and then Zhao Zixuan forcibly dragged a huge mutated octopus with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters out of the sea. "Get up there!" Zhao Zixuan roared and tossed the enormous mutated octopus, which weighed several hundred pounds, into the air. His fists moved like the wind, unleashing more than a dozen punches in the blink of an eye. With a series of sonic booms, the giant mutated octopus's head was smashed to pieces. Chapter 42: The Crazy Improvement After the Breakthrough. Ding! You have killed a level 1 mutated octopus, and your energy value has increased by 360. Ding! A top quality, first-level mutated octopus has been found as an ingredient for purchase. Successful purchase will reward you with 12 evolution points. A satisfied look appeared on Zhao Zixuan's face. His body vanished in midair and landed smoothly on the platform outside the building, letting out a long, triumphant roar. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and aimed it at the mutated octopus that was falling from midair. "Stock up!" The enormous octopus corpse vanished instantly in midair. Ignoring the wind and rain outside, Zhao Zixuan opened the system panel with a thought. Name: Zhao Zixuan. Physical condition: 25. Strength: 28. Agility: 26. Spirit: 24. Evolution level: level 112/1000. Innate ability: instant teleportation. Consumes stamina to achieve instant teleportation. Currently has 5/7 teleportation attempts remaining. Health points: 82. Energy value: 13056. Although this breakthrough was difficult, the benefits it brought were enormous. His physique reached 25, and his strength reached 28. Most importantly, his lifespan increased by a full 30 years. Zhao Zixuan is 28 years old this year. Originally, he could live to be 80, but now he can live to be 110. Most importantly, after evolving to level 1, Zhao Zixuan also awakened his innate ability, instant teleportation. Zhao Zixuan used this supernatural power to rush into the water and drag the mutated octopus up, and also to return to the platform from midair. Through underwater attempts, he demonstrated that with his current physical strength, his teleportation distance could reach about 30 meters. Combined with the Evolution Supermarket's ability to remotely purchase goods, he was able to drag the giant creature hiding dozens of meters underwater to the surface. It can be said that the biggest benefit of this breakthrough for Zhao Zixuan is that his attack range has been greatly expanded. Whether in the air, in a great flood, or even underwater, he has the ability to reach his opponent. Finally, we no longer need to rack our brains to find a single level 1 mutated sea monster. Through the system's remote cargo acquisition, we can detect that there are many level 1 mutated sea monsters underwater. This mutated octopus was the first to be chosen, which suggests that among the mutated sea creatures lurking near the bottom of the building, it probably tasted the best. That's right, when it comes to sourcing ingredients, Evolution Supermarket always prioritizes the quality of the ingredients. Zhao Zixuan naturally wouldn't complain about this. The enormous mutated octopus, nearly 5 meters in diameter, was enough to provide him with several hundred kilograms of first-grade mutated sea beast meat. Zhao Zixuan activated his instant flash again, instantly reaching a depth of 30 meters underwater. The underwater world was pitch black, with very little visibility. The deeper you looked, the deeper the darkness became, as if it were an abyss that could swallow everyone whole. Zhao Zixuan activated the purchasing authority of Evolution Supermarket. The next second, a suction force came from his hand. Sensing that the Evolution Supermarket had locked onto its target, Zhao Zixuan immediately activated his blink. When he reappeared, a huge creature in front of him was startled and swung its massive tail at him. Zhao Zixuan's eyes lit up. This was a mutated tuna, almost twice the size of the one he had hunted years ago. The ferocious scales were even thicker, and the fish's head was covered with sharp horns that were over 10 feet long, making it look even more ferocious. The next second, a fist carrying tremendous force slammed into its head. With a thud, the mutated tuna's enormous eyes rolled back instantly. The massive fishtail that was lashing out at Zhao Zixuan instantly lost its power. Zhao Zixuan grabbed one of its sharp corners and quickly activated his instant flash, dashing straight to the surface of the water twice in succession. All of this sounds complicated, but in reality, it only took 2 breaths. Zhao Zixuan took a breath of fresh air, ignoring his exhaustion, and activated his instant flash again, barely landing on the water's surface platform. A gust of wind swept in, and Zhao Zixuan stumbled, almost being blown into the flood. After 5 flashes, Zhao Zixuan felt as if all his strength had been drained. Damn, I was too overconfident. Looks like I can't use up all my flash chances in the future. Zhao Zixuan gripped the outer edge of the building tightly, his terrifying grip cracking the entire wall. Fortunately, the internal steel bars were sturdy enough to prevent Zhao Zixuan from being blown away by the sudden gust of wind. Once the wind subsided slightly, he suddenly exerted his strength and threw the mutated tuna in his hand through the building window into the stairwell. As for why Zhao Zixuan didn't directly put the mutated tuna into the evolution supermarket, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but because the mutated tuna hadn't been killed by his punch. He still couldn't unleash his full power in the water, and with his current authority in the evolution supermarket, he couldn't collect living creatures. So he could only throw the mutated tuna into the stairwell and deal with it after he caught his breath. Exclamations erupted from inside the building. The mutated tuna that Zhao Zixuan suddenly threw in was just too big. Moreover, under Zhao Zixuan's terrifying and violent slamming, the mutated tuna actually woke up. Its fins, now partially clawed, supported its massive body as it tried to dive back into the water. The staff of the Miscellaneous Affairs Department naturally couldn't let this mutated sea monster go back into the water, so they all waved their tools and tried to drive the mutated tuna away. As for killing them outright, nobody had that idea. Because the entire survival club has an unwritten rule that all captured mutated sea fish and sea beasts must be killed by Zhao Zixuan personally. Of course, you can also directly kill and hand over the flesh and blood of the sea monster, but you will lose a lot of points when exchanging them. After several times, everyone realized that live mutated sea fish were more valuable than dead mutated sea fish. Moreover, this mutated tuna had blood streaming down its head, clearly indicating that it had just been hit hard. The only person in Unit 2 who could do this was the leader, Zhao Zixuan, who was cultivating outside. Zhao Zixuan didn't keep them waiting long. He came out of the window, shirtless. He casually took a hammer from a homeowner, darted forward, and smashed the mutated tuna's head with a single blow. Everyone was already used to Zhao Zixuan's formidable strength. After greeting him, they went about their business. Zhao Zixuan dragged the mutated tuna upstairs with one hand. Unlike the previous mutated octopus, this mutated tuna only provided him with 8 evolution points. Moreover, when Zhao Zixuan smashed the tuna to death with a hammer, he saw a core that looked like a gallstone in its shattered head. This is the 4th one he has obtained. The 3rd one came from the mutated sea eagle he killed. It's just that perhaps the mutated sea eagle's head is too small, as its inner core is the smallest and has the worst luster. As for whether the mutated octopus that Zhao Zixuan put into the evolution supermarket has this thing, Zhao Zixuan hasn't had time to investigate yet. Because the stairwell was full of surveillance cameras, in order to avoid his secret being discovered, Zhao Zixuan had no choice but to carry the giant mutated tuna all the way to the 53rd floor. Only after returning to his room and closing the door did Zhao Zixuan activate his purchasing ability, adding the highest quality marine mammal meat from the mutated tuna to his evolution supermarket. Afterwards, Zhao Zixuan chopped off the giant deformed tuna head with a single stroke and went to room 5201 next door. Wang Shihe was not there, so he set up his office on the 25th floor. After all, it would be very inconvenient to live on the top floor if he wanted to take charge of the entire club's activities. At this moment, the entire 5201 room had been transformed, brightly lit, and Dr. Jiang, dressed in white, was studying something with his head down. Dr. Jiang, this is a mutated tuna I just caught. Can you tell if its evolutionary trajectory is different from the previous mutated tuna? Upon hearing Zhao Zixuan's voice, Jiang Shuyun looked up at the enormous fish head in his hand, which was now significantly larger than before, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Old Wang isn't here. Could you take care of this fish head for me? I'll have its genetic sequence tested later. Zhao Zixuan nodded, thought about how Lao Wang processed the fish head, and then took a tool from the wall to split open the mutated tuna head. He picked up the inner core from the blood, wiped it clean, and tossed it into his pocket. Zixuan, I think your previous guess was correct. That's not a gallstone. It should be the inner core of a mutated sea beast. Dr. Jiang, who had turned around at some point, stared at Zhao Zixuan with her beautiful eyes and spoke. I knew old Wang was talking nonsense. This thing is definitely an inner core. How could it be a stone? Who has a stone in their brain? Dr. Jiang. Besides this mutated tuna, I'll also provide you with a section of a mutated octopus tentacle, which will also be helpful to your research. Zhao Zixuan stopped what he was doing and quickly finished dissecting the mutated tuna head in his hand. You've broken through your strength? Dr. Jiang suddenly spoke, causing Zhao Zixuan to pause in his actions. He got up and grabbed a few wet wipes from the table to wipe his hands. Nothing can escape your eyes. After this period of hard work, I've managed to break through. An unimaginable shock flashed in Jiang Shuyun's eyes. Sure enough, just like mutated sea monsters, humans undergo indescribable transformations after reaching their evolutionary limits. Quick, come with me to the bedroom. Zhao Zixuan's heart fluttered slightly. Of course, he knew that Dr. Jiang only wanted to use him as a research subject and had no other intentions. Just thinking about the other person's appearance, which resembled that of a national goddess, Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He obediently cooperated with Dr. Jiang in drawing blood samples, and his expression and movements were completely proper. He even constantly reflected on the filthy thought that had arisen in his mind. Old Wang is now managing the club for him, and Dr. Jiang is also working tirelessly on the problem of biological evolution. He shouldn't have any dirty thoughts about these two dedicated people. It seems that I've been busy with breakthroughs lately, and my cultivation of mind and character is still lacking. With Zhao Zixuan's unwavering support, all of 5,201's testing equipment was able to operate at full capacity, and therefore, the test results came out quickly. Zixuan, you have indeed completed your evolution. The activity of your body cells is now 3 times that of before, and their strength is incomparable to what it used to be. Moreover, the expression of your gene sequence has also changed to some extent. Jiang Shuyun held the report and spoke with a serious expression. Zhao Zixuan's expression changed slightly. You mean I've mutated? Jiang Shuyun shook her head. This isn't a mutation, but a change in dominant gene expression. You've studied biology, so you should know that human genes are extremely complex, and various human characteristics only occupy a small part of the gene content. By comparing your gene sequences before and after evolution, I can see that your dominant gene expression has changed. Simply put, your genes have been further developed. Zhao Zixuan suddenly realized. It seems we have all underestimated what is contained in genes. Zixuan, at least from the current point of view, your method of self-evolution is far better than that kind of mutation evolution. Jiang Shuyun drew a conclusion. Body mutations are the production of new genes within the body. This is not the development and utilization of the original human genes, but rather the forced implantation of unknown genes, turning the originally complete human genes into a Frankenstein's monster. The reason why stopping the intake of evolutionary energy can cause the mutated characteristics to fade is, from a genetic perspective, that the original genes reject the mutated genes and restore normal gene expression. Previously, Zhao Zixuan was unable to break through, and they discussed it many times, concluding that without accepting the mutation, he would not be able to break through to the next stage. It now appears that even without mutation, evolution through the human body can still yield immense power. What level of power have you reached now? Zhao Zixuan shook his head. 5201 were all genetic testing and biology-related equipment, none of which tested physical strength. I can't speak for other things, but I can still lift 3 to 5,000 kilograms. Jiang Shuyun nodded, her eyes filled with undisguised shock. You can no longer be called human. You're a superhuman. I wonder if those of us who have undergone mutations will revert to human form once we break through to the next stage. Does Dr. Jiang still care about this? Zhao Zixuan asked curiously. Dr. Jiang glanced at him, a clear emotion flashing in her beautiful eyes for the first time. If you can be a human, who would want to be a monster? Besides, I'm just an ordinary woman. Is it wrong to like beauty? Seeing Dr. Jiang, who was usually very serious, say these words, Zhao Zixuan felt that his previous understanding of him was not accurate at all. No, Dr. Jiang, what you're saying could easily shatter your public image. TCH, a person is a person. How can they become a cold machine? Before the catastrophe, I was at the forefront of fashion, eating the best food, wearing the best clothes, owning several bags worth hundreds of thousands, and traveling abroad was a regular occurrence. The most important thing in life is not to mistreat yourself. Dr. Zhang's sobering words completely shattered her illusions as a scientific researcher. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's dumbfounded expression, Dr. Jiang chuckled. Unfortunately, the mask hid that perfect smile. Brother Zixuan, you're still too young. Why do you think I married old Wang? Money was absolutely essential before the catastrophe. No, Dr. Jiang, with your beauty and ability, it wouldn't be difficult for you to marry into a wealthy family, right? Old Wang, how should I put it? How can a mid-level manager in a state-owned enterprise be so rich? Jiang Shuyun smiled and shook her head, a hint of reminiscence flashing in her eyes. Indeed, among my suitors, Lao Wang is not the richest. As for his looks, he might have been somewhat handsome when he was young, but now he's just a greasy middle-aged man. But he imposes the fewest restrictions on me and can provide me with enough money to make him the most cost-effective choice for me. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's disbelief, Jiang Shuyun continued, Zixuan, Lao Wang was a criminal police officer when he was young. Later, he went to a state-owned enterprise and became a middle-level leader. He has connections, abilities, and wealth. He has children who are under the care of his ex-wife. He doesn't need me to have children for him. I only need to marry him so that I can have fun every day. Isn't my choice right? Zhao Zixuan remained silent, realizing that he was just meddling in other people's business. Whether the couple was a good match or not was none of his concern. Besides, romantic love is not as reliable as tangible benefits. After all, society had already deteriorated and people's morals had changed before the catastrophe. Chapter 43 President Lin, the divine weapons you've collected are all trash. Zhao Zixuan looked at Dr. Jiang with a complicated expression. She was the most clear-headed person among those around him, and she would not let so-called emotions dictate her choices. So she chose Lao Wang and found the happiness she wanted. In comparison, Lu Min's choice was much more blind. This is inseparable from the two people's background, personality, knowledge, and ability. At the same time, Zhao Zixuan also understood why Dr. Jiang said those words to him. He thought he had hidden his little thoughts very well, but in reality, they were nowhere to be hidden in front of Dr. Jiang. They're pointing this out to him, so don't just be enthusiastic on your own. Zhao Zixuan was too ashamed to stay in 5201 any longer and returned home in a somewhat flustered manner. When Zhao Zixuan left 5201, Dr. Jiang removed her mask, and her calm expression gradually turned distressed. Luckily, I managed to fool that kid. Otherwise, with his looks and physique, having him around in front of me every day, I'm afraid he might lose his mind one day due to his hormones, Dr. Jiang muttered to himself. It wasn't that she had developed feelings for Zhao Zixuan, but rather that her own level of evolution was too high. Human nature is the most complex and ever-changing thing. The more stable a person's personality is, the more intense the thoughts that may be hidden deep inside. And mutation and evolution amplify these chaotic thoughts in one's mind. The reason Dr. Jiang always kept a straight face and devoted all his energy to experiments was to suppress his ever-growing alien emotions by exploring the secrets of evolution. Who says women aren't attracted to beauty? Especially not to a young, handsome man like Zhao Zixuan, who is outstanding in every way: talent, charisma, and physique. Zhao Zixuan was right about one thing. Lao Wang's image was indeed not good. The reason she agreed to marry Lao Wang was simply because they each got what they wanted. Dr. Jiang is a very principled person. She doesn't like to do things that are beyond her control, such as having something happen with Zhao Zixuan. That would disrupt her current life. As long as Lao Wang doesn't abandon her, she will fulfill the duties of a wife. It has nothing to do with feelings. It's simply a basic quality of an excellent woman. So Dr. Jiang, who is usually taciturn, made an exception and talked a lot today. To her relief, Zhao Zixuan understood the unspoken meaning behind her words. Zhao Zixuan returned to 5203 looking dejected, his joy at the breakthrough somewhat diminished by Dr. Jiang's words. To his surprise, while he was in a bad mood, Lin Qing was in an even worse mood. This proud white swan experienced a series of setbacks in Unit 3 today. At this moment, Lin Qing's face was pale, and when she, standing beside her, was exuding a murderous aura. Compared to when I set off in the morning, I had changed into a new coat, but there were still a few scratches on the hem. Clearly, her trip to Unit 3 with Lin Qing not only failed to achieve the desired results, but also resulted in a physical altercation with the people there. The fact that the two of them returned unscathed proves that the forces on the other side are not very strong. Seeing this, Zhao Zixuan's frustration instantly dissipated, and he felt much better. He casually walked over and sat down opposite Lin Qing. Not going well. Lin Qing nodded with a bitter face. That shouldn't be the case. With your reputation as President Lin, they should know your capabilities. Besides, Unit 3 is currently leaderless, so if you call upon someone, you should have a large following. Zhao Zixuan said with a smile, but these words stung Lin Qing. She couldn't help but glare at Zhao Zixuan, her eyes no longer filled with the arrogance they once held. Engineer Zhao, did you already guess that my trip would fail? Zhao Zixuan shook his head. How could that be? I'm not a god, but I feel like you're gloating. Oh, there really is. You want to recruit people from Unit 3 and build your own faction? I don't object, but I won't support it either. After all, once you establish your faction, we'll be competitors. Of course, I'm happy to see you get thwarted. Zhao Zixuan's frank admission only made Lin Qing's expression turn even uglier. She originally thought that with her reputation and status, she could step forward to organize these homeowners to deal with the natural disaster, and that they would surely flock to her. After all, the organizations in Unit 3 were less developed than Zhao Zixuan's survival club, which was functioning well. Moreover, Lin Qing's biggest advantage is the food and purified water stored on the 53rd floor, while the biggest problem in Unit 3 is the lack of food. Lin Qing is confident that he can quickly gather the people in Unit 3 and form a more formal post-apocalyptic survival organization than a survival club. But reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. Li Xin, the chemistry PhD she had her eye on, didn't give her any face at all. He just wanted to stay home and live his peaceful life. The owners of the other organizations were skeptical of her proposal, but when Lin Qing offered to provide them with food, their eyes lit up, and they wished they could devour her on the spot. If when she hadn't been so strong, the two of them probably wouldn't have been able to return unscathed. Zhao Zixuan, I won't give up. Lin Qing gritted her teeth, her competitive spirit ignited by Zhao Zixuan's words. Zhao Zixuan waved his hand with a smile. Whatever, but I advise you to hurry, because if you don't hurry, you'll miss your chance. Lin Qing suddenly stood up, no longer displaying her previous elegance and composure. What do you mean? That's exactly what you mean. As the saying goes, when you're poor, you should cultivate your own virtue. When you're rich, you should help others. I have the power, so unifying the entire building isn't too much to ask, is it? You hadn't considered unifying the entire building before, had you? Wasn't it because my strength wasn't there before? Besides, for a strong person, changing one's mind isn't a matter of a single thought. Now, is there anyone in this building I need to consult? Zhao Zixuan's confident smile was utterly detestable in Lin Qing's eyes. The man in front of her displayed his arrogant and domineering attitude to the fullest extent. What to do? Should we give up or continue trying to attract other homeowners? She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Wenqi beside her. At this moment, when she stared intently at Zhao Zixuan, the surprise in her pupils gradually turning into fear. Zhao Zixuan was no different from before, just sitting there casually. If you try to feel it carefully, you'll feel that what's sitting in front of you isn't a person at all, but a terrifying beast. This feeling wasn't there yesterday. In an instant, Wenqi seemed to realize something, and a look of horror flashed across her delicate face. Zhao Zixuan, you haven't broken through, have you? Wenqi's voice trembled slightly. Zhao Zixuan glanced at her with a hint of surprise. You have a very keen sense of perception. Zhao Zixuan did not deny it, but instead his gaze fell on Lin Qing's pretty face, which was full of astonishment. Lin Qing stared intently at Zhao Zixuan. In the past 2 days, she had begun to embark on the path of evolution, but since it had been too short, her body had not yet felt anything. In her eyes, Zhao Zixuan seemed to have become a little more handsome, and his whole person seemed to have a radiant feeling. She had initially thought it was her imagination and was worried that Zhao Zixuan would misunderstand, so she didn't dare to stare at him. Looking back now, I was right. This man is indeed completely different. Engineer Zhao, can you take down that level 2 mutated sea monster now? Lin Qing looked at him expectantly. The owners of Unit 3 cannot be recruited, and the residents of Unit 4 are panicked because of the second-level mutated sea beast. If Zhao Zixuan can solve the problem of the second-level mutated sea beast, can he take the opportunity to gather a group of owners of Unit 4? Zhao Zixuan shook his head, finding the disappointment on Lin Qing's face amusing. Whether he can beat Zhao Zixuan is unknown, since they haven't faced each other in person, and there's a huge difference in their physiques. President Lin, don't worry. I will personally forge a long weapon tomorrow. That monster is too big. Relying on your fists alone will be too disadvantageous. Zhao Zixuan had told Lin Qing that he would deal with the level 2 mutated sea beast in 3 days. Although he broke through the realm ahead of schedule, he had no intention of changing his mind. Compared to his own fists, a suitable long weapon would allow him to better utilize his current strength. Lin Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Zixuan's words. I have a stockpile of weapons, all made in renowned fortification workshops. I acquired them under the guise of purchasing handicrafts. I remember among them are replicas of famous weapons from Chinese history, such as the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, the halberd, the 18-foot serpent spear, and the tiger gallant silver spear. Would you like to take a look? Zhao Zixuan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a good thing to happen. It seems the other party put a lot of thought into building the post-apocalyptic fortress. From what she said before, it seems they did indeed purchase a batch of firearms from abroad, but they couldn't smuggle them in because of the sudden outbreak of the natural disaster. With China's powerful steelmaking capabilities, even the steel used for handicrafts will not be of poor quality. I just don't know if the weight of those weapons is appropriate. Zhao Zixuan didn't want to wait any longer, so he called Lin Qing to go directly to the 53rd floor to get the weapons. Lin Qing wasn't one to mince words, so once the suggestion was made, she decisively took Zhao Zixuan to make the selection. The armory on the 53rd floor is huge, containing hundreds of swords, spears, and halberds. Most of them are unsharpened. Whetstones for sharpening are thoughtfully provided nearby. On the metal weapon rack, a dozen long weapons were stuck there, and the smell of cheap grease made people wrinkle their noses. Zhao Zixuan stepped forward and picked up the most extravagant Green Dragon Crescent Blade with one hand. It feels slightly heavy when you hold it, and the workmanship looks very exquisite. Even after half a year, the blade is still as bright as new. But the joy on Zhao Zixuan's face gradually disappeared, and he couldn't help but frown. He exerted force with his arm and swung it out suddenly, the blade hitting the ground. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the blade of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, which should have been incredibly sturdy. Mr. Lin, you've been fooled. This isn't made by a famous artist at all. It's just a piece of garbage that looks good but isn't actually made. Zhao Zixuan's calm words made Lin Qing's face flush red. She just said at Zhao Zixuan's house that her collection consisted of works by famous artists, and that the largest and heaviest Green Dragon Crescent Blade cracked when Zhao Zixuan swung it. What else could it be but trash? What about the others? Are there any that are usable? Zhao Zixuan tossed aside the cracked Green Dragon Crescent Blade and picked up the Fangtian halberd. It's a fake. It only has the form. This is made directly from pig iron. This gun is quite interesting. The muzzle is made of high-quality steel, and the shaft is simply a wooden shaft wrapped with sheet metal. After some careful selection, Zhao Zixuan dismissed most of the weapons in the armory as utterly worthless. Lin Qing's eyes were filled with embarrassment and anger, and she couldn't help but glare at Wen Qi. When she bought all these weapons online, when she looked completely innocent. As the president's assistant of a large corporation, what did she know about cold weapons? She was just following Lin Qing's instructions to buy handicrafts from so-called brand-name stores online. Who knew these things would one day be used in actual combat? Click. Zhao Zixuan pulled off the steel spearhead and prepared to go back to find a suitable steel bar to weld it together. Zhao Zixuan glanced at the swords and knives hanging on the wall. Most of them were just handicrafts, suitable for people in the early stages of evolution, but in his hands, they would probably break after only a few uses. Hey, the supports of your shelf are pretty good. They're actually solid steel. This section is the perfect thickness. It can be used as a gun barrel. Zhao Zixuan, who was about to give up, noticed the weapon rack and found that the two supports were made of surprisingly good material. It was the same type as the steel spearhead in his hand, and its thickness and size were also suitable. Zhao Zixuan didn't stand on ceremony and directly removed one of the shelves, leaving dozens of swords and knives scattered on the ground. He swung it around, felt its weight, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. That's it. Go back and combine the two, then sharpen the spearhead and add a blood groove in the middle. That will make it even more lethal. Zhao Zixuan muttered to himself, picked up two items, and prepared to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he turned around and tore off the remaining shelf leg as well. Get a spare gun body so it can be replaced when it breaks. Lin Qing and Wen Qi naturally had no objections. Neither of them understood it, and Wen Qi had 6 spider legs on her back as an attack method, so she didn't need weapons to increase her combat power at all. Returning to 5203, Zhao Zixuan began welding the steel spearhead and the steel long rod together. Next comes sharpening, polishing the blood groove, and then engraving anti-slip patterns onto the smooth gun body. Zhao Zixuan was a true craftsman when it came to his weapon, and now that he had successfully broken through to the next level, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Even though Lin Qing urged him several times, he didn't choose to stay up all night to finish this handcrafted divine spear. The next morning, under Lin Qing's constant urging, Zhao Zixuan finally finished disposing of the weapons. With a 2-meter-long barrel and a half-meter-long spearhead, this hand-forged spear weighs over 90 kilograms. Apart from Zhao Zixuan, everyone else felt it was too heavy to use. Zhao Zixuan held the gun in one hand and suddenly exerted force with his arm. The steel spear trembled and emitted a melodious, clear sound. Zhao Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. After his adjustments, the hand-forged steel spear could now unleash his full power. The only drawback is that the gun is a bit long, making it inconvenient to use in confined spaces. However, this disadvantage becomes an advantage when facing a mutated behemoth that is nearly 5 meters long. Lin Qing originally thought that Zhao Zixuan would finish preparing the weapons and go to Unit 4 in the afternoon to deal with the Level 2 mutated sea beast. Unexpectedly, he started the machine again and kept cutting and polishing some metal short knives. Lin Qing was anxious. The sooner they went to Unit 4, the more homeowners could be saved. Zhao Zixuan wasn't the type to stand by and watch someone die. So why was he always dawdling? Is Zhang Xiaohua from Unit 1 really that important? Zhao Zixuan would rather watch the residents of Unit 4 be devoured by the behemoth than wait for Zhang Xiaohua to arrive. Looking at the busy Zhao Zixuan, Lin Qing couldn't understand it at all. What drove her crazy was that Zhao Zixuan didn't explain anything to her at all. This profound sense of powerlessness made Lin Qing feel suffocated, as if God had heard her prayers, when she suddenly and silently moved behind Lin Qing. President Lin, please excuse us, Zhang Xiaohua is here. Chapter 44 Simps Don't Deserve Pity. Lin Qing was secretly delighted, but her expression remained unchanged. She gave Zhao Zixuan a deep look and went straight to hide in room 5204. A dozen minutes later, Zhang Xiaohua, covered in blood, knocked on Zhao Zixuan's door. Zhao Zixuan frowned and put down the tools in his hand. Upon opening the door and seeing Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, a look of surprise flashed across his face. You've arrived. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, his face still showing signs of fatigue, but the nonchalant look in his eyes had been replaced by a sharp glint. I've dealt with all the club leaders in Unit 1. From now on, Unit 1 is yours, Zhang Xiaohua said arrogantly. You gave me 3 days, but I solved it in 2.5 days, so he felt he had the right to be arrogant. Zhao Zixuan looked noncommittal. How many people did you kill? Zhang Xiaohua's arrogant expression froze. Kill people? Weren't you trying to subdue all the residents of Unit 1? Why are you killing people? A hint of disdain flashed in Zhao Zixuan's eyes. If they don't kill anyone, why will they be afraid of you? I defeated them all. Then what? Completely bewildered, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer maintain her pride, and her voice unconsciously lowered. Then I came to find you. Can you guarantee that my men won't encounter resistance when they go to take over Unit 1 tomorrow? Zhang Xiaohua's face stiffened. He made a promise, but what did he have to guarantee it with? Probably not, since I've already told them that someone will come to take over the entire unit tomorrow. Did you tell them to disband all their organizations and hand over all their food supplies? What? We have to hand over our grain reserves? You didn't mention that before. I don't want their stored food. What would I do with a unit of food? I don't have so much food that I can't eat it all. Zhao Zixuan's words left Zhang Xiaohua completely frozen in place. Zhang Xiaohua had no idea about this at all. When Zhao Zixuan asked him to unify the forces in the unit, he beat up the leaders of several factions in Unit 1 and arrogantly told them that someone would come to take over the entire unit the next day. As for whether those forces had disbanded or whether their leaders were willing to do so, he didn't even ask. Then, how about I personally lead your people there tomorrow? If they don't agree, I'll keep fighting. Zhao Zixuan found it amusing. Zhang Xiaohua was born into a family of martial artists and had practiced Tongbei Quan since childhood, demonstrating considerable strength in the early stages of his evolution. But he's too soft-hearted. Even now, after the apocalypse, and with Unit 1 in such a terrible state, he hasn't killed a single person. Zhao Zixuan dared to kill someone just 3 months after the natural disaster. In this respect, Zhang Xiaohua is indeed hopeless. No need. Since you're here today, go and tidy up Unit 1. As he spoke, Zhao Zixuan ordered all 16 members of the Armed Forces Department to be assembled, and also called Lao Wang. The group went up to the top floor in a grand procession. Upon arriving at the entrance of Unit 1, The door that Zhang Xiaohua had opened was locked again. Zhao Zixuan glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, whose face turned red. That's a slap in the face. How dare those bastards? They dared to lock him out as soon as he came out. Aren't they afraid that he'd come back and settle scores with them? Zhang Xiaohua rushed forward and pounded on the door, but the door didn't budge, and the people inside didn't respond at all. Zhang Xiaohua grew increasingly furious, pounding his fists on the apartment door like a madman. Unfortunately, no matter how much force he used, the door showed no sign of opening. Get out of the way. Zhao Zixuan spoke impatiently, while Zhang Xiaohua looked resentful and made up her mind that once inside, she would teach those bastards a lesson. As for how to get in, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried at all. Last time, Zhao Zixuan and Wen Qi entered Unit 1 silently. Besides this door, there must be other secret passages. To his surprise, Zhao Zixuan didn't take any secret passage, but went directly to the door of Unit 1. He kicked out with a loud bang. The hinges on both sides of the security door snapped off, and Zhao Zixuan kicked the entire door several meters away. 7 or 8 shrill screams followed from behind the door. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized why he couldn't open the door. There was a bunch of bastards huddled behind it, blocking the entrance. Then, his gaze toward Zhao Zixuan was filled with horror. He knew Zhao Zixuan was terrifying. He had personally experienced it when he sought him out the day before yesterday. But compared to the power Zhao Zixuan had just displayed, it was a completely different matter. This guy's strength has become even more terrifying. Armed forces, listen to my order. Plow through every household in Unit 1. Anyone who resists, kill them on the spot. Zhao Zixuan's words made everyone's expression change. The members of the armed forces were already used to Zhao Zixuan's orders, and without hesitation, they grabbed their weapons and rushed into Unit 1. Starting from the 53rd floor, we scanned downwards floor by floor. For every person who cooperates, there is someone who resists, and some even cower at home trying to resist using their security doors. Unfortunately, the people in the Armed Forces Department now are completely different from the scattered soldiers Qin Wu had back then. Modern security doors simply cannot withstand several attacks from them. In an instant, the entire Unit 1 was in chaos. Zixuan, isn't this a bit too harsh? Old Wang said in a low voice. Ruthless, isn't it? Zhang Xiaohua has already told them that resistance comes at a price. Old Wang, if I remember correctly, you haven't taken a single life yet. How about making an exception today? Wang Shihe shook his Mediterranean-looking head like a rattle drum. I don't have that much bloodlust, but I should try to kill as few people as possible. After all, there are only so many people in this building, and every one I kill is one less. Why don't you say that the more people there are, the more scarce our food becomes? You don't know the cost of living until you're in charge. The food situation in the gang is already very tight, and you still want to stop me from killing people? Zhao Zixuan had a faint smile on his lips. Wang Shihe's face stiffened, and he said with a wry smile, Our survival club is having too easy a time. I forgot that this is the apocalypse. Food is more precious than human life. Zhao Zixuan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He actually understood that, including Wang Shihe, no one had fully adapted to this apocalyptic world. On the contrary, the evil in the hearts of the people in Unit 1 was fully aroused, and their actions were more like those of ruthless characters who were trying to survive in the apocalypse. That's why he issued an order to the armed forces to kill anyone who resisted, because if you show any mercy, they might actually dare to kill you. The reason why Zhao Zixuan didn't go down with them was clearly for training purposes. He is a leader, not a babysitter. If these people can't even handle the scattered soldiers in Unit 1, then they have no reason to exist. The screams of battle filled the entire Unit 1, making Zhang Xiaohua's claim of subduing the various factions a complete joke. His face grew increasingly grim. He took a deep breath and said, Boss Zhao, I request to join their operation. Whatever. Zhao Zixuan did not stop him. Zhang Xiaohua was young and impetuous, and even after a period of giving up, his fighting spirit had not been completely exhausted. Rather than saying Zhao Zixuan was after Zhang Xiaohua, it would be more accurate to say he was after the Tongbei fist that Zhang Xiaohua possessed. Because Zhang Xiaohua, like Zhao Zixuan, has a high level of evolution, yet his mutation characteristics are almost invisible on the surface. Zhao Zixuan has the evolution supermarket, so if Zhang Xiaohua didn't awaken a superpower, then it's because he has mastered the Tongbei fist. Everyone says martial arts are all show and no substance, but that's only in terms of a person's current strength. The same move, when used by Zhang Xiaohua, has one kind of power, while when used by Zhao Zixuan with his current strength and speed, it has a completely different kind of power. Moreover, considering Zhang Xiao's personality and abilities, his ability to stand out from Unit 1 and claim the title of top expert is undoubtedly largely due to the Tongbei fist technique. How could Zhao Zixuan not care? It can be said that Zhang Xiao was the martial arts instructor of the survival club recognized by Zhao Zixuan, which is why Zhao Zixuan personally visited him. As for why Zhang Xiao was put in charge of Unit 1, it was firstly to give him a chance to demonstrate his abilities, and secondly, Zhao Zixuan hoped to reverse his decadent state through this method. In retrospect, the second objective has been achieved, while the first objective was a complete disaster. It can be said that Zhang Xiao's performance eliminated his chance to gain real power in the survival club. The riot in Unit 1 could not be kept secret. Lin Qing rushed over with Wen Qi, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Zhao Zixuan. After Zhao Zixuan's ruthlessness was demonstrated by his policy of killing any who resisted, they had truly witnessed his cruelty. Decisive in action, ruthless in business, and without any hesitation. Lin Qing silently praised him. Zhao Zixuan's actions always surprised her and repeatedly shattered her evaluation of him. As the opponent's strength increases, their methods become increasingly unpredictable. If Lin Qing had some confidence in controlling Zhao Zixuan before, she no longer had that confidence at all. Lin Qing stared at Zhao Zixuan with incredibly complicated eyes. Zhao Zixuan's actions were too fast and too ruthless, which told her that it was basically impossible to establish an organization in these 52 buildings that could rival the survival society. It's unlikely that the residents of other buildings would choose to follow a newcomer who has just embarked on the path of evolution instead of joining a powerful survival community. That's right, they're newcomers. Having witnessed Zhao Zixuan's terrifying power, even a fool would know what choice to make. Following behind Lin Qing, Wen Qi had an equally complicated expression. She sensed Zhao Zixuan's power even more deeply than her own CEO. Her own selfish reasons prevented her from having too much contact with Lin Qing and Zhao Zixuan. Unfortunately, Lin Qing is a very principled person, and Wen Qi's ideas cannot influence Lin Qing's judgment at all. As the sounds of battle subsided, Zhao Zixuan gave Old Wang a wink. Old Wang nodded, knowing it was his turn to step in. He transferred more than a dozen people from the mission department to Unit 1 to register each household, including their names, pre-cataclysmic identities, evolution levels, mutation progress, and whether they had committed murder during this period. Zhao Zixuan led Lin Qing and Wen Qi down from the top floor of Unit 1. Zhao Zixuan remained expressionless, while Lin Qing's face paled slightly. Blood donations, corpses. He saw at least 7 or 8 corpses along the way. That's 7 or 8 lives at stake. How could Zhao Zixuan dare to do that? On the 25th floor, Zhao Zixuan saw everyone from the Armed Forces Department. Almost all of them were covered in blood, exuding an extremely strong, murderous aura. Many of them were injured, and their injuries were quite severe. But everyone's eyes were sharp and determined, completely different from before. Zhao Zixuan saw the transformation in the Armed Forces personnel and a satisfied look on his face. This is the real elite. Before, it was just child's play. Across from the Armed Forces Department, a group of people were squatting there with their heads in their hands. Most of them were leaders of various factions, including Brother Zhang and Ugly Girl, who had attacked Zhao Zixuan before. Before Zhao Zixuan could speak, an excited shout suddenly came from in front of him. President Lin, it really is President Lin. It's me. I'm Zhang Xiaowei. I'm the security guard at your villa. Covered in blood and looking excited, Zhang Xiaowei rushed out of the crowd, her eyes shining as she stared at Lin Qing behind Zhao Zixuan. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became strange. Lin Qing's expression changed drastically. She was so focused on watching Zhao Zixuan tidy up Unit 1 that she forgot there was one of her diehard fans hiding there. She instinctively hid behind Zhao Zixuan, causing Wen Qi's expression to change slightly. Zhang Xiaowei, who was rushing over, suddenly stopped and looked at Zhao Zixuan in disbelief. No, this is impossible. How could it be you? President Lin, why did you choose him? I can't beat him, you. Zhang Xiaowei stammered for a long time, but couldn't get a straight answer. Zhao Zixuan rolled his eyes at the person opposite him, then turned his head to look at Lin Qing, who was cowering behind him, looking like a shy little girl. President Lin, this is the second time you've used me. Lin Qing's shy expression froze instantly, and her eyes were full of guilt as she looked at Zhao Zixuan. Please help me. I beg you. I don't want to be bothered by him. He's a madman. Zhao Zixuan looked puzzled. Did Lin Qing know nothing about the hearing of evolved beings? At this distance, everyone could hear her voice clearly. Zhang Xiao seemed to freeze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Crazy, that was how his goddess described him. Zhang Xiao felt like his heart was about to break. President Lin, you've misunderstood me. I'm a good person. I'm your suitor. I would never hurt you. Lin Qing belatedly realized that someone had overheard her words, and an embarrassed look flashed across her face. She remained huddled behind Zhao Zixuan, her hand still gripping his shirt. Clearly, Zhao Zixuan is a shield whether he wants to or not. I'm sorry, you're not my type. Lin Qing refused decisively. If she had had the opportunity to build her own power before, she might have feigned friendship with Zhang Xiaohua. After all, no matter how incompetent Zhang Xiaohua was, he was still worth winning over because he stood out in Unit 1 and earned the title of the #1 expert. But now, Lin Qing wished she could stay far away from Zhang Xiaohua and never see or have contact with him again. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's crazy behavior back then really frightened her, who was still naive and inexperienced. Over the years, she has always had top-notch bodyguards, partly because they were frightened by Zhang Xiaohua's crazy behavior. Zhang Xiaohua collapsed to the ground, looking utterly hopeless, like a pathetic creature abandoned by the entire world. The eyes of dozens of people present, including Zhao Zixuan, were fixed on Zhang Xiaohua, and their opinions were surprisingly unanimous. A simp, and a super experienced one at that. The key point is that simps don't deserve any sympathy at all. Let's go. Brother Zixuan, I'll wait for you to come home. After saying that, he fled in panic without waiting for Zhao Zixuan's reply. Zhao Zixuan was speechless, and Wen Qi's expression was just as unpleasant as Zhang Xiaohua's. Chapter 45. A slap, then a sweet treat. Zhao Zixuan was both amused and exasperated by Lin Qing's little scheme. As for why he didn't expose her, it wasn't because he wanted to take the opportunity to have something happen with Lin Qing, but because he simply couldn't stand Zhang Xiaohua's sycophantic behavior. This is the end of the world. Humanity is facing extinction, and Zhang Xiaohua is actually willing to die for a woman. His previous stand-in was quite good, 7 or 8 parts similar, and 100% cooperative. Even excessive indulgence is better than being a simp. Besides, Zhao Zixuan didn't want Zhang Xiaohua to have too much contact with Lin Qing. That woman had great ambitions, and having Wen Qi, who had a high level of evolution, as her loyal follower was enough. Old Wang, I'm leaving things here to you. Wang sure nodded. He had done a lot of this kind of thing in Unit 2. The people from the Armed Forces Department had shattered their confidence, making his follow-up work much easier. What about the leaders of these gangs? They've surrendered. We can't just kill them all. As usual, these troublemakers will be handed over to Lin Mao. After so much time, it's time to bring in some new people to the propaganda department. Wang Shihe frowned slightly. These people generally have high evolutionary strength. If they are brainwashed by Lin Mao, isn't the propaganda department's power a bit too strong? Don't worry about those people in the propaganda department. I'll take them to Unit 4 tomorrow to fight that Level 2 sea monster. Wang Shihe's eyes lit up. He had never seen a Level 2 mutated sea beast before, but for Zhao Zixuan to treat it with such caution, it must be extremely terrifying. He had previously worried that Zhao Zixuan bringing the armed forces would cause a lot of casualties. But Wang Shihe wouldn't care how many of those guys in the propaganda department died. Is Lin Mao going or not? Zhao Zixuan shook his head. That guy is a treasure, and he still has a certain sense of belonging to the gang. Let's not call him for this kind of dangerous thing. Wang Shihe pursed his lips. He couldn't deny that. After all, Lin Mao keeps talking about how the gang is doing, and he seems to be acting strangely. But Wang Shihe was a shrewd old man, and he always felt that Lin Mao, who had become the head of the propaganda department, no longer had the pure intentions he once had. It's good that Zhao Zixuan took those people away. If Lin Mao really built up a powerful and loyal force within the gang, it would actually be a bad thing for the gang's development. Zhao Zixuan walked up to Zhang Xiaohua, who looked utterly hopeless. Zhang Xiaohua, what era are we living in? Being a simp has no future. Seeing Zhao Zixuan's mocking expression, Zhang Xiaohua's numb face gradually came back to her senses. Zhao Zixuan, you must treat her well. Loving her doesn't necessarily mean you have to possess her. As long as I know she's doing well, I'll be at ease. A grown man, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Zixuan was shocked by his outrageous remarks. This guy is a super simp with a let-go mentality. If Lin Qingjin were his woman, he would accept it. But at this moment, he really wasn't thinking about that kind of thing. He was also a little annoyed that the woman had tricked him, and men should retain their last shred of dignity. He really wanted to kick this kind of sycophant to death. Zhao Zixuan raised his hand and made a big fist. Although he didn't use his full strength, with Zhao Zixuan's current level of power, Zhang Xiaowo was sent flying like a spinning top. A mouthful of blood was spat out along with several teeth. Zhang Xiaowo looked at Zhao Zixuan, who had suddenly made a move, with a look of horror on his face. What? What are you going to do? Don't kill me. I'll never see her again. I'll stay far away from her. Please, don't kill me. Damn, you're not only a lapdog, but also a cowardly wimp. Zhao Zixuan looked down on Zhang Xiaowo even more. Zhang Xiaowo's courage was completely shattered by Zhao Zixuan's slap, and he huddled in the corner, trembling. Those troublemakers from Unit 3 who surrendered all lowered their heads, trying to keep their breathing as quiet as possible, afraid of attracting Zhao Zixuan's attention. That's Zhang Xiaowo. The god of war in Unit 1 was slapped away by Zhao Zixuan, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Zhang Gu and the ugly woman, who were among the prisoners, wished they could shrink into the ground, fearing that they would be targeted by Zhao Zixuan. At the same time, the two secretly rejoiced that it was Wen Qi who made the move last time, not Zhao Zixuan. Otherwise, it would have been a pipe dream for them to survive unscathed until now. Zhao Zixuan walked step by step to Zhang Xiaowo, looking down at him condescendingly. I have no relationship with that woman, and she's not my type. But I hate simps more than women who take advantage of me. Zhao Zixuan's words made Zhang Xiaowo's eyes light up. He didn't care about being a simp or anything like that. All he could think about was Zhao Zixuan's words. Lin Qing and I have no relationship. Does that mean that the President Lin in his heart is still pure and innocent, and that he can still pursue him? Seeing the overwhelming joy in the other person's eyes, Zhao Zixuan felt a lump in his throat. Hopeless, utterly hopeless. Zhao Zixuan raised his hand, grabbed his head, and lifted him up. Zhang Xiaowo, I'll only say this once. The thing I hate most in my life is a simp. I don't care if you like Lin Qing, but you're such a hopeless case that you're not good enough for her. If you keep using this kind of underhanded way to pursue her, I'll cripple your fifth leg first. As he spoke, Zhao Zixuan's cold gaze fixed between Zhang Xiaowo's legs. Zhang Xiaowo's legs clamped together instantly, and a chill ran down his spine to the top of his head. Zhao Zixuan, Boss Zhao, you can't do this. You don't like President Lin anyway, so why don't you let me pursue her? Is that what you call chasing women? You're a perverted voyeur. If you like a woman, go after her openly and honestly. In this chaotic world, what's most important? It's strength. If you have strength, what kind of woman can't you have? Don't forget your greatest value. Zhao Zixuan's eyes were full of contempt. Zhang Xiaowo was completely stunned. What value does he have that makes Zhao Zixuan target him like this? Starting tomorrow, you will be the martial arts instructor for the Survival Club. You will teach your Tongbei Quan, a style of Chinese martial arts, to the club members. The Survival Club is the largest organization in this building. If you can rise to a high-ranking position, your status and position will change, and then, you know what will happen. Zhao Zixuan's words made Zhang Xiaowo's eyes gleam. It all made sense now. Zhao Zixuan had his eye on his family's Tongbei Quan, a style of Chinese martial arts. Given Zhao Zixuan's status and strength, if he says he has no interest in Lin Qing, it's highly likely to be true. He thought of the way Lin Qing looked at Zhao Zixuan, and his heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, he's Lin Qing's lapdog. And is Lin Qing Zhao Zixuan's lapdog in front of us? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaowo took a serious look at the domineering Zhao Zixuan in front of him for the first time. In terms of looks, Zhang Xiaowo didn't think he was much worse than the other person. But in terms of gaze, the difference between the two was too great. One is confident and domineering, the other is cowardly and sleazy. In that instant, Zhang Xiaowo seemed to understand why he couldn't catch Lin Qing's eye. Yes, his family has a long tradition of martial arts, but the art has long since declined. His family's savings were nothing compared to Lin Qing's, and before the catastrophe, he was merely a security guard at Lin Qing's private villa. Even though Zhang Xiaowo loved reading erotic novels about domineering female CEOs falling in love with security guards, she knew in her heart that novels were novels and reality was reality. The two people are from completely different social classes. But what time is it now? It's the apocalypse. With his family's Tongbei fist, he can become the #1 fighter in Unit 1. Why can't he achieve a higher status and have the strength to be worthy of Lin Qing? Having figured all this out, Zhang Xiaowo's sleazy aura dissipated considerably. Their eyes also held a glimmer of hope. Boss Zhao, I know what to do now. Thank you for waking me up. Zhao Zixuan released his large hand and said indifferently, "You'd better be really sober. In this apocalyptic world, strength is the foundation of everything." Zhang Xiaowa nodded earnestly. The people around watched this scene with complex emotions in their eyes. Their gazes, especially towards Zhang Xiaowa, held a hint of envy. Although Zhao Zixuan showed no mercy in his actions, it demonstrated how much he valued Zhang Xiaowa. Moreover, he was immediately appointed as the martial arts instructor of the club. As long as Zhang Xiaowa doesn't cause trouble and wholeheartedly follows Zhao Zixuan, he will most likely become a core member of the club in the future. Unlike before, the residents of Unit 2 now have a high level of cohesion within the survival club, and they are full of expectations for gaining a higher status in the club, especially for being noticed by Zhao Zixuan and included in the core layer. Unfortunately, since Wang Shihe and his group entered the core group, no new person has been able to catch Zhao Zixuan's eye. Zhang Xiaowa, standing before us, is likely the next lucky one. The next morning, Zhao Zixuan gathered the only 12 households, totaling 18 people, from the propaganda department. Yuan Hao, who was in the lead, still had a sharp mind, but his expression as he looked at Zhao Zixuan was complicated. When they first wanted to rival Zhao Zixuan, they had already evolved to about 70% of their original level. After being defeated by Zhao Zixuan, they were handed over to Lin Mao for ideological re-education. Then, by constantly dieting, they cut off the intake of evolutionary energy from their bodies. This situation lasted for a full month, causing the mutated characteristics in their bodies to degenerate to a state that did not affect their mental state. With the added influence of Lin Mao's brainwashing education, these people became Lin Mao's staunch supporters. Zhao Zixuan had also looked into this matter. Most of the people who could be fooled by Yuan Hao were those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Even if there are mutations involved, the main problem is still the personality itself. Most of them were living unsatisfactory lives or under great pressure before the disaster. Like Yuan Hao, who had been unemployed for several years before the disaster and was a stay-at-home husband. After the catastrophe, especially after they began to mutate, they believed it was an opportunity to defy fate and actively accept mutation and evolution. In addition, these people had been in contact before the catastrophe and were encouraged by Yuan Hao, which led to the mutated evolution group that later caused trouble. "Boss, do you really not need me to come along?" Lin Mao looked at Zhao Zixuan with a resentful expression. By removing all the people from his propaganda department, but deliberately excluding him, the department head, doesn't Zhao Zixuan clearly distrust him? Moreover, if they take the propaganda department people to deal with that level 2 mutated sea monster, will none of the 18 people go back? Although these people had made mistakes, they had not had a significant impact on the community. Moreover, they had contributed a lot to the community by following him during this period. In his mind, these people were no different from the other owners of the community. Zhao Zixuan should not be treated differently. However, as Zhao Zixuan's prestige grew, Lin Mo became hesitant to voice his dissatisfaction directly. He did mention it to Wang Shihe, but was reprimanded by Wang Shihe. "You really want to go? That level 2 mutated sea beast is very strong. Can your abilities affect the mutated monster?" Zhao Zixuan looked at Lin Mao with a half-smile. Lin Mao's expression of displeasure instantly froze. "Boss, what do you mean by that? I'm just good at talking. I don't have any real ability." Zhao Zixuan smiled and didn't delve into Lin Mao's secrets. "Since you want to go, then go, but you don't need to worry about it. If I really wanted to kill them, I wouldn't need to find any reason." These blunt words drew the ire of Yuan Hao and others. Zhao Zixuan felt helpless. These guys are quite pathetic. Their minds were affected by the mutation, which fostered their ambition. Now it's hard to say whether their subservience is their own will or influenced by Lin Mao's abilities. Having completed the initial evolution and awakened his innate abilities, Zhao Zixuan's perspective on things is completely different from before. Lin Mao has good eloquence, but not enough to influence others' minds with it. Zhao Zixuan had also secretly listened to his lectures several times, but he repeatedly emphasized the original intention and order of the survival club, its impact on everyone, and the current living conditions of the residents. It was somewhat persuasive, but it was impossible to influence a person's mind. It must have involved special abilities that outsiders could not perceive. Lin Mao may or may not know this ability, since even Zhao Zixuan cannot be sure if this ability exists. Zhao Zixuan led the group to the top floor. His appearance startled the seabirds on the rooftop. Unlike before his evolution, These mutated seabirds reacted extremely violently, taking flight high before he could even get close, drifting far away in the wind and rain. There wasn't even the roaring and circling around the rooftop that it used to do. These hairy beasts are quite alert, Zhao Zixuan said with a helpless expression. He didn't know how to conceal his aura, nor could he sense that he had changed much from before. The mutated seabirds seemed to be greatly alarmed and immediately fled far away. He looked up at the dense array of seabirds bobbing in the wind and rain and calculated the distance. Unfortunately, these seabirds are all at the initial stage of mutation. Not a single one of the mutated seabirds that have evolved to level 1 has come close here. With his current eyesight, he can see through the wind and rain to other buildings 300 meters away. That place has also become a paradise for mutated seabirds, where first-level mutated seabirds occasionally cry out as they land. A distance of 300 meters requires 10 flashes. Just wait. Once Zhao Zixuan's physique becomes stronger, he will be able to use flash 10 times, which will be the time when those mutated seabirds on the rooftops of the other buildings are beheaded. Arriving at the entrance of Unit 4, Zhao Zixuan kicked open the sturdy door with one foot. This time, the force was concentrated in the middle, and the entire door was not kicked away. However, both handles inside had already broken under Zhao Zixuan's terrifying strength. The unit was deathly silent. There was no one guarding the door, and not a sound came from the entire corridor. Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but shake his head. The residents of Unit 4 were so terrified by that mutated sea monster that they didn't even have the courage to run away. Didn't they think of asking the other units for help? Or is there some unforeseen event that I'm unaware of? Chapter 46, Zhao Zixuan's terrifying strength. Boss, I'll scout ahead. Lin Mao took the initiative to speak, just like always, showing enthusiasm in everything he did. Before Zhao Zixuan could even speak, Yuan Hao, with his large head, rushed out first. How can we let Minister Lin handle such a trivial matter? I'll lead the way and clear the path for you. Let's go. As they spoke, the 18 members of the publicity department rushed to the front, leaving Zhao Zixuan and Lin Mao at the back. Lin Mao looked somewhat embarrassed. She glanced at Zhao Zixuan cautiously. How many times have I told those bastards Yuan Hao? We need to be more respectful in front of Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan is the boss of the gang. But I don't know if these bastards did it on purpose, but they always roasted Zhao Zixuan like that every time they were in front of him. Lin Mao harbored some resentment because Zhao Zixuan hadn't included him in the core group, and his lecture was tinged with a bit of personal emotion. However, he believed his loyalty to the gang was beyond question, and he never thought of rebelling against Zhao Zixuan. It was not worth it for Zhao Zixuan to become dissatisfied with him over such a trivial matter. Unfortunately, despite repeated requests, Yuan Hao and the others only agreed in person, but afterwards continued to sow discord between Zhao Zixuan and others. He didn't know if his brainwashing was too successful, or if these people were not influenced by him at all and were just playing with him. Zhao Zixuan's face remained expressionless, as if these people's petty actions were no big deal to him. Let's go? Zhao Zixuan walked at a leisurely pace, his deep gaze revealing a mystery about his thoughts. Lin Mao could only scratch his head helplessly and follow Zhao Zixuan downhill. The stairwell reeked of a strong, fishy stench, and piles of garbage and human excrement were clearly visible. This is clearly abnormal, unless all this garbage and excrement can deter the attack of that level 2 mutated sea monster. Even though many windows in the stairwells were broken during the storm, and there was some air circulation in the stairwells, the pungent smell was still unbearable. Should we find those homeowners and ask them what's going on? Lin Mao suggested. Zhao Zixuan shook his head. This is disgusting. Let's deal with that level 2 mutated sea monster first. Lin Mao observed several floors, each one dirtier than the last, and the dirtier it got as he went down. He immediately gave up the idea of going to find the owner of Unit 4. Forget it. Once we deal with that mutated sea monster, these homeowners will come out and clean up this mess themselves. A deep roar came from below the stairwell, and the group of people who were scouting ahead instinctively stopped in their tracks, a hint of unease flashing in their eyes. This stems from human biological instinct. After all, judging from the roar, the animal must be quite large. Unlike Zhao Zixuan, who had already seen the level 2 mutated sea beast through the surveillance, these people only knew that a level 2 mutated sea beast had entered Unit 4, and they knew nothing about the specifics. In their understanding, a level 1 mutated tuna is over 2 meters long, with the longest being less than 3 meters. Moreover, They wondered how much combat power a sea monster could have once it left the water. When they reached the 30th floor, the stench became even stronger. Looking down through the stairwell, they could already see glimpses of the giant beast through the gaps in the stairs. So big. Moreover, the regular vibrations of the staircase indicated that the monster was coming up the stairs through the building. Everyone prepare for battle. If we are outmatched, retreat immediately. Yuan Hao's expression was extremely solemn. Damn it. This level 2 mutated sea beast was much larger than expected. He had just noticed the tracks of a large animal crawling on the floor of the stairwell, and the remaining scales at the corners, each as big as a palm. Moreover, many parts of the stairs were damaged by footsteps. How heavy must the weight be to crack this precast reinforced concrete staircase? Da-da-da. As a hideous head came into view, everyone gasped. Its head, resembling a python, had 7 black horns of varying sizes, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and strong, powerful limbs with claws half a foot long that gleamed with a metallic gleam. Its slender tail was 2 to 3 meters long, displaying formidable killing power with every swing. Its entire body was covered in extremely thick scales. If it weren't for the gaps between the scales, it would have looked like it was wearing a heavy, dark gray suit of armor. Each step caused a slight tremor in the stairwell, indicating that his weight was extremely heavy. His eyes weren't large, but they radiated a bloodthirsty, cold light. It saw a group of people coming down the stairwell, and its massive body paused for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the gaping maw opened, and a scarlet shadow flashed by. With a thud, Yuan Hao, who was at the forefront, was sent flying backward. The simple armor on his chest was deeply dented and almost pierced through. The people behind him were sent flying by his impact, and blood spurted from Yuan Hao's mouth and nose. His large eyes were filled with horror. What happened? Before he could even react, he was sent flying. Then he saw a scarlet, sticky tongue quickly retract, which was 7 or 8 meters long. Run? We're no match for them. Yuan Hao quickly determined that the monster opposite him was extremely powerful, possessing overwhelming strength far exceeding their own evolutionary level. The group retreated in panic, their initial confidence completely gone. Zhao Zixuan was speechless upon seeing this scene. What a mob! Lin Mao was a little embarrassed, so he shouted and rushed down. Don't run around. There are many of us. Are we afraid of just one monster? Minister Lin, let's go quickly. That monster is really strong. We are no match for it. Where can we run? We're the backbone of the gang. If we don't step up when danger comes, who will? Don't be afraid. Come with me. A look of disdain flashed across Yuan Hao's eyes, and he cursed him inwardly as an idiot. His gaze then passed over Lin Mao and landed on Zhao Zixuan, who was following behind them with a calm expression. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face. If we retreat now, will we face further retribution from Zhao Zixuan? Life in the propaganda department is tough. Lin Mao, that blockhead, keeps nagging in their ears all day long, and several idiots actually believe what he says. If this continues, Yuan Hao is genuinely worried that he will no longer be able to control these people. At Yuan Hao's signal, everyone made way, exposing the level 2 behemoth that was climbing the stairs behind them to Lin Mao and Zhao Zixuan. Lin Mao's expression changed slightly. It was huge, and its aura was exceptionally fierce. But he had already shouted out the slogan, so naturally he wouldn't contradict himself. He drew the axe from his waist, roared, and dashed through the crowd. Whoosh! A red figure shot out from below. Lin Mao suddenly swung the axe in his hand and chopped down. With a clang, Lin Mao was sent flying backwards, rolling awkwardly down the steps. The red tongue that he had struck quickly retracted, and Lin Mao's attack, which carried all his strength, had not caused any damage to the scarlet tongue at all. Minister Lin, are you all right? Damn it, let's all fight this together. 4 members of the propaganda department rushed out, weapons in hand, ready to stand with Lin Mao. Seeing that things were not going well, the others huddled together and retreated up the stairs. If Zhao Zixuan hadn't been standing coldly on the steps above them, they probably would have scattered long ago. Zhao Zixuan walked down the steps. Yuan Hao and the others huddled together in fear. Boss Zhao, we don't want to die, Yuan Hao said dryly. Zhao Zixuan stared at him with cold eyes. Useless. It seems I overestimated you. Zhao Zixuan's words made Yuan Hao and the others blush. Their previous pretense could fool Lin Mao, but it couldn't fool the gang leader in front of them. The other party had never truly trusted them from beginning to end. Get out. Having tested these people and discovered their true worth, Zhao Zixuan completely lost interest in them. Yuan Hao and the other 12 people were relieved, as if they had been granted a pardon. They lowered their heads and fled upstairs from Zhao Zixuan's side. Lin Mao, you should all go back. You've gotten carried away just because others say a few nice words to you. Those useless idiots should be removed from the propaganda department. Lin Mao rubbed his arm, which was still numb from the shock, and a hint of fear was still visible in his eyes. Although he was brave and strong, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. Moreover, he was disappointed by the performance of Yuan Hao and others. Zhao Zixuan's words made him feel even more ashamed. Before Lin Mao and his group of 5 could leave, the monster became enraged. A dozen or so people ran off in a flash. To it, this meant its prey had escaped, and it couldn't stand for that. Roar! With an angry roar, the level 2 mutated monster suddenly increased its speed and charged madly at Lin Mao and the others. The stench hit you immediately. Lin Mao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Who would have thought that this giant beast could move so fast in the narrow stairwell? Just as the gaping maw was about to descend upon them, Zhao Zixuan's figure appeared before them in a flash. With a loud bang, Zhao Zixuan kicked the level 2 mutated monster in the nose. A scream rang out. The giant beast was kicked and slammed into the wall, then fell several floors in a sorry state. Once it straightened its body, shaking its slightly dizzy head, blood flowed from its huge nostrils. Its eyes were fixed on Zhao Zixuan, and then it opened its blood-red maw towards where Zhao Zixuan was. Dark green acid sprayed out instantly, enveloping Zhao Zixuan completely. The next second, Zhao Zixuan's figure vanished instantly. He appeared directly on the back of the level 2 mutated monster. A bright silver steel spear appeared in his hand. Die! With a sudden burst of strength from Zhao Zixuan's arms, the extremely sharpened steel spearhead pierced directly into the gaps in the scales of the level 2 monster. The tough flesh inside could hardly stop the steel spearhead from penetrating deeper. With a soft puff, the steel spear pierced through more than half of its length. Roar! A scream of extreme pain rang out. Zhao Zixuan's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Lin Mao and the others. He grabbed a few people and threw them violently up the stairs. He severely wounded the level 2 mutated monster with a single shot, but he underestimated its powerful vitality. Even with a long steel spear stuck in its body, its massive form continued to twist and wreak havoc wildly. Every now and then, it would spit out a mouthful of corrosive acid in Zhao Zixuan's direction. The enormous claws gripped the wall, tearing up chunks of reinforced concrete. Its long tail lashed out at the railing, completely destroying it. Zhao Zixuan did not step forward again, but instead stared at the other party as he slowly retreated. Sensing that the opponent's vigorous life force was rapidly fading, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to rush in and fight them to the death. The size difference between the two sides was already huge, and in this confined space, dodging and maneuvering were already difficult. What truly worried Zhao Zixuan was the acid spewed out by the monster. Who knew if it was poisonous? If it got on him, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Zhao Zixuan had enough patience to wait for the mutated sea monster to lose its ability to resist. However, the opponent's health bar was thicker than Zhao Zixuan had expected. It charged up the building several times, trying to tear Zhao Zixuan to pieces. It was faster than Zhao Zixuan and would never allow the opponent's acid to touch his body. The only pity is that the corridor covered by acid made a sizzling sound of corrosion, and it is likely that most of the corridor will collapse after this battle. I just don't know if there are any other owners downstairs. It won't be easy to come up again. The monster's struggles and roars lasted for half an hour. By this time, the speed and strength of the level 2 sea monster were several times different from when it first appeared. The ferocity in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of fear of death. It stopped trying to kill Zhao Zixuan and instead turned around, attempting to escape downstairs. Zhao Zixuan sneered. It's too late to leave now. Zhao Zixuan activated Instant Flash, instantly appearing above the head of the level 2 mutated sea beast. Without hesitation, he pierced the monster's eyes with 2 daggers, each about a foot long. At the same time, he nimbly retreated and pulled the steel spear stuck in the monster's body. The sudden injury caused the monster's body to twist even more wildly, and its long, massive tail slammed into Zhao Zixuan's back. This time, Zhao Zixuan did not use his teleportation ability to escape, but instead dodged the attack with great agility. He risked leaping in front of the monster, channeling all his strength to stab the steel spear into its gaping maw. With a soft thud, The 2.5-meter-long steel spear pierced completely into the body of the level 2 mutated monster. The monster's massive body stiffened instantly, and its life force rapidly dissipated. Zhao Zixuan exerted his strength and pulled the steel spear that had been embedded in the monster's body out. Fresh blood mixed with dark green corrosive acid almost splashed onto Zhao Zixuan. Ding! You have killed a level 2 mutated sea lion and gained 1342 energy. Ding! Extraordinary materials have been detected that can be purchased. Sea lion armor, sea lion horn, sea lion claw, corrosive poison sac, and sea lion inner core. Purchasing all of them will grant 112 evolution points. Zhao Zixuan's face lit up with ecstatic joy. With an evolution value of 112 points, this is a great deal. Purchase goods. As Zhao Zixuan activated the evolution supermarket's ability, the monster's scales, sharp claws, horn, venom sacs, and a milky white bead the size of an egg that flew out of its eye socket all appeared in the evolution supermarket. The previously empty extraordinary materials inventory suddenly gained 5 new products. As for the mutated sea lion's enormous body, Zhao Zixuan grabbed it and used his instant flash to appear 30 meters above, landing smoothly on the intact stairs. Even after removing the scales and claws, the flesh and blood of this mutated sea lion still weighs more than 2 tons. Apart from Zhao Zixuan, no one else could carry him. With this mutated sea lion around, there is enough to provide the core members of the organization with high-level mutated sea beast flesh and blood. This will further accelerate their evolutionary speed. Zhao Zixuan is no longer worried about other members of the club surpassing him in evolutionary strength, because with the awakening of his teleportation ability, hunting mutated sea beasts and seabirds of level 1 or higher is no longer difficult. With the evolution supermarket providing him with a continuous stream of evolution points. If Zhao Zixuan were to be surpassed by other club members, then there would be no need for him to remain the leader. Chapter 47: Mutant Sea Lions and the Unification of 52 Buildings. When Zhao Zixuan appeared on the top floor dragging the huge mutated sea lion carcass, Lin Mao and the others who were waiting there stared wide-eyed. Although the mutated sea lion no longer had its ferocious appearance, it was covered in blood, and its scales, claws, and horns had all disappeared. But its enormous size, thick limbs, and long tail were enough to instill an indescribable sense of terror. Moreover, Lin Mao and his group had personally confronted him. "Boss, did you really kill this monster?" Even seeing the bloody, enormous monster corpse, Lin Mao still felt that everything he was seeing was unreal. Zhao Zixuan was spotless, and he didn't look like he had fought with this mutated monster at all. Just look at how pathetic they were when facing the monster. Compared to Zhao Zixuan, they were nothing. Notify Zhang Wanwen and Lu Chunhua to arrange for someone to dispose of the mutated sea lion's carcass on the rooftop. Wanwen knows what to do. Zhao Zixuan glanced at the mutated seabirds soaring up from the top floor. The internal organs of ordinary mutated sea fish couldn't attract high-level mutated seabirds, so he refused to believe that the internal organs of a level 2 mutated sea lion wouldn't work. Of course, even if the internal organs of the level 2 mutated sea lion cannot attract level 1 or higher mutated seabirds, maintaining enough mutated seabirds on the top floor is still beneficial to the development of the entire club. Because the gang can obtain a continuous supply of mutated seabird meat from the rooftop and can also maintain the combat effectiveness of the armed forces members, it is not a waste for even a low-level mutated seabird to eat the internal organs of a level 2 mutated sea lion. Zhao Zixuan's successful killing of the level 2 mutated monster had a huge impact. Almost everyone in the survival club went to the top floor to watch the monster's carcass being dismembered. When all the flesh and organs had been extracted, the enormous skeleton was placed on the top floor, exuding an indescribable ferocious aura, shocking everyone who saw it. Of course, the monster's skeleton would not be wasted. After completing its second evolution, its skeletal strength far surpasses that of ordinary creatures. While it doesn't reach the level of extraordinary materials, it's sufficient to manufacture some weapons or tools, and its effectiveness is definitely no worse than that of ordinary steel. Moreover, the aura carried by the skeleton of this level 2 mutated sea lion also has a suppressive effect on low-level mutated creatures. Wang Shihe also got busy. The owners of Unit 1 had not yet been fully registered, and Unit 4 was now completely open to the community. Zhao Zixuan looked down on the cowardly homeowners in Unit 4, but Wang Shihe didn't think so. Taking advantage of Zhao Zixuan's killing of the Level 2 mutated monster, the entire Unit 4 was brought under the management of the Survival Club. Even if we don't give them official membership in the club, it's better than letting them run wild, so as to avoid creating another organization that opposes the club. Zhao Zixuan naturally wouldn't object to this, since he wasn't the one doing the work anyway. This is the advantage of having power. As long as there are no major problems, he doesn't need to worry about many things. Of course, as the leader of the gang, Zhao Zixuan still felt pressure, especially with the acquisition of large quantities of Level 2 mutated sea lion meat. Many business owners have set their sights on these ingredients, which are of a higher grade than ordinary mutated sea fish and mutated seabirds. What the crowd didn't know was that sea lion meat didn't taste any better because of its higher mutation level. In fact, it tasted terrible. However, it contained far more evolutionary energy than the meat of a low-level mutated sea fish. Even knowing this, everyone still wants to obtain this higher-grade ingredient. Therefore, people sought help from various connections, and even came to Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan refused all of them. He wanted to supply the core members of the organization with this Level 2 mutated sea lion meat. Ordinary members were not qualified to obtain it. As everyone discussed the matter, Wang Shihe and Jiang Wanwen approached Zhao Zixuan to discuss whether they could include some of the Level 2 sea lion meat in the points exchange program, even if the points were set very high. Old Wang, you've already eaten the mutated sea lion meat. Apart from its high evolutionary energy, the taste was indescribable. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with this mutated sea lion meat, but I hope to improve the evolutionary level of you core members so that you don't get surpassed by those owners. Currently, everyone in the core group except Zhao Zixuan is consuming mutated sea lion meat. We understand Boss Zhao's idea, but this stuff really tastes awful. The residents are complaining because they don't know. The Survival Club is the largest organization in the entire building now, so we should pay attention to what these residents think, Wang Shihe said with a wry smile. Brother, I get asked every day whether the mutated sea lion meat is on the shelves. We know it's hard to eat, but the other owners don't. They think the higher the grade of the mutated sea beast meat, the better it tastes. I suggest releasing a small batch, which will not only shut those people up, but also earn points to balance the points department's accounts. Zhao Zixuan sighed. Since none of you have any objections, I naturally won't object. However, to ensure the orderly operation of the organization, only a small portion of these mutated sea lion meat will be released, unless a second breakthrough occurs at the core level. Zhao Zixuan made this request because, with the rapid increase in his own evolution value, his physical growth rate was astonishing. The system panel had already indicated that he could now use instant flash 10 times in a row. Zhao Zixuan planned to cultivate for a while longer before trying to find a way to check out the situation in other buildings. After all, he had been trapped in this building for more than half a year, completely isolated from the outside world. Even though he was the leader of the gang, he still had a deep desire for information from the outside world. Let's take a look. Perhaps other buildings have a way to contact the outside world? Most importantly, with the continuous onslaught of storms during this period, the sea level has risen by several meters again. Yesterday, Li Yonglai reported to him that the 25th floor was flooded and the entire 25th floor had to be abandoned as soon as possible. Zhao Zixuan relocated all the owners from the 28th floor and below to the upper floors, assigning them to 4 vacant high-rise apartments. Judging from the scale of the storm, the sea level rise will continue. This is not just seawater intrusion, but a general rise in sea level. Zhao Zixuan didn't know how much of China's land had been submerged, but the coastal plains were probably completely swallowed by the sea. Zhao Zixuan had no idea how high the seawater would rise. His 50-plus story building was already half submerged, and as the ground floor continued to be corroded by the seawater, the building's ability to withstand storms would definitely weaken. Even without monsters destroying the building, it might collapse under the storm. Therefore, Zhao Zixuan was always looking for a way out, preferably to leave this building where he was trapped and go to the mountains to find hope for survival. After receiving a reply from Zhao Zixuan, Wang Shihe and Jiang Wanwen quickly released 1,000 jin of second-grade sea lion meat in the name of the gang. Each pound of grade 2 sea lion meat is worth up to 40 points, which is 10 times that of ordinary mutated sea fish meat. Even at such a high price, 1,000 caddies were quickly sold out. Lin Qing and his group exchanged the most. After Zhao Zixuan killed the level 2 mutated sea lion, Lin Qing wisely led Wen Qi and others to submit their applications to join the gang. Because they had not caused any harm to the club, and because Lin Qing had contributed a large amount of living supplies and drinking water to the club, her application to join the club was approved almost on the same day. She then exchanged food and water for a large number of points, making her the biggest spender outside the core members of the guild. At the same time, Lin Qing also submitted an application to join the core layer of the organization, but this application is currently on hold. Zhao Zixuan believed that Lin Qing had ulterior motives and, unable to establish her own gang, was definitely planning to stage an internal power struggle. And so what if there are plenty of supplies? This is the apocalypse. Strength is the only thing that matters. It's naive of her to think that a little Karami who has only evolved to 30% can enter the core of the organization. Even though Lin Qing approached Zhao Zixuan several times, proposing ideas for the club's development and offering to provide more food and water, it didn't help. Zhao Zixuan remained unmoved. In the end, Lin Qing even approached Zhao Zixuan, wanting to offer the 53rd floor to Zhao Zixuan as the club's headquarters. Zhao Zixuan was tempted by the suggestion, but after some consideration, he decided against it. With his current strength, no one in the gang can stand a chance against him, and he might not even care if the entire gang joined forces. The 53rd floor is too high. Its main purpose is to provide surveillance throughout the entire building. Now that Lin Qing has joined the gang, it is entirely possible to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the surveillance in real time. There is no need for Zhao Zixuan to go in person. As for supplies, Lin Qing did have a considerable amount stored up, but after this period of support and distribution, it was no longer so much. This is why Lin Qing wanted to join the core of the club. After all, the food and water she had were limited, while the club could obtain food from the outside world in a continuous stream. Zhao Zixuan, that freak, was even able to pull a level 1 mutated sea beast ashore from the Great Flood. The previous method of attracting first-order mutated seabirds with the internal organs of second-order mutated sea lions had also been effective. 2 level 1 mutated seagulls, unable to resist the temptation, fell victim to Zhao Zixuan's gun. Zhao Zixuan brought back a steady stream of corpses of first-level mutated sea beasts and seabirds. Lin Qing lived next door to him, so Zhao Zixuan couldn't possibly keep it from her. This was all telling Lin Qing that if he wanted to survive in this apocalypse, he had to rely on the gang and on Zhao Zixuan. Unfortunately, Zhao Zixuan just wouldn't agree. Even though Lin Qing had the advantage of being close to the group and was already familiar with the other core members, and even had a stellar reputation for generously giving away food and water, she still couldn't get permission from the crucial Zhao Zixuan. All of this made Lin Qing grit her teeth in hatred. She couldn't understand why Zhao Zixuan was making things so difficult for her when he clearly had no interest in her romantically. Do we really have to force her to sleep with Zhao Zixuan? But who is Lin Qing? From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a privileged and favored woman. Her ideal partner must not only be impeccable in appearance, but also treat her well. At the very least, they must be a couple for life. Zhao Zixuan's looks and abilities are barely acceptable, but he's not single. He not only has Lu Min as a mistress, but also has an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Wenwen. Originally 100% confident in her appearance, she became less confident after seeing Dr. Zhang's stunning beauty under the mask. Damn Zhao Zixuan. How come he has so many women around him? For Zhao Zixuan, Lin Qing's matter was merely a diversion from his monotonous life. Whether or not he allowed her into the core group was simply a matter of his own whim. But as I said before, why should she? So what if she's a favored daughter of heaven? This is the end of the world, a time of natural disasters. Everything that existed before has been wiped out. People who can't find their place in this chaotic world can't live well. With the Survival Club having dealt with Units 1 and 4, the problems in Unit 3 became apparent. Zhao Zixuan had considered maintaining the status quo, but Wang Shihe and the others believed that now was the best time for the group's development. Everyone had not yet completed their initial evolution and was still at the human level. If they didn't take this opportunity to unify all the units, and waited until everyone evolved to the next stage and awakened all sorts of strange abilities, even if Zhao Zixuan was strong, he might not be able to subdue everyone. Moreover, given the current strength of the Survival Club, taking over Unit 3 is not a problem at all. Zhao Zixuan wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The current armed forces personnel would be more than capable of handling it. Zhao Zixuan agreed with Wang Shihe's suggestion and took the opportunity to take over Unit 3, thus unifying 52 buildings. Once the plan was finalized, before the guards could even take action, Lin Mao approached Wang Shihe, wanting to lead the current propaganda department members as the vanguard. Wang Shihe did not object to this. There were nearly 20 ambitious and troublesome homeowners in Units 1 and 4 combined. The reform effect on these people was not ideal. They had already been tainted by evil, and even if the alienation in their bodies was suppressed by dieting, it was still impossible to digest the violence in their bodies in a short period of time. Lin Mao didn't have the power to suppress everyone like Zhao Zixuan, so the propaganda department's classes were not peaceful during this period, with people fighting each other almost every day. These energetic and war-loving thugs were perfectly suited to be the vanguard in attacking Unit 3. The door to Unit 3 was violently forced open, and the propaganda department personnel rushed into Unit 3 screaming. They shouted for all the residents of Unit 3 to surrender, which naturally drew the ire of the unit's community leader. The fight started on the top floor and quickly spread to the entire building. Unit 3 has a total of 6 clubs, with similar numbers of members. They had often fought each other before, but as the Survival Club launched a large-scale attack, these clubs instinctively united to resist. The matter of the Survival Club was no secret to Unit 3, and they had already considered whether Unit 3 should become independent or join Zhao Zixuan's club. Personally speaking, they definitely wouldn't want to join. They understand the principle of better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond very well. However, since Zhao Zixuan had unified the 3 units, it was impossible for him to ignore the 3 independent units. Therefore, they remained wary of him. Therefore, when Lin Mao led his men into Unit 3, they quickly organized highly skilled fighters with advanced evolution levels to fight back. Unfortunately, Unit 3, which had been in seclusion and lacked evolutionary resources. Even with the explosives provided by Li Xian, which allowed them to obtain a considerable amount of sea fish, the quantity was still far from enough for all the residents of Unit 3. Therefore, their evolutionary level was far behind that of the Survival Club. The battle was one-sided. Although the leaders of these gangs had the courage to fight, they lacked combat experience. Unlike those troublemakers in the propaganda department, who are ruthless and have basically killed people on their hands. The battle didn't last long before it ended. Poor Unit 3 was thoroughly thrashed from top to bottom, and in the end, it could only obediently accept the fate of the Survival Club. Because they joined the Survival Club last, they were naturally considered inferior, and even the people in Units 1 and 4 looked down on them, which made the people in Unit 3 very resentful. Chapter 48: The Second Evolver. With Unit 3 taken down, all 52 buildings were brought under the control of the Survival Club. Li Xian, the explosives expert from Unit 3, was also personally invited by Wang Shihe. Zhao Zixuan had seen him on the surveillance footage. He was in his 30s and had a gentle, unassuming demeanor. But upon closer inspection, he sensed nearly 70% of the evolved aura emanating from him, which would only place him at a relatively low level within the current survival community. Dr. Li, welcome to the Survival Club. Zhao Zixuan personally greeted him with a warm welcome. Li Xian showed no embarrassment whatsoever. He knew this day would come sooner or later when the Survival Club had won Units 1 and 4. He even suggested that the leaders of the clubs in Unit 3 negotiate with Zhao Zixuan in advance to try to join the Survival Club. The result, naturally, was rejection. Those short-sighted fellows. Now look what happened. Not only did they lose their own club, but they also got beaten up by the Survival Club members. They just asked for trouble. Mr. Zhao, thank you for accepting me and my family. I will do my best to help you with anything you can. Li Xian spoke frankly, saying that since he had decided to join the Survival Club, he should demonstrate his value. I hope Dr. Li can continue his research. We are in the midst of apocalyptic disaster, and humanity is lacking everything. The flame of civilization cannot be extinguished. I don't understand chemical engineering, so you'll have to take care of that yourself, Dr. Li. But I will do my best to provide you with support within my capabilities. A glint of light flashed in Li Xian's eyes. Mr. Zhao, I research new materials. Could you provide me with some materials analysis instruments? Zhao Zixuan shook his head with a wry smile. There's no way to do it now. The storm outside is too strong, and it's impossible to go out and search for the necessary equipment. Even if we knew where it was, we couldn't possibly dive dozens of meters underwater to retrieve it. Dr. Li, I think we should do some research based on the existing conditions. At the very least, we can record what we've learned, which would be a way to preserve the spark of human civilization. Li Xian suppressed his disappointment and nodded. Dr. Lee, are you interested in researching extraordinary materials? I've hunted quite a few mutated sea fish and seabirds, and some of the materials on them contain special characteristics and energy. You must have heard of the weapon refiners in novels. Perhaps we can use them to forge weapons with special abilities. To manufacture weapons? This field is somewhat related to materials science, but he couldn't guarantee whether it could be done. Dr. Lee, don't feel pressured. There are still quite a few skeletons of the level 2 mutated sea lion we hunted before. You can use them as a basis for your research. Also, Dr. Zhang Zixuan in Unit 2, Room 5201 is a researcher in the field of biology. Perhaps you can have further exchanges with her. Li Xian nodded, not particularly interested, as there was little overlap between their research areas and Dr. Zhang's. What about my family? The PhD student can choose to move his family to Unit 2, and I will arrange the rooms. No need, no need. My apartment in Unit 3 is connected to your apartment in Unit 2. You just need to tell that household, and I'll cut a hole in the wall to connect the two sides. Zhao Zixuan smiled and nodded. This was nothing to him. In this apocalyptic world, what is most needed? Talented individuals. Zhang Zixuan has already provided a great deal of help to the growth of the Qiuqing society. With the addition of a PhD in materials science, perhaps all the weapons needed by the society's future evolvers will have to be sourced from him. Zhao Zixuan wasn't worried about the other party causing trouble, since the gang controlled everyone's food supply. After seeing Li Xian off, Zhao Zixuan summoned Zhang Xiaohua. During this period, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated extremely hard, and his evolution rate once again broke through 90%, making his evolutionary aura quite powerful. Boss Zhao, you were looking for me. How's the preparation going regarding the promise to teach Tongbei Quan to everyone in the club? I'm available anytime, but we don't have a room that big. The building has more than 2,000 people. Even if the elderly and children don't participate, there are at least 1,000 men and women of the appropriate age. He can't possibly teach them one by one. He'd be exhausted even if he taught them all. I'll find a place. Now, show me your Tongbei Quan. Does the boss want to learn? A glint of shrewdness flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Zhao Zixuan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, you have very few mutation characteristics. If you haven't awakened any special abilities, it's because the Tongbei fist you practice has the ability to suppress mutation characteristics. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. After a long pause, he said with a wry smile, I thought I had hidden my secret very well, but I didn't expect that you, boss, would see through it at a glance. That's right, my Tongbei fist can indeed improve the body's mutated characteristics. Even though I've been eating mutated sea beast meat like crazy these past few days, my body has only developed a few mutated scales. Show me. If you teach well, I'll consider including you in the core of the club. Zhao Zixuan's words brought a smile to Zhang Xiaohua's face. Although Zhao Zixuan forbade him from being a sycophant to Lin Qing, it didn't mean he had given up on Lin Qing. Lin Qing has been behaving very conspicuously lately, constantly trying to join the core of the gang, but Zhao Zixuan has remained unmoved. Zhang Xiaohua interpreted Zhao Zixuan's repeated rejections as a sign that he had no interest in Lin Qing. Therefore, he became increasingly convinced of Zhao Zixuan's abilities. Now, Zhao Zixuan promised that if he could master Tongbei Quan, he could join the core of the gang. This was just as tempting to Zhang Xiaohua as it was to make him a department head. The fact that Zhang Xiaohua could easily obtain what Lin Qing couldn't obtain suggests that the gap between his status and Lin Qing's has narrowed. Does that mean I can have normal contact with Lin Qing afterward? Or even pursue her as a man? Zhang Xiaohua was thinking too much, and only came to his senses when Zhao Zixuan reminded him. Tongbei Quan emphasizes extending the reach and striking far, with a cold, explosive, and swift motion, focusing on the extension and springy power of the arm as its core, and pursuing a combination of attack distance and explosive power. Specifically, it can be broken down into 3 key points. 1. Body movement as the foundation. It emphasizes chest in, back straight, shoulders relaxed, elbows dropped, using the twisting of the torso to drive the arm power, rather than simply relying on the arm strength, to ensure that the movement is smooth and grounded. 2. Arm training. The core is arm connection. Through exercises such as swinging and shaking the arms, the shoulder, elbow, and wrist joints can be flexibly connected to form an attack advantage of 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. At the same time, pay attention to the explosive power of crisp force and avoid stiff movements. 3. Footwork coordination. Emphasis should be placed on lively footwork. Common walking steps and following steps should be synchronized with hand techniques to ensure that force can be generated at any time during movement, achieving a sense of coordination where hands arrive before steps and steps arrive before hands. As Zhang Xiaowa spoke, he demonstrated, revealing the essence of the boxing technique to Zhao Zixuan without reservation. Zhao Zixuan studied very diligently and began to try things out gradually under Zhang Xiaowa's guidance. Snap! His hands lashed out as his body twisted, as if they had become whips, and a sharp crack suddenly rang out. A burning sensation rose within my body, and all my strength was mobilized during the practice of this fist technique. Zhao Zixuan's attacks became smoother and faster, and the continuous crackling sounds left Zhang Xiaowa dumbfounded. What's going on with Boss Zhao? He only taught him once, and the other guy already knew how to do it. And why is it so easy for him to fight? That crisp sound comes from his arm, something even he can't achieve every time. Could this guy in front of me be a martial arts prodigy? After fighting for more than half an hour, Zhao Zixuan was drenched in sweat, his hands and face were flushed, and his blood was boiling. Awesome. Martial arts are so much better. They allow you to fully mobilize your internal energy and blood, which is much better than just training. Zhao Zixuan stopped what he was doing and looked at Zhang Xiaowa, who had a look of utter disbelief on her face. What's wrong? Zhao Zixuan asked, puzzled. Brother Zhao, tell me, did you used to practice Tongbei Quan? Zhao Zixuan was puzzled and shook his head. But you produced a resounding sound from your muscles and bones, which is something that can only be achieved when you reach a certain level in Tongbei Quan. Zhang Xiaowa looked miserable. Seeing how easily Zhao Zixuan had reached his current level, he wondered what he meant by the hardships he had endured as a child. You mean this? Zhao Zixuan flicked his right hand, and with a snap, a crisp sound reached their ears. Zhang Xiaowa nodded with a bitter face. What's so difficult about that? It's just a technique for generating power. You explained it very clearly just now, and I did exactly as you said. Zhang Xiaowa's face was full of embarrassment. That's how his elders taught him. So how come he can't achieve the same effortless mastery as Zhao Zixuan? Seeing Zhang Xiaowa's constipated-like face, Zhao Zixuan suddenly smiled. Perhaps it's because I have far better control over my body than you do. You'll understand once you break through to the first level of evolution. Zhao Zixuan's words made Zhang Xiaowa's eyes light up. Yes, Zhao Zixuan's evolution level is higher than his. He has already completed the initial stage of evolution. Just like ordinary mutated sea fish and first-level mutated sea fish, their body structures are different, so doing these things is nothing new. After sending Zhang Xiaowa away, Zhao Zixuan resumed his practice on his own. The predecessor who created Tongbei Quan was truly amazing. For Zhao Zixuan, it was not just a simple technique for generating power, but a means of mobilizing the body's qi and blood to hone his skills. Unlike others who need to obtain evolution energy through food and water, Zhao Zixuan now mainly obtains it through system feedback, and each time it is almost never less than 10 evolution points. This allowed him to acquire far more and faster evolutionary energy than others. The practice of Tongbei Quan gave him a way to quickly digest the evolutionary energy in his body, allowing him to more easily control the newly grown power. Having experienced the powerful effects of Tongbei Quan, Zhao Zixuan immediately arranged for Wang Shihe to open up several units on the first floor, creating a huge indoor martial arts arena. It's unrealistic to get everyone involved in the practice. We can only select younger people, have Zhang Xiaowa teach them, and then have those who have learned the skills become teachers to teach the other residents. Zhao Zixuan himself wouldn't personally participate in the teaching. He spent his days either catching level 1 sea beasts on the ground floor or trying to lure level 1 mutated seabirds on the top floor. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Name, Zhao Zixuan. Physical fitness, 35.5. Strength, 37. Agility, 34. Spirit, 34.2. Evolution level, level 1548/1000. Health points, 82. Energy value, 57086. His strength had nearly doubled, but Zhao Zixuan gave the impression of an ordinary teenager who had never participated in the evolution. This change stemmed from his continuous practice of Tongbei Quan. The evolutionary energy and surging blood and qi entering his body were tamed by him, and less of it spread, so naturally it didn't give people any special feeling. By chance, Zhao Zixuan also found a way to conceal his aura. In this past month, the rate of evolution of all the owners in the 52 buildings has been astonishing, with at least a quarter of them exceeding 90% of their previous level. Once you reach 90%, it becomes difficult to increase your evolution value by even a little bit. Even though the guild not only provided meat from level 2 mutated sea lions, but also large quantities of meat from level 1 mutated sea fish and mutated seabirds, it still wasn't enough for everyone to complete the entire 90% stage of evolution energy accumulation in one go. Zhao Zixuan saw the club's progress assessment report on the many evolved individuals. At the current pace, it would probably be at least another 1 or 2 weeks before the next breakthrough individual appeared. What he didn't expect was that, in a place he wasn't paying attention to, someone had already reached 99% of their evolutionary bottleneck without anyone noticing. 5201. Zhao Zixuan, who had been invited, stared at Wang Shihe in astonishment. Old Wang, it's only been a few days. How come you've become such a mess? How old are you? Don't think that just because you've evolved you don't know how to control yourself. At this time, Wang Shihe looked even older, with most of the remaining ring of hair on his head turned gray. He had lost weight and his belly had shrunk, but his appearance had declined rather than improved. He looked like a man who had indulged in excessive pleasure and was now in a state of decline. Wang Shihe stared at Zhao Zixuan with an extremely complicated expression. Zixuan, Boss Zhao, what do you think of our relationship? Zhao Zixuan ignored Lao Wang's words and instead patted him on the shoulder. What are you saying? Of course we're friends. Wait, what's with this? Are you about to break through to a higher level? Zhao Zixuan carefully sensed the evolutionary aura emanating from old Wang. It was very strong, but it was still some distance away from reaching its limit and triggering the body's bottleneck. Moreover, Zhao Zixuan was very worried that, given old Wang's current weak and feeble state, even if he reached the limit of evolution, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck. I haven't broken through, and it's unlikely I'll reach my limit anytime soon. I called you here not because of my own situation, but because of Shuyun. She's achieved initial evolution and found a way to break through the evolutionary bottleneck. A look of joy flashed across Zhao Zixuan's face. Surprisingly, the second person to reach the evolutionary limit was Dr. Jiang, who had been conducting research all along. This is a good thing. Why do you look so pale? And the club's work is already on track, right? You, as the general manager, shouldn't be that busy. Why have you made yourself look like this? Wang Shihe wore a wry smile. You think I wanted this? It's just that Shuyun's method of breaking through this time was so damn awful. Zhao Zixuan immediately became interested. He has broken through bottlenecks, fought against great storms, and often had to withstand impacts beyond his own resistance, which was not an easy experience. He originally thought that everyone's bottleneck to the limit of evolution was the same, but now it seems that he was wrong. At the very least, Dr. Jiang, who was the second to reach the limit of evolution, broke through in a completely different way than him. Otherwise, Lao Wang wouldn't have ended up in this terrible state. You know, Lao Wang cares a lot about his image and has always wanted to turn things around through evolution. She usually dresses impeccably, uses hairspray to style her sparse hair, and has used countless hair growth and beauty products. I need your help to break through Shuyun's bottleneck. But you must remember that we are friends, and one should not covet a friend's wife. Wang Shihe stared intently at Zhao Zixuan, his eyes filled with unease and anticipation. Chapter 49 Succubus Body. Zhao Zixuan was speechless at Lao Wang's serious expression. You've been with me for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am, Zhao Zixuan? Stop with the nonsense. Tell me first what exactly is going on with Dr. Jiang. No, you must first promise to help Shuyun break through her bottleneck. But you absolutely cannot have any romantic feelings for her. Zhao Zixuan glared at Wang Shihe with annoyance. I understand. Do I need to swear an oath now? Wang Shihe shook his head, gritted his teeth, and said, I believe you. Something's wrong with him. Zhao Zixuan was speechless at Lao Wang's behavior. Shuyun has awakened a special constitution that requires absorbing men's essence in order to break through the bottleneck. What the heck? Zhao Zixuan thought he had misheard and stared wide-eyed at Wang Shihe. A look of humiliation and embarrassment flashed across Wang Shihe's face. You heard me right. It's about needing a man's essence. Of course, not the white foam your little brother spits out, but the yang energy within the body. I don't know the specifics. After his initial shock, Zhao Zixuan looked at Wang Shihe's listless state, and his expression became extremely strange. I was right. Old Wang really had been drained of all his energy. Dr. Jiang is amazing. Old Wang, You're at least a powerhouse with an evolution level exceeding 95%. How much of your vital energy would Dr. Jiang need to break through a bottleneck? Is that all you can do? Faced with Zhao Zixuan's teasing expression, Wang Shihe became completely enraged. Stop talking nonsense when you're not the one doing the work. Tell me, are you going to help or not? Of course we'll help. Dr. Jiang is a core member of the team. But you need to explain to me clearly how you're going to help. We can't be expected to practice together, can we? Get lost. It's just about absorbing some yang energy from you to break through the bottleneck. At most, it'll just involve touching each other with your hands. Don't get the wrong idea. Wang Shihe's explanation left Zhao Zixuan speechless. Hands clasped, that's all. It makes it sound like I'm doing something bad to Dr. Jiang. Old Wang, when are you going to get rid of this petty habit of yours? Am I being petty? Don't forget who someone's crush was in high school. Wang Shihe said coldly. Zhao Zixuan's face suddenly darkened. You fucking investigated me? Do I even need to investigate? When you had people transporting grain out of your house, there was a big package mixed in with it. TSK, a celebrity photo album and poster, high-definition version at that. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you wrote in that photo album or what you secretly did. Zhao Zixuan suddenly stood up and rushed to old Wang. When did this happen? Where are the items? How many people know about it? Seeing Zhao Zixuan's anxious expression, Wang Shihe's face flashed with amusement. I've disposed of all those things, but Shuyun is Shuyun, not Gao Yuanyuan. You need to understand that. Zhao Zixuan gritted his teeth inwardly. He never expected that his mother would send him all the photos and posters of Gao Yuanyuan that she had collected back in their hometown. I remember my mom mentioning it once, but Zhao Zixuan was no longer a hormone-fueled teenager, so I didn't take it seriously at the time. Unexpectedly, due to a moment of carelessness, those things ended up in old Wang's hands. How embarrassing. No wonder the other party was always wary of him. If Zhao Zixuan were in Lao Wang's position, he probably would have gone even further than Lao Wang. Old Wang, you should know that's something I collected back in high school. I'm 28 now. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to remind you. Don't mistake the person for someone else. Absolutely not. I know what I can and cannot do. Old Wang looked intently at Zhao Zixuan, and his unease subsided somewhat, but it was impossible for him to completely eliminate his wariness of Zhao Zixuan. This is not only due to Zhao Zixuan, but also because of the strange bloodline constitution that his wife awakened. Wang Shihe could never have imagined that his wife, who was always clear-headed and aloof, would awaken that kind of constitution. Where is Dr. Jiang? After talking for so long without seeing Jiang Shuyun, Zhao Zixuan felt that there was something strange about the couple. Wang Shihe pointed to the bedroom in the middle. Since yesterday, Shuyun has been in a deep sleep. Originally, I was supposed to provide her with yang energy to help her break through the bottleneck, but who would have thought that her need for yang energy was too great? I was almost drained dry. If I hadn't reacted quickly and withdrawn in time, I might have died inside. At this point, a look of horror flashed across Wang Shihe's gaunt face. Explain clearly, what happened to her breakthrough? With your evolution level, it's impossible for you to have deteriorated to this state just from losing a little bit of your essence. Zhao Zixuan didn't believe it at all. Although old Wang was no longer in his prime, the benefits of evolution made his physical strength far surpass that of men before evolution. Even without completing the initial evolution, their bodies are still much stronger than those of top athletes before the cataclysm. Dr. Jiang must have undergone some inexplicable changes, otherwise she wouldn't have sucked old Wang into this terrible state. Wang Shihe looked like he had something difficult to say, but judging from Zhao Zixuan's posture, he wouldn't enter Shuyun's room without explaining. She has awakened the succubus form? What the heck? Zhao Zixuan was stunned. He had never seen Dr. Jiang's mutation before, but he figured it should be similar to old Wang's, with scales growing on the surface of his body. Shuyun told me this. She doesn't know why she awakened this constitution. Moreover, according to her research, a man's yang essence is the best supplement for her breakthrough. However, she underestimated her own needs and overestimated the amount of yang essence in my body. Old Wang said with a bitter expression. These words were undoubtedly an admission that he was incapable in front of Zhao Zixuan. Old Wang felt wronged. It wasn't that he was incapable, but rather that his wife's awakened constitution was too extraordinary. If we're talking about supplying vital energy to all 52 buildings one-on-one, I'm afraid only Zhao Zixuan, who has completed the initial evolution, can do it. No one else can. Wang Shihe didn't want Jiang Shuyun's awakening of her succubus body to be made public, so he could only turn to Zhao Zixuan, hoping he could lend a hand. Zhao Zixuan looked solemn. Is it a special constitution? I wonder if it's the same kind of thing as the superpower I've awakened? How is Dr. Jiang doing now? Shuyun is in a good condition right now. Her need for yang essence is not inexhaustible. She only needs a portion to be infused each day. Will the change of personnel affect him? Wang Shihe shook his head. How would he know? Zhao Zixuan's breakthrough was due to the awakening of his superpower, Instant Flash. Jiang Shuyun's evolution took a completely different turn. She awakened a bizarre succubus body, and her breakthrough method was to absorb a large amount of male yang essence. Succubi are just things from supernatural tales. They don't exist in reality. Who knows what side effects such a constitution might have? But Lao Wang really couldn't hold on any longer. If things continued like this, not only would Jiang Shuyun's breakthrough be uncertain, but Lao Wang himself would probably also be in trouble. Zhao Zixuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I understand. Then I will provide Dr. Jiang with vital energy. But to prove that I have no other intentions, you will have to come in with me. Just open the bedroom door. In my current state, going in will passively drain my vital energy, Wang Shihe said with a wry smile. Zhao Zixuan did not refuse, but inwardly sighed that old Wang was really no good. He went up and opened the bedroom door. The bedroom was not large, with a big pink bed on which Dr. Jiang lay with her eyes closed. Unlike Dr. Jiang, who was dressed in a white coat, wearing a mask, and wrapped up tightly, Jiang Shuyun now lay peacefully on the bed with her eyes closed, like a sleeping beauty. Gone was her usual aloof demeanor. Jiang Shuyun now resembled a poisonous apple exuding a deadly, alluring fragrance. Looking at the similar face that had haunted his youthful dreams, Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. A thin summer quilt covered most of her body, and the undulating lines of her body proved that the woman under the quilt had a shapely figure. There was a stool beside the bed, and Dr. Jiang's delicate hand emerged from under the covers. Clearly, Wang Shihe had already made preparations. Of course, he wouldn't let Zhao Zixuan lie on Dr. Jiang's bed. Placing a stool for him to hold Dr. Jiang's hand and channel his vital energy was already the limit. Zhao Zixuan walked to the bedside, sat down gently, looked at Dr. Jiang's peaceful sleeping face, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out his right hand to grasp her delicate hand. Zhao Zixuan did not know how to input his own vital energy. Jiang Shuyun's hands were a little cold, and the moment Zhao Zixuan grabbed her, he felt a slight shiver. Jiang Shuyun wasn't asleep? The atmosphere in the bedroom changed subtly in an instant. A suction force came from Jiang Shuyun's hand, and Zhao Zixuan felt a chill on his body, as if something was being drawn out of his body. Of course, this level of energy withdrawal will not have much impact on Zhao Zixuan at present. This power continued to consume him for a full hour, yet Zhao Zixuan remained calm, even experiencing a sense of comfort from the inside out. It's understandable, really. Zhao Zixuan's evolutionary power comes from the evolution supermarket, increasing by 10 or more points each time, allowing him to continuously gain the power to transform himself. This power strengthens his spirit and energy every moment. Although Lu Min was by his side, Zhao Zixuan was not a person who indulged in excessive sexual activity. A large amount of his vital energy was converted into power and consumed in his daily cultivation. The amount of vital energy absorbed by Jiang Shuyun was about the same as what he would expend during his daily training, so it wouldn't be a big burden for him. Dr. Jiang's hand paused slightly, and the suction on his hand disappeared. Zhao Zixuan knew that Dr. Jiang had absorbed enough vital energy today. Looking up at her delicate and serene face, it was as if the woman before him had merged with the goddess he had admired in his youth. Cough, cough. A deliberately feigned cough came from the living room. Without a doubt, it was old Wang reminding Zhao Zixuan. Once you're done, get out of here quickly. Zhao Zixuan withdrew his gaze, got up, and walked out. Old Wang, how long will Dr. Jiang's condition last? Wang Shihe shook his head. Shuyun said it would take at least 7 days, and today is the 3rd day. It could take longer. Can you hold on? Zhao Zixuan grinned and stretched out his strong arm. A man can't say no, and I can afford this kind of expense. Wang Shihe glared at him, annoyed. If he hadn't been so desperate, why would he have looked for another man for this? Zhao Zixuan wanted to talk more about Dr. Jiang's breakthrough, but Lao Wang impatiently chased him away. This made Zhao Zixuan feel frustrated for a moment. He had already said that he would not have any bad intentions towards Dr. Jiang, but old Wang simply did not believe him. As Zhao Zixuan walked out of room 5201, he slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to ask Lao Wang for his collection of posters and photo albums. He vaguely remembered writing a lot of things on it, hoping that Lao Wang and his ilk wouldn't spread it around, otherwise his image would be completely ruined. After all, Dr. Jiang Shuyun and Gao Yuanyuan look so alike. Even though most people have never seen Dr. Jiang's real face, quite a few people around Zhao Zixuan know her. For 7 consecutive days, Zhao Zixuan provided Jiang Shuyun with vital energy for 1 hour each day, a period that lasted much longer than Dr. Jiang herself had anticipated. Next, you need to capture level 1 mutated sea fish in the Great Flood to obtain evolution points. Zhao Zixuan had considered capturing level 2 sea beasts, but he wondered if it was because he had captured too many level 1 mutated sea beasts in the waters below Building 52 that the higher-level sea beasts had migrated elsewhere. Although they can capture level 1 mutated sea fish each time using their special abilities and access to the evolution supermarket, neither their size nor their level of evolution is comparable to what they had at the beginning. Unfortunately, Zhao Zixuan didn't have a diving suit and couldn't stay underwater for long, so he couldn't choose which mutated sea monsters to hunt. Zhao Zixuan has already consulted Li Xian, who is also trying to find a way to make a simple diving device for Zhao Zixuan. After all, obtaining oxygen is not difficult. It can be obtained by simply electrolyzing water. The problem lies in the storage equipment. Compressing and storing the produced oxygen is very difficult without specialized equipment. Uncompressed oxygen not only has a small carrying capacity, but its enormous buoyancy will also affect Zhao Zixuan's agility underwater. Day 7. Zhao Zixuan felt that Dr. Jiang was absorbing yang essence at an unusually rapid pace today. If he hadn't hunted a level 1 mutated tuna yesterday and gained 12 evolution points, he probably would have been affected by this powerful suction force. Moreover, the evolutionary aura emanating from Jiang Shuyun was fluctuating more and more intensely, and Zhao Zixuan understood that Jiang Shuyun was about to break through. Sure enough, an hour and a half later, Jiang Shuyun's aura underwent a tremendous change. Her skin changed from fair to rosy, and her pretty face looked even more supple and bouncy. Zhao Zixuan sensed a subtle change in Dr. Jiang's features. Her originally aloof and upright appearance had become charming and alluring. Even though her eyes were not open, she gave off a completely different feeling than before. 2 black horns emerged from the sides of his head, about 7 or 8 centimeters long. They didn't look evil at all, but rather had an indescribable allure. Before Zhao Zixuan could let go, the jade-like hand he was holding moved on its own. Her delicate hand became soft and boneless, cool yet smooth, and gently but firmly grasped Zhao Zixuan's large, thick hand. Zhao Zixuan was taken aback and looked up to meet the gaze of Jiang Shuyun, who had already opened her eyes on the bed. At this moment, Jiang Shuyun's eyes were unfocused, and her gaze towards Zhao Zixuan revealed unspeakable emotions. This isn't the way you look at a friend. It's more like the burning greed that arises from an intense desire for something. The coughing had been going on for a while now, and the unusually long day had left old Wang very worried. Dr. Jiang, congratulations on breaking through your cultivation level. Zhao Zixuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and faced Jiang Shuyun with a smile. The confusion, greed, and longing in Jiang Shuyun's eyes were gradually replaced by clarity. The eyeshadow on her eyes gradually faded, and the black horns on her head disappeared inexplicably, her pretty face returning to its original coldness. As for whether there were any other changes on his body, Zhao Zixuan couldn't see them, since the other person had been covered with a blanket the whole time. Judging from the slight change in the size of the blanket lifting the body, the physical changes were much more pronounced. I really want to see what the fully formed succubus body looks like. Chapter 50 Strange Abilities. Jiang Shuyun gently released Zhao Zixuan's hand, a hint of shyness flashing across her fair face. Zixuan, thank you for helping me break through. As she spoke, Jiang Shuyun sat up in bed. The thin blanket slipped off, and her nightgown billowed out, inexplicably attracting Zhao Zixuan's attention. Of course, may I call old Wang over now? Zhao Zixuan looked away, but how could he not see the changes in Dr. Jiang's eyes when she woke up, which represented her inner desires, struggles, and entanglements? Zhao Zixuan felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Shurha. He cursed himself for being so pathetic, which was why he brought up Wang Shurha in the hopes that their relationship would remain as it was before. Jiang Shuyun rubbed her face, her expression returning to its original cool and aloof state. Old Wang, come in, I've successfully broken through. Following Jiang Shuyun's words, Wang Shihe stepped into the bedroom with a nervous expression. Sensing that there was no longer any suction force devouring his essence, a look of relief finally appeared on his aged face. I'm so sorry. I underestimated the energy I needed for my breakthrough, which is why you're like this. Jiang Shuyun looked at old Wang's even paler face with annoyance. It's all right. Everyone's first breakthrough is the same, as long as you succeed. Shuyun, did you awaken any new abilities during your breakthrough? The fact that the two did not avoid Zhao Zixuan indicates that they approve of him. Jiang Shuyun nodded, then suddenly raised her hand and gently patted Old Wang's shoulder. Old Wang froze, a look of horror flashing across his face. In that instant, he found himself losing control of his body. Jiang Shuyun snapped her fingers lightly, and Old Wang suddenly started tap dancing with great enthusiasm. The bedroom was deathly silent. Zhao Zixuan looked at Wang Shihe as if he were an idiot. Wang Shihe's face darkened completely. He wanted to yell at Jiang Shuyun, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control his tongue from making any sounds. With a snap, as Jiang Shuyun snapped her fingers, Old Wang, who was dancing, stopped abruptly, his aged face turning bright red. Shuyun, what are you doing? Faced with Lao Wang's roar, Jiang Shuyun's face flashed with embarrassment. This is my ability. Once I make contact with someone, I can absolutely control them for a certain period of time. A look of surprise flashed across Zhao Zixuan's face. Absolute control. Just look at Lao Wang's performance. He can not only control behavior, but also suppress the other person's consciousness, achieving absolute control over the body. This is a very powerful superpower, but it feels a bit strange to see it in Dr. Jiang. After all, the other party also possesses the so-called succubus body, a physique that only exists in fantasy novels. Could it have other abilities? Since Dr. Jiang didn't say anything, Zhao Zixuan was too embarrassed to ask. Instead, Wang Shihe questioned with a look of resentment. Why didn't you control Zhao Zixuan, but instead controlled me? It was so embarrassing. His age and condition already made him look even older, and now he had to do an incredibly awkward tap dance in front of Zhao Zixuan. Wang Shihe felt like he had completely lost face. Social death in all aspects. Zixuan's evolution level is too high. I'm not confident I can control him. There are only the three of us in the room, so I can only try it on you. Jiang Shuyun said apologetically. Wang Shihe was so angry, he almost vomited blood. What an unexpected disaster. I should have known better than to ask. After all, superpowers are a person's most core secret, and even if I didn't tell Zhao Zixuan, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Dr. Jiang, try using your superpowers on me? Zhao Zixuan wanted to test the power of the other party's absolute control. He trusted Dr. Jiang quite a bit and was willing to lower his guard and let her use her superpower on him. Upon hearing this, Wang Shihe's expression brightened with joy. Yes, Shuyun, try using your superpower on Zhao Zixuan. After all, your superpower can't just target the weak. Maybe one day you'll need to use it on the strong. Old Wang's words sounded nice, but Zhao Zixuan could hear the malice in them. But Zhao Zixuan didn't have the same image baggage as Lao Wang, so even if he was controlled to do something, he didn't really care. Jiang Shuyun hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Zhao Zixuan and patted him on the shoulder. Zhao Zixuan only felt a chill and nothing else. Jiang Shuyun, on the other hand, seemed to have been hit hard. Her face turned pale and she let out a muffled groan. She staggered back several steps and collapsed onto the bed. Shuyun. Wang Shihe was startled and rushed over to help her. Dr. Jiang, are you all right? Zhao Zixuan was also startled. Why did it feel like Dr. Jiang was suffering a backlash after a failed attempt to activate his superpower? Zhao Shuyun wiped the corner of her mouth. A trace of blood was shocking to behold. You are too strong. My special ability cannot be used against you. Jiang Shuyun's eyes held an indescribable complexity. Zhao Zixuan was somewhat pleased. After all, no one wants to be completely controlled by someone. Zhao Zixuan wanted to try out Dr. Jiang's superpower and also had the idea of breaking through the other party's superpower. It seems there's no need to worry now. As long as his strength and realm continue to overwhelm Jiang Shuyun, the other party won't be able to do anything to him. After seeing Zhao Zixuan off, Wang Shihe and Jiang Shuyun looked at each other in bewilderment. Shuyun, tell me the truth. Is it really true that your absolute control can't work on Zhao Zixuan? Wang Shihe's expression was extremely serious. He had tried that powerful ability that completely shut down even perception. Even if Zhao Zixuan was stronger, it shouldn't have been completely useless. It's indeed uncontrollable. First, his cultivation level is quite high. Second, I absorbed too much of his essence when I broke through my cultivation level, so my special ability was much less effective against him. It's also because I didn't understand this aspect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used it on him and suffered a backlash for no reason. Jiang Shiyun's face was full of bitterness. Although her injuries were not serious, this feeling was very uncomfortable. It's like hitting someone with a hammer, and the hammer bounces back and hits your own head. That is, your own superpower. Otherwise, the damage would be even greater. I'm sorry, Shiyun. It's all my fault for being incompetent and unable to continuously provide you with vital energy, which is why I had to ask Zhao Zixuan for help. Wang Shihe looked embarrassed. Jiang Shiyun's expression was equally complicated. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing old Wang's annoyed and regretful look, she had no choice but to swallow her words. I'm going to collect my own experimental data, so don't bother me during this time. Jiang Shiyun herself didn't realize that she had become somewhat indifferent when she spoke to Lao Wang. Old Wang nodded. Perhaps everything before him was the best. Jiang Shiyun's personality did not change drastically because of her breakthrough. Old Wang didn't ask about the succubus body, because he felt that if he did, it would probably completely change his relationship with Jiang Shiyun. Old Wang is now eager to break through to the initial stage. Perhaps once he completes the initial evolution, his body can recover to its peak state under the effects of evolution. As Zhao Zixuan said, breaking through to the initial stage will greatly increase vitality. If someone is under 50 years old and their lifespan extends to over 100 years, does that mean they can return to their peak condition? Seeing Zhao Zixuan getting younger and stronger, how could Wang Shihe not be envious? Dr. Zhang's breakthrough was kept secret, and even the core members of the organization were unaware of it. Only Lu Min had some suspicions because Zhao Zixuan went to room 5201 every day. Dr. Zhang's presence was usually too weak. She was a female doctor who only knew how to do experiments in the laboratory. No one expected that she could surpass all the combat personnel and reach the peak of the initial evolution stage. At this time, everyone is working hard to evolve and strive to become the second person in the club to break through the limits. Some club members who are not good at learning even started a betting game, betting on who will be the second person to successfully evolve. Several members of the core group made the list, with Li Yong being the most favored among them. As the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Department, this being who has been fishing in the sea for a long time, has always been at the forefront of evolution speed. He lived up to expectations. The week after Dr. Zhang's breakthrough, he found Zhao Zixuan and frankly told him that he had reached his cultivation limit and was preparing for a breakthrough. Zhao Zixuan took this very seriously and shared his breakthrough experience with him, which greatly helped Li Yong. His swimming skills were excellent, far surpassing Zhao Zixuan's. Even with numerous undercurrents near the building, the waves could not stop him from tumbling in them. Of course, the premise is that you can't be too far from the building, because if you are too far away, you are easily swayed by the turbulence and lose your sense of direction, making it difficult to swim back. Li Yong began to try it that very day. He rushed into the floodwaters and waves, trying to emulate Zhao Zixuan's act of using human strength to resist the power of nature. Compared to Zhao Zixuan's disheveled state amidst the raging flood, Li Yong was much more composed. After all, he grew up by the sea, and his swimming skills, combined with the enhancements brought by his physical mutation and evolution, made him feel quite at ease amidst the surging flood. Zhao Zixuan attached great importance to Li Yong's breakthrough. He personally protected him, standing by the raging floodwaters and watching his figure rise and fall in the water. An hour later, Li Yong swam back, his face pale. How was it? Did you feel like you broke through a bottleneck? Li Yong shook his head, his face pale. There was none at all, which left Zhao Zixuan scratching his head. Could it be that Li Yong's breakthrough method is different from his own? Why don't you try it again? Instead of going into the water, stand on this stone platform and punch the waves. Zhao Zixuan was not giving up. Why was his method of breakthrough no longer suitable for these people? Dr. Jiang is one thing, but he's a doctor and a biological scientist, and his breakthrough method is unconventional. What makes Li Yong so special? Just because he's a programmer? Li Yong listened to Zhao Zixuan's words, found a suitable spot, stood still, and facing the oncoming, continuous waves, suddenly swung his fist. Li Yong possessed immense strength. Years of fishing, coupled with the enhancement of his evolutionary power, made every punch he threw resound with a booming sound as it struck the waves. The roar lasted for half an hour, until Li Yong, exhausted, was plunged into the water by a huge wave. Zhao Zixuan's expression changed, and he quickly jumped into the floodwaters, trying to pull Li Yong out. A huge wave crashed in, pushing Zhao Zixuan backward. The raging floodwaters continued unabated, greatly hindering his rescue efforts. Oh no! If I had known this would happen, I would have tied a safety rope around Li Yong's waist beforehand. The key is that Li Yong is not a mutated sea monster, so he cannot use the system activation function to lock him. In such a raging flood, the difficulty of rescuing people is unimaginable. Zhao Zixuan reluctantly climbed out of the floodwaters, looking utterly frustrated. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have forced Li Yong to break through in my own way. Perhaps everyone has a different way of breaking through, and Zhao Zixuan doesn't know why he has this obsession. He didn't know how to explain it to Li Yong's wife. After all, he was the one who brought him here to break through. Of course, it's not certain that Li Yong is dead yet. After all, given his swimming ability and level of evolution, holding his breath and breathing underwater is a basic skill for him. For Zhao Zixuan, all he can do now is wait. More than 10 minutes passed, and Li Yong was still nowhere to be seen in the boiling floodwaters. Zhao Zixuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew that even if a person could breathe underwater, it was impossible for them to remain hidden for an extended period. Oh no, this time we've really messed up. Just as Zhao Zixuan was about to give up and go back to find someone to help him, a figure suddenly burst out of the waves and, using the force of the waves crashing against the building, quickly reached the stairwell. Zhao Zixuan's expression brightened with joy. It was Li Yong. He knew the other party couldn't have died so easily. Zhao Zixuan reached out and pulled him up. Before he could say anything, Li Yong told Zhao Zixuan with a look of surprise. He has found a way to break through the bottleneck. Zhao Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then secretly delighted. He said his breakthrough method was the normal one. And look, Li Yong's method worked. Boss, my way to break through is not to fight the waves, but to completely submerge underwater and hold my breath. What is that? Zhao Zixuan looked at Li Yong in surprise again. Holding your breath underwater. What a bizarre way to break through that barrier. Are you sure? It's not because you've been in the water for too long and your brain is deprived of oxygen, causing hallucinations. I'm sure. During the time I was trapped underwater, I personally felt my own bottleneck loosening. And the longer I held my breath underwater, the faster the bottleneck loosened. Boss, it's not that your method didn't work. It's just that everyone's breakthrough path may be different. Li Yong quickly explained when he saw that Zhao Zixuan's expression was a little off. Zhao Zixuan nodded. Now that you've found a way to break through, there's no need to hold your breath in this flood. Go indoors. It's safe there, and you can hold your breath for as long as you want. Li Yong nodded. He was holding his breath in the flood. Who knew where he would be swept away when he finally emerged? The two returned to the building, and the staff from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department rushed over and surrounded them. Li Yong quickly told his subordinates about the breakthrough he had found. Compared to Zhao Zixuan's aloofness, Li Yong has been mingling with these people ever since he started in the fishing team and is now in the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. The friendship they have built is still very deep. Li Yong is an honest person with a good reputation in the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. He is a trustworthy leader. Therefore, they genuinely hope that Li Yong will succeed in his breakthrough. Holding your breath underwater isn't that hard, Minister. I know a way to breathe underwater that can greatly extend the time you can hold your breath. I tried it for half an hour last time and had no problem at all, a young man from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department said. His name is Manhua. Like Li Yong, he was born by the sea and is an excellent swimmer. However, he is not the owner of Unit 2, but comes from Unit 3, which was breached by Zhao Zixuan. Li Yong's face lit up with joy, and he quickly asked the homeowner how to breathe underwater. The other person glanced at his colleague beside him, his expression somewhat hesitant. Clearly, he did not want to share his breathing techniques with everyone for free. Li Yong, you go and learn this first. If this method really works, the club is willing to buy it for 100 points, and all club members can learn it for free. Zhao Zixuan's words brought a smile to everyone's face, including Wang Jinhua's. It wasn't anything profound to begin with, and for him, spending 100 points to buy it was a huge profit.